All right, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show, a show we call The Sweat because we are so hot and moist with all of the DFS and sports betting takes coming your way. I'm Emerson Latzia, NFL, check, NBA, check, PGA, check, NHL, check. They're all on the menu, but we start on the diamond. Good morning to our MLB panel, DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Price check time, boys. So who are your favorite plays in the following price departments on tonight's 8-game slate? So Kenny, start me with your pitcher at $8,000 or higher, please.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Walker Buehler, and a very good morning to you, Emerson. Walker Buehler at 10K. You could go with Yu Darvish. You could go with Garrett Cole. They have decent matchups. I don't love Garrett Cole's matchup here. I'm going to go with Buehler here, save a little bit of money at 10K because he's averaging around 9 strikeouts over his last 4 starts. But the biggest thing here is his opponent, the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks, pretty much every starter on offense is on the injured list. You got Asdrubal Cabrera, Ketel Marte, Cole Calhoun, Carson Kelly, and Christian Walker. Cabrera, the latest to go down. This team has just really struggled to score runs without those guys, and Buehler should absolutely dominate tonight. They're right around the top 10 in strikeout rate over the past 2 weeks as well. So I think that the strikeouts should come in bunches, and I just don't know how the Diamondbacks score many runs here with none of their regulars starting.
Okay, Eric, who are you paying up for here in the pitching department?
Yeah, that top trio that Kenny mentioned is excellent, but I'm going to give a name from the second tier. My favorite guy is actually Yusei Kikuchi, who's coming off 11 strikeouts against the Dodgers and gets to face the Tigers, but he is not quite 8,000, and I know how to follow instructions. So I'm going to talk about Albert Alzolay, who is at 8,100, a little more expensive. He's a guy I liked heading into the year because he struck out the world last year, but also walked a ton of guys, nearly 15% walk rate. Figured if he could just get the walks down, he'd be a very good starter, and that's exactly what he's done. His strikeout rate is still very high at 29.3%. He slashed the walks all the way down to 5.7%. By strikeout rate minus walk rate, among pitchers who've thrown at least 30 innings, he ranks 17th, one spot behind Clayton Kershaw, who you may have heard of. So he's pitching like a top-tier pitcher, and he's got a mediocre offense in the Nationals, so I'd be all over him if I didn't have the budget for those top few guys.
All right, E-Man, talk to me about a hitter over 5K.
Yeah, we're going to go with Jose Abreu at 5,400. He was involved in a very scary collision with Hunter Dozier on Friday, but he was right back in the lineup Saturday, hit a homer that day, had 2 hits in both of the weekend games, so apparently he's completely fine. On the season, his average is down to 255. Given where he is in his career, we should expect something of a fall off from his MVP form last season, but he's still quite good. His expected slugging of 525 is excellent, a little bit better than his actual slugging of 482. He's walking more than ever, but also striking out more than ever. But on the whole, he's still a very good hitter, and he'll get the platoon advantage against J.A. Happ, who has an ERA in the low 4s, but the peripherals look like a guy whose ERA should be in the low to mid 5s. He doesn't walk guys, but that's about all he does right. He's striking out less than 15% of opposing batters, and he's not keeping the ball on the ground. And I think when you give up a lot of contact and contact in the air, guys like Jose Abreu are going to punish you for it.
Okay, Kenny, what about you, dude? What's wrong?
I was going to say Jose Abreu. I was going to say Jose Abreu at 5,400 because J.A. Happ is an auto fade. And J.A. Happ, really, I'm glad that you pronounced his name J.A., Eric, because it's the incorrect way, but it's actually the correct way. Because you don't get to say your name's J Happ when it's J.A. Happ. This guy has given up boatloads of hard contact. The main reason I like Jose Abreu against J.A. Happ is, one, he's heating up. He's got a 379 ISO against lefties this year. That's absolutely insane. 276 average with 3 homers and a triple. And he's had 17 fantasy points in 4 of his last 6 games. Eric did mention that he got in a collision, but I think he's a safe bet here just because he mashes lefties. This is a very mashable lefty. If you want to pivot off of Jose Abreu and still pay all that money and get the good splits advantage, you could go with Tim Anderson here at $5,300. No problems with going with Tim Anderson, but I am here to certify that Jose Abreu is a very, very good pick tonight. I think he should go deep. And again, this guy's just been absolutely on fire, now facing a very hittable pitcher. I think it's a recipe for success here.
All right, dude. Kenny, hitter in the 4 to 5K range.
I actually have a feeling that I might steal Eric's here too, so I'm glad I'm going first because we've had the same pick in this guy before. It's Luke Voit at $5,000. Look, I know that he hasn't had a good game yet since coming off of the injured list. But he had 3 homers in his rehab stint. He had a 5-game rehab stint. He went deep 3 times in AAA. He has yet to go deep here, but he's hitting second, most likely, against Jordan Lyles. Jordan Lyles is giving up hard contact. 1 out of every 2 balls coming off the bat into play off Jordan Lyles is coming at 95 or more miles an hour. He's got just a 20.9% strikeout rate. So he doesn't strike many guys out. He actually really struggles with walks, and he struggles with hard contact. This is a picture-perfect matchup for Luke Voit, coming off a 12 fantasy point day with 2 hits and 2 batted in as well, perhaps starting to see the ball now. And it's just only a matter of time before this guy explodes at the plate. Given the fact that I think the Yankees score a lot of runs here off of Lyles, they should win this game pretty handily. I think that you want to take the guy hitting second that hits for power and is just ready to break out here, who's seeing the ball pretty well. So I like Luke Voit at 5,000.
Eric, did Kenny copy your homework?
He did not steal my guy here, although I do like Voit. I actually found this category to be much tougher than normal. I think a lot of guys in this range are just facing tough pitchers or have been cold lately. But a guy I like actually sticking in the same White Sox Twins game is Nelson Cruz at 4,900. His numbers are a little bit down in his age 40 season. He had a WRC plus above 160 the last 2 seasons. It's down to 137 this year, but most of the world, including me, would be very happy to produce that kind of number. His strikeout rate is lowest it's been in over a decade, although he's also not walking like he used to. But his hard hit rate is right where it's supposed to be. So I'm not too worried about Cruz. 3 shy of the league lead with 9 homers, and he'll get the platoon advantage against Dallas Keuchel, who I think is like running an experiment to figure out how few batters you can strike out and still be a major league pitcher. He's down to 10%, where this is like not even close to modern baseball levels, well below half of the league average strikeout rate. He does still get a lot of grounders. It doesn't walk a ton of guys, but you just can't be an intimidating pitcher if you're striking out only 10% of opponents. So all that contact is going to lead to some damage, and Cruz is the kind of guy who should do that damage.
Kenny, you are a man of the people. So what I want you to do now is help everyone save some money. How about a value bat?
Sure thing. I'm going to go with Miguel Cabrera at $2,500 against Yusei Kikuchi, because I don't believe in Kikuchi like Eric does. Hitters from the right side especially are seeing a 7% boost in WOBA. This guy has just been a very middling starter. I think that sometimes he faces teams that don't pitch well or don't hit well against lefties, which is what you have here in the Tigers. So he could have a good start. But this specific matchup with Miguel Cabrera, this is not the same situation that we were seeing a month ago where Miguel Cabrera couldn't get a hit to save his life. He has 9 hits in his last 7 games, a lot of multi-hit games in there, 5 RBIs, 5 walks in that span. He's going to hit 3rd or 4th in this lineup, and he's 15% better WOBA against lefties. I think that this is a really good matchup. It's a guy that I don't think is going to be on many people's radars, just given the fact that Kikuchi has had some recent success. The Tigers as a whole are not an appealing lineup to go after. But at this price, for a guy that's this experienced, this good of a hitter, who's seen the ball now very well and racking up those hits, I think this is a very cheap way to get 6 or 7 points, Emerson. So I really like playing Miguel Cabrera tonight.
Okay, Eric, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go with someone young enough to be Cabrera's son, and I guess that's a large portion of the league, but it's especially Jared Kelenic, who's at 3,000 now. I talked him up on Friday when he was still priced at the minimum, and I said this is definitely not a $2,000 player, and he rewarded everybody who had faith in him with 3 hits and a homer. He's had a few other hitless games. I believe all of his other games are hitless, but given his prospect pedigree, he's still way underpriced at 3,000. This is the kind of guy who should, I think, by the end of the year settle in as a mid 4,000s level player, given that he was the 4th overall prospect by both Fangraphs and MLB Pipeline. Just universal consensus that this guy's going to hit for contact and power, and he should do a fair bit of that right away. He'll get the platoon advantage against Casey Mize, who's got an ERA in the low 4s, but I think most of the estimators have it in the high 4s or even higher. Gets a lot of ground balls, but not a crazy amount, and he doesn't really strike anybody out. So just allowing far too much contact, and Kelenic, I think, should take advantage of that here.
Eric, let's go over to the DK Sportsbook real quick before you take off. What is your favorite MLB bet tonight?
Gonna stick in that same game and talk up Yusei Kikuchi. Apparently, that's the big battle of the morning. I like Mariners minus 175 over the Tigers, or you can even spot the Tigers a run and a half, and then the line goes to plus 130. The Mariners have a better offense than the Tigers because everybody has a better offense than the Tigers. Tigers are last in the league by WRC plus. Mariners only 23rd, but it's hard to understate how bad the Tigers have been for most of the season at the plate. Kikuchi just struck out 11 Dodgers, and now he's facing one of the teams that strikes out the most in the league. His ERA is only 4.30, but some of the estimators have it a full run better than that. He's solidly above average in all three of strikeout rate, walk rate, and ground ball rate. He's been trending in that direction in both of, between 2019 and 2020 and 2020 and this year. But he's really taken the next step this season and looks like, I think, a very solid all-around pitcher, whereas Casey Mize, we just talked about, just is not looking like anything more than a back-end starter yet. He's got potential, just not striking out nearly enough guys. So I think that gap between the pitchers is big enough to justify the Mariners here.
Kenny, favorite bet, dude?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the veterans here, guys who have pitched a lot of good games and had a lot of good games in their careers, and that's Madison Bumgarner here against the Dodgers. I like the under in this game. Dodgers Diamondbacks under 7. When you look at the Dodgers, they're 22nd in WRC plus against lefties. A great matchup to always exploit. We've seen terrible left-handed pitching. I'm talking Marco Gonzalez bad. Shut down the Los Angeles Dodgers from the left side. Bumgarner as well, candidate for a little bit of positive aggression with that 3.44 expected ERA. A lesson to all you folks out there to look at Baseball Savant all season long, not just in the first month, and make up your mind on a guy. And we laid out how bad earlier the Diamondbacks have it with 5 guys injured. Buehler, I think, shoves in this game. Not a lot of runs going on right now. Good old-fashioned pitcher's duel that Madison Bumgarner's once again wrapped up in. Love the under 7 here.
Farewell, Eric. Kenny, we need you for some NFL over-under coming up. But first, another major week is here. We will take a sportsbook look at the PGA Championship right after this quick break. All right, we have officially reached the second major championship of 2021, the PGA Championship, and here to play a fun little game of high or low are gorgeous golf gurus, Jeff Ulrich and Sweet Tea Fowler. Sweet Tea, by the way, will be at Kiowa Island this week. That really sucks for you, man.
Really does. Jeff, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for taking one for the team, Reed. Just don't have a good time. I know it's like South Carolina, great views and weather, but just try and grind through it. I mean,
yeah, Emerson already has his swag order in. Give me a shout, DM me, and I'll get you a shirt. What are you, a medium, large? What are you at?
Look at him. He's between like a small and a medium.
I'm a medium. Yeah.
Schmeeds? Okay, I'll get you a Schmeeds.
Also, the food menu at this tournament looks phenomenal, and you and I will talk about that on a Monday edition of Get the Green at 3:00 today, which is so much better than a Tuesday edition of Get the Green. Let's peep some of the opening lines here, guys. Shut up, Jeff. Rory McIlroy at plus 1150. He opened at plus 1,000. He's the favorite. Not a shocker. Won here, like 9 years ago? These odds too high, which are too long, or too low, a.k.a. too short, Jeff?
I'm going to say too short for Rory McIlroy. Obviously, coming in off the win is nice. He had a massive week on the greens there at the Wells Fargo. It's a course that he was very familiar with. I'm just not sold that necessarily we're at like peak Rory yet. I mean, I think it's a big improvement for Rory. He's definitely figured out some things with the driver. He admitted he was having trouble drawing it consistently, went to a cut, obviously helped him a lot there. I'm just not sure if the rest of his game is necessarily, ready to take on a major championship. I think he'll be in the mix this week. He usually is with majors, even when he's not playing that good. Obviously has some good vibes here, but as far as him being the favorite goes in the odds, you look at John Rahm, Jordan Spieth, even Bryson. I mean, he's got the recent win, but it's not like he's played superior to all these players. I think if anyone, I would actually throw like Jordan Spieth as a guy. I mean, I think should have lower odds than him here. What has Spieth done except like finish in the top 5 of every event he's played? So for me, Rory a little bit too short coming in. Sure, he'll be in the mix, but not really the odds I want to take a shot on here.
Yeah, Jeff, Spieth bidding to become the 6th player in history to complete the career Grand Slam this week. Fowler, you got to think, though, if McIlroy really is back, this would be a fitting place to prove it.
Yeah, and what did he do in 2012, right? He lapped the field completely, winning by 8 strokes. But what you have to take away from that is that he played unbelievable golf, which he was going to win no matter what, right? You have to kind of take that as the outlier at a major tournament. It's just like when you see the Tigers and the Rorys winning by 10, 11, 8 strokes, that's really the outlier. But I agree with Jeff in that you have to take his odds, not standalone in a vacuum, but compared to the other guys at the top. Of course, we can say, is he the favorite? I mean, he won this back into that last time it was played here, and he just won. That's what you want coming into the PGA Championship, his current form. So while they're there, I understand it. And Jeff mentions Jordan Spieth, but Justin Thomas, look, his putter is garbage. But I mean, when you take a look at a guy who could play well here, which is hitting the ball great off the tee, great with his ball striking, have a decent putting week on slow greens, we see Justin Thomas at least be in the top 20 in strokes gained putting. And Paspalum is extremely slow. These are going to be slower greens. They're average to probably a little bit smaller, average size greens. So I would argue JT is up there. And let's not forget about DJ. I mean, are we all forgetting about Dustin Johnson, the #1 golfer in the world? Yeah, so JT would probably be the guy that I'd rather see up there, but I get why Rory is up there.
So then you're telling me you believe that Thomas's odds at plus 1450 are too long or too short? Into 2017 PGA champ, too.
Yeah, I think they should be shorter. And like, again, this is someone that you're not getting JT on like a dip. You just won the Players. But another Pete Dye course, right? I mean, the correlations that you want to see, Quail Hollow, the Players Championship, RBC in terms of a coastal course, who plays well in this type of area, RSM. That's what you want to see. And JT is the type of player that can do it, but his short game is the thing that really ails him. Mostly his putter. He's around the green is fine, but at the same time, like I know JT already has a PGA Championship, but I'd rather see him, or I'd be more comfortable saying, oh, that makes more sense than like a Jordan Spieth. Even though Spieth has been unbelievable, like Jeff has said, JT to me should be the guy that should be the one to be at the highest odds or the lowest odds.
Jeff, Thomas's win at the Players, though, is his only top 10 of the calendar year. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, it is. It's a good point. I mean, he's had, obviously when Justin Thomas gets everything firing, he's just so high end. I mean, I think between him and Dustin Johnson right now, when those guys are firing, they're just the best. So in everything they do, and we saw it at the Players. But you're right. I mean, he's had a little bit of trouble getting it going. And I think the thing that worries me about this, I like the fact it's a little bit slower greens in play for JT. I think that's a really good factor for him. But this course, it's just so demanding on every shot. And we've seen that driver for Justin Thomas just get waylaid a little bit. And, if he just has one little bad spurt here, that could be enough to knock him out of contention. So I think this is an okay setup for Justin Thomas. But at this range, I would honestly rather take a shot with Jordan Spieth here at slightly better odds. Spieth is doing everything good right now. He's more consistent off the tee, which is really weird to say. His irons are firing. And we know when he gets it going around the greens, there's just nobody who holds out more or has better luck than Jordan Spieth. So I think both these guys are about appropriately priced. If you can get Jordan Spieth at slightly better odds, I would favor him, though.
What do you think about defending champion Colin Morikawa's odds, though, Jeff? Plus 3,000. Are those too long or too short?
They're too long. Like, why do we keep discounting this guy? I mean, he's the best iron player in the world. He's coming off a T7 at another PGA course, and RBC Hilton Edge, which is like an easier version of Kiowa Island, but it's very similar. It's a seaside course. This guy sets up great for PGA design. Second shot course. He's going to hit it straight off the tee, so he's probably not going to get in trouble there. He's just going to put himself in great positions all week. And we talk about slower greens. I mean, this guy, obviously, putter is still his weakness. It comes and goes. But, I mean, on the slower greens, if he gets it going here. So these odds are too long for me. I'd be fine taking a shot with Colin Morikawa plus 3,000. I'm really surprised, quite frankly, that he just keeps drifting off here. This player has been the most prolific winner of anyone under 24 on tour over the last 10 years, since basically Jordan Spieth showed up. The fact you're getting him here is just great value. I wouldn't be shocked. Like I said, I think this is a great venue for him. I think his odds are too long for sure.
Okay, what do you think, Fowler?
Yeah, Morikawa is always going to be in this range, though, right, Jeff? Like, what more does he have to do, right? To be the defending champion, to win a WGC, to be one of the best iron player. And I know odds don't factor in stats, and that's what we look at. They're more narrative based for this is something that Mayo has said continuously, which makes a lot of sense, right? Is that when we look at stats, we tell ourselves the story of why isn't Morikawa much better than this? Well, I agree with that. I do think that when you take a look at his odds at this specific tournament, at this specific juncture, I do think they're a little too short in the sense of look at the guys around him. I'm not saying Daniel Berger is better than Morikawa, but Hideki Matsuyama, a guy who just won the Masters, is at the same number. Like I mentioned, you want current form coming in. And yes, Morikawa has played well, but there's guys around him that I'd probably lean more towards. And look, this is more from an outright perspective. From a DraftKings perspective, I think he's a great play. At his price, what you're going to see, like you mentioned, Jeff, 10-1 for Jordan Spieth, so many people are going to flock to that. So Morikawa at this number, at this price, on DraftKings, if playing DFS, is great. I just like the other guys around him a little bit more. And that's tough to say because you're right. This sets up really good for Morikawa. But if that putter is gone, he's probably missing the weekend.
Fowler, let's go to your dude, Tony Finau, plus 4,000. Just tell me why they're too long.
I mean, why isn't this guy 9? No, I'm just kidding. No. Look, Finau, like every course, right? Every course sets up well for Finau. Guy hits the ball far, great with his irons, good long approach, but the putter is the biggest thing. Like Kiowa Island is fine. Like at plus 4,000, I'd probably lean more towards guys at the 50,000. Or excuse me, the 5 to 50,000, of course. At 5,000, right? There's some players that I like a little bit better than him. Answers around there. Matty Fitzpatrick is around there. Guys that I want to target now, Emerson, getting back, in that 5,000, 6,000 are the Euro players. Because if this course really ramps up in difficulty, and I know Finau has done well on these longer courses, like Riviera, like Wells Fargo, Quail Hollow, I want the guys who, if the conditions change, they can play well, and I can have a little bit more confidence in this. Look, Finau is always going to be in the card. This is me just trying to play devil's advocate here. I'd rather go a little bit longer with a guy like a Matty Fitzpatrick.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I honestly think they're probably a little bit too short. We don't get Tony Finau plus 4,000 very often, but I just do not like this setup for him. Pete Dye design course tends to be a little bit more claustrophobic off the tee, not big areas where you can miss, just bomb it out there and then gouge it up to the greens, which is typically what, Finau does his best. He's going to have to be really sharp with the short game and putter. And, he's improved with those clubs, but there's just other players around him who are better in that. Daniel Berger, I'd rather go down to plus 3,000 there. You could go up, though, to a guy like Cameron Smith, who's playing fantastic. He's plus 4,600. There's just other players I like better on this setup. Tony is such a good, major performer that I think for DFS, you can take a look at him for sure. But this is like, I don't really want a piece of him here. I just don't think this is the right setup or the right type of course for Tony Finau to grab a major.
Maybe it's like first round leader, right? Like maybe it's later after round one, but the odds are probably just as short.
He doesn't have a good stroke gain Marsh's, stats here.
Neither do I, Jeff. Neither do I.
Okay, as I mentioned before, Reed and I will have you guys here on the Dream Stream for Get the Green today at 3:00. So bring all of your
second best version of Get the Green.
Nope, actually, that's not true. Someone please mute Jeff. We will bring all your PGA Championship questions to the table here at 3:00. Jeff, I will see you for NHL Best Bets coming up. We'll unmute you then. We'll preview the NBA play. Mute him. We'll preview the NBA playoffs next. All right, the shortened 72-game NBA regular season, it's in the books. The play-in tournament begins tomorrow. We've got host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh, here to look at some opening lines for the first round. So we have the Pacers as 3.5-point favorites against the Hornets here, dude. You like Indiana to cover as the favorite?
So it's all injury dependent for me. Brogdon has been questionable, hasn't played lately. Karis LeVert left the game last game that they played in the regular season. If those two are in, which all injuries should be out the window, and if you're actually injured should be the only time that you're sitting, I like this 3.5 line. And that's what the playoffs is all about. No more load management, no more resting. It's going to feel great to actually be back. Hornets have lost 5 straight. They're trending downwards. And that even strengthens my point of I like the Pacers 3.5, especially when healthy.
Yeah, and they'll still be without Miles Turner, right? And then Gordon Hayward,
Right.
Unlikely to go for the Hornets. So, like injuries. And speaking of injuries here, dude, the C's host the Wizards, and Boston, a 1.5-point favorite. They're kind of limping into the postseason. How much do you like their chances against Washington? Washington is one of the hottest teams in the league right now.
Right. I don't like them one bit. It kills me to say it, but the Celtics do not look like the Celtics. They've lost 5 of their last 6. And this seems kind of crazy to say about a former MVP and a guy that's averaged triple doubles in his last 4 years, but he might be playing the best basketball, Russell Westbrook, that he's ever played right now. And that's not a good formula for the Celtics, who've, without Jaylen Brown, kind of feel deflated, like they're playing with no purpose going into these playoffs. So the Wizards trending way up. The Celtics couldn't be more down.
Okay, so looking ahead to Wednesday, though, Spurs take on the Grizzlies with Memphis favorite right 3.5. Who are you siding with on this one?
This is my grossest matchup of the play-in tournament. I'm not
100%.
too excited about it. I do have Memphis minus 3.5. The Spurs are middle of the road towards the back end of the league in all of these stats that are important for winning basketball games. They are 21st offensive rating, 17th defensive rating in their last 10 games. Not playing the best, but on the flip side, Memphis is playing fast, 8th in pace over the last 10 games, and they're 6th in defensive rating. So they're playing defense and playing fast, which is a great formula to have in the playoffs. As long as they have a healthy Jonas Valanciunas, I like the Grizzlies minus 3.5 here.
Yeah, that's not the sexiest matchup for the casual NBA fan right now. We'll wrap up this segment with this, Ryan. Probably the most interesting matchup, so like the complete opposite of the one we just talked about, of the play-in tournament. The Lakers host Steph Curry and the Warriors. LA favored by 6.5 at home right now. How likely is it, though, the Dubs pull the upset here? Steph Curry can do it.
Yeah, I love this for the NBA. I love this for fans, and this matchup is everything. But I don't think they can do it. I think the Lakers minus 6.5, I love, because LeBron's setting up this whole narrative of, I'll never be 100% healthy again for the rest of my career. He just had a press conference last night saying Steph Curry, he's the MVP of this league. He's just milking this thing for all it's worth, and I think is to come out and absolutely destroy Golden State. I think he's been load managing all year long. His injury isn't as severe as people think it is.
A little twisted ankle, right?
Right. It's just a little smoke screen for LeBron, who's a machine, who can regenerate anytime he wants. I think the Lakers roll.
Seriously, he's like Wolverine, man. Awesome. Ryan Mogjosh, adios, Bermigo. NFL over-under is coming up right after a healthy dose of NHL best bets. All right, back here on the Sweat, it's good to see all of your shiny, happy faces again. DraftKings contributor Jeff Rohrwerk and RotoWire's AJ Schultz in the house, which can mean one thing and one thing only. It's time for some NHL best bets. Yay! So on Friday, we ran out of time, guys, before we got to the series line. for the Avs and the Blues, which is okay because the series starts tonight. Colorado is a huge favorite, minus 420. How can the Blues come out on top, Ulrich? Explain it to me.
Well, Nathan McKinnon gets hurt in the first game. Philip Grubauer gets hurt in the first game. Kale Maker gets hurt in the first game. That's probably how their path to winning. Even then, I think I still might take the Avalanche. So, no, I don't really like this spot for the Blues at all. The Blues were a team. I don't even know if they're like a playoff worthy team. I think they were very lucky to get into the playoffs. The loss of Alex Pietrangelo was not made up for well on the back end. They really dipped defensively. Their goaltending really wasn't solid all year. And now they're walking into this series, potentially down two of their best wingers in Perron and Tarasenko for game one. I think that the path to winning here is extremely thin. And, even at minus 420, honestly, there's probably a little bit of value on the Avalanche.
What's the path to winning here for him, AJ?
Well, in addition to everything that Jeff just said having to happen, I think you also need Jordan Binnington to travel back in time and be 2018-19 version of him. The guy that in the regular season went 24-5-1, a 1.89 goals against average. If he absolutely rediscovered his game, maybe a slim chance, but it would also have to be on top of everything that Jeff outlined as well. There's just no way to take the Blues in this one.
Okay, AJ, how about the Predators and Hurricanes? They get going as well. Game one in Carolina. Canes, big minus 250 favorites on the money line. You see them getting the job done?
I absolutely do. I think they're just out, it's a similar situation. They just outclass the Predators, in my opinion here. You've got, a bunch of guys coming back that have been rested. Andrei Svechnikov, Jordan Staal, they all look to be good to go. I think the most interesting thing to watch here is Alex Nedeljkovic. Looks like he'll be in the Nets tonight. It looks like they're going to start him over Peter Mrazek. I think that's a great call by Rod Brind'Amour. Credit to him to being willing to go to the rookie. Nedeljkovic has had the better stats of the season of all three netminders that they've had, including James Reimer. So he's the guy I think they need to go with, and I'm glad to see them pull the trigger on that one.
Jeff, Hurricanes with the fourth best championship odds right now in the DK Sportsbook, but tonight you see them getting the job done.
I mean, look, I really like the Hurricanes. I mean, I've mentioned them as one of my Stanley Cup picks. I still think you're getting good odds on them. They're being a little bit discounted. I like the fact they're going with Nedeljkovic as well, but This is an interesting spot just to take the Predators because, I mean, the reason the Predators are in this series is because Juuse Saros just played superhuman for basically a couple months. And he's got a .93 save percentage over his last 10 games. I mean, he's going to steal a game for the Predators at some point in this series. It's almost a guarantee. And I don't mind taking them here. They've got the Canes starting a rookie goalie, maybe just gets a little bit of nerves in game one. So I kind of like, if you're looking at an underdog here, I actually do like the Predators tonight with the caveat that I'm still pretty interested in the Hurricanes winning the Stanley Cup. So I think the Predators are going to be have some interesting odds to take a shot on here. I really don't mind them tonight. I don't mind Saros and DFS either, but long-term, I still think the Canes prevail here.
All right, Bruins will look to even the series versus the Caps in game two in Washington. Lost game one in overtime on Saturday night. The black and gold actually favored on the road at minus 129. So, Jeff, you picking up what odds makers are putting down here?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the Bruins here. Obviously it was a close game one. Boston didn't really get that many shots through. Played a really good defensive game for the Capitals. But are we going to trust Craig Anderson here? Really, I'm just not doing it. I think that the Bruins top line eventually gets going. Pasternak 6 shots in the first game. They also scored on the power play in the first game, which I think is, good just for their confidence a little bit. And you just look at the series between these two teams. They were 4-4 of the season series. There's one goal differentiating them. These two teams have played close playoff series before. I'm pretty much always going to go with the bounce back team here, and especially, again, with the Capitals rolling out 39-year-old Craig Anderson in net, assuming he gets the start here. And even if he doesn't, quite frankly, I like the Bruins to bounce back here.
But, dude, he's got an incredible playoff record against the Bruins between the pipes, which is kind of wild. AJ, what do you think about tonight with this game between the Bees and Washington?
I think Jeff's right here, and I'm in the same boat. I'm not trusting Craig Anderson for another game here, and it does look like he's going to get the start. Of course, it's playoff time. They're not going to name the starters, but he was the first goalie off, so we'll basically assume that he's going to get the nod there. And then as far as the rest of the lineup goes, they're not going to have Kuznetsov back by all accounts as well. He didn't take line rushes with the guys at practice, so I think he's still out of action, which really stretches their center depth here. And I agree. I think Boston in the bounce back game is a better value play.
AJ, what's your favorite overall bet for the night here in the NHL playoffs? 3 games to choose from.
Yeah, I'm going looking at Colorado for overall bet. I'm going player prop here looking at Colorado. So Nathan McKinnon tonight plus 108 to score a goal. And then I think you can double down on that, in my opinion. 2+ points is coming in for him let me find it here quick. Sorry. Plus 115. So you can double down on both of those. And I think Nathan McKinnon can really lead the way for them tonight.
Yeah, Colorado, the betting favorite right now in the DK Sportsbook to hoist Lord Stanley. Jeff, your favorite overall bet for tonight?
Yeah, I like that, getting McKinnon off a couple games of rest as well. I'm on the same page here. I'm just going to go Colorado puck line, though, minus 106. Like I said, I think they're actually being discounted a little bit. I mean, they are minus 295 on the puck line, on the money line, excuse me, but I think they could even be bigger favorites in this. I just think Colorado takes care of the St. Louis Blues, and I think they make a statement in game 1. Like I said, Blues injured, banged up. They're going to be thin. I like Colorado on the puck line here.
All right, dudes, we're running tight on time. So, AJ, enjoy the day, my friend. Jeff, we got NFL over-under with you coming up right after this. Last block of the show, we are absolutely blessed to be joined by DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and Jeff Ulrich, who will tell us if the following NFL teams will go over or under their projected win totals for the 2021 season. Focusing on some of the teams with the highest win totals, so not the Jaguars. Let's start with the Chiefs, guys, who have the highest win total on the DK Sportsbook. 12.5, over or under that, Jeff?
I mean, it's kind of tempting to take the over. You know, you're getting really good plus odds right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook, but this is just not a spot that I'm really interested in taking the over. I mean, 13 wins, it's a lot. It's when you get up to these big win totals, you're basically saying that everything is going to go right for a team in this season. And I know the Chiefs are the elite of the elite in the AFC, but this is a division that we're seeing get a little bit deeper. You've got the Browns coming up emerging. The Colts are making moves. Chiefs have a division winners schedule, and I just don't like it. I think they're going to get tough games from the Chargers and Broncos this year. You know, they got the Bills on the schedule, the Packers, Rodgers or Rodgers-less, we're not sure. But I look at this Chiefs schedule. I think teams kind of are going to take a note from what the Bucs did to them in the Super Bowl, and I think they're going to be coming for them. And, yeah, I think the Chiefs win the division, but I'm going to take the under on their win total.
Friendly reminder, Jeff, that's Blake Bortles' team now in Green Bay. 12 and a half win total, Kenny, for the Chiefs. How tempting is it to take the over here? Jeff's calling it tempting.
Yeah, it is very tempting, and I'm going to take it because I think the NFL is very top-heavy, and I don't have any belief in any team that's outside the top 5 in this league to really bother any of the elite teams, and that includes the Kansas City Chiefs. Are they going to lose 5 games? That's the question here. Are the Kansas City Chiefs going to lose 5 games? Here are the challenges: Baltimore, Buffalo, Tennessee, Dallas, Green Bay, maybe Pittsburgh and Cleveland if they come back really strong this year. I don't see them, again, that right there is 7 games. I don't see them losing more than 4 of those games. I just don't. I think that, Tennessee actually could probably I think that's one that I'm going to be taking early on, is Tennessee to take down Kansas City. But like, they did sun Baltimore, right? They sunned Buffalo. They sunned both of those teams last year, so right off the bat, they really kind of owned all their competition. I think that this is going to be a pretty easy season for the Kansas City Chiefs, just based on the fact that their schedule lays out pretty well. Considering those are the only toughest challenges, I don't think Denver's going to beat them. I know that Raiders game was very weird last year, or the Chargers game as well. But, so I think that there obviously is a little bit of divisional fun that can be had there. But when you look outside of the division, I just don't see any teams really giving them too much of a run. Again, I think that in that list of names, I think that you see maybe two, maybe three losses. So other than that, you have room for one fluke loss to the Denver Broncos, and there you go. You got your over plus money. I love it.
All right, Kenny, how about the Tampa Bay Bucks here, defending Super Bowl champions? 11.5 is the projected win total right now in the DK Sportsbook. Over or under?
I'm going to take the under here. This is a team that we're romanticizing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they won the Super Bowl, and no one's remembering, right, the struggles that this team had last year. Now, yes, it was a new team coming together. There's a lot of excuses there that you can make for the team that are very valid. But when you look at this team, I mean, perhaps they're just not really going to give it full throttle, full effort until the home stretch. And you also look at that home stretch. They got to play Atlanta twice, Detroit and Minnesota, to really rescue their record and their season. They only went 12-8 against the spread. This was just not a team that dominated other teams all season long. And that's despite the fact that the defense that won them that Super Bowl last year was really great all season long. So the offense was really the question. Again, they did bring back everybody, but I'm still wondering if this offense, without any real improvements, will be able to capitalize on a good defense and improve from last year. They're going to have to make a big step forward to win a ton of games. And again, I'm not sure that they really get into that groove. I think that they might win 11 games. I think 11.5 is a little too high for me. I'm just really worried about, Tom Brady coming out flat in some of these games like he did last year.
That's a good point. Jeff, you want over or under 11.5 for the Bucks?
Yeah, I'll take the over here. I think Kenny's just taking the under because they have the Jets on the schedule. But you look at Tampa, weaker division, no Drew Brees now, 2 games against Carolina. I like it. I mean, I really do. Again, this is a team who's got a pretty good opening set here with the Cowboys and the Falcons coming up in the first couple games. And realistically, again, you just add everything in. It's a very deep team. They've got a weaker, non-division winning schedule. I just think there's too many winnable games here for Tampa. And I do think that, the cohesiveness that we saw at the end of the year probably carries over. So give me the over here.
Okay, 3 minutes left in show, guys. Buffalo Bills, 11. Jeff, over or under?
Let's take the under here. It's just so hard for teams coming off huge spikes to sometimes hold this. I think that the AFC East is going to have at least 3 quality teams in it this year. I think it's going to be a tough division. I think the Bills are playing a division winner schedule, so I'm going to take the under.
Kenny, what do you think about the Bills, man? Your AFC East rivals.
Yeah, look, Emerson, I think that there's a very real possibility they could start off the season 1-6. Pittsburgh, Miami, Washington, Houston, KC, Tennessee, Miami. That is ridiculously difficult, a ridiculously difficult stretch. 2-5, probably more realistic. I got to take the under here just because the Buffalo Bills didn't do anything to improve their defense over the offseason. Not one thing. I think that this defense last year was a huge liability. It will be a huge liability again this season. That's just not going to fly against some of these really skilled offenses. And when you consider the fact that you don't get to play the Seattle Seahawks every week and score 40 points and get rescued by your offense, I think that it could be a little bit of an adverse season for Buffalo. There's a reason why it's 11. I think they go under.
Bry Guy behind the scenes says that's a hot take for a Monday, which I would have to agree with. All right, we have less than 2 minutes to go. Kenny, Baltimore Ravens, 10.5.
Why is it not? That's the over-under. They're going to be close to it, right? Ravens, I go over 10.5 here. Again, the NFC North, the NFC West should be very easy for them. They get to play, a whole great run of teams, Vegas, Detroit, Denver, Minnesota in there to start the season. Complete opposite of the Buffalo Bills. I think they should be 7-2 entering week 11. This is an easy over for me.
Easy over for you, Jeff.
No, I'm taking the under here. When has the Ravens ever beat a quality team? They had a cake schedule last year. It does get a little bit tougher this year. They're going to improve Browns defense. They got to play twice. always play the Steelers tough, or the Steelers always play them tough. They beat them twice last year. Bengals are going to be improved. I don't think the Ravens did anything to improve their defense. They actually lost Matthew Judon. I don't buy that a wide receiver is just going to fix Lamar Jackson's passing issues either. I think 10 or less wins is very, very in play for the Ravens here, who I think might be the third best team in this division. So I'm going to take the under.
You both have 10 seconds to answer this. Cleveland Browns, 10.5, over or under, Jeff?
Over.
I love it. Under 10 seconds. Kenny, that gives you about 12 seconds.
Over. The secondary should be great. John Johnson the second. Greg Newsome the second. They also got Jadeveon Clowney. Defense should be great. Over 10.5 wins for the Browns. That is a hot take for me because I don't believe in the Browns.
That is very, very true. Gentlemen, that was a good time. I appreciate y'all helping out, having some fun with us. Thanks, everyone, for watching the Sweat. We've got 6 Madden games on the slate today in the Dream Stream that comes up next, starting with the Eagles at the Broncos. I'll be on the call with Christian and Terrelyn. We got a 3-headed monster in the booth. Join us. Make your lineups now because you got 5 minutes until they lock. Peace out. one is. Yeah, she's as sweet as can be, but she needs to learn just some manners here and there.
Poor Tara Lynn doesn't realize she's still muted.
Tara Lynn, unmute yourself, amateur. Okay.
I had no idea. I'm like, and we are live.
I knew. I'm not kidding you. I expected that to happen with her because if you follow her on Instagram, you can see someone was out and about enjoying a little Sunday fun day yesterday. You're like Glash 2.0 now.
Oh wow.
Hey, Christian was too.
That's true. It's true. It was a
He
beautiful.
just didn't post it like me.
Oh, what did you do yesterday, Christian? But you're probably doing it with a family. Carolyn's out there and she's, looking for her next boyfriend, which we tried to help her land here in the Dream Stream on Saturday. Apparently she's still single.
Well, did we know that? Did we get confirmation? I mean,
I don't know.
I'm sure Robbie Noble is just waiting for a yes or no. He sent "You like me?" check 1, and he hasn't heard back.
It's good that. What's up?
No, nothing. I was just gonna, just say something mean, but here we are.
Wow, look at you. You're growing up. You are maturing, and that's very, very nice of you to not tear me down on this Monday. So it is Christian DeAndre. It is Terrellin Asack, Emerson Latzia here, three-headed monster. We got the three-man booth, the two-man booth with the Dudette. Producer Drew with us. TP Thomas on the ones and twos. Our guy Frangelico on the ops team hanging with us. Hell of a way to start the week. I'm stoked. I was a little annoyed that once again I'm on a freaking Eagles game. Yeah. Like, why are the Eagles always playing at noon? It's like DeAndre. It's like you and me on just these hot garbage games lately.
Yeah, I mean, unless you really like Alshon Jeffrey, Deshaun Jackson, a bunch of old dudes running the ball. It's they don't treat us with the respect we deserve for these Nooners.
No, I demand like a week where we get like the grade A teams playing each other earlier in the day. That's what we need. That's what we deserve. We get bigger numbers in like the early slate than we do the late slate. Like I'm just gonna say it. Like more people watch us here because they know Terrellin is here. They know you're here.
It's true.
And at least like
get updates on how much we drank yesterday and how our personal lives are going, which is.
Second and 14. He is going to throw the football, and it is going to be, I don't know, are they going to give it to him there? 1 of 2, 13 yards, no, incomplete. So 3rd and 14 coming up. A-Stack, did you fill out a lineup?
I didn't, because not my fault. Not my fault now. Something sounds like it's working out there. That's something I will deal with later. I did not fill out a lineup because when I went to go fill it out, it was asking me for like my credit card information, all this jazz, which I wasn't prepared for. So I think I'm doing something wrong. So I will tend to that later.
Okay. Yeah, you shouldn't be spending any money when it's a free roll contest. Yeah,
exactly.
Hopefully you're on like the right like DraftKings. It wasn't like a DraftKings, like draft and dot like kings with like a C or something at the end of it.
Yeah, knowing me, like cough semi-spam, so I don't know.
That makes sense. I mean, Koff is just trying to drain our wallets so we can make sure those coughing kids all get into a good college.
Yeah, Koff smokes me every time I play him a head-to-head in what's going on? My dogs are crying. Every time I play him in a head-to-head in NBA. So I've stopped entering the contest he sends me head-to-head. So to this game, though, guys, we've talked about Carson Wentz on this opening drive. He is the highest-owned player in the large free showdown at 72%. How about more yards, more fun?
And 52 already on this drive. The big 3rd and 14 pickup now, a little Marquise Goodwin. So we're already in Jake Elliott field goal range, barring a disaster. We're going to start off with points. So despite this game looking very wild weather Wednesday-esque on paper, getting off to a hot start here. And Emerson, did you get your lineup in? I mean, you created the contest. I got to assume that you've got.
Absolutely. And did I get your stamp of approval, by the way, with our three-headed monster name?
Not only did I appreciate it, I got top billing, so I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Chris Emmerlin. That's right. That's our name. Three names combined. How about that, Terlin? Do I get your stamp of approval?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That means everything to me. Ertz in the captain spot for me. I got Miles Sanders, Drew Lock, Lindsey, Jeffrey, and McManus. That's what we're working with.
All right. I mean, you got.
What about you? Share your lineup. I got to seriously just double check why my dog is crying. I want to make sure she didn't crap all over the crate. Give me a second.
Sure. Normal sim stuff. No, I threw Cortland Sutton the captain spot because that's what I always do. It never works out for me, and I will never learn from this. After that, Miles Sanders, Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Melvin Gordon, and Alshon Jeffrey. So betting big on a Broncos revival in the thin air of Mile High Stadium, and I'm sure that will not work out well for me. I also left like $2,800.
What? I hate doing that. I absolutely hate leaving that much money on the table. Although, every once in a while, I'll leave a few $100, but not like almost $3,000. You got to move that lineup around, dude.
When you do that, it should let you throw in like a seventh player. You should be able to throw in a $2,800 punt play. Like I should be able to get a fullback in there with the savings I had. I'm offended, really, that it broke down the way it was.
Sanders down at the 2, 3rd and goal coming up. We see you guys mentioning our audio's a little choppy, a little off. We got TP behind the scenes on the 1s and 2s working on it. Some reason, like these noon games, it's like the game that we try to work out all of our tech issues. Sanders, does he get in? Yes, he does. They give it to him.
Second effort there. That looked like it was going to be one of those ones where we think he's in and they make it 4th and inches anyway. No, paying up there. So Eagles, long sustained drive, a couple big 3rd down conversions. And there we go. We got a 6-0 ball game, extra point pending. I'm looking at the chat. I see that I'm not the only one invested.
Wow.
Former Badger legend, Melvin Gordon, who had a very nice year. And then for a minute there, it looked like they were just going to hand him the reins overall. They didn't bring Phillip Lindsay back. Instead, he's going to have to share carries with Javonte Williams, who one of the best running back prospects in this last draft. Guy who runs hard, runs angry. I like that kind of thunder and lightning feel you got between Melvin Gordon and Javonte Williams. And these Broncos, you guys, they're going to be really good this season. I mean, I think they can give Teddy Bridgewater enough to make him like a Pro Bowler again. I think they're going to go something like 10-7. I really like what the Broncos have done, even if they didn't go out and draft a quarterback, which they probably should have. Between Surtain, Javonte Williams, and a bunch of common sense free agency acquisitions, including my guy Kyle Fuller. They are looking pretty good for 2021.
Well, yeah, they're looking pretty good because they're going to have Aaron Rodgers under center. That's what's up, dude.
Strong disagree.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Terlin, what's your beef with Aaron Rodgers, by the way? I feel like every time we bring him up, you have like a comment or two, so I'm just going to go ahead and tee up now. Anything that's bugging you about him right now?
Yeah, like Aaron Rodgers, well, the Eagles as well. The Eagles trigger me and Aaron Rodgers triggers me. I didn't used to feel this way about Aaron Rodgers, but it's happened now over the course of when he started doing those interviews with Pat McAfee and he just went on looking like a bum. So that triggers me with Aaron, and I want more passion out of Aaron when it comes to the game of football. I know he's very prideful on just kind of being like, well, I'll throw it around and I'll win a game if the weather is nice that day. I want more passion out of Aaron, and he's a dating chameleon too. I don't have respect for dating chameleons.
Okay, and can you?
I need
yes
expansion on that idea.
Okay, so if we go into Aaron Rodgers' dating history, he becomes the significant other. he transforms himself into that person and he doesn't stay true to himself. Maybe this is his most true self now. I feel like Aaron Rodgers is maybe supposed to be true man of the woods. But when he was dating Olivia Munn, very clean cut, super jacked. Let's go on the red carpet, babe. Let's wear fitted suits. Let's shower. Danica Patrick.
Wait, let's shower?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. You have my attention.
Tell me more about these
Patrick.
Olivia Munn showers.
Yes, same thing with Danica Patrick. He was just very pristine looking and was very with the media, wanted to go out and do all the appearances, take all the flashy photography. Now he's acting like he's completely opposite of that because, as you know, Shailene Woodley is not like that. Yes, she's an actress, but she's like, oh, a camera. I've never seen that a day in my life. You work with a camera every day, Shailene. Do not be afraid of the paparazzi. You should be used to it by now. So I feel like Aaron Rodgers is now just becoming Shailene. He's like, oh, Jeopardy, Jeopardy. I don't know about the NFL anymore. I just would like him to just man up.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I kind of agree with, like, he just seems, he doesn't seem like he's excited to just be there. And for me, it carried over when he was hosting Jeopardy. I'm like, gosh, dang, dude, like, you're a damn good quarterback, but you're just a dud of a Jeopardy host for me. And I know Andrew on YouTube says, wish he would date a magician and disappear.
Dang.
Phenomenal. Which, speaking of that, we got almost 300 people, you guys, watching right now on YouTube. Already up to 41 likes. Haven't had to ask you yet, so that's really good stuff. We do have a 3-man vote, something we're doing a little more often here on the Dream Stream because it's fun and more the merrier, especially when we work in our girl Tara Lynn. But I see all the usual suspects here in the chat. Much love to you guys making us part of your Monday first 6 Sims here on the slate. Are we going to, producer Drew, are we going to re-air the sweat coming up next? Just let me know about that. I can tell you it's major week. It's a golf major week. The PGA Championship is here. And so Reed T and I are going to have a PGA Championship edition of Get the Green. That's going to come up after the 2 o'clock sim. So around 3 o'clock or so, we'll go for about 45 minutes. And the sweat will re-air coming up after this. If you have any sports betting or DFS questions about the NBA, NFL, NHL, baseball, all that jazz.
Who do we have on the sweat today? Did Reed T. Fowler make an appearance?
Reed T. Fowler did make an appearance, and as you will hear on the sweat, he's actually going to be at Kiowa Island this week for the PGA Championship. So he really got shafted this week with his shift at DK going down to South Carolina. So that really sucks for him, and we'll talk more about that at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, brutal. I get to go to Fort Worth tomorrow, where it's going to be thunderstorms for the entire week, and I get to hang out with the in-laws and a toddler inside. I'm going to be trying to fill in for as many streams as possible for that. As much.
Oh, man. Wow. Going to the Lone Star State, huh?
Yeah. And then, like, originally, it was like, okay, they got a pool in the back, and like, oh, perfect. Go out, enjoy, soak up a little sun, enjoy that 80-degree weather, maybe toast this pale skin, a healthy pink. But no, going to be raining nonstop. Just going to be sitting inside, hopefully just joining the streams.
Yeah.
Staying away from shenanigans. I don't know.
All right. Well, hopefully the ones that you decide to step into and call are better than this one. I mean, 7-0, which is better than, bagels on the board, right, Terrelyn? Hey, Terrelyn, you want to read the stats? Do you want to do it?
No.
No? Okay, cool. That's fine with me. Miles Sanders has carried the rock 6 times for 13 yards and does have the only touchdown of this day.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking bad, but so is everyone else. Carson Wentz on pace for the bonus through 1 quarter, which is nice. Drew Lock running, screaming in the opposite direction from it, which not that surprising. He's like a 68 overall in this game. I was like, you know what, this is going to be one of those days where he has 3 touchdown passes, 275 yards. Not even close. He's been a disaster as the Eagles driving toward points once again. So this game has all the makings of a disappointment for the good, fine folks in Colorado. Alshon Jeffrey, 2 for 35, your leading receiver. Marquise Goodwin. Kenny Ducey's #always captain guy, 2 for 22, making Kenny look smart, which is why I hate him beyond reproach. Dog.
Just one more reason to hate our dude Kenny. Smooches Deuce. Love you. I'll be on a game with him later this week. So we end up having 123 entries in the Chris Emmerling contest. And right now, my captain, Zach Ertz, has 0 points, and 66.7% of the people in that contest decided to roster him. Currently with 21, just under 22 points. That's what the lineup looks like. Christian, how you doing? How you looking? How are you guys and gals looking in the DK Sim fam?
Currently 77th in the Chris Emmerling showdown. So not my best day, but also not my worst. You know, that Cortland Sutton, the captain spot, not looking great for me right now. Nor is Melvin Gordon, nor Noah Fant. But you know, plenty of time for the Broncos to feel the heat, get things cooking in the lovely high altitude of the Rocky Mountains.
Josh March says, you clowns should be honored to host with ASAC, in which we are.
Yeah.
Like, these three-headed booths have become my favorite, especially when ASAC slides into the chair. But then Destiny, I'm a huge fan of hers, says, Tara, why are you doing like that? You know, and I said, hey, you want to read the stats? And, you know, a little ode to Statrick back in the day, rest in peace. But it's all good, you know.
You know, we're still warming up to the 3-man booth. This is only my second week, so let me just get into a groove of it. I'm still kind of teetering, I feel like. And then I get Flash next, then I'm stuck with like Coughlin and Brandon Cristal later in the week. That has me all in knots because that's just, I don't know how that's going to go. And then I got me and Rossi this weekend, and we're kind of fun, so that should be great.
The good news is with the Cristal sim, you can point him in one direction, and then you're going to get a training camp story, some Adam Gates. You can just let him go off. It's very, very nice. I enjoy my Cristal sims because it's like dueling story times. Oh my goodness!
Oh yes, my captain. Thank you, baby. Ertz. Oh my God, Ertz. Thank you.
Look at that. Ertz, I mean, popular captain pick. 20% of you got like 10 plus points on that touchdown catch. 62% of you got him in the lineup in general. Makes sense. Only 8,600 in the flex for the third highest scoring guy in these sims behind Carson Wentz and Miles Sanders. And I did not have him in my lineup. I went with Miles Sanders and Alshon Jeffrey instead. And you know what? Not loving it. Not feeling great about it. Fortunately, I do have Drew Lock and just 0.64 points in the flex, keeping me afloat. As I'm now 119th out of 123 people who showed up for a free roll. It's all right. Okay.
You are one pathetic loser. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys agree with this? Destiny says Emerson looks like Matt Ryan and Julian Edelman clone. So if those two got together and had a child, I would be that guy, which clearly the athleticism is there.
Right.
Yeah, what a compliment.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if Matt Ryan could hang with you on the Peloton. So if anything, it might be a bit of an insult.
Oh, that's true.
Quad strength. I mean, I've seen Matt Ryan a lot. I've never gone like, wow, that dude's got the hamstrings of the Greek god. And yet, whenever I see you stand up, I'm like, wow, Emerson can probably power an entire city electrical grid just by hopping.
Johnny Lambert says, fix your mics. We're trying, dude. We're trying.
We are trying.
Yeah.
Absolute meltdown this morning. And for the first time ever, Nuke says Emerson actually sounds the best. That's the only time you will ever hear that. Hey, did you guys get your taxes done? Today's tax day.
I did. I'm pretty sure I goofed him up pretty hard, but you know what? Let's see what happens there.
Yeah, Emerson, I agree with you. Like you said, I am poor again, so maybe that's why I'm a little bummed. I'm just bummed today. I don't know what it is about this Monday. I'm just bummed out. I'm poor again. Taxes.
Yeah.
At least I get YouTube, but then I get Clash next, so that kind of stinks. But
you know, Glass is gonna be coming in with a big head too after calling his first Connecticut some.
That's what I'm annoyed about. As we all know, I like to be the main diva, so now I have to deal with his divaness, and he has every right to be a diva because Glash is like a kind of a big deal right now.
Yeah, he is. He was all over CBS Sports Network and the New England Sports Network yesterday calling the game, which I was able to catch the oh, baby, let's go. Give it to me to the house.
Woo! The rookie Hamburglar himself, KJ Hamler, slot guy out of Penn State, ripping off a 60-yarder to get his Broncos back in this game. Breaks a tackle wide open downfield, one stiff arm later into the end zone. Bam! Broncos coming alive.
Love it, baby.
Dragging me out of bottom 4 and into the bottom 16. I'm 107th now.
Green, eggs, and ham. Yeah, Terrell, it hurts me to hear you say that you're having a rough Monday because I know that feeling. But then going out and just not holding back on a Sunday does not help you. It's like that. It's like that anxiety that like sets in on Mondays.
I did it 100% to myself.
Yeah.
I will say that, but I also had like a bridal shower this weekend. Then we had producing this is on Saturday. We had a lot of issues with that because we kept dropping in and out too. A little audio issues. That's why I'm hoping it will pick back up here for us. But yeah, no, I did it to myself. I should have just stayed in and just watched some TV and probably just supported Glash. But I decided to do the opposite. So actually, I blame Glash.
Fair, that's fair. And at no point should you ever support Glash. I think we knew that to begin with. But yeah,
and Glash posting a picture of the court saying, "Oh, my new office." Just forgetting all about Simland over here in his office at home with Leafy, his plant.
Leafy is going to be neglected. That plant is going to die from loneliness.
That plant is already dead. It just doesn't even know it.
And like Flash comes back, he talks to the plant, he tells the plant all about how he now knows Rebecca Lobo, hangs out with Aerial Powers, and just like, all right, Flash, calm down, buddy. Calm down.
We get it.
Yeah, you're cooler than us.
Sick suit.
He looks like
borrowed my dad's suit to go to a formal energy yesterday. It was incredible. He posted a picture on Instagram. It's like he's wearing the sneakers and the suit is just a little bit too big on him. And just like that's the man. That's the Glash I know.
You know, that's the thing is like Glash Eddie has lost so much weight like recently, and that's the one thing you got to remember if you're like wearing suits for like that job. You got to make sure the suits are kind of shrinking like with you. Either go get them tailored or go get a couple like slim fits. I mean, you go on like the J. Crew website, like they have half of my suits are from like their clearance section. And then there's a great little place in Watertown called Eastern Clothing here. I could go there and get him set up with Anna. Oh my God, like fine Italian fabric. You can go there. She will fit him to a T. That nice feminine figure of Glash. Like he will be looking hot. But I agree. Hey, you live and learn. I think it's the first time he's lost a boatload of weight like this. So a new suit, that dude's gonna be looking straight fire, man.
Poor Glash. Not even on the sim. Not even in the chat. Just catching strays left and right.
Sorry, Glash.
Yeah. I mean, we don't have to apologize for it. It's clear he deserves it.
So as for the, I'm just going to go back to the audio issues real quick because I will say this: it didn't come off on air this morning on the Sweat because we're straight professionals. But if you notice between some of the segments, there were longer breaks because Zoom nationwide is having major issues. So this one today is not on us, but at halftime, probably going to be a little extended halftime here. I think we're going to go off air for a little bit. The game will not be played unless it's on the screen, so you're not going to miss any action. But we're going to try to reset this thing and see if Zoom can like fix itself. But Zoom's having issues all over the place. It's the most Monday thing ever. Yeah, bang, I like this. Bang on YouTube. Can y'all stop speaking into the 1980s metal oscillating fan? I got to listen to us real quick. Hold on.
I know. I want to hear us.
Here we go.
I think we're going to go off air for a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that's rough. Oh, my God, that's terrible.
Sorry, Cat.
Anyway, guys, we're working on it. And there's Zach Ertz picking up another catch. 14-7. Eagles looking to extend their lead. Ertz has a touchdown. Miles Sanders has the first touchdown. Ertz, that's just a second catch. First one was for the score. And then the Ham Man can scoring for the Broncos. So 14-7 here. Minute and a half to go. What you going to do? First and goal from the 7. How about it? Let's go.
Woo! Keys. So a great day for guys Kenny Ducey likes. Not only a Ham Man slam earlier from 60 plus, but Goodwin now into the end zone. And
Mr. Goodbar, baby. Mr. Goodbar. That's his nickname.
Dude, I was very invested in this Denver defense. I'm like, they're at home. They're playing the Eagles and their old man lineup. They got all sorts of superstars. Nope, wrong. Carson Wentz slicing through them like a butter knife through a wedge of brie.
Ooh, yes. That sounds excellent. Yo, Wentz on that drive? Did I just see he was 6 for 6 for 63 yards? Congo Cab will be happy. Right before that touchdown, he goes, throw another tud, Carson. Let's go.
Yeah, we appreciate you guys sticking around despite the audio issues. We really appreciate those of you who have dropped in a like, although that might have just been likes for Tara's showering with Danica Patrick scenario. So
My goodness, I didn't mean it like that, Chad.
Yeah. I know exactly what you meant, you pervert.
Oh, bloody hell.
So I was kind of an idiot for rostering a lot of the pass catchers for the Eagles, but not Carson Wentz. So that has me chilling in 90th spot right now. And that large free showdown we always have, we have north of 9,000 entries. Did everyone get in on that? And where are you at? Anyone on the Broncos you'd love to see step up here? You went Broncos heavy, didn't you, Christian?
I did. Between Noah Fant and Melvin Gordon, I currently have 0.2 points. So not feeling great about it. I'm currently 118th out of 123 of us who showed up for the free roll. So that's not helping. Not doing great. But you know what? I'm beating Tara Lynn, who is so perturbed by cough, I'm going to assume, that she didn't even put in the lineup.
I'm going to make a lineup for the next game. So I got a Slack saying I have to refresh it, so that's why I don't have to put in my credit card information. Or Cough is trying to steal my money. I haven't figured it out yet, so let me try that out. And if he is trying to steal my money, that makes him even a bigger bozo than what he already is.
Yep. 100% on 3rd and 10. They will not pick up the first down. So now the Eagles are like, okay, we got this. I don't know. That was such a stupid play call. But we've kind of grown used to that from time to time.
So very possible the Eagles put together a 50-plus point pace today at Mile High. And you know what? If we're going to get a lopsided win, at the very least, Sim Gods, you can give us something like a 63-7 Broncos blowout. Give us something to look forward to as Sean Jackson. Nothing going on that punt return. Hey, do you guys see the FCS championship game yesterday? I mean, Tara Lynn, she was too busy having Sunday fun day. Maybe it was on in the background at one of those lovely venues. But no, FCS title game yesterday, absolute banger. Started off sloppy as hell in a rainstorm. They had to delay it because of a lightning strike. Oh, no. Don't let Alshon Jeffrey boat race.
I need that.
Field, that old
no,
man.
you shut your face. I need that, buddy. All right, hey, tell me more about this game that I had no idea was going on.
Yeah, South Dakota State versus Sam Houston, FCS title game. South Dakota State's starting quarterback gets injured like 3 plays into the game, doesn't come back. They take a 4th quarter lead on a Beast Quake style run. Now they go up 21-17. Sam Houston battles back, scores the game-winning touchdown with like 15 seconds to play on like a 3rd and goal. They convert a multiple 4th downs before that. Awesome drive. South Dakota State gets the chance, brief chance, 3 timeouts, 15 seconds to get back into it. They run back-to-back hook and ladders, and they get into field goal range. Just not enough time to try and kick a game winner. The game was rad as hell. I am 1,000% here for spring FCS football. I know there's no way to make it work with the schedule, but like it was just awesome to watch, have on in the background. Like a Sunday afternoon college football, a meaningful game between pretty good programs. And Sam Houston, always the bridesmaid, finally gets to be the bride, win a title. I don't know. If there was a way to keep some kind of meaningful spring college football around, maybe it's just Division III, I would be absolutely here for it. Oh my God, Broncos defense, just a disaster. That play overturned on review, and now we
need it. Get in there.
Oh,
damn it. All right, you got one more timeout here, Philly, but you got plenty of time. Yes, that's 1st down, Captain. Oh, Captain. 1st and goal coming up here from like the 5. And yes, I just totally blame the Broncos for trying to run the football on like 3rd and long on their previous drive, giving the Eagles plenty of time to work with to close up the first half of this game.
I mean, 1 timeout, 34 seconds, 2, maybe 3 plays here. So they might be able to get it all the way down to 4th down before having to kick the field goal as long as Wentz.
Oh, Wentz sack, but
let's not do that.
Haven't burnt the timeout. I have not burned it yet. Gonna need to here.
Waiting, wishing, hoping.
Yeah, Spencer asked if you're just joining us. Anyone who's just joining us, you can probably tell by listening to us, we sound like, we sound less than ideal. We don't sound perfect like we typically do. We are having some audio issues. Zoom's having issues around the world right now. At halftime, we're going to take some time. We're going to try to figure it out. We're going to do it at halftime, so obviously none of us miss any of the game. Thomas TP on the 1s and 2s behind the scenes is absolutely freaking out and panicking right now. So we're just trying to make sure he stays cool, calm, and collected. Okay, 2nd and goal from the 10. I'll get a little fired up. If they screw this up, don't do it.
Get rid. No! He hoyered himself. They're not going to get any points out of this drive.
Von Miller. Oh, man. And this is when I sit back and I say, yo, Sim, Madden, why are you the way that you are?
Brutal. Just brutal. Well, a great sim for the Eagles passing offense, a much less so for any running game. I think combined these two teams have 34 rushing yards between them. Look at that Wentz.
Look at those numbers though.
266 and 2 touchdowns. You have to have Wentz in your lineup today. Drew Lock less so. He has 89 passing yards, most of which came on that long KJ Ham slam touchdown, 60-yarder. That's the only points that these Broncos have right now.
Okay, so yes, we're going to hop off Zoom for 2 seconds. I'll continue to rip through the stats though, like real quick, if we just want to. So, did you mention the rushing ones? I'm trying to listen at the same time.
We got the touchdown there, and
okay. And then on the receiving end of things, that's coming up now. A good one, 6 grabs, 48 yards, and a touchdown. Ertz has the other passing or receiving touchdown, I should say, 3 for 34. Jeffrey, 4 for 83. He's 17 from the B word. Jackson, 4 for 65. Sanders, 2 for 27. So, yeah, as you'd expect with Wentz with 266. All of the receiving yards, basically just Eagles wide receivers. All right, we're going to hop off Zoom for 2 seconds. We're going to try to fix the audio. Everybody hang tight. Obviously, it's halftime. We're not going to miss any of the game. So we'll be back here in just a moment.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. I believe we're back.
Theoretically, we're fixed.
I think so.
That would be nice.
Fingers crossed.
Would be nice.
Hopefully.
In case you missed it. So first off, thank you, Thomas, on the ones and twos. Fixed audio. That's what he says. Do we sound better to all of you beautiful men and women of the DK Sim fam in the chat?
All right. Nuke says we're good. We're better at the very least.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yep, they're saying much better.
Wow. Turtle says y'all sound amazing.
Wow.
I'm getting a lot of yeses.
Wow.
Congo, much better. Emerson.
All right. All right.
Sounds better.
Was also saying that everything was Ducey's fault, which I think we can all get behind. And whenever anything goes wrong here in Sim, be sure to contact customer support. It's at Kenny Ducey on Twitter.
Yes.
You ever notice though, like we have him when we have him on the Sweat, Tara-Len, which we have weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern time here on the Dream Stream. Anytime we have him on the Sweat, we have issues that follow in the noon game. Like there is some kind of, is it bad, like juju? Does he sabotage us? What do you think he does?
I would say sabotage. I think
saboteur.
Yeah, professionally jealous of the rest of us for many reasons. Perhaps because we told the national audience that he has bunk beds that he's not allowed to get on the top of because he's scared of heights. So could be that.
Oh, that will do it.
Yeah.
He was bragging.
What?
The bunk bed thing?
Yeah. When did that happen?
Oh, months ago at this point?
There were sources were telling us that he and his roommate, his longtime girlfriend, sleep in bunk beds, and that Ducey did not let his significant other take the top bunk, like he needed the top bunk. But then he squashed those rumors. Sources were incorrect, and he showed us that he has just a mattress on the floor that they sleep in. And that mattress was Matt LaMarca's mattress, because Matt LaMarca sold his mattress and his saxophone so he could afford a Top Shot pack like a month or so ago.
Yeah, I really believe that about LaMarca.
Me too, dude. Me too.
It's all a carnival of sadness. It's just soap opera lives on the other end of the Dream Stream. Not everyone can be as prosperous as the three of us, especially not Josh.
No, definitely not.
Second and 4, Drew Lock. So he's 5 of 8, 105 yards. He has crossed the century mark, and we finally, for the first time, have Deshaun Hamilton. Is that right? On the board, wide receiver 4.
Yeah, 3.7 fantasy points per game has been kind of a non-factor lately, but in the real world, the Broncos, with their terrible injury luck, he and Juwan James both had ligament tears related to oh, wow. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Oh,
no, baby. What is you doing? What is you doing?
I do not care for it. Emerson Tara-Len is a disappointing spin so far, but maybe the Eagles can just put this one away and we can go running clock for the fourth quarter.
Von Miller chasing him down. Carson Wentz must be careful. Hold on to the bread. We are 10 likes away from the century mark. Always our goal in the first of the day. I know Tara-Len really, really wants everyone here to hammer that like button. When she speaks, we listen. We follow her command.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is Teddy Bridgewater the better answer at quarterback than Drew Lock, Christian? Is that going to be like a camp battle we're going to watch unfold before our eyes?
Yeah, I think like on the surface it will be, but man, Teddy Bridgewater is light years better than Drew Lock just because he doesn't make the stupid mistakes Drew Lock makes. Drew Lock has got that $1 million arm, but he cannot process things as well as Teddy Bridgewater can. He gets knocked off schedule and everything falls apart for him. So if you blitz Drew Lock, he will do stupid things. He will run into traffic. He will throw terrible passes. And this is a guy who didn't get pressured that much last season. He only got sacked on about 4% of his dropbacks. That was a great rate, but still only 16 passing touchdowns in 13 games. awful quarterback rating, barely had more touchdowns than interceptions. So with Bridgewater, you get a much less exciting quarterback because he's not going to close his eyes and whip the ball downfield the way Drew Lock did when things didn't go his way, but you get a much sturdier one. Teddy does not make the same kind of mistakes. He's not going to wow you. He's not going to go out there and throw for 300 yards and 4 touchdowns every week, but he's going to complete a lot of his passes. He's going to make your young wideouts look better, and the Broncos have a ton of those guys. And he's going to reduce the mistakes he made, although last season that interception rate was a little bit concerning. It went up a little higher than you'd like to see, and this is a guy who doesn't throw downfield a ton. Maybe that changes under the Broncos. They got some very exciting options. I think it all depends. The Teddy Bridgewater from the first 5 weeks of the season last year was awesome. Other teams got used to him. They really tampered what you can expect from him. So hopefully we won't get more of that. We had a Jake Elliott 51-yarder here. This goes through.
Okay.
Great deal. The kicker.
Oh, that looks good.
Ooh.
That is good. 5 points. 5 points for all you brave soldiers who rostered him.
Yeah, very nice. So 8 on the day from him.
No, damn.
Even though Carson Wentz stripped him of his chip shot field goal to end the first half, it does make it a 3-possession game. Pretty much closes the books on a Broncos comeback here. I don't trust them to score 3 times in 12 minutes. Not the way things have been going, but hey, maybe a little more ham slam action will get us there.
Ham slamwich. Breaking news.
Oh.
I have in my inbox the latest, greatest edition of the post route.
The post route.
It has hit my
go.
inbox.
Yeah.
That's a great question. Would you like to answer that, Christian?
We take a deep dive into the debut dates of every first-round rookie quarterback. When's Trevor Lawrence going to start? Well, he's going to start in week 1. We know that. When's Zach Wilson going to start? Again, his backups right now are James Morgan and Mike White. He's going to be the week 1 starter by default. But Trey Lance, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, one of those guys is going to get thrown into the fire. Well, I break it down for you today on today's post route, postroute.substack.com. We look at when each of those rookie quarterbacks will make their first start. And my colleague Sarah Hardy drags Cole Beasley for very Cole Beasley reasons. You can check it out. Subscribe for free. Postroute.substack.com. Send you NFL news and analysis every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Christian, I love the teaser. I mean, I'm hyped up. But essentially, are you giving me a tease and kind of a hint that you don't have Fields starting week 1?
I don't. I think they are going to Andy Dalton take the reins the first 2 weeks, right? Fields, you don't want to break him in against that Rams defense. You got Aaron Donald, you got Jalen Ramsey, and you really only have one wideout that needs to be covered at all times because as much as I like Cole Kmet and Darnell Mooney, they are not – Jalen Ramsey's not going to be breaking off Allen Robinson to get those guys. And Fields' entire action plan is going to be, when in trouble, throw to Allen Robinson. So rather than let him struggle and twist in the wind in week 1, I think they let Andy Dalton go. I think they keep Andy Dalton in for week 2 because he gets to play the Bengals. Perfect. Get it done. That's
dude. Remember Tua's like, was it Tua's second game or was it his? I think it was his first start, wasn't it? Was against that Rams defense too, like last year.
It's bad. Let's see.
He went 12 of 22, 93 yards against that Rams defense, but they won. They won 28-17.
Yeah, I mean it's a rough scene. You don't want to throw a guy into the fire just like that. So bring him along slowly, and then eventually that schedule turns on him like weeks. I think it's like 7 through 9, something like that. It gets really, really tough. But Fields at that point will have a little bit of mileage under his belt. He's got a nice soft landing zone if he wants to come in, play the Lions, play the Packers, go up against some lower key defenses, and then Buccaneers, Steelers, Niners, Ravens. Those guys are going to chew him up like he's got his arm caught in the gears of a clock. So Might as well get a few optimistic starts under his belt before things get real pear-shaped there. But yeah, dude, I love Justin Fields. I think he's going to be great. I just don't think he's going to be great in 2021. So.
Okay. All right. 400 people watching on the Dream Stream on YouTube. That's great. 116 likes. That's great. Terrelyn, the Guru 805 says you bring the likes up, which I totally agree.
Wow.
So thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Also, Christian Congo Cab, team always here. Good loyal friend of the program says Christian Fields is starting week 1. Book it.
I mean, maybe if he wows people during camp for sure. But hey, Bears have already tweeted out QB1 for Andy Dalton. Yeah.
Yep.
But I think there is a ton of pressure on Matt Nagy right now. He might get fired this year. This might be his last season. Even though he's never had a losing record as Bears head coach, he's never won a postseason game. So the pressure might be there to develop his quarterback. But listen, if Fields struggles a little bit in camp, it's going to be Dalton week 1. It's going to be bring this guy on a little bit more slowly. Wait until maybe there's an injury. Wait until maybe there's a nice soft stretch of schedule. And that doesn't really work out great for the Bears. You know who does work out great for is the Patriots, who get a really, really nice soft schedule after years and years of nonstop all crunchberry bangers from winning the AFC East this year. They get a nice soft schedule, and if they're struggling, could be Mac Jones time a little bit earlier, could be Mac Jones time a little bit later if Cam Newton comes back to full strength. A lot of fun moving parts with that New England team. You can read all about it. Why are you punting, Broncos?
Yeah.
You are down by 17.
Dude, I just gotta. You mentioned Cam Newton going back to full strength. I don't know if we're ever going to see him like that again. It was crazy. So yesterday, Kelvin Benjamin, who did he sign with the Giants? But he's trying to have this comeback story as a tight end, right? And then someone tweeted out all of his touchdown receptions when he was with Carolina and Cam Newton. And holy hell, looking at Cam Newton before that injury and when he could throw the hell out of the football, dude, that was impressive. Beautiful, beautiful throws, but we didn't see it last year, man. And I just don't know if we'll ever see it again. But I long for the days where we could see that MVP caliber Cam Newton. I just think that it's behind us.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, he had made some great adjustments early in the year. Then he came down with COVID, and he wasn't the same guy. And I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. They have gone above and beyond to replace all the scrubs in that receiving core. So they've added wideouts. They have tight ends that aren't a bunch of old abandoned mannequins with tight end written across their chest. They have guys that you can actually throw to this year who make his life a little bit easier. But if Newton can't be anything more than average, maybe we see Mac Jones a little bit earlier than expected. If Newton balls out, if Newton can be 85% of what he was at his peak, Mac Jones maybe sits the whole year. The Patriots go back to the playoffs, and then Bill Belichick has to figure out what to do that offseason. Does he re-sign Cam Newton? Does he let someone else overpay for Cam Newton, just bring Mac Jones in? That's a good problem to have. Is that going to be the problem the Patriots face? We'll see, man. I'm more optimistic about Cam Newton than a lot of New England people out there. I think he can be pretty good again. He's still a young man. He's still got his health. I don't know. We'll see.
We saw his best years with Greg Olsen, damn good tight end, and a large human being like Kelvin Benjamin, who was almost a tight end playing wide receiver. They now have Jonnu Smith. You got Hunter Henry. There are guys there who have the bodies and the skill set that he likes. So I think we'll see early on. I know Michael Lombardi told me last week or the week before he's taking the over when I give him week 8 under when Mac Jones will start.
Yeah.
Terrelyn, what do you want to see? I mean, you're a Patriots gal. You're a New England
I'm
fan.
a New England gal. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, we know Jones is going to be waiting in the wings to take that position to be QB1, but I'm optimistic about Cam.
Yeah.
And he had COVID last season. As we know, last season was kind of a crapshoot for the NFL. So I'm hoping that we get to see Cam in full force, and I'm being optimistic about Cam Newton as well. A lot of Patriots Nation, they're not with Cam.
Yeah.
I mean, social media is brutal, but no, I like a good comeback story, guys. I really do. So I'm hoping Cam shines this season.
Absolutely. Sign me up, man. I love feel good stories. I'm all about it. Give it to me. Also give me the fourth quarter now, which is underway 24 to 7 here. Coming up next, everybody, is going to be a rerun of the Sweat. We'll bring it to you again because we know 11 a.m. Eastern time can be a little early for people on the East Coast like Tara Lynn, or maybe you're over on the West Coast. So that's going down there. Texans at the Patriots with U2 and Glash at 2 o'clock. And then after that, I'll have Get the Green with Reed around 3 o'clock. We'll talk PGA Championship. And then the early slate will wrap up with Glash and Brandon for Packers at the Cowboys at 4.
Hollywood
Busy day here, man.
Coming back to us to grace us with his WNBA game calling presence.
He was great. Like I said, I didn't watch most of the game. I tuned in for like the last 2 minutes, and he sounded fantastic.
You know what? I felt bad because the production value is not in the booth, obviously. They came through and they sounded crystal clear. You could hear every dulcet tone in Glash's voice, but they were clearly not filming in 4K for that game. There were definitely some moments where it looked like someone just smeared a bunch of Vaseline on the screen and you were watching through a snowstorm, which is like, I thought Connecticut summer indoors. That's bizarre. As we have, as Frangelico points out, Wentz over 300. He's got the passing bonus. He's a guy you got to have in that lineup. Eagles trying to burn some clock down here. Not doing too bad a job of it. Already 2 minutes into the fourth and final quarter here.
Yeah, thanks a lot to Frangelico behind the scenes, adding up scores for us, looking at the contest, looking at the Chris Emmerlin contest. Let's see, the Crooklyn Dodger, first place. DFS Queenie, look at you. Sports Guru in third. Trying to see if I recognize some of the names. Yeah, certainly do.
Hey, did you look all the way down in 121st out of 123?
Oh, no, I don't waste my time down there with all the peasants, although I'm pretty close to you at 104th. There you are, Train Island. Wow, 45 points. That's tough.
It's not good. I got a 0.4 on Bossman 45-23, though, so feeling good.
Yeah. Terrelyn, I'm sorry to tell you this, but Jason Myers over on YouTube says, wow, I liked you, Terrelyn, but you like the Patriots? That's a deal breaker.
Ooh. Wow. I mean, yeah, especially in this dating world now, a lot of people are outspoken about what they want because, you know, that's where we are. We tell everybody everything on all social media platforms. So a lot of guys it's a deal breaker if you don't like their team sometimes. Oh,
yeah. Are you
or
serious?
Or they pop off like a Ducey. It's crazy.
Oh, God. Can you imagine like a first date with Ducey and you bring up the Patriots and then he and his Jets fandom and how much he hates the Pats, like he will talk for the next 20 minutes while you're just sitting there dipping like your bread in oil, your calamari comes, you start to feast on the main course. He is still rambling about the Jets.
Yes.
That sounds like the perfect date.
It really does, right?
Yeah, and he met his roommate. They shared an Uber together, and I got like, how did that go? I want details.
I don't understand that.
Yeah. Jake Elliott, is he going to be paying off for you again with a
is that
plus yarder? No, it's a doink.
No. Okay. Well, did I roster McManus?
You did.
Who did I roster? I did? Okay. Thanks for remembering my
No, we talked up one of the kickers, and I was like, oh, okay. And then I remember Jake Elliott going out there, and it's like, oh, that's not Emerson's guy.
Yeah, so TK Simfam, how's your lineup looking? Is that Fant's first reception? Someone was talking about how he's been on the side of a milk carton. And
it's his second. He had one for 2 yards before that. So.
Okay. So that's his first significant reception there.
The good news is it's going to get me out of 122nd place, perhaps. No, it did not.
Well, could get some garbage points here if you're like DeAndrea and decide to go Broncos heavy in your lineup. Junior Clark says, what WTF is going on today? Talking about our conversation. There's dating. Everyone's mentioning, dating. They're talking about that. They're talking about Vaseline.
Yeah, it's a little weird today.
It's a slippery slope 2nd and 2. 2.5 minutes to play. Inside the 5. 1st and goal coming up. Drew Lock up to 169 yards.
Hey.
First reception of the day for number 10, Jerry Jeudy. Judy.
Good reference there. Good Kaiser Chiefs drop. It's been a while.
Thanks, Mr. Smooch. I appreciate it. Come on, do that thing we like. Give us some points.
Oh, no.
Wait, did that go off the dude's helmet?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Kenny's therapist, formerly James Farrell, says hello, Tara Lynn.
Hey there.
And good morning to us. So that's nice.
Again, the sweat will be coming your way here on the Dream Stream between the 2 o'clock sim. There we go. Wide open, right down the middle. Run the slant route.
Oh, Jerry Jeudy.
Okay. Back at him.
Okay, off the milk carton and avoiding babysitter Billy honors. Maybe handing that honor back over to, Cortland Sutton, I suppose, who is 1 catch for 13 yards right now.
Jeudy, 27% owned, 2.5% in the captain spot. She's in first place right now. Scores are changing all the time because Dan Frangelico's on top of it.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a battle for the Krusty Cough player of the game here between Carson Wentz and Marquise Goodwin. Goodwin with those 8 catches. He gets 1 more catch. It might have to be in by default, just out of principle. Goodwin 35% owned in our showdown compared to Wentz's 62%. You know what? It's gonna be Goodwin. We're gonna go ahead and babysitter Billy Goodwin right now. Ooh, excuse me.
I see Simon's hanging out with us today over on Twitch.
Poor Simon was just talking to himself for a while.
Yeah, I know.
And it was like I was germane to our topic of conversation too, talking about how Kane's washed and how
all good. But you're there.
Yeah.
You said I hear you. The Free Piercy's here. I mean, Nuke's here.
Yeah.
Emerson Lazia is here. Broby, Reed T's Did You Know? Mamba Vision. Speaking of Mamba Vision, man, it was an emotional weekend there with the Basketball Hall of Fame. Yeah, with I don't know if in like recent memory I've seen a woman as strong as Vanessa Bryant, man.
Yeah.
She got up there. She was flanked by Michael Jordan. An incredible speech. And
I started my day yesterday by crying to her speech. I literally full on watched the whole 13 minutes. Right on IGTV, and I full on cried. I cry every time Vanessa talks about Kobe Bryant. Her resiliency, she is so strong. It's pretty amazing. And then her daughter accepted Kobe's jacket.
Yeah, there was not a dry eye in the room, Tara Lynn. You were right about that.
Mm-hmm.
KG getting in. Timmy getting in.
Yeah, Timmy dunks. Nasty bank shot. And we got next year's Hall of Fame class announced. The Truth getting his shot.
That's right.
And Bill Russell going in as a Tommy Heinsohn.
I was just going to say the same thing. And then also, I mean, they want one little more Celtics love. Mike Gorman, play-by-play guy for the Celtics, is going in. So Green Teamers will be well represented next year.
The men of 98.5 today, flagship station here, in Boston, they were saying that they think the NBA Hall of Fame stinks and it's not really a big deal to them.
Well, yeah. There's something about that Hall of Fame, which
like
kind of
high school coaches. It's too. They said it's too random.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who believe that hall will kind of let in just about anybody.
Well, I mean, the thing with that is too, like on the other side of that, like when Hall of Famers get announced on like NBA Twitter, everyone's like, "Oh hell yeah, that guy's awesome." Compared to NFL Twitter, it was like that guy got in. Like it's just a weird, a weird difference between the NBA and NFL Hall of Fames, where one is way more combative, and the NBA Hall of Fame seems to be like, "Hey man, good job, that's cool, congrats." Like, the NFL tries to make it much more exclusive, but the NFL does have that enormous human being who hands out the NBA, the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Drew
Yeah,
Lock.
the NBA acts like everybody just gets a trophy. Even if they lost, everybody will get the trophy. NFL, not like that.
Yeah, speaking of losing Tara Lynn, you had Drew Lock losing the football, recovered by the Eagles, and they're just going to line up in the victory formation and wrap this baby up. Which Hall of Fame is more difficult to get into, the NFL or Major League Baseball? You probably got it, like, if you want to break it down into like numbers, a percentage of people who played and then who are in the Hall. Yeah, probably MLB, especially with some of those old school writers. Yeah. Like, they're guys who should be in the Hall. I'm just so over the whole steroid thing. I don't care that you did steroids. Like, guys like Barry Bonds should be in.
Put him in there. I mean, yeah, he cheated.
Mark McGuire should be in. Like, whatever, dude. There are worse people in the Hall of Fame if you really want to go back and look at the track record of a lot of individuals if we're going to base it off the man they were, like, off the field, okay? But baseball for sure. Those old writers, man, if you're not, like, nice to them or making sweet love to them, like, throughout, in interviews and giving them the quotes, they'll hold that against you for decades.
Yeah, they're a salty bunch, and they only love two things: crapping on advanced stats, and for some reason Bruce Springsteen. There's never been an old school MLB writer who doesn't, for whatever reason, completely resonate with the E Street Band, and it's bizarre. It's bizarre to me. Bruce Springsteen is fine. He's fine.
And I agree. Pete Rose should be in too. People are mentioning Pete Rose. Man, I wish you brought this up earlier. That would have been a fun little debate. You guys can bring it up at 2:00 if you want. But real quick, you have your players of the game, good and bad.
Let's go ahead and crusty cough Marquise Goodwin, and we'll babysitter Billy. Cortland Sutton, my captain, who landed me in 121st place out of the 123 of you that signed up for our DK SimFam free roll.
Carolyn, what was your favorite part of this, real quick?
Was it
the favorite part of this was getting through that audio, because it was getting dark there for a minute, and I was getting concerned. You were getting sweaty and nervous. Christian, I think, wanted to hide.
Sweaty.
So, yeah, we persevered. Thanks, Tom. Thanks, Drew. We got through it. Thank you, chat, for hanging out too.
That's a lot of producer Drew and TP on the ones and twos freaking out behind the scenes. But we found a way to get up to 128 likes. A lot of that has to do with you. You too.
Berlin effect right there. If it was just
this whole team, the dream team, the best friend squad, Christian, Tara Lynn, producer Drew Frangelico, and TP will all be back at 2:00. Glash is going to slide in. You can talk about his incredible Sunday, how he needs to update his suit selection, because the guy's lost weight. He looks good. But we're going to re-air the sweat right now, and you guys will be back at 2:00. And then I'll see everyone at 3 for Get the Green with Reed T. Fowler. Keep an eye on the contest, whatever one you're in. Frangelico finalizing stats right now. Love you guys. Peace out. All right, what's up, fam? Welcome to the show, a show we call The Sweat, because we are so hot and moist with all of the DFS and sports betting takes coming your way. I'm Emerson Latzia. NFL, check. NBA, check. PGA, check. NHL, check. They're all on the menu, but we start on the diamond. Good morning to our MLB panel. DraftKings contributors Kenny Ducey and RotoWire's Eric Halterman. Price check time, boys. So who are your favorite plays in the following price departments on tonight's 8-game slate? So Kenny, start me with your pitcher at $8,000 or higher, please.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Walker Buehler, and a very good morning to you, Emerson. Walker Buehler at 10K. You could go with Yu Darvish. You could go with Garrett Cole. They have decent matchups. I don't love Garrett Cole's matchup here. I'm going to go with Buehler here, save a little bit of money at 10K, because he's averaging around 9 strikeouts over his last 4 starts. But the biggest thing here is his opponent, the Diamondbacks. The Diamondbacks, pretty much every starter on offense is on the injured list. You got Asdrubal Cabrera, Ketel Marte, Cole Calhoun, Carson Kelly, and Christian Walker. Cabrera, the latest to go down. This team has just really struggled to score runs without those guys, and Buehler should absolutely dominate tonight. They're right around the top 10 in strikeout rate over the past 2 weeks as well. So I think that the strikeouts should come in bunches, and I just don't know how the Diamondbacks score many runs here with none of their regulars starting.
Okay, Eric, who are you paying up for here in the pitching department?
Yeah, that top trio that Kenny mentioned is excellent, but I'm going to give a name from the second tier. My favorite guy is actually Yusei Kikuchi, who's coming off 11 strikeouts against the Dodgers and gets to face the Tigers, but he is not quite 8,000, and I know how to follow instructions. So I'm going to talk about Albert Alzolay, who is at 8,100, a little more expensive. He's a guy I liked heading into the year because he struck out the world last year, but also walked a ton of guys, nearly 15% walk rate. Figured if he could just get the walks down, he'd be a very good starter, and that's exactly what he's done. His strikeout rate is still very high at 29.3%. He slashed the walks all the way down to 5.7%. By strikeout rate minus walk rate, among pitchers who've thrown at least 30 innings, he ranks 17th, one spot behind Clayton Kershaw, who you may have heard of. So he's pitching like a top-tier pitcher, and he's got a mediocre offense in the Nationals, so I'd be all over him if I didn't have the budget for those top few guys.
All right, E-Man, talk to me about a hitter over 5K.
Yeah, we're going to go with Jose Abreu at 5,400. He was involved in a very scary collision with Hunter Dozier on Friday, but he was right back in the lineup Saturday, hit a homer that day, had 2 hits in both of the weekend games, so apparently he's completely fine. On the season, his average is down to 255. You know, given where he is in his career, we should expect something of a fall off from his MVP form last season, but he's still quite good. His expected slugging of 525 is excellent, a little bit better than his actual slugging of 482. He's walking more than ever, but also striking out more than ever. But on the whole, he's still a very good hitter, and he'll get the platoon advantage against J.A. Happ, who has an ERA in the low 4s, but the peripherals look like a guy whose ERA should be in the low to mid 5s. He doesn't walk guys, but that's about all he does right. He's striking out less than 15% of opposing batters, and he's not keeping the ball on the ground. And I think when you give up a lot of contact and contact in the air, guys like Jose Abreu are going to punish you for it.
Okay, Kenny, what about you, dude? What's wrong?
I was going to say Jose Abreu. I was going to say Jose Abreu at 5,400 because J.A. Happ is an auto fade. And J.A. Happ, really, I'm glad that you pronounced his name J.A., Eric, because it's the incorrect way, but it's actually the correct way. Because you don't get to say your name's J Happ when it's J.A. Happ. This guy has given up boatloads of hard contact. The main reason I like Jose Abreu against J.A. Happ is, one, he's heating up. He's got a 379 ISO against lefties this year. That's absolutely insane. 276 average with 3 homers and a triple. And he's had 17 fantasy points in 4 of his last 6 games. Eric did mention that he got in a collision, but I think he's a safe bet here just because he mashes lefties. This is a very mashable lefty. If you want to pivot off of Jose Abreu and still pay all that money and get the good splits advantage, you could go with Tim Anderson here at $5,300. No problems with going with Tim Anderson, but I am here to certify that Jose Abreu is a very, very good pick tonight. I think he should go deep. And again, this guy's just been absolutely on fire, now facing a very hittable pitcher. I think it's a recipe for success here.
All right, dude. Kenny, hitter in the 4 to 5K range.
I actually have a feeling that I might steal Eric's here too, so I'm glad I'm going first because we've had the same pick in this guy before. It's Luke Voit at $5,000. Look, I know that he hasn't had a good game yet since coming off of the injured list, but he had 3 homers in his rehab stint. He had a 5-game rehab stint. He went deep 3 times in AAA. He has yet to go deep here, but he's hitting second most likely against Jordan Lyles. Jordan Lyles is giving up hard contact. 1 out of every 2 balls coming off the bat into play off Jordan Lyles is coming at 95 or more miles an hour. He's got just a 20.9% strikeout rate. So he doesn't strike many guys out. He actually really struggles with walks, and he struggles with hard contact. This is a picture-perfect matchup for Luke Voit, coming off a 12 fantasy point day with 2 hits and 2 batted in as well, perhaps starting to see the ball now. And it's just only a matter of time before this guy explodes at the plate. Given the fact that I think the Yankees score a lot of runs here off of Lyles, they should win this game pretty handily. I think that you want to take the guy hitting second that hits for power and is just ready to break out here, who's seeing the ball pretty well. So I like Luke Voit at 5,000.
Eric, did Kenny copy your homework?
He did not steal my guy here, although I do like Voit. I actually found this category to be much tougher than normal. I think a lot of guys in this range are just facing tough pitchers or have been cold lately. But a guy I like actually sticking in the same White Sox Twins game is Nelson Cruz at 4,900. His numbers are a little bit down in his age 40 season. He had a WRC plus above 160 the last 2 seasons. It's down to 137 this year, but most of the world, including me, would be very happy to produce that kind of number. His strikeout rate is lowest it's been in over a decade, although he's also not walking like he used to, but his hard hit rate is right where it's supposed to be. So I'm not too worried about Cruz. 3 shy of the league lead with 9 homers, and he'll get the platoon advantage against Dallas Keuchel, who I think is like running an experiment to figure out how few batters you can strike out and still be a major league pitcher. He's down to 10%, where this is like not even close to modern baseball levels, well below half of the league average strikeout rate. He does still get a lot of grounders. It doesn't walk a ton of guys, but you just can't be an intimidating pitcher if you're striking out only 10% of opponents. So all that contact is going to lead to some damage, and Cruz is the kind of guy who should do that damage.
Kenny, you are a man of the people. So what I want you to do now is help everyone save some money. How about a value bat?
Sure thing. I'm going to go with Miguel Cabrera at $2,500 against Yusei Kikuchi, because I don't believe in Kikuchi like Eric does. Hitters from the right side especially are seeing a 7% boost in WOBA. This guy has just been a very middling starter. I think that sometimes he faces teams that don't pitch well or don't hit well against lefties, which is what you have here in the Tigers. So he could have a good start. But this specific matchup with Miguel Cabrera, this is not the same situation that we were seeing a month ago where Miguel Cabrera couldn't get a hit to save his life. He has 9 hits in his last 7 games, a lot of multi-hit games in there, 5 RBIs, 5 walks in that span. He's going to hit 3rd or 4th in this lineup, and he's 15% better WOBA against lefties. I think that this is a really good matchup. It's a guy that I don't think is going to be on many people's radars, just given the fact that Kikuchi has had some recent success. The Tigers as a whole are not an appealing lineup to go after. But at this price, for a guy that's this experienced, this good of a hitter, who's seen the ball now very well and racking up those hits, I think this is a very cheap way to get 6 or 7 points, Emerson. So I really like playing Miguel Cabrera tonight.
Okay, Eric, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm going to go with someone young enough to be Cabrera's son, and I guess that's a large portion of the league, but it's especially Jared Kelenic, who's at 3,000 now. I talked him up on Friday when he was still priced at the minimum, and I said this is definitely not a $2,000 player, and he rewarded everybody who had faith in him with 3 hits and a homer. He's had a few other hitless games. I believe all of his other games are hitless, but given his prospect pedigree, he's still way underpriced at 3,000. This is the kind of guy who should, I think, by the end of the year settle in as a mid 4,000s level player, given that he was the 4th overall prospect by both Fangraphs and MLB Pipeline. Just universal consensus that this guy is going to hit for contact and power, and he should do a fair bit of that right away. He'll get the platoon advantage against Casey Mize, who's got an ERA in the low 4s, but I think most of the estimators have it in the high 4s or even higher. Gets a lot of ground balls, but not a crazy amount, and he doesn't really strike anybody out. So just allowing far too much contact, and Kelenic, I think, should take advantage of that here.
Eric, let's go over to the DK Sportsbook real quick before you take off. What is your favorite MLB bet tonight?
Going to stick in that same game and talk up Yusei Kikuchi. Apparently that's the big battle of the morning. I like Mariners minus 175 over the Tigers, or you can even spot the Tigers a 1.5, and then the line goes to plus 130. The Mariners have a better offense than the Tigers because everybody has a better offense than the Tigers. Tigers are last in the league by WRC plus. Mariners only 23rd, but it's hard to understate how bad the Tigers have been for most of the season at the plate. Kikuchi just struck out 11 Dodgers, and now he's facing one of the teams that strikes out the most in the league. His ERA is only 4.30, but some of the estimators have it a full run better than that. He's solidly above average in all 3 of strikeout rate, walk rate, and ground ball rate. He's been trending in that direction in both of, between 2019 and 2020 and 2020 and this year. But he's really taken the next step this season and looks like, I think, a very solid all-around pitcher, whereas Casey Mize, we just talked about, just is not looking like anything more than a back-end starter yet. He's got potential, just not striking out nearly enough guys. So I think that gap between the pitchers is big enough to justify the Mariners here.
Kenny, favorite bet, dude?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the veterans here, guys who have pitched a lot of good games and had a lot of good games in their careers, and that's Madison Bumgarner here against the Dodgers. I like the under in this game. Dodgers Diamondbacks under 7. When you look at the Dodgers, they're 22nd in WRC plus against lefties. A great matchup to always exploit. We've seen terrible terrible left-handed pitching. I'm talking Marco Gonzalez bad. Shut down the Los Angeles Dodgers from the left side. Bumgarner as well, candidate for a little bit of positive aggression with that 3.44 expected ERA. A lesson to all you folks out there to look at Baseball Savant all season long, not just in the first month, and make up your mind on a guy. And we laid out how bad earlier the Diamondbacks have it with 5 guys injured. Buehler, I think, shoves in this game. Not a lot of runs going on right now. Good old-fashioned pitcher's duel that Madison Bumgarner's once again wrapped up in. Love the under 7 here.
Very well, Eric. Kenny, we need you for some NFL over-under coming up. But first, another major week is here. We will take a sportsbook look at the PGA Championship right after this quick break. All right, we have officially reached the second major championship of 2021, the PGA Championship, and here to play a fun little game of high or low are gorgeous golf gurus, Jeff Ulrich and Sweet Tea Fowler. Sweet Tea, by the way, will be at Kiowa Island this week. That really sucks for you, man.
Really does. Jeff, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for taking one for the team, Reed. Just don't have a good time. I know it's like South Carolina, great views and weather, but just try and grind through it. I mean,
yeah, Emerson already has his swag order in. Give me a shout, DM me, and I'll get you a shirt. What are you, a medium, large? What are you?
Look at him. He's between like a small and a medium.
I'm a medium. Yeah.
Schmeeds? Okay, I'll get you a Schmeeds.
Also, the food menu at this tournament looks phenomenal. And you and I will talk about that on a Monday edition of Get the Green at 3 o'clock today, which is so much better than a Tuesday edition of Get the Green. Let's peep some of the opening lines here, guys. Shut up, Jeff. Rory McIlroy at plus 1150. He opened at plus 1,000. He's the favorite, not a shocker. Won here, like 9 years ago? These odds too high, which are too long, or too low, a.k.a. too short, Jeff?
I'm going to say too short for Rory McIlroy. Obviously, coming in off the win is nice. He had a massive week on the greens there at the Wells Fargo. It's a course that he was very familiar with. I'm just not sold that necessarily we're at like peak Rory yet. I mean, I think it's a big improvement for Rory. He's definitely figured out some things with the driver. He admitted he was having trouble drawing it consistently, went to a cut, obviously helped him a lot there. I'm just not sure if the rest of his game is necessarily, ready to take on a major championship. I think he'll be in the mix this week. He usually is with majors, even when he's not playing that good. Obviously has some good vibes here, but as far as him being the favorite goes in the odds, you look at John Rahm, Jordan Spieth, even Bryson. I mean, he's got the recent win, but it's not like he's played superior to all these players. I think if anyone, I would actually throw like Jordan Spieth as a guy. I mean, I think should have lower odds than him here. What has Spieth done except like finish in the top 5 of every event he's played? So for me, Rory a little bit too short coming in. Sure, he'll be in the mix, but not really the odds I want to take a shot on here.
Yeah, Jeff, Spieth bidding to become the 6th player in history to complete the career Grand Slam this week. Fowler, you got to think, though, if McIlroy really is back, this would be a fitting place to prove it.
Yeah, and what did he do in 2012, right? He lapped the field completely, winning by 8 strokes. But what you have to take away from that is that he played unbelievable golf, which he was going to win no matter what, right? You have to kind of take that as the outlier at a major tournament. It's just like when you see the Tigers and the Rorys winning by 10, 11, 8 strokes, that's really the outlier. But I agree with Jeff in that you have to take his odds, not standalone in a vacuum, but compared to the other guys at the top. Of course, we can say, is he the favorite? I mean, he won this back into that last time it was played here, and he just won. That's what you want coming into the PGA Championship, his current form. So while they're there, I understand it. And Jeff mentions Jordan Spieth, but Justin Thomas, look, his putter is garbage. But I mean, when you take a look at a guy who could play well here, which is hitting the ball great off the tee, great with his ball striking, have a decent putting week on slow greens, we see Justin Thomas at least be in the top 20 in strokes gained putting. And Paspalum is extremely slow. These are going to be slower greens. They're average to probably a little bit smaller average size greens. So I would argue JT is up there. And let's not forget about DJ. I mean, are we all forgetting about Dustin Johnson, the #1 golfer in the world? So JT would probably be the guy that I'd rather see up there, but I get why Rory is up there.
So then you're telling me you believe that Thomas's odds at plus 1450 are too long or too short? Into 2017 PGA champ too.
Yeah, I think they should be shorter. And like, again, this is someone that you're not getting JT on like a dip. You just won Players. But another Pete Dye course, right? I mean, the correlations that you want to see, Quail Hollow, the Players Championship, RBC in terms of a coastal course, who plays well in this type of area, RSM. That's what you want to see. And JT is the type of player that can do it, but his short game is the thing that really ails him. Mostly his putter. He's around the green is fine, but at the same time, like, I know JT already has a PGA Championship, but I'd rather see him, or I'd be more comfortable saying, oh, that makes more sense than like a Jordan Spieth. Even though Spieth has been unbelievable, like Jeff has said, JT to me should be the guy that should be the one to be at the highest odds or the lowest odds.
Jeff, Thomas's win at the Players, though, is his only top 10 of the calendar year. Let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, it is. It's a good point. I mean, he's had, obviously when Justin Thomas gets everything firing, he's just so high end. I mean, I think between him and Dustin Johnson right now, when those guys are firing, they're just the best. So in everything they do, and we saw it at the Players. But you're right. I mean, he's had a little bit of trouble getting it going, and I think the thing that worries me about this, I like the fact it's a little bit slower greens in play for JT. I think that's a really good factor for him, but this course, it's just so demanding on every shot. And we've seen that driver for Justin Thomas just get waylaid a little bit. And, if he just has one little bad spurt here, that could be enough to knock him out of contention. So I think this is an okay setup for Justin Thomas. But at this range, I would honestly rather take a shot with Jordan Spieth here at slightly better odds. Spieth is doing everything good right now. He's more consistent off the tee, which is really weird to say. His irons are firing. And we know when he gets it going around the greens, there's just nobody who holds out more or has better luck than Jordan Spieth. So I think both these guys are about appropriately priced. If you can get Jordan Spieth at slightly better odds, I would favor him, though.
What do you think about defending champion Colin Morikawa's odds, though, Jeff? Plus 3,000. Are those too long or too short?
They're too long. Like, why do we keep discounting this guy? I mean, he's the best iron player in the world. He's coming off a T7 at another P-Dye course, and RBC Hilton Edge, which is like an easier version of Kiowa Island, but it's very similar. It's a seaside course. This guy sets up great for P-Dye design. Second shot course. He's going to hit it straight off the tee, so he's probably not going to get in trouble there. He's just going to put himself in great positions all week. And we talk about slower greens. I mean, this guy obviously – putter is still his weakness. It comes and goes. But, I mean, on the slower greens, if he gets it going here. So these odds are too long for me. I'd be fine taking a shot with Colin Morikawa plus 3,000. I'm really surprised, quite frankly, that he just keeps drifting off here. This player has been the most prolific winner of anyone under 24 on tour over the last, 10 years, since basically Jordan Spieth showed up. The fact you're getting him here is just great value. I wouldn't be shocked. Like I said, I think this is a great venue for him. I think his odds are too long for sure.
Okay, what do you think, Fowler?
Yeah, Morikawa is always going to be in this range, though, right, Jeff? Like, what more does he have to do, right? To be the defending champion, to win a WGC, to be one of the best iron player. And I know odds don't factor in stats, and that's what we look at. They're more narrative based for this is something that Mayo has said continuously, which makes a lot of sense, right? Is that when we look at stats, we tell ourselves the story of why isn't Morikawa much better than this? Well, I agree with that. I do think that when you take a look at his odds at this specific tournament, at this specific juncture, I do think they're a little too short in the sense of look at the guys around him. I'm not saying Daniel Berger is better than Morikawa, but Hideki Matsuyama, a guy who just won the Masters, is at the same number. Like I mentioned, you want current form coming in. And yes, Morikawa has played well, but there's guys around him that I'd probably lean more towards. And look, this is more from an outright perspective. From a DraftKings perspective, I think he's a great play. At his price, what you're going to see, like you mentioned, Jeff, 10-1 for Jordan Spieth, so many people are going to flock to that. So Morikawa at this number, at this price, on DraftKings, if you're playing DFS, is great. I just like the other guys around him a little bit more. And that's tough to say because you're right. This sets up really good for Morikawa. But if that putter is gone, he's probably missing the weekend.
Fowler, let's go to your dude, Tony Finau, plus 4,000. Just tell me why they're too long.
I mean, why isn't this guy 9? No, I'm just kidding. No. Look, Finau, like every course, right? Every course sets up well for Finau. Guy hits the ball far, great with his irons, good long approach, but the putter is the biggest thing. Like Kiowa Island is fine. Like at plus 4,000, I'd probably lean more towards guys at the 50,000. Or excuse me, the 5 to 50,000, of course. At 5,000, right? There's some players that I like a little bit better than him. Answers around there. Matty Fitzpatrick is around there. Guys that I want to target now, Emerson, getting back, in that 5,000, 6,000 are the Euro players. Because if this course really ramps up in difficulty, and I know Finau has done well on these longer courses like Riviera, like Wells Fargo, Quail Hollow, I want the guys who, if the conditions change, they can play well, and I can have a little bit more confidence in this. Look, Finau is always going to be in the card. This is me just trying to play devil's advocate here. I'd rather go a little bit longer with a guy like a Matty Fitzpatrick.
Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, I honestly think they're probably a little bit too short. We don't get Tony Finau plus 4,000 very often, but I just do not like this setup for him. Pete Dye design course tends to be a little bit more claustrophobic off the tee, not big areas where you can miss, just bomb it out there and then gouge it up to the greens, which is typically what, Finau does his best. He's going to have to be really sharp with the short game and putter. And, he's improved with those clubs, but there's just other players around him who are better in that. Daniel Berger, I'd rather go down to plus 3,000 there. You could go up, though, to a guy like Cameron Smith, who's playing fantastic. He's plus 4,600. There's just other players I like better on this setup. Tony is such a good, major performer that I think for DFS, you can take a look at him for sure. But this is like, I don't really want a piece of him here. I just don't think this is the right setup or the right type of course for Tony Finau to grab a major.
Maybe it's like first round leader, right? Like maybe it's later after round one, but the odds are probably just as short.
He doesn't have a good stroke gain Marsh's, stats here.
Neither do I, Jeff. Neither do I.
Okay, as I mentioned before, Reed and I will have you guys here on the Dream Stream for Get the Green today at 3:00. So bring all of your
second best version of Get the Green.
Nope, actually, that's not true. Someone please mute Jeff. We will bring all your PGA Championship questions to the table here at 3:00. Jeff, I will see you for NHL Best Bets coming up. We'll unmute you then. We'll preview the NBA play. Mute him. We'll preview the NBA playoffs next. All right, the shortened 72-game NBA regular season, it's in the books. The play-in tournament begins tomorrow. We've got host of the Four Seasons podcast for Ball is Life, Ryan Mogjosh, here to look at some opening lines for the first round. So we have the Pacers as 3.5-point favorites against the Hornets here, dude. You like Indiana to cover as the favorite?
So it's all injury dependent for me. Brogdon has been questionable, hasn't played lately. Karis LeVert left the last game that they played in the regular season. If those two are in, which all injuries should be out the window, and if you're actually injured should be the only time that you're sitting, I like this 3.5 line. And that's what the playoffs is all about. No more load management, no more resting. It's going to feel great to actually be back. Hornets have lost 5 straight. They're trending downwards. And that even strengthens my point of I like the Pacers 3.5, especially when healthy.
Yeah, and they'll still be without Miles Turner, right? And then Gordon Hayward, unlikely to go for the Hornets. So, like injuries. And speaking of injuries here, dude, the C's host the Wizards, and Boston, a 1.5-point favorite. They're kind of limping into the postseason. How much do you like their chances against Washington? Washington is one of the hottest teams in the league right now.
Right. I don't like them one bit. It kills me to say it, but the Celtics do not look like the Celtics. They've lost 5 of their last 6. And this seems kind of crazy to say about a former MVP and a guy that's averaged triple doubles in his last 4 years, but he might be playing the best basketball, Russell Westbrook, that he's ever played right now. And that's not a good formula for the Celtics, who've, without Jaylen Brown, kind of feel deflated, like they're playing with no purpose going into these playoffs. So the Wizards trending way up. The Celtics couldn't be more down.
Okay, so looking ahead to Wednesday, though, Spurs take on the Grizzlies with Memphis favorite right 3.5. Who are you siding with on this one?
This is my grossest matchup of the play-in tournament. I'm not
100%.
Too excited about it. I do have Memphis minus 3.5. The Spurs are middle of the road towards the back end of the league in all of these stats that are important for winning basketball games. They are 21st offensive rating, 17th defensive rating in their last 10 games. Not playing the best, but on the flip side, Memphis is playing fast, 8th in pace over the last 10 games, and they're 6th in defensive rating. So they're playing defense and playing fast, which is a great formula to have in the playoffs. As long as they have a healthy Jonas Valanciunas, I like the Grizzlies minus 3.5 here.
Yeah, that's not the sexiest matchup for the casual NBA fan right now. We'll wrap up this segment with this, Ryan. Probably the most interesting matchup, so like the complete opposite of the one we just talked about, of the play-in tournament. The Lakers host Steph Curry and the Warriors. LA favored by 6.5 at home right now. How likely is it, though, the Dubs pull the upset here? Steph Curry can do it.
Yeah, I love this for the NBA. I love this for fans, and this matchup is everything. But I don't think they can do it. I think the Lakers minus 6.5, I love, because LeBron's setting up this whole narrative of, I'll never be 100% healthy again for the rest of my career. He just had a press conference last night saying Steph Curry, he's the MVP of this league. He's just milking this thing for all it's worth, and I think is to come out and absolutely destroy Golden State. I think he's been load managing all year long. His injury isn't as severe as people think it is. Or
a little twisted ankle, right?
Right. It's just a little smoke screen for LeBron, who's a machine, who can regenerate anytime he wants. I think the Lakers roll.
Seriously, he's like Wolverine, man. Awesome. Ryan Mogjosh, Adios, Bermigo. NFL over-under is coming up right after a healthy dose of NHL best bets. All right, back here on the Sweat, it's good to see all of your shiny, happy faces again. DraftKings contributor Jeff Rollwork and RotoWire's AJ Schultz in the house, which can mean one thing and one thing only. It's time for some NHL best bets. Yay! So on Friday, we ran out of time, guys, before we got to the series line. for the Avs and the Blues, which is okay because the series starts tonight. Colorado is a huge favorite, minus 420. How can the Blues come out on top, Ulrich? Explain it to me.
Well, Nathan McKinnon gets hurt in the first game. Philip Grubauer gets hurt in the first game. Kale Maker gets hurt in the first game. That's probably how their path to winning. Even then, I think I still might take the Avalanche. So, no, I don't really like this spot for the Blues at all. The Blues were a team. I don't even know if they're like a playoff worthy team. I think they were very lucky to get into the playoffs. The loss of Alex Pietrangelo was not made up for well on the back end. They really dipped defensively. Their goaltending really wasn't solid all year. And now they're walking into this series, potentially down two of their best wingers in Perron and Tarasenko for game one. I think that the path to winning here is extremely thin. And, even at minus 420, honestly, there's probably a little bit of value on the Avalanche.
What's the path to winning here for him, AJ?
Well, in addition to everything that Jeff just said having to happen, I think you also need Jordan Binnington to travel back in time and be 2018-19 version of him. The guy that in the regular season went 24-5-1, a 1.89 goals against average. If he absolutely rediscovered his game, maybe a slim chance, but it would also have to be on top of everything that Jeff outlined as well. There's just no way to take the Blues in this one.
Okay, AJ, how about the Predators and Hurricanes? They get going as well. Game one in Carolina. Canes, big minus 250 favorites on the money line. You see them getting the job done?
I absolutely do. I think they're just out, it's a similar situation. They just outclass the Predators, in my opinion here. You've got, a bunch of guys coming back that have been rested. Andrei Svechnikov, Jordan Staal, they all look to be good to go. I think the most interesting thing to watch here is Alex Nedeljkovic. Looks like he'll be in the Nets tonight. It looks like they're going to start him over Peter Mrazek. I think that's a great call by Rod Brind'Amour. Credit to him to being willing to go to the rookie. Nedeljkovic has had the better stats of the season of all three netminders that they've had, including James Reimer. So he's the guy I think they need to go with, and I'm glad to see them pull the trigger on that one.
Jeff, Hurricanes with the fourth best championship odds right now in the DK Sportsbook, but tonight you see them getting the job done.
I mean, look, I really like the Hurricanes. I mean, I've mentioned them as one of my Stanley Cup picks. I still think you're getting good odds on them. They're being a little bit discounted. I like the fact they're going with Nedeljkovic as well, but this is an interesting spot just to take the Predators because, I mean, the reason the Predators are in this series is because Juuse Saros just played superhuman for basically a couple months. And he's got a .93 save percentage over his last 10 games. I mean, he's going to steal a game for the Predators at some point in this series. It's almost a guarantee. And I don't mind taking them here. They've got the Canes starting a rookie goalie, maybe just gets a little bit of nerves in game one. So I kind of like, if you're looking at an underdog here, I actually do like the Predators tonight with the caveat that I'm still pretty interested in the Hurricanes winning the Stanley Cup. So I think the Predators are going to be have some interesting odds to take a shot on here. I really don't mind them tonight. I don't mind Saros and DFS either, but long term, I still think the Canes prevail here.
All right, Bruins will look to even the series versus the Caps in game two in Washington. Lost game one in overtime on Saturday night. The black and gold actually favored on the road at minus 129. So, Jeff, you picking up what odds makers are putting down here?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the Bruins here. Obviously it was a close game one. Boston didn't really get that many shots through. Played a really good defensive game for the Capitals. But are we going to trust Craig Anderson here? Really? I'm just not doing it. I think that the Bruins top line eventually gets going. Pasternak 6 shots in the first game. They also scored on the power play in the first game, which I think is, good just for their confidence a little bit. And you just look at the series between these two teams. They were 4-4 of the season series. There's one goal differentiating them. These two teams have played close playoff series before. I'm pretty much always going to go with the bounce back team here, and especially, again, with the Capitals rolling out 39-year-old Craig Anderson in net, assuming he gets the start here. And even if he doesn't, quite frankly, I like the Bruins to bounce back here.
But, dude, he's got an incredible playoff record against the Bruins between the pipes, which is kind of wild. AJ, what do you think about tonight with this game between the Bees and Washington?
I think Jeff's right here, and I'm in the same boat. I'm not trusting Craig Anderson for another game here, and it does look like he's going to get the start. Of course, it's playoff time. They're not going to name the starters, but he was the first goalie off. So we'll basically assume that he's going to get the nod there. And then as far as the rest of the lineup goes, they're not going to have Kuznetsov back by all accounts as well. He didn't take line rushes with the guys at practice. So I think he's still out of action, which really stretches their center depth here. And I agree. I think Boston in the bounce back game is a better value play.
AJ, what's your favorite overall bet for the night here in the NHL playoffs? 3 games to choose from.
Yeah, I'm going looking at Colorado for overall bet. I'm going player prop here looking at Colorado. So Nathan McKinnon tonight plus 108 to score a goal. And then I think you can double down on that, in my opinion. 2+ points is coming in for him. Let me find it here quick. Sorry. Plus 115. So you can double down on both of those. And I think Nathan McKinnon can really lead the way for them tonight.
Yeah, Colorado, the betting favorite right now in the DK Sportsbook to hoist Lord Stanley. Jeff, your favorite overall bet for tonight?
Yeah, I like that, getting McKinnon off a couple games of rest as well. I'm on the same page here. I'm just going to go Colorado puck line, though, minus 106. Like I said, I think they're actually being discounted a little bit. I mean, they are minus 295 on the puck line, on the money line, excuse me, but I think they could even be bigger favorites in this. I just think Colorado takes care of the St. Louis Blues, and I think they make a statement in game 1. Like I said, Blues injured, banged up. They're going to be thin. I like Colorado on the puck line here.
All right, dudes, we're running tight on time. So, AJ, enjoy the day, my friend. Jeff, we got NFL over-under with you coming up right after this.
All right. Hello. How are we? Welcome. Monday, May 17th, 2021. Texans, Patriots. Madden sim number 2 of 6. 3-person booth returns. I was going to say, well, I guess it's too late because the free roll is already etched in stone as far as the title. 3 best friends that anyone could have. But based on some of the commentary here in 2 minutes of being in this Zoom call, wow. I guess we got a lot to get to here from the weekend. I'm happy to be here with Terrell and Asak and Christian DeAndrea, producer Drew.
Talking about how you were too good for us now. Now that you got that WNBA job. Now that you got all those Mohegan Sun points, I'm assuming that's what they pay you in. Just go out there, throw out some points, get yourself a hotel. It'd be just we're watching your rocket take off without us, and it turns out that DraftKings this whole time was just booster engines who fall off in orbit and then crash back to the deserts of Australia while you cast off into the sun. That is the sun.
The fiery Connecticut sun.
See?
One sun, not 2, not 3, 1.
That's right. Singular
sun. If anybody was wondering if it's suns, no, it's not.
Yeah.
Connecticut Sun won last night. Maybe I'll give Glash a little credit there. Maybe you're their new good luck charm, Glash. Like, how was the vibe last night? We all want to know.
Yeah, 2-0 start to the season. Just to recap what Christian just said. Yeah, it's like us here as Simland broadcasters. We get paid in DK dollars, not actual money.
Yes.
So I get Mohegan money. That's how it works, I guess, in these Simland
extra buffet ticket, or I mean, what is the pre-game spread like up there?
Just gonna leave it at that because someone's listening from the team.
Chicken tenders.
Yeah. Did you get? Are there tendies? Do they have a
dino shaped? Actually, they're sun shaped. They have little rays of sunshine.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Tara Lynn, to answer your question, it was a great night, great atmosphere. There was a good energy in the gym. Yeah.
Very
good energy in the gym. Good energy in the Mohegan last night. I had a great time. A little nervous in the first quarter, but once we hit that first media break, it was we were off and running. So it was fun. Good time.
No, man, I tuned in CBS Sports. It was you guys came through loud and clear. The broadcast itself a little bit hazy at times, which was unfortunate. The cam quality did not live up to the audio quality, so obviously not in your control. You guys sounded great, and you did a great job calling the game. I was very, very excited to hear the dulcet tones of Glashmania running wild over the WNBA last night.
Thanks, man. It's really kind of you. That's an incomplete pass by Cam.
That's hard for him, man. Looking very much like end of 2020 Cam Newton as he gets off to an 0-3 start here. 0-3 start, rather. Sony Michel, the progenitor of the only Patriot first down so far.
Yeah, the camera quality thing, we certainly, that is on our radar. Something that's kind of out of our control, but we'll hope to rebound on Wednesday nights. We'll get there. It was pretty cool. It was a good game too. Seeing Diana Taurasi was pretty cool. She is fantastic. So here we are. We're in the sim, of course. Cam Newton, 64.6% owned, about 11% owned in the captain spot. Oop, he's going to put a man in motion. Nope. Thought he was going to default there. He decides to go deep. That looked cool, except the pass was not in Demir Bird's range.
Yeah.
Did you guys make lineups for this one?
I know I did, and Terrell may or may not have.
I don't know. Now I just feel like Kaufman sabotaged me. I really thought I did. I'll have to circle back to you on that. I hate when people say that in an email, but I'm using it right now, so now I hate myself.
I mean, self-loathing is just such an important part of these sims.
Oh, yeah, honestly, on a Monday.
Yeah, if we didn't come in on Monday a little bit dried out and a little bit full of self-loathing, then these sims wouldn't be what they are today. They wouldn't be the phenomenon that they have become if we didn't didn't just absolutely hate everything we have become as big third down for Cam Newton in the pass. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, he gets rid of it. So maybe still field goal range for Nick Folk. Could be a 55-yarder. In the real world, he might make it. Here in Simland, there's almost no chance he will convert. So the question is it going to be a Jake Bailey punt, or are the Texans going to take over with plus field position here? It is going to be Folk from about 54.5, and I can't imagine they're going to make this one.
Hey, so Tara Lynn has Nick Folk in her lineup.
Yeah,
You found Tara Lynn's lineup before Tara Lynn could?
Tara Lynn Asak going with the 3 quarterback system in her lineup. Watson, Newton, AJ Karen, Brandon Cooks, and Nick Folk with James the captain spot.
I love AJ McCarron. Not in a romantic way, but I just love AJ McCarron.
Yeah, you just love the name AJ.
Love the name AJ.
As we say that though, who are we to start giggling, right? Because who knows? It could be a what do you call it? A fake field goal situation, right? He takes the hold and decides to run it in. I mean, that's what Tara Lynn was thinking.
If AJ McCarron scores a touchdown today, that's ghost pepper territory right there. I will go to the store, buy the hottest peppers I can find, and then jam them into my mouth on cam as Tara Lynn cackles in the background. Because I feel like if that happens, we all of us here in Simland would owe her a debt of gratitude for making AJ McCarron great.
I just like to support AJ McCarron because he's married to a Miss USA contestant, and I used to compete in pageants, so I'm always like, wow, AJ McCarron's a great guy. Only probably because of his wife, though, Catherine Webb.
So,
but he's never really done anything that outstanding in football. But then I was like, you know what? Let's throw AJ McCarron in there. Maybe I'll give him some luck today here in Simland.
I feel like we glossed over the Tara Lynn pageant circuit, and I want to know what your talent was. Were you going out there? Was it a little violin action? Would you just go out there and fly the bumblebee on the kazoo? I mean, what was it? Stand up? Did you give him your tight 5? What happened?
I went out there and I just made fun of everybody in the audience and called them bozos and did my own stand-up comedian act.
Perfect.
Just kidding, I didn't. I did dance.
There's Watson.
Oh no! Patriots defense coming up with one here as Watson completes the pass, but Devin McCourty jumps on the Cooks fumble. How was Cooks? Who's 15?
Will Fuller.
Yeah, Fuller. Yeah. So Fuller, my captain in this one, getting 0 points for the catch and then prompt fumble. Patriots taking over in their own territory. Demir Bird, the catch there. Yeah, my lineup looks like this, Glash. Fuller in the captain spot. Deshaun, Cam, Aziazi, Bird, and Cobb. As Tara Lynn, I think we need to know what kind of dance were we talking about? Was it ballet, tap? Did you tap dance?
Yeah, I was a tap dancer.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And I was freaking good.
Tap, tap, tap.
I was really, really good.
Tap, tap, tap on that like button.
I'm so sick of this Connecticut sun already.
There's no correlation from sim to sim. There is no correlation from tap, tap, taparoo to the Connecticut sun.
Yeah, I don't know.
You are my Connecticut sun, and you're annoying me.
Hey, that was kind of nice, except the last part, that last phrase. So, do you care to elaborate on the tap dancing? I rudely interrupted you. I apologize.
No, now I don't want to because you rudely interrupted me. You can't 3-man booth. It's hard to get a word out over here when you're the third bozo. You know.
Oh, stop it! You get in plenty.
I already was talking. No, I'm really sensitive on this Monday, and now you won't even let me speak about my tap dancing career that failed. And now I'm here with you, unfortunately.
When's the documentary coming out?
Oh no, rude.
I want to do a Hard Knocks version of And I'm the Star.
Simland Hard Knocks?
I want everyone to see the pain that I go through with you and Kaufman.
Tara Lynn has a big, bright smile on her face. She enjoys every second of it. Don't let her fool you.
I don't think
the freak of nature, you're right. That's life. So true. That is life for me.
Ha!
All right, I will be nice.
Whoa, Cam to Nikhil.
Wow.
Harry.
Oh,
Deep
Nikhil.
ball, Tutty. 55 yards, all of them through the air as we get a little vintage Cam Newton performance there. Launching a dart caught deep by the beleaguered former first-round pick who might be battling for a roster spot this season. Patriots up 6, now 7-0. 3:25 to go here in the first quarter.
Yes.
$8,400 to roster, 26% owned, 12.5 points to your lineup if you played Nikhil Harry. Good on you. In my lineup, I put Watson in the captain spot, Newton, Cooks, Duke Johnson, Demir Bird, and the Pats defense. So the fumble recovery is nice. So far.
Feeling good about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James in the YouTube chat says that would be the best play of Nikhil Harry's career.
That's correct.
Is he going to make the team this year, Christian?
That's what I'm saying. I honestly do not know. I mean, he does have his moment. Dude is tough as hell. Like, can't take that away from him. He's a big target, but he got outplayed by Jacoby Myers, an undrafted free agent. Gunnar Olszewski is also, he's a guy you want to have on the team because he can bring some value in the receiving game, but he's also an all-pro special teamer. And with the depth you have at tight end now, maybe this is a team that only keeps 5 wide receivers, and a couple of those spots are going to be reserved for your special teams guys, Olszewski and Matthew Slater. Maybe even Isaiah Zuber, too, who kind of came and went on the roster last season. It's tough to really get the hang, but I want to say Harry can get there. Like, the problem is he doesn't have that separation, but he's a big target. He's a good possession receiver. You'd think he would do more in the red zone, but he only has 4 touchdowns in 21 career NFL games. His catch rate isn't great. He just struggles to get away from cornerbacks. Maybe that'll get better for him now that he's further down the depth chart, like he can excel as a wide receiver 3, which is never what you want to hear about the guy you take on day one. I don't know. Oh, wow. That glass play, the Patriots defense paying off, is a great return there, too. Jonathan Jones calls in the Watson INT.
Wait a minute, though. Booth review. That was a freaking snag, man.
I think it's whether or not he stepped out early, because it kind of looked like he did. I think maybe they're moving this one back about 20 yards.
Hey, after that interception, bring in A.J. McCarron. Bring him in.
Let's do it.
Line up.
Bring in McCarron for me. Let me have a win today.
Okay.
My salad stinks.
They moved him back 12 yards and the field flipped for some reason. Okay. Interesting.
Rossi wide open. All right, well, Terrell might be onto something here. Deshaun Watson throwing a pick.
Yeah.
The previous turnover was a fumble by Will Fuller after the catch. Jared says, remember when the Pats drafted Harry over DK Metcalf? Yeah, Mike Lombardi was like, you'd be insane to take Metcalf over Nikhil Harry at the time, pre-draft.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, another Ozzy catch there. The knock on Metcalf is kind of the same knock he has now, is that he doesn't have a great turning radius, so his route tree is still kind of limited. But when you're that size and that fast, you don't have to have the ability to stop on a dime. You can outrun guys and out-hustle guys for balls. That's exactly what DK Metcalf does. I mean, if he can turn 30 degrees at a time, that's all you need when you are that much of a physical phenomenon as, Sony Michel into the end zone. We got ourselves a 2-touchdown Patriot lead. And we're not even out of the first quarter yet. We're barely 6 minutes into this game, you guys.
Dang.
You guys.
Wow. There is a lot going on here. Like, Noah Moon calling it out. Look, it's obvious that the field flipped. Yep, we know it's a glitch.
Yep.
Yard line would have been the same regardless, but yeah, it's certainly, you can't ignore it. Michelle, 24.5% owned. He was $7,200 in the free showdown contest. And our free roll as well. Here you go, Terrell. Extra point for Folk.
Thank you. I am amazing. Hey, so I was just listening to some sports radio, on my little break there to go grab a salad, but my salad stinks, so I should have just sat here and just waited for the next sim to begin. But Zolak was saying that he was talking to, he wouldn't really say, but they were saying that Mac Jones is looking very good during training camp. So we were just talking about this last game. Are you thinking it's going to be Newton or Jones, Flash?
Oh, you're asking me. Thank you.
Yeah, I decided to talk to you. I mean, I would rather talk to Christian, but we talked all last sim, so.
That's true.
Right. Well, from a wardrobe standpoint, I
have him a bone, just like, all right, Clash. Now you can.
Great relationship with the Cam Newton team. Of course, I've got a lot of his wardrobe here. So on game days, he stops by and gets dressed up for the games, and we do that quick video. So based on that relationship, I really do hope it works out for Cam Newton. But let's see the kid. If he's 15th overall pick, you're investing in Mac Jones. I want to see him week 1. I do.
Okay.
Now, look, this could be like a light a fire under Cam Newton. I give it like a 5-10% chance that Cam Newton has some sort of amazing turnaround, but I don't see it. They've got enough around him, though, where I think they can still be in the discussion for a playoff berth for the good part of the season. The bye week is not till week 14 for the Patriots, so there is a point, though. Every team has that point, right, guys, where there's a 10-day layoff from a Thursday night game to the following Sunday. So I think the Patriots have that come up in like week 7 or week 8, something like that, where they could go to the kid. I hope the kid wins the job, but Belichick's going to make it difficult. And look, Mac Jones is there with who else, right? Because this is rookie mini camp, so Newton's not there right now. We'll see. I think, okay, so if you're asking me what I think's going to happen, it's going to be Cam. What do I want to happen? I want it to be Mac Jones.
All right.
Good enough answer? Was that too long?
Yeah, I like that answer, actually. No.
Good length, okay.
I mean, whenever you talk, it's always kind of like, when is he going to wrap up? But no, that was a well-executed answer.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
You guys actually didn't see it, but behind the scenes here, Tara Lynn actually left the Zoom room and timed out 2 minutes before coming back, and it was dead on. It was perfect. Like she already had a response formulated. It's the proper way to address this 3-person booth. Take advantage of the extra time. Go out, walk around a little bit, enjoy the lovely spring weather. You get a beverage.
Yes.
Get a terrible salad, we'll talk more about your terrible salad later. Through one quarter, the Patriots have scored twice, both after Texans miscues, a fumble, an interception. Cam Newton, 115 yards through one quarter, including a 55-yard touchdown striking to N'Keal Harry. Deshaun Watson, not nearly as good, only like 37 passing yards from him, and only 11 rushing yards. So the most owned guy in this showdown not showing up so far.
Denny says, love TL ripping on the guys.
Yeah.
It's not just us. Also football players, too. Even the fake football players. Like,
welcome to a day in my life, Just ripping on everyone.
Yeah. Just yeah. It's like basically every time you see Tara Lynn on the schedule, you realize you're going into a Friars Club roast of yourself. It's a little intimidating, a little daunting. The word bozo is going to get thrown around a lot with no forethought to the feelings of a co-host. It's brutal. It's tough. We have a therapist on staff just to deal with the post-Tara Lynn broadcast. So while you were out there getting your terrible salad, Emerson and I went and did a little group therapy. We cried. We did some internet hugs, and I was feeling better, and now I'm feeling worse. So
who is the sim therapist? Who is best suited for this role?
It's Kenny Ducey, because he listens so well, and he's so empathetic that if anyone there is really going to take in and churn through and digest your thoughts and feelings and make you feel better about yourself, it's going to be Kenny, who at no point will talk over you and scream about the Jets for no reason.
We have an idea, Tara Lynn, in the chat from Anna. Tara Lynn, make bozo bobbleheads of each one of these guys and sell them.
Honestly, that's a great idea. And if I become a carpenter in the next few weeks, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll carve out my own bozo bobbleheads because I want them to look like you guys. I just can't go get random, your generic bobblehead. Maybe I'll look on Etsy. I don't know. But I think
Quick question.
I got a lot of spare time. I can do that.
Carolyn, do you think bobbleheads are made of wood?
Yes. Aren't they made of wood?
They are like ceramic.
What are they made out of?
They're made of the finest china. No, they're like ceramic or plaster. Yeah,
Terrell's gonna be.
Like, if you want to make an artisan bobblehead, you could carve.
I don't personally own a bobblehead.
You are talking about whittling something like an old prospector coming back from the mines and like, got nothing to do tonight. Sun's already down. Can't go pan for gold. Guess I'll whittle myself a glass bobblehead.
I was thinking, I'll stroll down the street later in the streets of Boston. I'll find myself my nearest bobblehead woodmaker and get yourself some bobbleheads. I really thought they were made. I don't think I've actually held a bobblehead before. Or maybe, do I have one? No, I think, or maybe, I don't know. I got one, or saw one. It was like Jared Kravis bobblehead day at somewhere. He's one of my friends, and I remember seeing it, but I was like, why do I want a bobblehead of you? Like, that's ridiculous.
Wow.
But I want a bobblehead of myself. Wow, okay. So not made of wood, but these bobbleheads will be made of wood.
Someone buy Terrell an axe. She needs it for bobblehead making.
This is like an artisanal hipster bobblehead corporation that you're starting up. I feel like you could go to Shark Tank and someone would buy 25% for $200.
Hi, Mark Cuban. My name's Terrell Lynn. Bobbleheads out of wood. Watch.
Yes, it's gonna be the new thing.
Green pass gets away, and that's a touchdown for the Texans.
Dookie? It's Duke Johnson. Let's go.
Oh, always a minefield with these Texans running backs because they're not good and they're not cheap. Duke and David, each of them more than 5,500. Neither one gives you more than 7 points per game, but Duke getting on the board there. Texans only trail by 7. Yeah, this is a terrible time to get into the wooden bobblehead market. We're experiencing a lumber shortage right now, thanks to all the booming. Yeah, come on.
Consider it.
Terrible business plan. Meanwhile, all sorts of reclaimed cement and rebar out there if you want to make a truly gross bobblehead, which I feel like there is a market for, like a garbage pail kid bobblehead corporation.
I don't know.
That is a passing touchdown, by the way, for Watson. Just to clarify. Rally Rel was asking in the chat. And Frangelico has already updated in the game center. Freak of nature. TL is at Home Depot. Hi, can you point me in the direction of the bobblehead wood?
Yes, I will do that when I have to go get my moving boxes. I will go to the bobblehead section at Home Depot. No, I'm not having a blonde moment, Winston. I don't consider my knowledge of bobbleheads have a blonde moment. I have blonde highlights, so it's fine. I just didn't really realize about the stupid bobblehead.
Got it. Wow. What is going on with the Keel area? That's a bonus for him on 2 catches. And barely any yards after catch. He just pulling down these absolute rainbows downfield. The Patriots passing offense will not be denied, and it's a one-man show.
Terrell's favorite bobblehead is probably Smokey the Bear.
Oh, Jesus. I give up. This was not my best day in Simland by any means. I'm so happy I'm producing tomorrow, and I never thought I would say that.
Nuke on Twitch. She's trying to make a birdhouse. LOL.
Poor Terrell.
I never thought I would be jealous of producer Drew, but I really am. I can't wait to go hide behind my little Zoom screen tomorrow.
It was Demir Bird. Oh, it was only a matter of time. The more and more you come on here, I've said plenty of stupid stuff.
That's
correct.
Oh. And it's just
Practice
out
suspended,
there.
like every 3 weeks. You just gone for a weekend. It's like, oh, what terrible name did you say in the chat this time?
Yep.
See, Carolyn, you were better off saying something like that on Friday, like because everyone would just forget. They'll just flush it out.
Yeah, it was forget Friday.
Now no one will forget this the rest of the week. So
No, people are not going to forget this one. And here I am. Bobbleheads are wood. People are laughing up a storm here. Yeah, I quit today, and that's all I kind of have to say.
ooh, that rhymed.
Thank you.
I don't think you did it on purpose, but we'll give it to you.
Nope, didn't at all.
Dumont looking for Edelman. Yeah, we haven't seen Jules. It's been Demir Bird and, of course, the N'Keal Harry show for the Patriots.
A little Demir, a little Ozzy, and some Sony Michelle. It's been kind of a weird one for the Patriots, but that's kind of standard here in Simland. You never know what you're going to get outside of Cam Newton, which is why they're maddening here in these Sims.
Third and goal.
And not going to be able to do it. Oh, we had N'Keal Harry open, but on the run, zings it a little too hard, a little bit too much of a lead, and we're about to get Nick Folk giving Tara Lynn some more points, giving her those AJ McCarron points.
See, great. See, Jim hops right on this on YouTube and says, like, straws are made from turtles. I said that like a year ago now. I said,
Totally.
It came out of my mouth, yeah. That straws are made from sea turtles. Which is not true. What I was trying to say was that the plastic is not good for the turtles.
Good.
But somehow the sentence that came out was, turtles are made of straws. See? Really stupid thing I said, but it was a year ago, so some people may have forgot, but Jim did not.
Sim Fam doesn't forget, man.
No, they don't.
No, they really don't.
They don't forget anything.
Nope.
So when they say stay here, just be ready.
Spencer asks, Tarolyn, are you okay? Yes, I'm just joking. I'm not in a low place. I have a very thick skin. Probably Glash knows this more over Christian. I like to give crap, and then I can easily take it too. That's what you get for when you work with all guys for the last 3 years. We're always giving each other crap. So yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine. I bobbleheads are not made out of wood. I had to learn something today. It's Monday. That's great.
Well, Tara Lynn normally,
conversation piece.
In my opinion, I think you usually swing first.
Oh yeah, but I feel like I was corrupted because I was not like this when I first started at DraftKings. I think I was a little quiet and I was like, hi, what are you guys doing? My name's Tara Lynn. And it's not like you were overly friendly, Glash. You kind of just acted like a diva day one.
Oh, stop it.
Let me get on camera. Can I do the fantasy flash over Tara? And you kept your cubicle like 3 things away from me. So then I kept moving closer, being like, can you be my friend at work? And then I just kind of annoyed you to the point where now we're, like brother and sister, and I make fun of you every chance I get. But yeah, you guys corrupted me. So now I'm very sassy, and I'm always just I'm always taking the first swing.
So what I hear is that
So I kind of deserve this wooden bobblehead thing, to be honest.
Yep, you do. Good.
So what I'm hearing is that you are dead inside, and that's because of the rest of the doofuses at DraftKings.
You know what made me dead inside, Christian? Wisconsin.
Yeah,
Wisconsin made me dead inside.
There, you were, one of the worst places in Wisconsin. How, there's so many good cities, and you end up in one of the 3 bad ones.
Yes.
Jared says she has thick skin, which is made of wood.
Okay, that's a good one.
Not going to end. Oh, speaking of salads, Tara Lynn, Glash, my friend Andrew says Spencer is bringing up custom salads for the booth. What's the salad of choice, Tara Lynn?
Wow, that sounds amazing. I would like a Greek salad, please.
Okay. They got those at Patriot Place.
A little bit of feta, a little fresh lettuce, a little vinaigrette dressing here. Thanks. The people are loving you at the Connecticut Sun broadcast. I mean, how many compliments are you getting in here?
It's very, very kind. These people mean so much to me. I got a tweet from Bonzo last night. Bonzo is a team always here, team DK SimFam from the very beginning. he took a screenshot of me on camera at the beginning and said, "You're on the wrong side of the screen," because I was on the right and Kim Adams was on the left. Typically, host is on the left, analyst is on the right. I thought it was funny. It was well done. Oh, it's very much appreciated. Thank you all very much. See, Tara Lynn now wants me to thank you all and sound humble, and then she'll say, "Oh, now you're being big time. Why don't you just say thank you for what
I'm Brandon Glasheen. I know Rebecca
That's what she
Loba.
wants. She's
get
setting me up. This is the
Mohegan
point.
Sunbucks.
Oh, Diana Taurasi is so amazing. Blah, blah, blah. My name's Black.
See, so that's why I've just been trying to ignore them. But
do you need a hotel room at the Mohegan Sun? I can use my employee discount and get you 6% off. Ah, Blash.
Like you never tweeted out, "Oh, I just had a pinch me moment that I'm working with Tara Lynn, the famous ex tap dancer." But no, you put out
Doublehead Woodmaker.
You put out, "Oh, Diana, Woodmaker, Wisconsin reject." Like you never put out a tweet like that, like, "Oh, pinch me, I'm working with Tara Lynn today in a 3-man booth." No,
I feel like you rejected.
Diana.
You were the one who rejected Wisconsin before it could reject you. let's be honest there. There's no barrier for entry in Wisconsin. We reject no one. Half this state is overweight trundlers and meth labs, and yet
I was rejected.
This is what being attacked feels like.
It does.
3rd and 9.
I was sad to learn that Tara Lynn is a former tap dancer. That's a skill that doesn't get worked out anymore. Very sad. There's another 3rd down.
I'm sad too.
Well, I mean, we do. Halftime show is coming up. 90 seconds. Would you like to tap
I'm
around?
thinking, like, maybe my talent should just be I'm the halftime performer.
If we get to 200 likes, we're at 160. Would you do a quick 10-second tap rehearsal for us? Or,
I don't have my tap shoes here in my apartment. It's not like I tap all the time. They're definitely at my parents' house. But maybe in the future I will put on a tap dance.
This all sounds wrong.
You're acting like I carry my tap shoes around with me everywhere.
Did you or did you not wear your tap shoes to Sunday Funday yesterday?
Absolutely not. I wore my sneakers.
Terrible decision.
Yeah, and Drew brings up a great point. Thank you, producer Drew, having my back as the best producer out there, over me too. I'm just mediocre right now. Do you know what tapping does to the hardwood floors? She needs that security deposit back. Yes, I do, because as we talked about earlier, taxes are due today. I'm poor. Emerson's poor. I don't know about Christian status, but yeah, I need my security deposit back. So maybe no tap performance.
I have a very nice refund coming my way because I did my taxes incredibly wrong. So I look forward to getting that message from the IRS. I got audited once before when I was living in Indianapolis and I was between jobs, and I literally was like, I can't pay this. If I just write them a nice letter asking them to look at it again, maybe they'll fix things. And it somehow worked. They were like, "Oh yeah, no, we actually owed you money this whole time." So if you get audited, just write the IRS a very nice letter and it'll somehow fix things. No. David Johnson down to the 1-inch line. 1st and goal coming for the Texans here. Tail end of the second quarter.
Must be, says Tara Lynn, taps on the natural wood of her apartment, fresh for crafting bobbleheads.
Oh, clever.
That could be your way for carpentry. Just tap on the wood. Oh, no.
Ooh, almost the vulture of vultures, Cullen Gillespie. Instead, he loses 2 yards. 2nd and goal coming up. 1 timeout left, so 2 plays left in the half for the Texans. Maybe even just the 1 if they continue to let this thing run down. 16? There it is.
Jared says the Connecticut Sun needed a real sports professional, someone with clout. When they couldn't do it, they got Glash.
Cool.
Yes, when the sun set, they decided, let's go to the guy who does Madden After Dark. Here we are. So they got Rebecca Lobo. Well, Rebecca's actually not going to be on until August. It's just how the schedule worked out. Here we go. No timeouts. Go to the end zone. Or throw it away. That'll work. Okay, that's fine.
13 seconds, though, so you get a shot here at 3rd down and goal. Don't send Kaimi Fairbarn out there just yet. As long as this doesn't stop short of the end zone, they'll get a chance to add some points.
I'm nervous to see what happens here. 3rd and goal from the 2. Watson's under center. Looking. Now what do you do? Do you settle for 3 or do you go for the touchdown?
I think you settle for 3 here. You take the point early. You go for it late. Still plenty of time left in this one. And also, the Patriots have yet to mount their own full scoring drive. Their 2 touchdowns were the result of Houston turnovers, and then they also have that Nick Folk field goal. So your defense is doing well enough. You take the points, you come back, see if you can get something going in the second half. As we got 6 seconds to go here in the second quarter. The Texans close the gap to 10-17 here in the lovely city of Foxborough. Excuse me.
Couple of deep balls to N'Keal Harry. That's what's really highlighted this first half. Harry's hit the bonus, has a touchdown. Duke Johnson has the only touchdown for Houston. Sony Michel has also scored. Not a bad sim so far. Still a whole half to go. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Let's, besides the tap dancing idea, let's still just get to 200 likes because you guys are all great and Tara Lynn wants to keep her security deposit.
Thank you.
Michael says, enjoying the irony of not hearing Pat's talk during their own sim. Well, you missed it like maybe 10 minutes ago.
That's true. Yeah, we had a nice little. Yeah. We delved into the N'Keal Harry seaworthiness debate. We talked about Cam and Mac Jones. And, hey, if you want to read more about Mac Jones and when he's going to be entering the starting lineup, well, that is one of the focuses of today's post route, postroute.substack.com. We look at the 5 rookie quarterbacks taken in the first round of this draft and when they're going to make their NFL debuts. Read all about it, postroute.substack.com. It's free.
Can you rattle off the 5 first rounders? What week you have them playing?
Trevor Lawrence, week 1. Zach Wilson, week 1. Justin Fields, week 4. Trey Lance, over under, week 11. And Mac Jones, week 15. Read all about why in today's post route. I shouldn't have thrown the sign. Why did I throw the sign? That's on me. Careless. Tried to look cool.
All right. I guess I'll check it out. Deshaun Watson, 52 rushing yards. And this one, he does have an interception. N'Keal Harry, 2 catches for 108 and a touchdown. Bird has 4 for 36. Will Fuller, 3 for 40. He also fumbled, right? He was the receiver who fumbled. Randall Cobb, 2 for 17. Brandon Cooks, 2 for 25. Darren Fells, 3 for 20. Goose egg for Julian Edelman.
That's about right. Yeah, getting just soundly outplayed. He's just so trick or treat here in Simland. At least Will Fuller has started to come alive after that early fumble. And Tamir Bird, man, just so many guys on both these teams you can't put in the circle of trust. This is just picking names out of a hat, really, beyond Cam and Deshaun. And Deshaun not even having a great game himself. Would have been nice for him to maybe run in, touchdown there. Instead, he has been held scoreless, although does have a bead on the bonus on the ground, 52 rushing yards through 2 quarters.
Get the Green is after this, right? Emerson and Reed back here. Okay. Good. It's good to see that the both of them have decided to come together and prioritize their show. We have not had them together in a long time. So,
yeah.
CJ over on Twitch, just popping in to thank Tara Lynn and Christian for the attacks on Where I Live. Listen, we have nothing but love deep down in our hearts for the great state of Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah.
Like 7, maybe 8 months out of the year, and then it is a frozen hellscape from which you don't emerge into the world. Then you stay in your local bar, drinking your old style, your high lifes.
Hey, listen,
yeah, it's a good.
I love the news station that I worked at, but the weather it slowly killed me a little bit. That's it.
Yeah. Like yesterday, we were hanging out with a couple, there were transplants who moved to Wausau for jobs, and they love their jobs. And it's like, what, Wausau? And you don't know anyone? They're like, oh, it's a nightmare. It's terrible. There's nothing in Wausau. Like, if you go to most small towns in Wisconsin, it's awesome. Especially if they have like a local college. If they have a UW system college, Like, they're going to have really cool bars. The food's going to be good. There's going to be stuff to do. Wausau, nothing. Nothing.
No.
Terrible. Might as well be Superior. Might as well be Portage.
ESU 31 leading the free public showdown contest. Andrew 34232. First place in our contest. 3 best friends anyone could have. CJ 71, speak of, is in second place in our contest.
Using that Wisconsin knowledge. A nice little run there from David Johnson. Texans in business here near me field. Tara Lynn, I see, 142nd out of the 151 of us who showed up for the free roll.
Amazing. Good job, Carolyn.
You are beating 5 people who turned in rosters with AJ McCarron prominently featured.
Suckers.
Yeah. Including Meager. Meager is always like near the top. And today, that Texans defense play not looking great. Edelman with the bagel. Eesh.
My day is turning around. Yeah, Batman in the chat wanted to know if Edelman is in the stand selling peanuts. I mean, most likely, maybe. Not sure, Batman.
Maybe this can be your new thing. Like, you always play a backup quarterback, and then you can laugh at the people that finish behind you and say, wow, you losers, you did not beat me and I played the QB2.
Well, can I just say that you know me too well, because I had a strategy behind this, because let's have a little shtick here, because you guys have been playing this now for what, a year?
Yeah.
I just finally got invited to play by Bozo Kaufman. So I was like, let's have some fun with it, and let's play. Probably no one's going to play AJ McCarron. I'm playing him just because I have met his wife before. So that's really why I just decided to throw the name in there. And look at the 5 people that I'm beating. Stinks.
Yeah, including Meager. As Christian said, Meager in the chat, wearing it, now in second to dead last. There is Duke Johnson with the catch to the 17. Texans are in the red zone, down a touchdown to the Patriots. So Get the Green is next with Emerson and Reed. I'll be here at 4 o'clock with BK. Christian and Tarolyn are done for the day when this one concludes. So, sad times.
Yep.
Really is quite the start to a day when you have the 3-man booth, the 3-person booth right at noon and 2.
Plus, we got to hear Emerson's dogs cry a little bit in the background.
A little sad to start the day.
Yeah. We got to deal with multiple hosts kind of slowly rehydrating after a busy Sunday.
Yeah.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Glad. Were you busy on Sunday? Because I don't.
Wait a second.
Oh, you're playing.
Interesting. Well, if it wasn't you and it wasn't me, and someone's drinking water now.
Christian's drinking water as well.
Now, if I recall.
Oh, geez, I know where you're going with this. Yep, everything is just coming full circle on this Monday.
Saturday, I think I was on with Emerson. Who was producing? Oh, that's right. Tarolyn was producing on Saturday, and interesting. Chirping away at me for my lack of hydration.
Yeah.
Horrible look and just
looking a little tired.
Yeah, and now
did Watson slide down short of it? He did. So terrible awareness there. We might be seeing a field goal. We might see Bill O'Brien get a little frisky here and go for it rather than turn things over to Cammy Fairbarn. Watson should have had that first. Apologies. The game got in the way of us roasting Tara Lynn.
No, it's
yes.
Interesting how that happens just 2 days later.
It really is. But hey.
Oh, no.
Like my buddy Lewis Richardson said, that's life.
Yep, that's right. That's life. And here we are. We're all just simming along together. That's not good. On a 4th down, they don't get it. Patriots ball.
They lost 4 yards, it seemed like, on that first down. As Tara Lynn's captain, Jimmy Jams White, up to 2.1 points in the captain spot now.
Thanks, James.
2.1 more points than AJ McCarron has currently. 2.1 more points than Julian Edelman has currently.
Great point. Yeah, Edelman, the leader in the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award. competition. There's White again, but not enough for the first. Yeah, Killa, Edelman, 0 points so far. Reed Tees, did you know on Twitch, wondering, when you're doing these WNBA games, who's taking care of Leafy and eventually the ouster? I mean, Sarah's here. Everything's going to be fine. I think. Leafy definitely misses me. Maybe I should throw Leafy in the back seat and take her to Mohegan. Get some sun,
Yeah, a little bit of ambiance for the booth. Oh God!
Christian's so disappointed in me. No, get some sun.
I just feel like the lack of self-respect needed to make that terrible joke is disappointing to me, Clash. You have so much to live for, and yet awful. Terrible.
All right, Pats give it right back to Houston.
They do flip the field a little bit, though. So nice Jake Bailey punt there, and David Johnson getting nothing done on the other end, which makes sense. Again, this Texans running back platoon, 2 servings of hot garbage.
Whoa, some breaking news. I know Massachusetts is reopening May 29th, but now Boston is also in on the party. Boston will match the state's timeline, reopening May 29th, which is the beginning of Memorial Day weekend. Wow.
Yep. Big news.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I'm bummed because, normally Memorial Day weekend, I'm in Indianapolis for the race, and this year I won't be. I'll be staying at home, and I'm gonna have to find things to do up here. I'm gonna be home alone with a toddler, and it's all right, how are we gonna process the Indy 500? How are we gonna celebrate our nation and go out and do fun things? I don't know. I don't know how much I can hang with a 3-year-old.
James in the chat, Watson does have a pick. I'm seeing it in the game center here. 1 INT. So you're right.
Yeah, it's in the score.
I see what he's saying though, because he threw one to Jonathan Jones.
Yeah, it's on the scoreboard here. I got it in the. He's in my flex with 1 passing touchdown, rushing yards, passing yards, and an INT.
Okay. Chad says Boston donuts are good.
Like Dunkin' Donuts? Or
David
what's
Square?
Boston Donuts?
Baby, Davis Square Donuts.
Okay.
What's the donut spot of choice, Terrell, where you are?
I'm not a big donut girl.
Really?
But nope, not a big donut girl. I'd rather a bagel. But really popular. I mean, North Shore, everybody always raves about Cane's, and I've had their donuts before, and it was kind of an incredible experience up by Saugus, I would say. But then in the South End, they have Blackbird donuts, which tried those before too. Really yummy, but I never wake up and I'm like, oh, I really want a donut. It's just not in the cards for me. I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys are big donut lovers.
I mean, not all the
Yes,
time, but
no.
a special occasion donut, absolutely. It's only if I'm going to visit family or people are coming here, I'll go out and get some Greenbush Bakery donuts here in Madison, and awesome. They're old school, some cake donuts, and they have awesome, really good cherry old-fashioned cake donuts with the glaze, blueberry. They have a cream cheese donut that's pretty great. As Terrellin's captain continues to show up, Jamie Jams White, 1 for 26 there.
James has my back.
Up to 141st in the free roll. Oh, up to 140 now. 127 ahead of Ziwa. Ahead of producer Drew. Ahead of Rick James. Ahead of Frangelico. Wow.
That's fantastic. Back down to 128.
My day is turning around.
How do you feel, producer Drew? Like a loser?
Yeah, what are you guys feeling like? Maybe you guys should go kick rocks. Everyone thought Tara Lynn was going to be the loser today because she thought bobbleheads were made out of wood. Now we're making a comeback.
It truly is a great.
I love a comeback story.
We're so invested in Tara Lynn's climb up the charts that we missed the quarter break. That's how well we're doing right now.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Do we stop or just do we?
I don't know.
Keep going.
Yeah. Well, we've been mashing the X button because the first half went by so slowly that we're trying to get back on schedule. We got to make sure that we're not wasting Emerson Lotzey's time because he is so expensive to have on. Reed T. Fowler as well. Now that he's got that PGA money, I can't imagine how much more he's getting paid than I am.
Well, of all people asking about no pause, it's Noah Moon, who's always like, get back to the game. And now you want the pause, Noah. Which one is it? Sun over moon. Sun over moon, Noah.
Hey, talking about my guy, James White, who is, has my back with making you all be big suckers. So James White the other day, he was admitting that the Patriots, obviously, they didn't do their best last year. Pretty huge for him to admit. But it's going to be fun to come out here and see how excited everybody is to get back out there. He's really liking the familiarity with everybody on his team. He likes the chemistry, and he said they need to compete and improve. So strong quote by James White.
Yeah, there were rumors, remember? There was a chance he was going to go down to Tampa. Brady was recruiting him. And the Pats locked him up. So.
Yeah. Instead they got Gio Bernard and his wonderful fireman's mustache instead, which I'm jealous of. I've never had a strong mustache game. It's been pretty sad.
I really think this is a great tactic by Tara Lynn. I am going to roster AJ McCarron. I'll roster, whoever it is, Jarrett Stidham, the backup quarterback on the depth chart, and then stick it to all of you that finish behind me. Oh, it's a great.
I like to do crazy stuff like this, everyone. Welcome. Is Glash's mom calling this sim? No, it's me. It is me, Tara Lynn Azak, a DK employee. This is not Glash's mom. Maybe my voice is a little raspy today because, again, I was telling Simland the pollen is slowly killing me, like Wisconsin's weather did. But now the pollen is just, it has it out for me. I take an Allegra, it doesn't work.
I love that the chat was like, this person is harassing Glash nonstop. It must be Glash's mother.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the pollen's fault, not the bar. Not the bar yesterday.
No, it is the I'm just gonna be quiet.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. We're less than 30 likes away from 200. Smash the like button, DK Sim fam. That was just not pretty. Somehow the Texans are still only down 7. It feels like the Patriots have destroyed them. Guru, stop it.
Yeah. Guru, hey, enough.
Second and 10 for Watson. When is it my turn to just get up and walk away? You two have each had that moment.
Yeah, you can go take care of Leafy if need be. I mean, that's the true benefit of a 3-person booth. I was gone for the entire second quarter. It was delightful. I went outside. I got a little sun. Said hi to the neighbors.
Yeah. If I had to read both of your minds, you're like, I can get up. Glash is just going to keep yapping, so I'm good just to go.
We know you're a true pro. We don't worry about these things. Oof, big 4th down decision coming for Bill O'Brien. 4.5 to go here. 4th and 2 coming up. They're in Patriot territory, but not in field goal range. Wouldn't matter anyway. They're down 7. Got to think they're going to go for it here. Even though their last 4th and short was stopped short by my guy, Adam Butler, they are going, in fact, to go for it. Pats have numbers up front. If they run it, they do run it. And, they pick it up by about a yard. It's Duke. 3 for 11 and a touchdown for him.
Mamba Vision on Twitch. You guys need a tip button instead of a like button.
This chat, let me tell you, David, I do not sound like a frog. Not nice to say to me on a Monday. I think my voice sounds great, just has a little extra rasp. From the pollen, not from a rough night. Let's X that narrative out right now.
There's Watson on the carry. Hey, 111 yards and 11 carries. Yeah. Holy crap, look at all those ones. That's the bonus, of course.
Yeah, and he's not having a great game by his standards, but hey, that's up over 20 points for him, and now he can cap this drive off with a touchdown. He might. Well, he's not going to get Krusty Call Player of the Game. So it's going to be N'Keal Harry, especially if he somehow finishes this game with the bonus on only 2 catches.
How about Terrell Lindo up into 117th place, just passing Frangelico on the leaderboard.
Woo!
Wow. Terrell Lind, smash the like if you hate Paul. DeMac Lyon, appreciate you. Thanks for tuning in.
Jogging. All right. Well, Deshaun Watson inside the 5. Are they going to get another playoff here before the 2-minute warning? Probably, but who knows? It doesn't hurt them to burn a little bit more clock before handing the ball back to the Patriots, although they still do need to get that touchdown.
Some men just want to watch the world burn. Or the clock to burn. Wow, you're getting a lot of support here with the pollen.
Yep, thank you. Pollen season.
Pollen ASAC.
Pollen Lynn.
Nickname. I would give it. I would start calling you Pollen.
No, just call me Pollen Lynn. Oh no, Paulin. Yeah. Okay.
Paul.
No, I don't want that. That's not a fun name. People are gonna want to run away from me.
Right. Yep. That's true. Mm-hmm. All right, Junior. Look at this. Look at this can of worms we've opened. All right, 2nd and goal, 3-yard line. Texans down a touchdown.
Dude. You know what? I'm having such a good game. People thought I did this move because of my lack of knowledge. Ha! Chat.
Well, not really knowledge. Just more that AJ McCarron, when we see him, it's special. And I mean, your reasoning though was very detailed and something I didn't think of.
It was just out of Catherine Webb respect, which I feel like we can all get.
Thank you.
You all thought wrong. All right, tell us who you need here in the chat. We got about 400 of you watching. We're really close to this 200 like threshold. Smash it if you need Deshaun to do something for you. 4th and goal, need the score.
What? Why?
What are you doing?
Oh, well, that one deserves all the scorn it's about to get in the chat. My God.
Wow.
All right, this is my turn to get up and take a walk.
Yeah.
See ya.
Oh.
What's up, Leafy? Oh, he really left.
No, he's not coming back, which I get it. After that display of brain fartery from Deshaun Watson, the Patriots 1 first down away from being able to basically close this one out. That did not help. Barely a yard there for maybe Sony Michel? Tough to tell.
Okay. Cooled off now. That was absurd. I mean, like, what?
Yeah, Deshaun clearly not a great awareness rating here in Simland because that was next level stupidity.
All right.
Jam. First down for the Patriots. 1 timeout left for the Texans. That is not going to be enough. Patriots will probably go kneel down, carry, kneel down, and that will end this one. It's going to be a Patriots 17-10 victory over the Texans. And, well, we already know who the babysitter Billy is going to be in this one. Julian Edelman, 0 points, 0 targets, 0 catches, 0 receptions, 0 rushing yards, 0 touchdowns. Edelman prematurely retired in this one. Did not see anything out of him. Get him out of here. He gets the babysitter Billy. And, for the crusty cough player of the game in this one, yeah, we're gonna stick with N'Keal Harry. 2 catches, 108 yards and a touchdown. Anytime you get the bonus on 2 catches and you have like 4 yards after catch, that's legit. Give that man his Simland bonus. He has earned it. He deserves it. I'm glad we got to say something nice about N'Keal Harry because those opportunities are few and far between.
Yeah, and even Deshaun Watson hit that rushing bonus, but threw a pick. Only threw for 155 yards. So just not enough for his ownership, of course. Get the Green is coming up next. One of actually the 2 hosts of the show have now arrived, and that's good to have them back together. Good to see they are prioritizing their program. Coming up here in moments.
Oh my goodness.
What? I'm just saying it.
You're just extra sassy today because the Connecticut Sun, not Suns, Sun, it's going to your head. And you've become quite the monster, and I'm kind of sick of it. I have to put it out there. All you care about is the Connecticut Sun now. And you're attacking the show that's coming off next? Who do you think
it is coming up next. What are you talking about? It's coming up next, and I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve. What's going on?
This man.
Oh, Emerson, hi.
What happened? Were you really taking a dump on this show?
No, I just said it's great to see the 2 hosts of the show are here, and they've prioritized each other today.
Who says program? What are you, 90?
Program? It's a program.
Called a show.
A weekly program, Mondays at 3. Heck, I'm just gonna toss it to you 2 now, okay? I'm back at 4 o'clock, unless Terrell and Christian have anything else to say.
I want to let you guys know that Glash had a lot of terrible, awful things to say about shorts that don't go past your knees earlier, and you said that neither one of you have the thighs to pull it off.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Yeah.
Dude, you wore those Saturday. You need to wash those.
I literally never wash most of my clothes. Why would I wash the clothes that I wear when I'm sitting in this chair doing all of these award-winning sims when all I do is sweat?
I'm so sad the cameras were on us and somehow the rest of the Simverse didn't get to see that. It was like 2 jacked, plucked chicken cutlets.
Very white, very blinding.
It's really gross, isn't it?
We need a grocery store to sponsor this show coming up to get all of the meats you need. That's going to do it.
What has happened?
Wow.
All right.
It's time for Get the Green with Emerson Latzia and Reed Fowler. Take it away.
Oh, man. Wow. What a time, baby. What a time.
Start. Best start to any program that started in the 60s, 50s, 40s, and now.
Yeah. Don't forget to check your Don't forget to check your TV guide to see which Sims are coming up next there.
I think after we're in between Murder, She Wrote and Golden Girls, so this is a good time slot.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. It's Get the Green with Emerson and Sweet Tea Fowler. All right, let's do it, bro. I can't believe
why are we still doing a show? That was the best that we're ever going to do.
Intro. I mean, honestly, whatever, I'll leave if we have to. I did spend 10 minutes today. I told you on YouTube. I was texting you when I'm in the coffee shop. I'm like, this course this week is we already have another major. Dude, wow. This thing looks difficult. Although Rory didn't make it look that way. Like back in, was it 2012? Is that when he won?
2012. Yeah, good year. Good year.
Yeah. Real quick, we usually look back at the week that was. Anything from this past weekend that stood out to you? I didn't watch a single minute of the tournament this week. I was just busy.
Shout out to KH Lee. KH Lee was a guy that I've been on for a while. I didn't necessarily tout or bet him this past week, but he was a player that was just in great form. These South Korean players, they just they can get after it. And there's one specifically this week, and Siwoo Kim, who always plays Pete Dye course as well, right? He always plays these bigger tournaments well, and so if that can kind of keep that trend going, it's just nice to see, right? It's nice to see these guys who that's for a lot of these Asian countries, golf is very, 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 very important. It's a international sport. It's and especially in Korea, it's huge. Golf is huge. The same thing in Japan with Hideki winning the Masters. So really cool to see him win. Other guys too that have played well. What you need here, Emerson, you mentioned it. When you take a look at the PGA Championship, and historically, current form, so form coming into this specific tournament, the guys that have won have done well leading up to the tournament. Maybe not necessarily in the same type of courses, which you still want to use as correlation, but lead in form is really, really important in terms of the historic trend. Those trends can always go out the window. You could see John Daly win, right? Probably not. You probably won't see John Daly win, but
whoa. Relax. It's because I slacked Reed and Jeff today. I said, bro, $10 on John Daly, who won 30 years ago, would win you $10,000. So that's great. I love the guy. I got a story I want to share about him later too. I just rediscovered, but go ahead. Sorry.
No, so what I'm saying is when you take a look at this course, Emerson, it's huge, right? There's no official scorecard out that I've seen yet. It's, I haven't checked maybe in the last couple of hours on the sites that I usually check at, but it can play up to, like 7,800 yards. But 78, 76 is what the PGA media site has right now. That's not to say that it could play. It's probably going to play up to that. It could play less, right? Depending on the wind, depending on the tee boxes. But 7,800 yards, essentially, that's a beast. When you take a look at this course, and a Pete Dye course usually, right? Pete Dye is very diabolical in, like, you and I would absolutely get wrecked here. The reason why is because you and I are simple-minded. We look at the tee boxes and we say, okay, we're going to hit there. That's exactly what Dye wants you to do. And then there's trouble all around there. Samir, absolutely crushed, right? Ducey with his blades, absolutely crushed. Anybody that plays this course right now is going to be crushed, not necessarily because of the layout, because we've seen guys like Roy play well, but it's because of the winds. This thing is steps away from the Atlantic Ocean. And you could get swirling winds, you can get prevailing, like you probably won't get any prevailing winds. It's mostly east and west, so crosswinds that these guys get. And when you get winds like that and potentially greens that are difficult, they're past pound, so they're not going to be fast. They're going to be slow. That is potentially a recipe for some pretty difficult conditions. The weather, it looks benign right now, but the winds can pick up at any point.
Yeah, that's a good point by you, because this morning I'm watching this video, trying to learn more about this course, and the wind is like an added little spice that we don't get a lot at American majors. And then just looking at the track, like as a whole, which it played a tick under 7,700 yards when McIlroy won it in 2012, by the way. So there is like this visual, and any of you guys and gals can Google it too. There's like this visual intimidation factor to it, to where you can play a good round of golf here. You could play a perfect round of golf and still get screwed over.
Yeah. And what you're going to see from these guys too is it's a full tee to green type of style. Like Pete Dye it's always a second shot course with Pete Dye, right? Your approaches have to be spot on. And I would argue that, yes, it's long, so distance can play a factor, but maybe not as much as a US Open, right? US Opens, you really have to be, you have to really kind of buck the trend if you win without distance. Look at the last guys who've won the US Open. They've had some beefy biceps, right? Like these guys have been pretty stout in terms of their off the tee game, especially in distance. Yeah. So this one, you're probably going to want accuracy a little bit more than what's anticipated at first glance. At first glance, you're like, oh, this is huge. This is a long course. Accuracy is key, because if you're in the stink, if you're in one of these bunkers, it's when you're in the fescue, good luck trying to get out, because you're going to try and get out against these greens that are guarded with bunkers. Some of these greens have trees in front of them. It's going to be tough. But having said that, if the wind's not there, you're going to see a pretty easy test of golf for these guys.
Bro, there's also alligators and snakes like all over this place. There really is. Like if you're just a week, yes, 100%. Yeah, you know what's funny? You know why all of a sudden your eyes lit up like that, and you're like, is that true? It's because if you guys missed the sweat this morning, this clown right here got screwed over. He's gonna be on the course, Keogh Island, South Carolina this week. He's gonna be covering this event, for crying out loud. Yes, please be careful, dude. Stick to like the pathways and the path more traveled, okay? Because there are gators that'll eat dogs and little human beings and snakes that'll bite you. You'll expand like a balloon and you'll pass away from poison. So
yeah, my head will be as big as glass sheens, and I won't be able to fit through a door frame if a snake bites me. Yeah, look, I'm excited. I'm excited to get down there. Yeah, exactly.
Can't make it.
Exactly. No, I don't know. I've seen a couple of gators. That's it in Florida. Your state, your home state, you got gators. I don't like it. Get them out of here.
Brace yourself. So you were just mentioning you got to be like super accurate. Does this mean like, all right, let's look at a guy like we talked about this morning on the show, defending PGA champion here, Colin Morikawa, right? He's not a bomber, but he's damn accurate with the irons. He arguably the best iron player on tour, I believe, like you and Jeff were talking about this morning. So, but not being a bomber, how much of a disadvantage is that for him, or strong iron game kind of makes up for that?
Not much. Yeah, it's not much of a disadvantage. When you're number one in approach, no course is a disadvantage. What always ails him when his Achilles heel is his putting. You take a look at his last finishes here in the screen, Emerson. RBC, which is a Pete Dye course, tied for 7th. Masters, tough course, tied top 20. Players, Pete Dye, T41. Look at his Sunday round, a 66, right? WGC Concessions, where he putted well, he won, right? So when you take a look at what he's capable of, it's pretty impressive. But what can he do what Brooks did? Can he go back-to-back PGA Championships? That's a tough test. For DraftKings, I like him better, right? $9,800, like I mentioned earlier, right beneath Jordan Spieth at 10-1. I want to see what his roster percentage is going to be throughout the week, because if that's the case and he comes in even at like 10%, 11, 12%, that's going to be a steal for Colin Morikawa. But when you take a look at the putting, right, is he going to do well on slow putting greens? Probably better than if he were on fast greens. But he's won at Memorial, right, which are fast greens. It's sort of a give and take. I personally, from a betting standpoint, he is at 30 at plus 3,000 right now. And you've seen these guys, drift. Hovland started, I believe, at plus 2,800 earlier this week, and now he's all the way down to plus 2,000. Xander was started at plus 2,000. Now he's down to plus 1,700. So these guys are drifting. Everyone below, Morikawa, without, Sandsberger, have all experienced a little bit of a drift, right? And then not the top guys. They haven't really experienced too much of a drift. But if you're thinking that Hovland's number is too short now, plus 2,000, maybe that's the thing, Colin Morikawa, he's always going to be priced here, even though he's one of the top golfers in the world. He's ranked 6th or 5th in the world right now. And he's at 30-1, essentially, plus 3,000, which is really good if you're feeling Morikawa. I personally would rather split my card a little bit differently. I like the Xanders. JT is interesting and appealing to me right now, but I'm going a little bit further down if I'm playing in this range right now of that 30 and above.
Yeah, Morikawa is 6th in the world right now. And you mentioned Xander, who's 4th in the world. And then looking on DraftKings, Xander's $200 cheaper than Morikawa. And right before we came on, I'm reading your latest article here for DraftKings, and you have Xander as one of your picks this week. Why is that?
Yeah, I just take a look at what he's done. What he's done in majors over his last 4 majors, Emerson. He's gotten no worse than a 17th place. 2 of those are Masters. He almost won the Masters. Well, he didn't almost win, but he was in contention all the way up until the 17th hole on Sunday, and he put like 15 in the drink. So he kind of played himself out of that.
Like he feels like that next first-time major champion, doesn't he?
Right. Yeah, and this is where this is the major that you see breakout winners. Right, you saw Rory, you've seen the breakout winners, and the JT, and the long shots. And Xander's not a long shot. Oh, we've seen Y.E. Yang win, Jimmy Walker, Keegan Bradley. these guys have won this tournament. And so the PGA caters a little bit more towards this guy could finally break through. And like Xander, if you take a look at his past performances too. T3 at the Masters, Wells Fargo, Quail Hollow is what's over 7,400 yards, top 15 there. And so the distance you see that off the tee, he's fantastic. Genesis, top 15. Like he missed a cut at the Players, but he followed up with a T3, Waste Management, top 2, Farmers, top 2, Century, top 5, Masters, back in November, top 17. And then going back to the US Open, he's like a top 5 machine. So when you take a look at that, at his price, more on DraftKings now because that number has drifted in the teens, $9,600. The thing you have to worry about, though, with him is what's the ownership going to be? Is it going to be 20+%? If that's the case, and I don't think it is because it's a major, but if it gets up there to 18, 17%, maybe that means we should, pivot off of him and maybe go to like someone like Webb Simpson. So
15 career majors. Schauffele has 8 top 10s. Like it does
That's crazy.
feel like it's only a matter of time with this guy.
Yeah, will we be surprised if you saw him on Saturday up there at the top? Yeah, we wouldn't be surprised at all. So that's why I like him in terms of kind of like a wide range of opportunity with Xander. Is the trust factor is there. And it's not necessarily right now. Like he just like his whole thing too is he gets a little wonky with his wedges. Like his short irons get a little shaky, but if you take a look at his long irons and his approach and his off the tee game, it's been pretty good of recent. And if you look over the last 50 rounds too, and his proximity from that long range, if he's not hitting it super far, and he is a guy that can hit it 300 plus. Like he's also someone too that has that rates up fairly well with his longer irons. So that's someone that I'm taking a look at, especially in that 9-6 where you have Brooks, you have Spieth, Morikawa, Hovland's going to be popular. I like him as well. So Xander kind of fits that. Xander's not 10,000 anymore.
Mm-mm.
That's when I don't like Xander at these places when he's $10,000.
All right, so Rory McIlroy is the highest priced player here on DFS for DraftKings. He is the betting favorite on the sports book. Does he deserve to be?
Yeah, we touched on this earlier in the sweat, right? I think that it makes sense that he is because if you just take a look, top 10 at API, then a cut at the Players. He missed the Masters. You're like, what's wrong with Rory? And I mentioned this on the sweat or in our shows the week of Wells Fargo. I said, this is not the place to fade him. If he misses the cut here at Wells at Quail Hollow, or if he finishes with like a T65, okay, yeah, something's up, right? Something's really up with Rory. But this is not the place to fade him. And sure enough, he wins. And so when you take that into effect, along with his win in 2012, the last time this was played, a tournament was played here at Kiawah Island, where he won by 8 strokes. He's got to be, right? He's got to be. And even the sports books, when you take a look, it would be silly for them not to have him at the top, right?
I was going to say, I think he opened at 1,000 too. And
so, like sports books want him to be at the top because he's going to be such a polarizing bet. And even though there's 156 guys in the field, you're going to get like 20 or so PGA professionals who make this tournament, or like former winners, right? Past champions. They're not going to do anything. So it's like 120 players, 110 players that, are going to be qualified to make the cut. Really, when it comes down to it, of the 110, is Rory the best player out there? I would say no, but he's damn near close, right? Yeah, like DJ, Justin Thomas, and Rahm and Bryson, like all these guys they're interchangeable right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's at the front of everyone's minds again, following him being back in the win column a couple weeks ago at the Wells Fargo. Like he's 32 now, right? He's been left off a lot of those like favorites in a major list because of that prolonged slump, at least like by his standards. But this is a guy who's coming in. He's playing some good golf, obviously with the recent win, and we know what he did here back when. What does that mean? If he was 32 now, 2012, or
there we
23,
go.
24.
Oh, good. Very nice.
Hey, that's not bad. Hey, that's pretty good math. They had like the long curly locks, but I can't imagine
chubby face.
someone shooting a final round 66 on this course. Like, I don't know why I'm so blown away by this course. I think it's just so beautiful. It pulls me in.
Yeah, it pulls. It just does, man. It's gorgeous. It's right on the water. What more can you ask for?
Yeah.
What you saw with Rory, and there were no stats at the PGA Championship, I don't think until 2015 is when the PGA started giving us strokes gained stats for the PGA Championship. So we didn't see any stats, but when you take a look at what he did in 2012, he was number 1 in scrambling. So when he missed the greens, or when he was in the bunker, or when he had to save par from the what, like, he did it every single time. And that's what you need, right? You need some magic, you need some luck, but he was also I think top 5 or like 3rd in greens in regulation. And that's the other thing, Emerson. If these guys are averaging 280, like a Brian Harman is a good example. Like, he shouldn't do well at the Masters, right? In terms of distance and all that stuff. He shouldn't do well at these tougher courses, but he does. Why? Because his long irons, he's hitting the fairways. And his long irons are on point. And if you're hitting the fairway and you're getting on these greens in reg and you 2-putt, right, and you save par, and you maybe shoot 1 to 2 under every day, at the end of the tournament, 6-7 under could win it, right? So, like, that's what you have to think about too when you're building lineups or when you're betting, is that there's guys out there. And if you look at the leaderboard in 2012, you saw the Steve Strickers, you saw the guys who don't really hit it far, but are just tee to fairway, fairway to green, 2-putt. And that sometimes can win a major tournament, right? We've seen guys and players win this type of tournament time and time again like that. So don't just write off the shorter hitters because this is it looks like a bomber's course.
Yeah.
They can definitely do it, especially if they hit the ball in the fairway.
All right. Well, speaking of bomber here, Evans over on YouTube is asking, you lean more towards Bryson DeChambeau or John Rahm? He says no budget constraint.
Ooh, no budget?
Yeah,
wow.
That's right, baby. Wow. My dude, Easy EB, Mr. Boney, just gonna. I mean, hell,
famous last words, man.
Both. Yeah, right.
Shoot.
It was like
let's go all out, man.
When I'm installing the 2 air conditioners in our apartment, I go, I don't need the directions. And Meg goes, well, final last words. And she had to fix like half the things for me. Like, I did half of it wrong.
Dude, you looked like you were having fun when we FaceTimed yesterday.
We were going to Home Depot and
I love Home Depot, man. It smells lovely in there.
Dude, it's like Home Depot, Subway, Blockbuster, like those unique smells.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were going to Home Depot. You and Samir. Samir was like talking with a hot dog in his mouth, which looked really like uncomfortable. But yeah, she didn't want to go. I said, we gotta go, babe. Let's go have some fun. I said, hold on a second. I got some of my best friends calling. She was super thrilled about that, by the way.
Super thrilled. I picked up on that.
Yes. All right. So Rahm or DeChambeau? She loves you guys. She was in a mood.
No, she wasn't. She was. Who wants to go to run errands on a beautiful day? That's that look. So over the last 50 rounds, Easy, you got Rahm comes in at 4th in strokes gained off the tee, and Bryson's 5th. So they're even though Bryson seems to have the leg up on everybody and off the tee, it can get a little wayward here, right? If he gets a little wayward like he has been over the last couple of weeks with the driver, that's no bueno. This is not like the U.S. Open at Winged Foot, where you're going to have the ability to maybe hit it far down. And yes, you'll have thick rough, but here at this place, at this course, it's just much more diabolical than that if you miss the green or miss the fairway.
Yeah.
So I would lean Rahm.
He can't overpower this course. He can't overpower DeChambeau like he has in the past. Like when we saw at the Arnie's tournament there. In
API.
Orlando.
Or no, excuse me, Bay Hill.
Bay Hill. Yep.
But like I would lean Rahm. And the reason why is take a look at where Rahm plays well too, right? These coastal courses, like he's done well in San Diego. Not saying that that's a comp, but we've seen him play well at coastal courses. He's won the Memorial, a difficult course. When he wants to pop it out there with the driver, he definitely can. The thing about Rahm is he's steady Eddie, right? Take a look at his last handful of tournaments, right? Byron Nelson, sure, he missed. He's outside the top 30, finished 34th. He lost 2.3 strokes approach, but before that, a missed cut at the Wells Fargo, not great, but Masters 5th, Players 9th, the WDC Mexico He came in 32nd, but he gained 5 strokes off the tee, 5th at the Genesis, right? Like the Masters back in November, 7th. This guy hasn't lost strokes off the tee since 2019 in August. Like he's just a machine when it comes to driving the ball. And that's what you want.
His putter, right, has what's like been hurting him. And I know he's
shaky.
number 3. I know he's the number 3 player in the world and has 9 top 10s like this season. And a lot of people, like you've already mentioned, should be a good fit for a guy who has like 6 international wins. But I mean, dude, you could toss darts, you can pipe it, 300 like all day long. But like, as we've learned, we play together a lot. Like you can't putt worth a crap. It doesn't matter, man.
Yeah. And look, Bryson kind of has the same, like last week, lost 4 strokes putting for Bryson. That's usually not his thing. Lost a stroke and a half around the greens, lost 0.4 strokes approach, gained a ton off the tee, 6.3. But the week previous, remember when he left the course, he thought he was going to get cut. Like, no, he made the cut, came back, top 10, but he lost 5.5 strokes approach, gained 7 putting. So right now, it's a little inconsistent for Bryson. Masters finished 46th, Players finished 3rd, the API he won, but that might come down for easy. That might come down to preference, to be honest. Which one you prefer? I personally, like, I've never talked to Rahm. I've talked to Bryson.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Bryson up close, and he can mash the ball.
We've seen that commercial. We know,
but Bryson, but Rahm too. Like, he's a guy, man. He's a player that, again, would we be surprised if he just goes absolutely nuclear with everything? We've seen it before with Rahm. And Rahm doesn't have these huge blow up like holes. And if he does, he comes back. He comes back. Yes, he gets down on himself, but this guy's a grinder, man. Bryson is as well, but I lean towards Rahm on this course.
Dude, Rahm, he's not as much as a firecracker now as he once was, correct? You think like he's able to control that? Because that was his thing before. If a hole goes south, that guy got so fired up and got so in his own head that, toodaloo, dude. Like everyone else just passing you because he's so pissed off and angry at himself.
He still is, but I think he's also, he also realizes that that's wasted energy.
Yeah.
Right. It's wasted energy for you to and it happens to everybody, for you to worry about what you did on the previous hole. It's wasted energy. But if you take a look too, Emerson, and this is something maybe that you want to take a look at too, on Pete Dye courses, Bryson actually rates out better than Rahm over the last 50 rounds on Pete Dye courses.
Oh,
Bryson is 3rd. Yeah, he's 3rd in strokes gained total, 4th in tee to green, 8th in ball striking, which is just off the tee and approach, 17th in short game, which is putting and around the greens. He far out, he ranks a lot better than Jon Rahm on Pete Dye courses. So again, Travelers, RBC Heritage at Harbour Town, the Players, these are some of the courses that he's the Stadium course, PGA, for the the Desert Classic. It's had like 18 different names. The American Express. These are some of the Pete Dye courses that we have on tour. And right now, Bryson rates out a lot better than Rahm. So if it's a tiebreaker, maybe lean towards that.
All right. So I found like an interesting little nugget here. I guess he being Bryson is going to have the security blanket of a green reading book. He didn't have one of those, I guess, at the Masters, and he acknowledged that its absence bothered him.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Not allowed.
The Masters doesn't allow you to do that.
No, they don't allow you to have green. I mean, like a lot of people, I think the older school guys like that, right? Because that takes reading greens. I think Rahm is actually one of them who was very outspoken about, no, we should be able to reading greens is a skill. Like if you can't read greens, you shouldn't have the answers on the sheet right in front of you. You still have to putt the ball. You still have to hit the ball. But I think that it becomes a crutch, right? Whether it's a placebo effect or an actual, it actually helps. I'm sure it actually helps. But mentally too, like Bryson is probably saying, I feel more comfortable now knowing that I can put this into my equation and that if I miss it, I know why I miss it, right? It's not like if I make it, okay, good. It's like if I miss it, I know why, because I hit it too hard on this degree, on this slope. At the Masters, if he's missing it, maybe it's the stroke. I don't know. Maybe it's the ball placement.
So is that like Rahm? You think Rahm back in the day, like at school, remember you had an open book test versus say like a pop quiz. He would get upset if you had an open book test. Those were the best tests in the world.
Dude, those are the hardest tests. Because it was open book, the questions were much harder. And you didn't have enough time to go through your textbook unless you actually studied and you dog-eared here's the important thing. Here's the important topic. Here's the answer, this and that. Open book tests were much harder.
I was all about it. Could walk in there, just open the book. I don't know. I got lucky with them, I guess, because as someone who never prepared school, open book tests were definitely my jam. I was probably the top of my class when it came to those. and I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that.
That's a good question.
Hey, what do you got? We got a question that's just dropped in?
Yeah, Denny K on YouTube.
My dude.
It's your boy. What are some good value drafts that are a lock to make the cut? Well, Denny, nothing is a lock, or excuse me, no one is a lock to make the cut here. This is golf. Rory's missed 2 back-to-back cuts and then wins, right? It's not that easy. If I knew he was going to make the cut, I'd be a rich man. I'd be on my gold-plated jet going to Kiowa right now. But
instead, you're going to wait for like another day or two.
yeah, probably another day. Go Economy Plus. Let's be honest here. You got to ride comfortably. No, I'm just kidding. The values that I like, I'll answer that question because to make the cut, a lock to make the cut, that's like not really feasible. Harris English, $7,200 is someone that I like.
Plus 6,600 on the sports book. I see it in the article.
Yeah, he plays really well on these types of courses. Plays well in this part of the country. RSM Classic, RBC, just Carolina. The Carolina golf is just really fits his eye. So I like Harris English. I think someone to take note of who might be a value play, but is definitely not a lock to make the cut is Russell Henley. $7,200. Russell Henley, same price as Harris English. Like this is the type of courses that he plays well, right? Sony Open, Coastal Course.
Was Russell Henley the former Honda winner?
Honda Classic, windy conditions, yeah. Shell Houston Open can play windy. He's a third place at the Honda, back in March of this year. But look at what he's done over the past couple of tournaments. He's lost 8 strokes total essentially with his putter in the last 3 tournaments. Has lost in back-to-back with his irons, but the week previous at the RBC Heritage, which is a Pete Dye course, top 10, he finished 9th. He gained 8.8 strokes with his irons. Damn. So he's someone to keep your eye on, that he might not be a lock to make the cut, but another player I would not be surprised to see play well here because this is his style of golf. And he's at $7,200. Jason Kokrak, $7,100. Valspar is a good comp, and this has always been said about Valspar. Even though it's played at Innisbrook in Florida, it's much more aligned with, or akin, to Carolina courses. Valspar is undulating, it's hilly, it's tree lined. That is not Florida golf. That is Carolina golf. And so, and he's done well. Kokrak has at the Valspar. He's someone to keep your eye on, but he's been a little shaky as of recent. And a couple other players down in the 6K range. I think Brendan Grace is someone that you need to take a look at $6,800. Christian Bezuidenhout, the young South African, seems to play well in these tough courses. Not a long hitter, great short game, great putter. Irons are a little shaky, but he's someone that I would also take a look at as well.
Hey, question for you. Why do I feel like nobody is talking about the world #1 golfer this week? I feel like Dustin Johnson is just on the back burner. Is that like a recency bias thing? Because you're thinking this guy hasn't played great, but he's still atop every single golfer on planet Earth.
Yeah, take a look at his odds, Emerson. He's someone that I would be very interested at the top. He is plus 1850 right now to win this tournament. He's the #1 golfer in the world, like you mentioned. Recent form, garbage for him, right? He's just not playing well of recent withdrawal, right? That last tournament, because he had this knee injury, but the weekend previous, he was doing backflips off of his boat or someone's boat.
Probably
which was
his
very
boat.
interesting. Probably his boat or one of his boats. 48th at Valspar, 13th at RBC Heritage. He gained 5.2 strokes putting, lost through approach, missed the cut at the Masters, 48th at the Players, 54th at essentially last place at WGC Concession. And so when you take a look at that, right, this is Dustin Johnson. Like, he'll go on the streak, win, runner-up, win, third place, runner-up, win. And then he'll kind of just be like, nah, and he'll have these type of performances. And so that's something to really keep in mind. And that's why no one's really talking about him. But again, at 1850, I don't mind that. There's other guys that I'd rather bet around him. But if you want to, that's fine. This is the big thing right here, right? Is that he is only 10-9. And he's not going to go heavily roster. He just isn't. Everyone's going to kind of talk themselves out of DJ. And if you're able to start your lineups, DJ, like Webb Simpson, that's a pretty good 1-2 right there, especially down here. This is where DJ's from. Like, DJ's from the Carolinas.
His home state. So you would think immediately, like, that helps settle like your mental game. Even if you're coming in like he is, playing like absolute crap. We know he can hit it far. It goes back to, if you just look the track up real quick, you got to hit it far and straight if you're going to do that on this course. He's also 24th in strokes gained total for this season.
There you go. But look at what he does on Pete Dye courses, Emerson. This guy is an absolute monster. If you take a look at his Pete Dye splits, he's like, I think, let me just pull it up here. He's like number 1 over like the last 50 rounds. No, I take that back. He's not. Oh, wait, I have these other factors. No. But yeah, RBC Heritage, we know he plays well at. Yeah, number 1. That's what I thought. Like, strokes gained total, number 1 over the last 50 rounds on Dye courses. Number 3 in ball striking. That's he's second and off the tee and 39th in approach. And he's number 1 in DK points scored on Pete Dye courses over that time frame.
All right, we got some people are mentioning some names in the chat. Thomas Peters, Corey Connors, Siwoo Kim. Any of those 3 guys, like off the top of your head? Feeling, fading? Talk to me.
Thomas Peters has been playing amazing golf on the European Tour. Like, just his guy's like a top 15 monster. If you take a look at what he's done worldwide, it's amazing. And he's another player, right? Long off the tee. Probably can, if he does well here, or if he eventually wins, he'll definitely be on the Ryder Cup. This is a Ryder Cup year. So these type of players, like Thomas Peters, are playing really well. Just take a look. Like, he missed the cut at the Byron Nelson, but that was his first, not real tournament, but his first Corrales or Mayakoba or Puerto Rico Open tournament in a long time. But look what he did at Corrales, top 13, Qatar Masters, 13th, Puerto Rico, 15th, Saudi, top 10, Omega Dubai. And these tournaments at the beginning of the year, these are when we're like DJ and Jay Rose and Paul Casey and all those guys were over there playing earlier in the year. So it wasn't just these scrub fields. This is what he was doing internationally. And now he's $6,800. He's going to be popular because of that, right? Because you look at his game logs and he's going to be popular. Siwoo, absolutely. Pete Dye course, major at $7,200. Yeah, another player who's going to be very popular is Siwoo Kim. And if you take a look at his odds, absolutely. This guy's 130 to 1. All this guy does is he's a big game hunter.
Yeah.
130 to 1 is fantastic for Siwoo.
I totally forgot that Siwoo delivered one of the funniest moments of the year.
Oh, yeah.
When he snapped his putter at Augusta. Oh, yeah. That was on Friday. Then had to putt with his fairway wood. And then, there was times where he was genuinely frustrated when he was missing putts with his fairway wood. And then he finished T12 that week.
Yeah, he was 8th, I think, on Friday, or 6th. I think he ventured into the top 5 at one point on Friday. And I get this notification, Siwoo was putting with his 3-wood. Like, what is this guy doing?
Yeah, finished T13 at this tournament last year. Obviously not the same course, but just a fun fact.
But Pete Dye, there are few players better than Siwoo on Pete Dye courses. Few. And it fits his eye, right? He won the Players. He's 10th in strokes gained total over the last 50 rounds. He's number 1 around the greens. Siwoo is an amazing chipper. So he's number 1 around the greens, 12th in approach, 25th in off the tee, 16th in DK points, like 3rd in tee to green, like at plus 130, 113,000. So 130 to 1. Pretty good.
So let's see, 6 golfers north of 10K. You want to flip back over to DFS real quick?
Yeah,
Which one? You look at the top 6 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which one's most likely to miss the cut in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably DJ, right? Like, if you just take a look at what these guys have done, like, it's probably DJ. I don't think he will, but just take a look at what Rory's done. Won, right? And this is his last, couple of weeks. JT won the Players, which is a Pete Dye course. He gets a little wonky with his putter, but look at these finishes. Won the Players, T21 at the Masters, T13 at Valspar, T26 at last week at Quail Hollow, or a couple weeks ago. Excuse me. DJ, that he's the one guy that he's kind of that variable. I don't think he will, but if I had to put someone in that bucket, it's probably DJ, because he goes in these spouts. Having said that, doesn't mean that, like I mentioned earlier about his odds or about what he is on DraftKings, on the DFS side, it doesn't mean that I don't think he's a valuable play. It's that risk allows him to come in at like sub 12% roster percentage or sub 10%. So you have to take that risk on in order to get the upside that if he does well, there's not going to be a lot of people who roster DJ. So he'd probably be the one, but I still like him.
And then I'm interested to know, if you pop over to the sports book, let's look at the top 5 favorites here. I know we've touched on a lot of them, even though a lot of people are super high on Jordan Spieth. Have we talked about him real quick?
No, not really. No,
I don't really think so. Like, he's a dude who's been playing freaking lights out right now. Like, he's at the top of like a lot of people's favorites lists, like at this tournament. And we mentioned on the Sweat this morning, trying to become the 6th player in history to complete the career Grand Slam. And because he's been tracking in the right direction, following that like much publicized drought that he had.
I mean, the stars are aligning for him, right? Like the stars are aligning for Spieth. Like, it's just there. But again, he's like, it's so hard to pinpoint Spieth, is because like he's playing well. He's playing really, really well. And you're like, well, when is the other shoe going to drop? Like, is it going to be this week? Is it going to be the following week? Won the Valero, Texas at TPC San Antonio, 3rd at the Masters, 9th at AT&T Byron Nelson, at TPC Craig Ranch. This guy's gaining 1,000 strokes with his irons, gaining 1,000 strokes tee to green right now. We know that he putts lights out. We know that, he's still, in terms of scrambling, he's one of the best. But like, that's the one thing that I'd rather, for him, I want to wait for the weather as we get closer. Because if that difficulty cranks up because of the wind and the conditions that get difficult, Spieth could be in line for, or should be in line for, a pretty good week. He's one of the best. Difficult.
With the driver. A
little squirrely, but no one scrambles better, right, than him. Like, he's a guy, and no one gets, like Jeff mentioned this morning, gets more lucky bounces than Jordan Spieth. Every single time, like, the camera cuts to him, he closing his eyes, and he's got like crabgrass in front of his ball. And credit to him, right? If he's like, at some point, we have to stop saying that he's lucky, and like, that's just like his game. That he's been doing it for a long time. Yeah, so like that's the ace in the hole for Spieth. That if that gets difficult, you'll see him gain 10 strokes putting, lose a lot ball striking, gain 3 strokes, around the greens, and he'll be in it. So like, Spieth is someone at 15 plus 1,500. I'm not betting that, but yeah, I mean, the stars seem to be aligning for Spieth, and I see why he's a favorite.
Yeah, we keep hammering away on the driving thing. Choker, we kind of touched on it like a little earlier, but we'll throw it out to read one more time. Targeting more driving accuracy or like strokes gained approach?
Choker, always strokes gained approach for me. That's always going to be one that's the highest, unless we get like these outlier events where you just want to bomb it, like Detroit Golf Club, right, for the 3M, just bomb it off the tee. It's what Bryson did. So approach, whatever, right? Like, you don't need to necessarily be as high on approach, but here on any Pete Dye course, it's always going to be strokes gained approach. Driving accuracy, I would say it's not a key factor at all. I just think that strokes gained off the tee is big here, and that has accuracy and distance baked into it. So I'd rather go off the tee. And if you're leaning, or if there's a tiebreaker in between the two, I would lean more towards accuracy, specifically for DFS, because that's where you're going to get leverage. Is that I think most people are going to look at this is a 7,800 plus yard course. I'm not going to play like the David Lingmerths or the Webb Simpsons of the world, because they can't hit it far enough. Webb Simpson, all he does is like play these hard courses, these long courses well. And this is his area, man. This is his backyard essentially. So like I would lean towards accuracy on the DFS side if you're going GPPs.
Dude, I haven't heard David Lingmert's name in like forever. I'm like, holy hell, like what's he doing? Oh shoot, he lives around where my parents live. Okay.
Oh, cool. Nice.
I like David Lingmert. He's a good dude. One thing I was going to ask you before my brain took a left turn and we started talking about Jordan Spieth. Let's look at the top 5 favorites here. Top 5 golfers with the best odds. We'll go 6 golfers because Thomas and Rahm have the best odds, tied for the second best odds. So out of McIlroy, Rahm, Thomas, Spieth, DeChambeau, and Schauffele, which one would you fade?
From a betting perspective?
Yeah, I want to know from a betting perspective.
Yeah.
Or if you want to take it the other way, which one you would chase betting wise? I mean, I'll let you go wherever. You're the expert.
Yeah. So like I said earlier, I think I would chase DJ. I would chase DJ from a betting perspective because, again, the risk allows us to get DJ close to 20, right? Plus 2,000. He's at plus 1,850.
You cheated. I said those top 5. You went 6. You went.
I thought you said you're including 6 because Rahm and Thomas were the same, or you're including 5.
Yeah. You see what I mean with you? This is exactly what I was texting you about.
Okay. Well, then I'll say Xander then. Yeah. Because Xander's at 17. Look. Can Rahm and can these guys win at that number? Sure. But with the top guys too, what I like, especially with Rahm, because we've seen it before, and even JT did it to Players. If these guys have a bad first round, but like maybe just a bad putting first round and their odds inflate to twice this number, that's when you go after and you get them. At this one right now, a lot of these guys in terms of positive EV, they're not great. Right, they're not great right now. I'd say the first one that's probably a positive EV bet feels like Colin Morikawa, right at plus 3,000. But even then, or Daniel Berger, right, who played really well last week. He's also someone. Last week? Yeah, top 5 or top 10 at least. He's also someone that probably is a positive EV bet in terms of. I know I'm cheating and I'm going past the top 5, but that's what you want to take a look at. These favorites to bet, it's so hard to pinpoint on one of these guys just because so much of it is based off of variables that are, kind of unknown right now. That's why you want to get a little bit under your belt, get some stats, get these guys on the course. Or when I'm there, Emerson, I can take a little jaunt over to the range, be like, Rahm looks like he's struggling right now. Bryson's on the range for 45 hours. Xander looks like he's chilling.
Dude,
that's what you want to see.
Sometimes a big thing for me as I'm comparing apples to oranges, but apples and oranges do have a lot in common. Sometimes I'll go out there, I'll crap myself on the range, and then I'll go out and I'll shoot the best round ever. And then I'm out there tossing darts on the range and I go out and I can't keep a drive, 20 yards within the fairway.
Yeah. It's because mentally, it's different.
You should, I hope you're going to be uploading a lot of content. Like you're going to be somewhere where all of us would cut off a toe to be. And I'm going to be stalking your Instagram. Yeah. You have to join my Patreon. No, I'm just kidding. It's definitely going to be a lot of fun. I have to, and I told Emerson this, I need Emerson Latia's social media muscle because I need to up my game because I'm not as yoked in the social media game as Emerson. This is the time though to go, B to the W on content because this is going to be an amazing tournament. I'm super excited. Kiowa is one of those courses that, I obviously won't get to play this time around, but everyone needs to see.
because Pete Dye is probably, arguably, and he's my favorite golf course architect. This is arguably one of his like shining like gems. This is the closest thing that we have to an American links style course, and this is not a links course. But this is kind of similar to and this is the inspiration. They got inspiration from the courses in Scotland and Ireland, and they brought it to this place, to this part of the world, this part of the country. So I'm super pumped.
So difficult. And before we get out of here, I just wanted to, I came across the story of John Daly earlier. I tweeted out right before this show that this summer marks the 30th anniversary of one of the most unlikely success stories like ever with John Daly. He was tapped to replace Nick Price, like last minute, drove like 8 hours to get to the course, won the tournament, won $230,000, his first career win, first career major. And afterwards, I didn't realize this, he had donated $30,000 to a family afterwards, because there was a man there, I think in the opening round, after the opening round, he was walking to his car and got struck by lightning and died instantly, left behind a wife and 2 kids. So he donated 30 grand to that family to start like a college fund for him. And like, they're both now, the 2 girls, actually they were able to pay for their education and still have some money tucked away for their own children when they get old enough to pursue a degree.
Oh, that's awesome.
I've found that so neat. It's a really quick read, makes you feel good. It's a nice story behind the scenes about John Daly, besides him wrecking like hotel rooms and, being a chain smoker and everything. But, it's also fitting because 30 years ago, he won the PGA Championship.
And the Open champion. Like, this guy is like talk about like really ruffling feathers. John Daly. And that's what's so beautiful about the game, is that you got a guy that looks like John Daly beat a guy that looks like Tiger Woods, right? Who's just like the epitome of athleticism. Yeah. And that's the beautiful part of this game. And that's the beautiful part of this tournament, is that it gives those guys, a chance, a fighting chance. So this is going to be a fun one. I'm going to be uploading a lot of content, going to try and get some fan reactions, interactions and all that stuff. So I'm pretty excited.
Are you public on Instagram? Like, can people go follow you, or are you private there?
Yep.
Okay, cool. You guys go follow Riti Fowler right now on Instagram. You also get the occasional pictures of Sausage Man, Kolu, his dog. So that's always, rewarding. And then follow him on Twitter as well for all the great information. That's it for us. You got another edition of Get the Green tomorrow with Jeff Ulrich. It's everyone's second favorite weekly Get the Green, Mondays being the first. And then coming up next, it's going to be Brandon and Glash. I don't know what game they're on, but they're going to be calling a game together. That's at 4:00. We are out of here. Thanks so much for hanging out. Oh, it's going to be the Packers at the Cowboys. Green Bay at Dallas.
What a program, though. What a great program we just had.
It was incredible. And I'm looking forward to Murder, She Wrote tonight at 7:00.
I got to go get my ginkgo biloba right now. That's the next thing I have to do.
I took that in college for like a year, and it didn't help me because, I believe anything I read, like in magazines and Men's Health. It said, this will help your brain become a sponge. It didn't work for me. It was like the Jaeger like cancels it out, All right. I love you guys. We're out of here. 4:00 Sim is next with Glash and Brandon. Peace.
Peace.
Okay, hello. How are we? We've got a good matchup here in the 4 o'clock. Aaron Rodgers and the Packers taking on Dak Prescott's Cowboys. Glash and BK. What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Good to see you, buddy. Do I address you as voice of the Connecticut Sun, Brendan Glasheen? Is that how you're introduced from now on?
You can address me however you'd like. Pretty much.
I'm just gonna call you buddy. I'm just gonna call you buddy.
That works too.
How'd it go? I've got it on DVR. I'm gonna go watch it a couple times later. Something came up and I wasn't able to watch the game yesterday.
Yeah, the cameras were a little off yesterday inside Mohegan.
Okay.
From a lighting standpoint, but I thought it was a good.
Were they all the
show.
B cameras? Because all the A cameras went to the Hall of Fame the night before and they hadn't gotten them reset.
Great question. I think because some union stuff, they actually can't let those cameras leave the building. So
that makes sense. Now, did you see anyone associated with the Hall of Fame just wandering around that was like they just booked a longer trip and they were just kind of hanging out enjoying Mohegan Sun?
That's a great question. And because of the protocols, we didn't see him, but I think Gino Auriemma was in the building last night.
Okay.
Because a couple of former UConn players were there.
Yeah, so. The only reason that makes the Gino Auriemma thing less exciting is because he lives in Connecticut. Like if you'd have told me that Kevin Garnett was just hanging out, it's like,
actually, yeah,
or somebody like that, or someone related to those guys. Paul Pierce was just at the casino just gambling because, like, that would have been an amusing story. I'm not picking on you by any means. I can tell you a similarly inspired story to that question, though. Do you remember when the NBA All-Star Game was in Vegas? Obviously, there were some infamous moments in that All-Star Game, 2007 or whatever it was.
I don't even remember that Vegas had an All-Star Game.
Yeah, Pac-Man Jones was shooting at a strip club. It was a thing. Somebody got paralyzed. It was wild the whole week. I mean, imagine NBA All-Star Game in Vegas. But right as we were getting there, like Thursday-ish or whatever, the big Magic fashion show is what it's called. It's like the biggest fashion show for like retailers and stuff. And my cousin owned a clothing line at the time. And so as I realized, like, I'm seeing all these people leaving, I'm like, oh, were you in Vegas? He's like, yeah, I actually just got to the airport and I missed him at the airport by like 2 hours. I'm like, oh, did you see any NBA guys? Because I saw like Dominique Wilkins at the baggage claim when I was there and some other. And he goes, well, I saw Manute Bol. And I said, are you sure it was him? He's like, yes, I'm definitely sure that it was Manute Bol. There's no mistaking the 7'7" Manute, now late great Manute Bol.
That was at the airport?
At the airport. He was leaving. All the fashion people were leaving. All the basketball people were arriving. Because the trade show was like ending. It had been like Sunday to Thursday or whatever. And now Thursday through the weekend was going to be All-Star Weekend in Vegas.
Huh.
Yeah. I'm having iPad issues. What's your lineup look like, dude? Do you have all the good players?
Sure do. Have this guy in my captain spot, Aaron Jones.
No Aaron Jones for me. I'm looking like an idiot currently. I should have captained him.
I played Aaron Jones. I played Aaron Rodgers because I want to show him love.
Well, he's the MVP, so there's that.
Yeah, he was. That's right. Zeke, Prescott, Mason Crosby, Dalton Schultz.
So I tried to do something a little similar to yours. I almost wish I would have, because you got both running backs in and both quarterbacks. I've got Funchess in my captain spot because that's just my rule with the Packers. Then both quarterbacks, Zeke, because we know that the game can sometimes skew towards him, CeeDee Lamb, and then I had a choice between Lazard or either of the two defenses, and you're obviously not going to play the Cowboys D. And I didn't want to play the Packers D because it felt contradictory to what I was doing with the Cowboys.
Right.
So Lazard is certainly a boomer bust kind of play. But let me see what place I'm in right now.
Yeah, I kind of like it, though, because I looked at him, too, just before we went live here. $3,200 to play?
Something like that.
Yeah.
And he it said it. I feel like sometimes that number is misleading. Like, he doesn't average 5.6, but let's see. I'm currently in 125th out of 148, so I can only go up. Did you hear what Kaufman and I did yesterday? And I say stupidly because I'm just looking at all the money I didn't win. We did a Sunday decathlon, if you will, where we did we didn't get a golf lineup in because it wouldn't let you or whatever because they don't have golf contests for a day. But we did an English Premier League game, hockey, turbo slate. We did an NBA late classic. We did 2 NBAs actually, or 3. Baseball, NASCAR, and then actually we put actual money on the last sim of the night on Madden After Dark. And I lost that too.
Should I be worried about not really you, but him?
Well, yesterday I said, because I was explaining how my wife and I have separate bank accounts, and I do all of my gambling / DraftKings fantasy leagues, whatever, out of that account. And I go, look, she's not worried about me being a degenerate. And then we proceed to make all these contests on air. And someone was like, BK earlier, I'm not a degenerate. BK, let's play all the contests.
This is what happens when the NBA moves to the postseason, NBA withdrawals.
Well, here's what makes it worse. So guess what I won? Only hockey. I'm undefeated in hockey against Koff, and I lost everything else. Madden stream, I lost by 7 points. The night NBA, he beat me by 40 because I thought Porzingis would play more. The daytime NBA, he got second in his contest. He had 359 in the daytime NBA. I had 232. It was an embarrassing show. He beat me in baseball by just a couple of points. NASCAR, he beat me by 150 points.
So you lost like $5,000.
Not a good day.
Right? Does that math check out? $5,000? Oh man. Well, glad to have you here with us.
For less than $1,000. We did I got to do all these sims now to try to make up for it. But since I make like $5,000 a sim.
Right. Here's Crosby. Let's go. Got him in my lineup. Aaron Rodgers, the highest owned in this contest. You're breaking up a little bit there too. I'm not sure if it's your internet or something. Yeah, I figured you might have something there nearby to quick fix. Elliott, Jones, Adams, MVS, the top owned. Prescott, the 6th highest owned.
Hope that's better. The hard line had slipped out. I need a new cord. You know how when you plug in an Ethernet line or a phone line, it's got the clicking mechanism.
Mm-hmm.
This cord, which is I think like 100 feet long, and I don't need it to be that long, but just the longest one available. The clicking thing's gone. It's just like got popped off or whatever because they're little pieces of plastic. Well, so other than the cameras being bad quickly, and I know you probably already told all your great WNBA stories earlier. What was it like calling a WNBA game on a national network?
It was really cool first game to see Diana Taurasi. That was pretty cool. That was like a wow. This is pretty meaningful.
Doing it for real.
She can still play at a really high level in her.
How old is she? She's got to be 35, huh?
39.
She's 39. Wow, I guess I didn't realize I was that close in age.
She's 38. Will be 39 in June.
Okay. All right, so she's basically 30.
Yeah. Yeah, she had 19 last night. She got in some foul trouble, which I thought wasn't good for the game. It was a great game in terms of the score. She picked up her 4th personal. It's the same as the NBA, 6 personals and you're out. She picked up her 4th late in the 3rd. So she came out of the game for quite a bit. Actually, her team made a run with her on the bench, but no, man, it was fun. I think once we hit that first media break in the first quarter, we settled in. It's a great league. Great league, good product. Great. It was a great time. It was opening weekend of their. It's the 25th anniversary season of the league. So we had in a way we had like the Sunday night baseball version of it in the sense that we ended another week, first weekend of the league. So that was kind of cool to cap it off with 2 teams that have a lot of star power in their starting lineups, and that's pretty much the league now. They only play about 10 players each because of just the roster limitations. But no, it was good. I had a great time.
What do the top players in that league make right now?
Like
Sabrina,
like 200,000.
Really?
Ionescu is still probably on a rookie contract.
Okay, right. I guess when give me, Brianna Stewart.
Yeah, like 200,000. I think. Now they just had a new CBA, so they're making more, which is good.
So I think WNBA is cool, and I've definitely watched games, and you just look at the growth of women's basketball more than any other sport, really. I think basketball and soccer in the last 20, 30 years because of Title IX has been amazing. I was just always annoyed that it felt like David Stern, more so than Adam Silver does it, would like cram the WNBA down your throat. Like I feel like he was talking about it more. Like he'd be mentioning something, or he'd be on an interview with Dan Patrick or Colin Coward or whoever, and they're asking a question, and he's talking about both leagues. It's like, okay, we're talking about the NBA right now. Like it feels like there's a time and a place for WNBA, and he was just always like reminding us, like, oh, and the WNBA is doing this too, and you're like, okay, great. So I'm not trying to be critical. It just felt like David Stern was going out of his way to mention it, like unnaturally.
Yeah, I just went back and double checked this. So there are a total of 7 players in the WNBA who make the supermax salary of $221,000.
Okay.
So
how many games are you slated to call?
16.
Wow.
Yep. All at Connecticut, all at Mohegan. So we got 15 left. We're back on Wednesday. Against the Indiana Fever.
Yeah. Can you catch the fever? Can you feel it?
Joker says, fair warning, Glash. The Indiana Fever has a player named Wilson. That is true. We talked about that on Friday. Aaliyah Wilson.
Jarwin.
She only plays 11 minutes a game, but we'll work it in. Might be able to slip in a Wilson. I love how Choker is on top of that. That is good.
No Skip Perkins appearances in WNBA?
No. Maybe we'll pick a date. Oh, Gallup touchdown.
Michael Gallup galloping into the end zone.
Well, maybe we'll pick a date where we do a Skip Perkins memorial at Mohegan.
At Mohegan Sun.
Just pick one of the 15 games remaining, and
I'd wait towards the end. Are you working with this? Like you worked with Rebecca Lobo and someone else last night?
Lobo was not on last night. We're not going to see Lobo for a little bit because she can't do CBS games due to her ESPN contract.
Oh, okay. So the way it works is you're the voice of the Connecticut Sun on TV, and sometimes it's on CBS, and other times it's on some sort of regional package.
Yeah, locally on Nesson. We have a couple of ESPN3 games.
Okay.
We're on Amazon Prime once.
But
we're
so
on
each
we're on
team,
Facebook and Twitter, which is cool.
How many teams are there in the league right now?
12 teams.
So each of the 12 teams has someone like you, and you're just at the home games, basically?
Yep, exactly.
Okay. And then what do they do with the analysts? Kind of same thing?
The analysts, they'll bop around, though. They'll bounce around. Like Kim Adams was with me last night. She does a great job.
I guess a really big game that's on ESPN would have a different announcer than a home announcer.
Correct.
Like as they get into the playoffs. And Rebecca Lobo might easily be on that if she's not in the studio.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
But for the bulk of the games, it's some sort of one of those combinations of the things you just said network-wise.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. And it varies. It just really depends on what day you end up playing. And as it turns out, the first two, it just so happens the first two are on CBS Sports Network.
Because they have games every Sunday night.
Every Sunday night, and then they'll pick up their share of weekday games as
sure.
long as it doesn't interfere with anything else that they have to do. So, yeah, that's good.
All right, I just updated my iPad software. Let's see.
Steven says, how is the league still afloat? Well, now they're investing more money into it more than ever.
Here's why. Because the game Glash was doing last night, while it certainly is not going to get confused with Sunday Night Football, with all apologies to the WNBA. Any TV network exec will tell you that live sports is unmatched in terms of being able to generate ad dollars. And we talked about the growth of women's sports, women's athletics, specifically basketball and soccer being at the very top. Well, you know who watches that and who is into it? Younger kids, younger girls and their families. So if Diana Taurasi's got, fans coast to coast, being part of the league that has her, Sabrina Ionescu or Brianna Stewart or any of them, that will bring certain advertisers. I can bring every advertiser, just like NASCAR has different advertisers in the NFL, has different advertisers in baseball. But live sports, you can't match that audience. I joked about DVRing your game. I have not yet, but one of these days I will.
Oh, well, I've got WNBA League Pass. I'm not sure if I can.
Well, so what's funny was I asked Koff does he have WNBA League Pass? Sort of saying it because it just sounded funny to me, but then also realizing it's definitely a thing, right?
Yeah. It's only $16. It's actually not a bad deal.
Because then that got us talking about, he goes, I don't even have NBA League Pass. I said, well, don't get it now. He's like, well, I wouldn't. I was like, yeah, because it's the last day of the season. And Drew said, get a great deal on League Pass for the Sunday night games.
You kidding me? Koff could definitely afford League Pass.
No, he absolutely could.
Money.
He was
it's just not a good time to do it now.
Right? Yeah, I was just joking that yesterday would have been the worst day to sign up for League Pass.
What do we got so far? 7-3. Crosby hit a chippy. And Michael Gallup, 36.7% owned with the touchdown. 6% in the captain spot.
There's something going on with my iPad that is seemingly unresolvable. I'm sure it's resolvable. I'm just an idiot.
Frangelico has updated scores.
The main reason I got the iPad, one of the main reasons was for this function called Sidecar, where it creates a second screen. And I can just have the sim right there on the second screen. And it's just not, it goes to a black screen every time for the last 2 days. And I restarted it. I got a new software update and nothing.
We're almost at 200 likes. If you're willing and don't mind and you enjoy these Madden Sims and you're here, smash the like button. I see you guys here in the chat. Alex has brought this up. Nuke just brought it up. Yeah, Marv Albert is retiring.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to ask is, are you going to maybe, if things go really well, be in line for that gig?
I would love that to be the case. I can't guarantee it. I guarantee it.
That would be a hell of a trajectory. That if you go from 16 games in the WNBA to replacing Marv Albert as the lead voice on TNT, that would be unprecedented.
Yeah, and then still do Sims too.
Yeah, we have plenty of time. We'll be doing from hotel rooms all over the country. I saw where somebody said, "Oh, Ian Eagle has to get that job." I think it was Adam Shine. I love Ian Eagle. He's as good as it gets. I have to think Kevin Harlan gets promoted to the first game, though, right? I mean, he already kind of is. But, you know, like this year's Eastern Conference Finals is on TNT. Next year, they'll have the West again. I have to think that's Harlan's gig before it's Ian's. Maybe not. Maybe they just jump in and give it to Ian, and Harlan stays number 2.
I'll tell you right now, Ian Eagle's a very close friend. He's a mentor. I think you're right, though. I think just based on what, in terms of repetition and how often I've heard Harlan, I think Harlan probably gets the call. I'm just guessing.
Well, there's plenty of games or weeks where they've got the better game. He and Reggie Miller. What'll be more interesting to see is just how they construct it all the way around, right? If they let's say because Chris Webber said he's also done because they weren't renewing his contract, so they just took him off the playoffs. So they're going to put Grant Hill on or somebody else, and they have a lot of, I don't call them second-tier analysts, but non-Hall of Famers, right? Because they're good analysts. Channing Frye's a great analyst. Brendan Haywood, guys like that. I can't imagine any of those guys getting the bump. Like, if anything, it might be they go, I don't say outside the box, but the Vince Carters of the world, or somebody that hasn't even really done a lot to have a splashier name. Not that you need it, right? Because everyone watches that show or those games because they're the best games of the week a lot of the time, and because of the show with Chuck and Kenny and Shaq and Ernie.
Right.
But you can say that about Monday Night Football, wanting to overpay Peyton Manning or whomever, trying to get Tony Romo. And Tony Romo's great. But if the Patriots are playing the Cowboys Sunday at 4:25 Eastern, you and me could be calling that game with Terrellin and Kenny all in the booth together, and it would still get 30 million viewers or whatever that number is, 22 million. So it'll just be interesting to see how TNT handles this.
Oh, Aaron Jones, come on.
Mason Crosby, come on down.
Yeah, that's fair. Derek says, watched the whole game yesterday. I was impressed. Thank you, man. Thanks so much for tuning in. The number of you that reached out yesterday, Twitter, some of you emailed me. Really, really, thank you very much. That was really.
Did
really
you shout anybody out, or did you have any great energy here tonight at Mohegan Sun?
I'm doing it Wednesday. It's coming. Okay. There's a good energy.
Nowhere to run. Sean Lee, the recently retired. Aaron Rodgers thought he was walking into the end zone. Sean Lee said no thanks. Andy Dalton's loving it. Look at that dance.
To Mac Lyon, I DVR'd the last 10 minutes. My wife gave me the oddest look. Why? Because she was wondering why you were watching.
Well, everyone knows all the action in WNBA games is in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, it's the same goes in the NBA. A lot of folks just tune in for the final 2 minutes, final 5 minutes.
I just found out because, they've got the play-in tournament, which I'll certainly watch. I don't know how many of these games I'll watch. I'll definitely watch Lakers Warriors on my iPad while I'm sitting at the Avalanche Blues game 2 on Wednesday. But I found out my Saturday night is now going to be taken up by Nuggets Blazers game 1, 7 o'clock tip Mountain Time.
There are so many good series in the West.
Yeah, because it feels like, although smart money should be on the Lakers if they're healthy and playing right, any of these teams could get hot and make a run at least to the Western Conference Finals, if not all the way to the finals. Based on, at least what we've seen, because the Lakers have fallen so far back. Maybe not the Mavs, and I don't know if the Blazers have enough. But if you throw the Lakers and the other top 4 teams, Clippers, Nugs, Suns, Jazz, would it surprise you if we're sitting here in mid-July when the finals start? Say, look at it. The Nuggets are here. Look, the Jazz. I mean, the Nuggets surprised me a little without Murray, but they're just playing a little differently. But if the Jazz were the 1 seed, or the Suns, the way they've played, or the Clippers, of course, would any of them surprise you?
No. I mean, what's your confidence level with no Murray and that matchup?
Well, if they play the way they played last night in the first quarter when all the starters played, and it was 43-22 after 1, not great if I'm a Nuggets fan. But I don't know what effort level you got from them, and Mike Malone talked about that following the game. Michael Porter Jr. is a bit of an X factor. How much offense can you get from Aaron Gordon? And I don't know how much you're going to play this kid, but they've got a rookie guard named Marcus Howard, who was the leading scorer in the nation a year ago at Marquette. And he hasn't played at all. He played like 3 minutes a game throughout the season. And then in the last week, he's played 20, 25 minutes. And he's had a high performance night each game. It's been like 12, 14, 16. Last night, he had 23. I'm not saying he's going to play huge minutes, but this kid can make him off the bench. And, he's only 5'11". And he'll be like Bobby Jackson used to be for the Kings, or Vinny Microwave Johnson. Just come in, instant offense. But Joker, they're going to go as far as Joker can take him. How many shots can he actually make, and how well can he allow those other guys around him to score? But I think, MPJ filling in for Murray in terms of not just points, but going and getting his own shot and making plays. That's what Murray helped him more than anything, was he and Mitchell could go head-to-head, and he could just go get his own shot. So I don't know. My confidence level is, if it's 1 to 100, like 65%. To get, especially if they play the Lakers in the second round, it's lower. Then it's lower. I think they'll beat the Blazers. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it also sets up well for Golden State that this play-in thing. Just remind me. So this is a situation where the winner gets the 7, right? That's the situation.
Whoever wins on Wednesday becomes 7. Whoever loses then plays the winner of the 9-10 game for the 8 seed.
Yeah. And then if you lose 2, you're out.
Right. So it's set up to where the 7th seed should, I assume that game's in LA, be in position to win that game on Wednesday, and then they don't play likely until Sunday, I'm guessing. Right? You're going to certainly want the Lakers or the Warriors in the prime, whatever the best window is on Sunday on ABC. So they go to 7, then 9-10 is what? Grizzlies Spurs? So the winner of that would then travel to LA, I think, Friday, or Golden State Friday for a game, and then they would also play Sunday. And that's probably the last game of the night on Sunday. Jazz versus whomever.
Jason Page says the Nuggets suck.
The Jason Page, or someone named Jason Page?
Someone named Jason Page.
Okay, not esteemed broadcaster and likely Connecticut resident, or recent longtime Connecticut resident, Jason Page.
You've hit the 2-minute warning.
He said the Nuggets suck. Okay.
I mean,
look, I don't work for the Nuggets, and I don't play for the Nuggets.
Yeah, I mean, look, I mean, they lost a little bit with no Murray, right? But
yeah, but they're playing different because you add Gordon. Obviously, they had them together for a little bit, but you're going to get just better defense because you're playing Austin Rivers a little more. If PJ Dozier can get back, they're waiting for Will Barton to come back from his hamstring. That would have been a heck of a play if Dak could have figured out how to do that.
Aaron
like
Gordon
in the
can
East?
get revenge. Yeah, I like that too.
Who do you like in the East?
I think this is the year for Milwaukee. The Bucks. I like Milwaukee. I think this is the year. No one isn't it interesting how Giannis had all these expectations? Oh, he needs to leave and go to another team. He needs to go to a team out west. Go join Golden State. Go to Miami. Well, people now are not talking about the Bucks because now people's expectations have fallen off from just a couple years ago. All of a sudden, the pressure is on Brooklyn. The pressure is on Philadelphia. Philadelphia, great sports town. Doc turning things around. Joel Embiid, MVP frontrunner. Oh, Ben Simmons can't shoot, but he impacts the game in so many ways. The Bucks is a 3 seed. No pressure. Not as much pressure. The expectations have been they've dropped off. Might be the perfect spot for Giannis in that team.
And I don't know what Miami team they're going to get, right? Just because Miami just hasn't looked the same as they did last year in the bubble, even with the additions.
Right. I don't think there's any pressure.
Do we think Udonis Haslam's going to play more or less than 3 minutes in the play? I thought it was a joke when he was playing. I was like, where has he been? And then it turns out he's been on their roster for 3 years and just hasn't played a game just to be a locker room guy.
Who is this specifically you're talking about?
Udonis Haslam.
Udonis Haslam. Oh, he got knocked on his butt the other day. And who's Barkley and Shaq were not happy about that.
No. Well, he got tossed in 3 minutes for retaliating.
Aiden says Brooklyn Nets don't win with all that. I mean, look, Brooklyn's the favorite. I don't think they play enough defense, and I think Milwaukee is a tough matchup.
I don't know. Milwaukee is a tough matchup,
and I don't believe in Philadelphia yet. I'm sorry. I think Doc's done a great job. It's not fair. I don't have good reasons why I don't believe in Philadelphia.
I just don't think they have enough guys. When the game's on the line, other than Embiid, who's going to go win you the game? Right? If he's getting doubled. Right. If he's getting doubled, he kicks out to Tobias Harris, and you're like, okay, now Tobias Harris is matched up one-on-one with Durant or whatever. Chris
But what
Middleton.
you just said, you could make the same argument, in my opinion, on Milwaukee, because Giannis does not present enough of a threat as an outside shooter or a jump shooter, period. Middleton is an overrated all-star. Good player, but is he max contract? He's an all-star, but he's a fringe all-star.
Also, Drew Holiday.
And he's a solid player too. I don't know how good
they
Drew Holiday
traded
is.
all that for Drew Holiday. They could have swung bigger.
So I think there's a matchup problem though on the defensive end. Like I said, so you asked me who I like in the East. I just gave reasons why Milwaukee shouldn't be the favorite, I suppose. I mean, the easy take is I take Brooklyn. Give me Durant, Harden, and Kyrie, and go from there, I guess. I don't know. I mean, is that what you want? I can give you that take, or I can say, all right, well, I think Milwaukee's got compelling pieces to give it a run. But
right,
Embiid's playing at a high level. Embiid's in the best shape of his career.
You go Milwaukee. Mark me down for Brooklyn.
I'm rooting for Milwaukee. I think that'd be a fun road. I mean, that's the Celtics. Forget about it. I think the Wizards are going to beat the Celtics. But if there's one thing I think that can help Milwaukee is the pressure has been taken off because people don't believe.
No timeout. Gosh, look at that. Fighting for the extra yard. No timeout. Aaron Jones, had he have gone down, Mason Crosby would have had a chance to bang in a third field goal. He was fighting for a meaningless extra yard. Aaron Jones being so selfish right now.
Giannis is 26 years old, and we're in this instant gratification world where if he doesn't win a title in the 2-year window, it's like, oh, he's never going to win one. He's got to go play with Miami. He's got to go play with Steph. It's like, guys, he's 26 years old. Like, so now that everyone's written him off, I'm like, this might be the spot for Giannis to fly under the radar.
So Steph Curry's what, 33-ish, give or take. He was a 22-year-old, no weight.
I'll look it up.
So is he 35?
Is he? No way, 35.
He was the 09 draft.
33.
Oh, so he's 30.
He just turned 33 in March.
Okay, so he just turned 33. LeBron's 37. 36, 37. I'm just, Chris Paul and Melo's kind of a different category. KD's got to be what, 31? Probably. I'm just trying to think what the league's going to look like for the next 10 years. With Joker as a 25-year-old, Zion is 20, right? Did he turn 21 yet? And what can you get from him? And then, like you said, Giannis is 26. Who else is in? Joel Embiid can't be much more than 25. He played 1 year at Kansas in 2015, something like that. Just like, is the league going to just not miss a beat? Because we went Jordan, Kobe, LeBron pretty seamlessly. So since 1984, you've had a true all-time superstar. And obviously Kobe and LeBron overlapped as much as they did.
All right, stats have been updated. It's 10-6. Michael Gallup has the only touchdown of the sim. Rest have been field goals. We had a pretty good opening sim. The 2 o'clock sim, I should say. Michael says Knicks Lakers dream situation for the league. A lot of work to be done.
Yeah,
Lakers going to win that play-in thing first.
No, and I think the Knicks are maybe a year or two from getting it all dialed in.
I love this comment from Clint. He says, I love how people who play these free games and win 25 cents once a month think they're experts. I mean, come on. That's what unites us, Clint.
The one thing where people pretend to be experts more than anything else, and I think it's just the nature of being a sports fan, is the Olympics, right? The Olympics roll around, you watch one feature on a bobsled, and you're like, then you're at a bar in normal times, which I think we're getting back to, and you're like, oh, yeah, this guy had to overcome this, and then he had this happen at the trials. Keep an eye on the Austrian team. When none of us know about any of those sports.
Steven, I hear you, man. I see you here. Giannis has one move, hopes to get a foul when he goes to the rim, and Middleton and Holiday are decent. I'm with you. I just don't think Philadelphia is all that much better, and I guess we'll wait and see here with the Brooklyn Nets, because when you have those three guys, it will be what? I mean, is it fair to say, and I'm asking this as a question, I don't know if this is actually, is it fair to say, we'll see if this formula they have works, where you can, we saw it with the Clippers last year. Let's load manage, not spend a lot of time on the floor together. We're going to get our bodies right for the playoffs, and they fell apart against the Denver Nuggets, right? Well, we'll see. I mean, clearly there's more talent on this Nets team than the Clippers with the big three. Well, we'll see. We'll see what it looks like. Harden, Durant, and Kyrie together in the postseason. I'm not there. I haven't seen enough. No one's seen enough. So unless you believe in the talent, then I guess we should all just stamp Brooklyn in the finals and just not watch. That's all.
I'm trying to look at finals odds just for fun.
Yeah, I think now look, if as a consumer of a finals matchup, I as much as I'd like to see the Nets go out, I think seeing the Nets go to the finals and losing the finals would be fun.
So the Nets are pretty heavy favorites. They're the top favorite. Then the Lakers, Clippers, Sixers, Jazz, Bucks. Then it's a big jump between Bucks and Suns, and then a big jump Suns to Nuggets and Heat, and a bigger jump Mavs, Blazers, Hawks, Celtics.
Can you say those first few again at the top?
So Nets are basically 2.5 to 1. Lakers are 4 to 1.
Nets are the favorites to win it.
Clippers are 5 to 1. Sixers are 7 to 1. Jazz are 7 to 1. Bucks are 8 to 1. Then jumps Suns 18 to 1. Nuggets and Heat 30 to 1 to win it. But to win the East, to win the East, it's kind of the same. Like it's a bigger gap.
Yeah. Oh, we get the drift. I mean, what you're getting at. It's like, and look, Fantasy Hawk says Brooklyn's in the final. Okay, all right. Well, I guess we're not gonna. I guess we shouldn't watch. Is it going to be competitive? Hawk, do you think the series will be close? I hope they are.
It feels like the West is set up to have 4 7-game series potentially in the first round. The East, I don't know.
Right, because you see, so Portland and Denver, and then what are the other ones?
So Portland and Denver are set. Clippers, Mavs, and then on the other side, Knicks and Atlanta, Milwaukee and Miami. Those are set. Then obviously Utah and Philly are your 1 seeds, and Phoenix and Brooklyn are your 2 seeds.
Right. Oh yeah, I mean Clippers, Mavs. That was a first round matchup in the bubble, I think, last year.
Sounds right.
Yep.
And
that's when Luka hit that insane buzzer beater to kind of keep the Mavs alive.
Yeah. It's crazy though. I was listening to Bill Simmons' podcast from a couple weeks ago when they were breaking down Joker, and obviously I cover his games. I haven't been to as many. I will certainly be at every playoff game now, home games. But I track all of them, right? And I see what he does every night, and I certainly highlight him in the morning when I'm doing updates. I just didn't realize how efficient he is. They had a stat, so it was Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer and some other stat guy named Kyle something. I'm not trying to dismiss him, I just didn't know, and Simmons. They said that he has completed whatever the number of passes was, 10,000 passes this year. And the gap between him and the second place passer, completed passes, and I know it's not really a stat we talk about a lot, that just means you're moving the ball around, and it's being caught by your team. The gap between him and the guy in second place was 900 and something. And then the gap between second place and 50th place was less than 900 between the next 49 guys. They were closer together than Joker is from first to second place. And they pulled up his usage rate is like, which I guess is how much you have the ball, is like 28.6. The year that Russ won the MVP, it was like 41 point something. And so I think about Luka, who's a great player, and I love him. That's another, we were talking about young guys. But he's got the ball in his hand. His game's way similar to Russ's than it is the Joker's in terms of getting the ball out of his hand quickly.
Sure. Yeah, Hawk says, I just don't think it's plausible to beat that kind of firepower. You might be right, Fantasy Hawk. You might be right, but it would be a first in NBA history to be that hard on defense and still win the title, and just not have games together. Because your point here about Harden, Kyrie, and Durant on the court, in theory, one would always be on there. Well, we haven't seen it enough because they've all been hurt.
Right. So you have 2 things working. You have the chemistry thing. Can they get it dialed in quickly enough? And usually great players can. So I wouldn't put it against them. And then defense is oftentimes effort-based, right? We've seen Durant be a really good defender when he needs to be.
Yep. And well, that
less,
also goes
less Harden and less Kyrie, but it's a want to. And so if you play just enough defense and they can get it dialed in offensively, then they should. They're not installed as favorites because it's not, because there aren't people that think they won't figure it out, I guess. Or there are enough people that they will figure it out.
Hey, Freeze Pops is in the chat. He says hello.
What up, Tommy? This from the Daily Mail. And Diana Rossini just retweeted it. Airlines may start weighing people at gates amid fears aircraft are being overloaded by fat passengers. Rossini tweeted, "Can we not do this?" What's the resolution at that point? Right, like, excuse me, sir. I guess you have to put your weight on your ticket, and if you're lying to them by too much, like you said you weighed 180, you just checked in at 230. Thus, you cannot fly on this plane. I had a big breakfast.
Big breakfast.
Like, cause you don't want to just embarrass people. That goes without. I mean, it's kind of obvious if someone's overweight, they're already aware of it. So I guess you have to claim whatever weight you're going to check in at, give or take a few pounds. Would be how they do it. I guess I could click on the article and see what their plan is.
Oh, Hawk, I got you now. Well, I just couldn't follow Fantasy Hawk because he says, "Well, I didn't say 140." Well, you did, and now I follow what your point is.
When's the next time you're getting on a plane?
Actually, in June. Early June.
Me too. Where are you going?
Going to Florida. Yep, going to Florida for a week. So.
Whereabouts are you allowed to say, or is it top secret? You don't want them.
Orlando area.
Theme parks? You gonna hit any theme parks? They've got a lot.
No, hell no.
Wait, you're going to Orlando and not going to theme parks?
No.
Can you watch the Orlando FC? What are they called?
I haven't thought about that. Get in! Oh, Funches. Eesh.
To the Magic? Is there a WNBA team in Orlando?
No, actually, there is not a team in Florida. They have the Atlanta Dream in
It's
Georgia.
I guess that's sort of geographically similar.
Bit of a challenge. Yeah, Mark says, how magical that all the Nets injuries have disappeared for the playoffs. You know, Mark, it's so true. Oh, yeah, the Net, we've reached the postseason. Every injury Harden's had, Kyrie out the window. They're going to win the whole thing.
Don't some people think that LeBron was maybe milking his ankle thing a little bit, and it was his protest against...
But at least LeBron does not have a track record. He was hurt a couple years ago, bounced back, won the title. That's the one thing I will say, is that LeBron at least does not have a list of things that have kept him out. Durant, list. Kyrie, list. Harden, newer to the injury situation, to be fair.
So here's the first paragraph of this Daily Mail article. Okay.
Please read.
Passengers could be weighed before they get on jets because Americans are getting fatter, and the FAA is concerned aircraft may be overloaded. Airline carriers are tasked with calculating the weight and balance of their aircraft to ensure it's within the allowable limits and safety of the plane. I just like that Americans are getting fatter. Nice of our friends across the pond to just call it like it is. Increasing obesity rates in the United States, however, dictate that the standard numbers used by the airline industry to average out passenger weight is likely outdated and therefore unsafe to use. Weighing select passengers at airports would establish a more accurate number. We can't do select passengers. You have to weigh everybody.
Good question, Drew. If they cut down the bag limit, wait.
Yeah, because even if you're willing to pay more, they could just be like, hey, sorry, if you're going away for a long time, shop while you're there and then mail it back. If you want to fly on this flight, you can bring 30 pounds worth of stuff. And if you need another 20 or 30 pounds, buy it when you're there.
Rossi's fat cat. Pets should be allowed to take owners' places if owners are fat to fly. Too fat to fly.
Actually, here's what you do with the baggage: is you have to
fantastic.
You have to claim your baggage weight ahead of time too. Is what you should have to do, right? So that if you're going on an African safari, you're going to travel way differently. Now, obviously, most people flying to Africa for a safari are going to be packed accordingly. But I'm just saying, if you're going on some backpacking trip around somewhere. Or whatever, a longer trip, if you say, yes, I'm bringing 100 pounds worth of luggage here, and then you're buying that ahead of time, then they can calculate that as well.
Silly says, Durant's legs are made of pixie sticks. I mean, that's kind of mean, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, Mark, Harden is the newer to the injury thing. Yeah, he is. Right, and that second point is true. He's gassed going into the playoffs. He gives it, and which is admirable, right? He gives 110% in so many games, and he always has the ball in his hands. But come playoff time, he just doesn't know how to adjust. They're not blowing the whistle as often as they do in the regular season when you're going to the free throw line 10 to 12 times a night. That's not happening in the postseason. The game changes. They let more fly.
Who's gassed?
They're talking James Harden, just his playing style in the postseason. He can't get away with it because they're not blowing the whistle as often.
But also, he was having to do too much in Houston. Presumably in Brooklyn, he can just be more efficient with his time, right? He can just spot up and let Kyrie do whatever he does, or KD at times, versus in Houston where he had to have the ball.
Great punt here. Dean Murray wants attention on the sim. Green Bay, yes, scored a touchdown. Aaron Jones, 52.8% owned. The first touchdown for the Packers. Gallup has the other one for Dallas. Tied at 13, balls at the 6, and Jones is stuffed. Justin Harden, hello. Good to see you, Justin. Hope you're well. We're over 200 likes. Love to see it. Brian says Dean should be in the booth. No, I mean, Dean just wants attention to the sim. That's fair. We're at the end of 3 quarters.
I got a question for the chat in this boring sim that you can do the stats, and then I'll ask it afterwards.
Okay. It is kind of a boring sim, to be fair. Mr. P is leading both our contest, the Aaron Rodgers world, and we're all just simming in it.
Am I in the top 100 yet? Yes or no? I'm going to say no.
I am in 66.
103 out of 148.
Elliott has 55 rushing yards. Can we hit the quarterbacks quick? Sorry, Tom, can we go back? Thank you.
Won't take long. They both are okay.
Yeah, not great. Rodgers, 16 of 20, 198 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. Dak Prescott has 9 pass attempts, 5 for 9, 92 yards and a touchdown. Elliott,
not sure he's worth $40 million. Just saying.
Aaron Jones, 11 for 48, a touchdown. Prescott, 3 for 32. Rushing, Devontae Adams, 4 for 57. Bunches, 4 for 52. Gallup, 3 for 43 and a touchdown. MVS, 3 for 41. Lazard has a catch. Lamb has a catch. Lewis has 3. Who's missing? Where's Amari Cooper?
I almost captained him. Instead, I captained Funchess, and it's got me in 103rd place.
Zippo for Amari Cooper.
Look at Lazard.
Yeah.
Not great. But better than Dalton Schultz. And those were the two I was thinking about in that spot. All right. I'm going to ask this question because it's relevant to what we've got going on this afternoon after I leave this sim. How old were you when you got your first bank account? Like where you had your own debit card kind of situation and you were responsible for whatever level you were, I don't think you were making mortgage payments. But how old, your folks took you to the bank. So whatever your side jobs were or jobs.
I think my freshman year of high school.
Okay. Let's check
8th grade,
out.
maybe?
Yeah, my 14-year-old who in theory is going to be done with 8th grade next week, although summer school seems to be in his future. We are going to take him to get a bank account today because he babysits a lot. He watches the little ones mostly when they're sleeping or like if we have to run an errand for an hour here, an hour there. But it adds up. So we owe him a bunch of money and we've deducted all of his PlayStation purchases, authorized or otherwise. So he's got to he will start this bank account with whatever money he has at his dad's too, which he claims is lots of money, a couple $100, with at least $200 for my wife and I today. So he'll have it. And then Hot Corleone says Cristal's always in people's pockets. No, I'm just kind of curious, like what the right answer is.
I think I was playing all these contests with Kaufman.
I know. I'm just trying to figure out when I can't remember when I got my first bank account. Like, was it 8th, 9th, or 10th grade? Because I definitely was working by like age 14, 15 as a camp counselor. But I don't know if I had my own bank account. I guess I could ask my mom, but she may not remember. So it feels right. But my question was, how were you as a youngster, and how quickly, I want predictions, do people think, let's just call it $200, how quickly the $200 that we put into his account is gone? Based on, buying more Grand Theft Auto virtual BS or whatever. He doesn't buy anything he actually needs because we buy stuff he needs.
So he has this $200.
Yeah, $200 is coming to him. I'm kind of rounding. I'm rounding up or rounding down, but say it's going to start with $200 for the sake of the conversation. How quickly? Yeah, it says no open kids a PayPal account. Well, I know that he wants to get on eBay. He's got some stuff he's already eyeing on eBay. What do you think? How quickly does he blow through the 200? Today's Monday. Does he get to Friday? Is there any money left in the
You're not going to tell him, like, hey, like, manage this well? Or
yeah, I know. It will come with, hey, you'll get more money when you've earned it. We're not just going, it's not going to be a constant, because he doesn't really have an allowance here because he doesn't do any chores consistently. Watching the kids is helpful, but beyond that, like, we don't pay him. He doesn't take the trash out. He doesn't pick up after the dogs. He doesn't mow the lawn. Hardly ever, and the lawn's super small.
Well, does he just not listen to you, or are you...
Not really, not enough.
Jesus. Sounds like he needs a timeout, not $200.
He does need a timeout, but the $200 is his, right? So whether we hand it to him in cash and he goes and blows it at the grocery store nearby buying stupid stuff.
It sounds like you're prepared for him to blow through it.
Absolutely. Look, it's money he earned. I don't really care. He told me he wants Jordans. I go, well, you're about to have a bank account, so find some Jordans to buy. I bought, there's these cool secondhand shops here, and you'll find this out when you have kids. It's a much better way to go because they grow pretty quickly. And I bought my 2-year-old 2 different pairs of Jordans, almost brand new, for $9 each. And so I told him, I was like, hey, I bought your little brother Jordans. He's like, I want Jordans. And I said, okay. I spent $18. I'll round up to 20 for you. Find some Jordans, and I'll give you a $20 bill to go towards it. I'm not spending $150. He's still growing too. And he's already passed my shoe size, which is 9.5. If he was stuck around 9.5, I'd buy him a bunch of cool shoes because I know I'd inherit a few. But he's like at an 11.5 already.
Dean says, sounds like he's done what I'm trying to do. Tune you out.
Yeah, no kidding. Sorry, Dean. Yeah, Herb Dog too. Appreciate it. Brian C. did remind.
I don't know. So how quickly does it happen? A week?
Yeah, I think a week. I'm setting the over/under at a week. By the end
like
of the
I said,
weekend,
though, it sounds like you're ready for this to happen. So in a week, are you expecting, hey, Dad, I'm actually out of money. Can you give me more?
Yeah, or, I only have $7 left, and I really want to buy this for $14. Can you just put 10 or $20 in my account?
That's how he'll learn, like, this is not how it works.
This is the same kid that when I broke his ring light that my mom had given him as part of like a green screen ring light kit for $50. I immediately bought him a new one for $40, which was a nicer one. And he said that I still owed him $7 because it was a $50 item. Again, my mom gave him as a Christmas present. I'm like, no, I don't owe you the $7. I was like, first of all, the green screen still works, and this is not your money. 9.5. Are you 5'4", BK? No, I'm 5'8".
How about that catch by Adams to set up the Packers? Cassie had something here. My first bank account was when I was 27. My parents didn't believe in that. Oddly, they gave my 11-year-old a bank account and a cell phone.
27? Like, the one thing I'm thinking about with him is getting him an actual credit card with a limit to help build his credit up so that when he goes to buy his first house, he'll have a much better credit score. And he can screw that up himself when he turns 18 and gets his own credit cards and gets into debt like the rest of us did. Yeah, Abby Rizzle, my household, double-digit age, you definitely have chores. Trash, water, grass, dog poop, wash dishes. No, they've all been assigned to him. He just is not great at the follow-through. This is a kid that we tell him to clean his room, and he reorganizes the guest room down here in the basement. He just totally moved all the furniture around. Didn't even touch his room. My wife comes downstairs and is like, what the hell are you doing? There's Amari Cooper. He's cruising for that Babysitter Billy Award.
So if I ever want to go to the Cristal residence, I better give you like a month heads up.
No, we have a couple extra rooms, so you can just show up. One of them will be untouched by him, at least.
You hope.
Yeah. Well, our upstairs guest room is next to a bunch of babies, so it has pluses and minuses, but it does have a really comfy king-size bed.
What is this? Cecilia says timeouts for kids is so stupid.
Not for little kids. Trust me, just the thread of timeout with my 2-year-old works. And we don't even have an established timeout place because we can't put him in a crib. He can climb out. I guess we could send him to his room, but he'll just open the door.
Joe Johnston, he needs to pay you $600 monthly for rent.
It's coming. I mean, this kid's definitely not going to college the way things are setting up. So
he should go work at like a furniture store because of his furniture organization.
Yeah, right. It's great. It's a great call. No, he's going to end up working in restaurants as his first job.
He can come work at Jordan's Furniture here in New England.
Or we got a couple golf courses nearby. I'm like, that's a good way to spend your summer, dude. Working on a golf course.
Yeah.
I think he's going to work at one of our friends' restaurants. He wanted to start a dog walking business a few years ago, but he's only with us every other week. I was like, so who's going to pay you to walk their dog every other week? I was like, I think there's a flaw here. Like a lawnmower business, that might work. Like you would mow their lawn every other week. No problem. But dog walkers want some consistency. Is that another sack for Sean Lee? No, it's a band rack.
Maybe I'll just have a permanent lemonade stand. in the driveway.
It's on the honor system. You just leave the money when you take the lemonade. Like, gone for the week. Just leave the money on the counter, please, and leave it in the drop box.
So instead, now when he's short $7 for something, I'll just go have a lemonade stand tomorrow. Sell like 14 cups at 50 cents each.
How's your palatial estate not worth $20 million? Well, real estate's going up.
Come on, Aaron Jones.
Oh!
Get in. Yeah. Look at that. All right, let's go. It's my captain.
Oh, how about this? COVID protocols. I got some real breaking news. The leading scorer for the St. Louis Blues out Monday against Avalanche.
Uh-oh.
David, do we know if it's Perrin or Perrone? I really should pay attention since I'm covering this series. I'll know tonight when I get to the stadium. You know what dawned on me this morning as I was going on at 6:54 after already doing updates? That if these games go to double and triple overtime, like Wednesday's game doesn't even drop the puck till 8:30. So I could be at the stadium till 1 o'clock easily and then have to be up at 4:30 to do updates.
Yeah, the Celtics are tipping off against the Wizards at 9 Eastern. 9.
Wow, like the finals, which I think you tolerated in the finals because it's the finals.
For like a play-in tournament, like 2 teams on the East Coast, the Wizards always play at 7, always when they're home, and the Celtics are 7:30 usually. Let's tip it off at 9. Come on, what are you doing here? D-Rod is in first place, according to the chat. We have a tie for first now, a 10-way tie for first place in the public free showdown. BBR Craig, first place in our contest. Aaron's World, we're all just simming in it. The NBA guys are coming up next, by the way.
Not the most breaking news. Apparently it was out yesterday as well. Oh, he said could be out, and today he's definitely out. All right.
And you might wonder, why would the NBA guys be on if there's no NBA games tonight? At least that's what I wondered. There's Gallup, but salaries are out for the play-in tournament, so we're going to have a show. Joining us tonight on the call, we have Shirag and Julian with us tonight. Shirag here, Julian Edlow. To break it down. So you get I would like to think it's like bonus NBA coverage. You get a night ahead of NBA salary coverage for the play-in tournament.
And here's the one thing except for maybe an injury here or there, is you have an idea what these minutes will look like, right? Like you playing Russell Westbrook, you don't have to worry about his ankle tomorrow or whatever, right? Knock on wood. So yeah, why not get a jump on it? Bruiser B said Nuggets home on Saturday. They are 7 o'clock Mountain Time tip, so 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Fantasy Hawk, the Wizards will give the Nets problems. Is that so? The winner of Boston, Washington plays the Nets.
Yeah, 7-2. Yeah.
Oh wow. It'd be in the Celtics' best interest to not win against the Wizards. It really would.
No, I think you'd rather take your chances with Philly.
Oh, just lose to the Wizards, and then because if you beat Washington and then you just get embarrassed by the Nets, Kyrie rubbing, Durant, who teased you a few years ago. Oh, I might go to Boston.
What is Dak doing? Dak had 95 minutes to throw that.
Maybe we'll trade Jaylen Brown to go get James Harden. Nope, didn't get him either. I would. Stay away. Celtics play-in tournament. Stay here. Do not move on. Lose. Save yourself from the pain. That's my tip.
Had Philly drafted Jason Tatum, I'd pick him to win the East.
But they didn't. Silly
what a
Philly.
dumb move.
Tricks are for kids.
What a dumb move.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. I thought Brooklyn was going to be the 3 in Boston. Well, actually, no, that's not true. I forgot the Celtics fell so much to the 7. Well, the play-in 7.
Cowboys going to tie this up? Are we getting free football here in Big D? Free football?
That's a very good point. That could happen. Dallas is not using timeouts. They don't have to. There's Amari Cooper on the board.
And I guess I should point out they're not in Big D. They're in Arlington. The stadium should be in Dallas, but Laura Miller, the terrible mayor at the time, screwed it up in Dallas.
Congo Cab says, I'm about to start crushing lineups in these playoffs. All right, Congo Cab, we're marking the tape.
He's taking all Knicks.
Oh, an interception!
Oh,
He
my
threw it right to the linebacker! Oh, man! Look what I found!
Dak. 40 million, my you-know-what.
I mean, look at this throw.
Come on, Dak. He didn't even see him. Look at Gallup going for it. Oh, man, there's a linebacker.
Man.
He definitely had Savage beat.
I love how he dives and looks like he caught the ball, but he didn't. Didn't come to him. I'm sure these guys will talk about this coming up. Robert Williams has been upgraded to probable on Tuesday for the Celtics.
Oh, Bruiser B says, what do Nuggets playoff tickets typically cost? Here's the thing. There's only 8,000 seats, and I say only. It's been 4,000 up until today for hockey and basketball this week. So, first home playoff game, Bruiser B, even though you and your wife will be there, you're probably going to be in for, I got to think, $1.50 easy on each ticket, even up top.
Nice run by Aaron Jones. I don't think that's quite the bonus, though. We'll get a look at
Xavier
stats.
Woods, starting safety, first tackle of the game. Here's something to remember, though, with this play-in tournament. Game 7 of the NBA Finals could actually occur on July 22nd, so mark your calendars down. If all the series get pushed to the max, July 22nd is when we'll be watching basketball and hockey until July 9th.
Aaron Jones, 92 rushing yards, so he didn't get it. He came up short.
So Amari Cooper certainly is going to be the Not My Kid award.
Yeah, one catch.
Krusty Crystal, player of the game. Well, I'm in 118th place, so I'm giving my whole team the...
I mean, you got two options, I think. You could go Gallup, who returned value. Right. Or you go Aaron Jones with 2 touchdowns. And he only missed
winning
the ball
lineup. Yeah, Aaron Jones gets you 37 in the flex. In the captain spot. 37.8 in the captain spot.
25.2 in the flex.
And he's 56% owned, not 80% owned. I think that's got to be the way to go. He's part of the winning lineup. You had him as your captain. What place did you, like I said, I was terrible.
40th.
What place are you in?
40th.
No, it's much more respectable than 116th or whatever I'm in. I'm going to get in the rest of the Sims just so I can have a bounce back lineup.
Yeah, there's still 3 to go. 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock Eastern. Rossi and Kenny on next at 6. Ravens and Giants to start the late slate. Do not go anywhere, though, if you love the NBA. Interested in NBA, we were just talking NBA playoffs for the majority of the sim because it was kind of a snoozer. We'll run through some stats and then we'll move to the guys. Rodgers had 265 passing. Jones 8 yards shy of the bonus, 2 touchdowns. Aaron Rodgers 5 carries, no yards. Elliott had 55 yards. 1 catch for Cooper. Gallup had a nice night with the touchdown. Adams, 77 yards. Funchess, 68 yards. MVS, 68 yards. Gallup, 461 and the touchdown. Yeah, we hit on the big names. Lamb had 2 for 39. So
you and I are right back here tomorrow, dude. Same time.
Yep.
Same time.
Same time.
We didn't even talk about whether you would start a team with a quarterback like all people in the world or a tackle like Kenny.
Well, we'll have to maybe we'll put it on the calendar for tomorrow.
Okay. Let's mark it down.
All right, thanks to producer Drew, Tom on the 1s and 2s, Frangelico from Game Ops. Their day is over as well. Thank you all very much. Here we are standing by now with Chirag Hira, Julian Edlow, breaking down NBA DFS. No games tonight, but the play-in starts tomorrow. So get excited. Get some insight starting now. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you, Brendan and Brandon. Go ahead. Double up. Excited slate now, ready to go. The NBA playoffs are just about to be here, and Julian Edlow got his mic ready for the show. Let's go.
I was wondering if you were going to see it. It's out of the drawer. The playoffs are here. There's no more time for brain farts. My mic is on. I was in a great mood until I heard something about Kenny starting a team with a left tackle. Kenny, man. Kenny's on the sweat with me the other day telling me why the singular biggest reason why the Jets are going to go over their 6-win total is because CJ Mosley is back. And then he proceeds to strengthen his argument by saying, I understand CJ Mosley plays defense and has played one game in the last 2 seasons, but he's why the Jets are going to win games this season. But this is an NBA show, and I'm not here to think about Kenny.
Let's do it.
But
This is hype.
We both have a bet that will make Kenny very happy. That's called a tease.
Yes, I'm ready for that. But before we get into it, let's quickly look at the upcoming playing game slate. We have Charlotte at Indiana coming up at 6:30 Eastern on Tuesday, and then Washington at Boston coming up at 9 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday as well. Those are 2 pretty interesting games, but the one that stands out the most definitely has to be Golden State LA on Wednesday, but also can't forget about San Antonio Memphis, basically playing to get eliminated for the second time. But we're here to mainly talk about all the playing games. We'll talk about some playoffs. We'll talk about some futures. We have some pools, some promos, everything for the people. If you have any questions, make sure to get it into the chat. We will be taking questions from Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, wherever you're at. We're ready to roll. So let's get this party started. Julian, I want to start by making it simple. Why or how do you build the DFS lineup for this 2-game slate and not play Russell Westbrook?
To be contrarian, or because you think Beal is going to look better than he did the other day in his return from that injury. But yeah, I mean, it's massive total in that game in Boston. Westbrook's been crushing lately. He played the Celtics 3 times in the regular season, averaged under 40 DraftKings points. He did not play well against Boston, if you want to put any weight in the matchup. So yeah, it's to be contrarian to put weight in the matchup. But yeah, like it's a 2-game slate in playoff games where stars are going to play more minutes. It's tough to argue.
Yeah. I don't understand there any possible way at 12,400 to fade Russell Westbrook. I believe that even if you're unable to find a way to get all the values on this slate, since there's only 2 games and most likely all the players are going to push through. We just got Boston's injury report and everybody's expected to play. So where do you find value? And I think the only way to really find value per se is to go maybe a balanced lineup, or consider building with Westbrook and Sabonis. What do you think about Sabonis playing so well of late, and then Brogdon still being out, LeVert not as expensive as him? But I think just due to the lack of interior presence for the Hornets, a Sabonis and Westbrook stack as the 2 strongest plays on the slate.
Yeah, assuming that Brogdon is out, and I think we expect him to be, then yeah, I do want to play Sabonis. It's a great, while Sabonis wasn't that good he was good, but he wasn't that great in the regular season matchups against Charlotte. Like, Charlotte was dead last in in DraftKings points allowed to the power forward position, I think it was, which I guess technically Sabonis is playing. Maybe he's playing center, but yeah, it's a good spot. It's a good spot, no doubt. To answer your value question, like, I don't think you can build balanced on a slate like this, because you have to have some star power. That's what these games are about. So
we have news. We have some news now. We just got the news. Brogdon will be a game time decision. So wow. How much does that impact Sabonis, really? I mean,
Brogdon's probably not going to be himself if he does play. And you like, to answer your question, I was going to say value-ish is kind of somebody like TJ McConnell that has over 37 fantasy points in 3 straight games if Brogdon is out. Like, you need somebody like that. And we know, the Celtics were just resting guys down the stretch, but like, all those guys have been essentially ruled into this game. Robert Williams is probable, Smart's in, Tatum's in, Kemba's in, as we would expect. Fournier, I didn't see Fournier, but I think he's playing.
Yeah, Fournier is expected to play.
So I don't know, that the value question is tough. Like, you've got a guy like Cody Zeller, whose minutes just ramped up those last 2 games, 36 minutes, 30 minutes. He's $4,700. He had 28 DraftKings points against the Knicks. Like, that's the type of guy that you need to hit on a slate like this. 4,700, 28 DraftKings points. Perfect. And then you need your stars to play well.
I also like Goga. I think Goga, while he's been dealing with an ankle and he didn't play a ton of minutes in their last game, he's still been producing with Miles Turner out of the lineup. And at 3,500, I think he makes a bit of sense if he can get up to maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah. Again, like, we cannot be picky. We cannot afford to be picky at all. So if you're saying that you have a guy that could get 20 minutes here and you see those games in his game log, 24.5, 28.25, the kind of 9-point dud in the last one in the regular season, like, you're going to have that 7, 8, 9 DK point floor, which will kill you. But if you get 20 out of a guy for 3,500 on this slate, you're going to be in a really good position. So you need to find the guy that has the best chance of doing that for you. Goga's one of the guys in the conversation because there are not many guys in the conversation.
Yep. What do you think about Grant Williams? With all the Celtics pretty much healthy and for this game, is there any room for Grant Williams? 3,200. I think there's some potential value here, but I don't entirely know because, Tatum sat out and these rotations have been really weird. And are they gearing him up for the playoffs, or was it just a filler type of deal? I'm a little bit confused, but your Celtics a little more. What's your take on Grant Williams?
Yeah, so I think like guys have been in and out of the lineup for the Celtics. Grant Williams is a guy that I will not play on this slate. Even at 3,200, I know there's no risk, and you see some good stuff in the game log.
Yeah.
But I think this has to be where Brad Stevens tightens up the rotation, and Williams is going to be right on the cusp. Like, he's a guy that could play or could not play much. But with the Celtics' health, like, all these games, you see the minutes and that's nice, but like, somebody has been out.
Yeah.
Now they're getting everyone on the floor together. Like, you see that game against Miami, the 8 minutes, 4.75 DraftKings points. That's probably the type of game I could see Grant Williams going for here.
Makes sense.
And you don't want that.
Yep. Lastly, I just want to touch on, before we move on to some sportsbook stuff, because I think that's what we're going to have to cover much more here. With Bradley Beal back, what is your take on Bertans? He has been playing a healthy amount of minutes regardless of who's been in the lineup, but does Beal's return, especially since he returned in that previous game, impact Bertans' upside at 4,200?
Yeah, I think it may. Like, you just looking at the game logs. Like, I'm a slave to the game logs. You see double-digit shot attempts in all those games until Beal comes back against Charlotte. Then he goes down to 8. So maybe there's just less scoring opportunities on the board for him with, a volume shooter coming back into the lineup. So the salary is right. The salary is what you want. And 27 minutes in that, essentially a playoff type of game against Charlotte. So that's a good gauge for this one. He fell short, that wouldn't have been a great play. So I'm probably staying away from somebody like Bertans. The question is just, who do you go to? He's definitely, for $700, he's definitely safer than Goga.
Yep.
But Goga could get 20 DraftKings points and save your lineup. And if Bertans gets 15, then he's really hurting your lineup.
Yeah. And basically what we're having to be forced to do now is look at the slate and wait for about 6 o'clock to see if Brogdon's going to be a game time decision, end up playing, and how that totally impacts their lineup. Because if Brogdon ends up playing, then LeVert's a slightly bit of a worse play, and so is Sabonis. So it's going to be interesting. But let's get into some of these games on the draft.
Real quick Well, I guess this is the first game, Indy, where you're going to start, I assume. But just one quick thing on Brogdon. I don't know if this was just a mess of the NBA season. Like, what we go through at DK Live, seeing these injury reports every day and getting the news out to you guys, but it gets annoying and tedious because a lot of it is just updating guys that we know are going to play or not going to play that are questionable, probable, doubtful.
Yeah.
Brogdon's been getting that questionable tag every game. I don't know if that's like gamesmanship, but he hasn't been playing through it. It's been a while. So the fact that they're listing him as questionable again, I don't know if that necessarily is an upgrade towards him playing or if it's more of a just keeping the Hornets on their toes type of thing.
Yeah, could be. I honestly like the Hornets in this matchup. I think they have, even without Gordon Hayward, they have a chance to cover the spread. Plus 3.5, the line opened at, I saw it at 3 earlier this morning. Now it's already up to 3.5. So where are you leaning on these first Tuesday games? Is there any edge to be had on the spreads, the totals, the lines?
I don't love these games. I started almost talking myself into the Pacers, but I guess I maybe thought Brogdon had a better chance of playing when I looked back. Like, this is what I'm talking about. These injury reports are like, they make your brain mush, and you look back and you see Brogdon hasn't played in a while and he's probably not healthy. And that's the type of guy they need in this game. Like, if Charlotte can contain Sabonis with guys like Zeller, Biyombo, like, that'll be crucial. Indy's been an awful team against the spread at home too. They've been bad at home, but 6-1 against the spread in their last 7 games. The Hornets are like this hot team that everybody's, a trendy dog in this game. They lost 5 in a row down the stretch. They've lost 5 games in a row, crucial games in terms of where they're going to get their seeding, and they land 10th because they lose 5 in a row. I can't talk myself into either team in this spot, but at the same time, that puts me in the spot. If this is a legit coin flip, then you take Charlotte plus 130 and hope for the best. That would be my advice, but I'm not giving you a strong take on this game at all.
Okay. Then let's go to the Wizards and Celtics. Do you have any takes for that game?
Yes. Both of these teams are very similar in the sense that they have no urgency out of the gate. They wait to get down 20 and then they turn it on. And then they either win a dramatic game by 2 or 3 or fall just short and lose by 3, 4, 5 down the stretch. So I'm not going to bet Washington should be a trendy dog. We just got a little bit of Celtics money moving this from 1.5 to 2 with the clean injury report. Washington's going to be a trendy dog here. This game has live betting written all over it to me, both on the side and the total. I'm convinced somebody will go down 15 points in this game, and whoever that is will come back and at least make it a game. So, like, if somebody is down 15 in this game and you can bet either side, I don't care. Boston, Washington, plus 7.5, plus 8.5, plus 9.5 in game. Give me that. They'll turn it around and make this a game one way or another. I have no idea who's going to win. You almost don't want to win. You will get slaughtered by the Nets, and we can touch on that later. But if there's any good price on like Celtics Nets on the net side in a series, give me Brooklyn. I'll lay some games on the game spread, whatever you need me to do. Done. I will bet Brooklyn. Whereas Boston swept Philly out last year. If you like tank a playoff game, if you can believe it, and then put your backs against the wall where the Celtics like,
I don't think they have it enough to get.
They don't. Nobody would. I'm just, in a vacuum. You want to lose this game. You play better with your back against the wall anyway. Game 7 Thursday night at home against Charlotte or Indy. You win that game. You get Philly, who is not as intimidating. Now the Sixers would beat Boston this year. That would happen, but it's a better matchup than Brooklyn. Either way, I'm convinced somebody's going down in this game, and I will live bet the other side. I also think this game has a chance to start really fast. We have a 232.5 high total. And this is something we had Drew Dinsick on the Unreasonable Odds podcast today on Monday. That'll be coming out shortly. This is something we talked about on that. He's on the under, and he says that even if it starts fast, it still has a chance to get there, which I agree with. If we get 60, 65 first quarter points, or we're looking at a live total of like 237, 238, 239 in the middle of the second quarter, this is going to tighten up down the stretch. Like we just said, I think somebody's going to come back in this game and make it a game.
All right.
That live under, and it'll tighten up in the second half when the possessions matter more. So a live side and a live under might be in the cards for me for this game.
All right. I'm going to at you on Twitter live during this game to see what's up.
Alerts on. The NBA playoffs are here. I will be coming with plays.
Turn the alerts on for your boy Julian Edlow. I'm going to try to be coming with some plays too, but sitting in the host seat's a little bit tougher to fire it off. But
no, it isn't. It just protects you because you don't have to give takes. It's great. I hosted with Matt a couple of times and I didn't have to give any takes.
But now I put you on the hot seat. I got you prepared for this show. So let's get into the hot takes. Let's get into the series lines. You mentioned series lines about Boston tanking to try to get a good spot for it. But where are you looking at for these 4 series lines that are up right now?
Yeah. I kind of like something on each series, although the last one is a steep price on the Clippers. So we'll probably lay some games in the game spread. But let's just go down the line. And this is one I know you like.
Hawks and Knicks. Let's go. I like Knicks minus 124. I think Julius Randle is just going to obliterate them, but they also have decent depth, and the Hawks have a little bit more depth, but I just don't think they have it defensively there to be able to contain the Knicks.
Well, Thibodeau just plays his guys. Like that's always Thibodeau's thing. Play your guys. Who led the league in minutes? Julius
37 and a half.
Second in the league in minutes, RJ Barrett.
Yep.
These guys play. I think the home court advantage is going to be a big factor. I think an MSG with more and more fans coming in is going to be a factor.
Yep.
I think the Knicks defense is going to be a factor. The Knicks won all 3 games in the regular season in this matchup. They got lucky in one. They were trailing and Trae Young got hurt and they won the game in overtime. So even if you want to call it 2-1, the Knicks still won the season series handily, but I'm a slave to the numbers. It was 3-0. And Julius Randle was averaging like almost 40 a game in this matchup, doing really well. I think he's going to be the best player on the floor.
Yes.
This opened to pick him minus 110 both ways. Knicks took some money today. I think it's going to go up and up and up getting into Saturday when this series tips off. I would bet the Knicks ASAP.
That's a good call. I'm with you on that. Then let's move on to Heats and Bucks. What are you feeling about Miami plus 225?
This one was plus 275. And Miami has taken some money. This is mispriced, in my opinion. We saw it last year. I had Miami plus 400 in this series last year in the bubble. Now, I also made a bet on DraftKings Sportsbook. Total games played in the series. I bet over 5.5 games in the series. I said the Heat will be good enough to keep this close 6 or 7 game series. The Heat were too damn good and won the series in 5 games, and I lost that bet and gave some money back. I do think this year is going to be competitive. The Bucks can't afford a first round exit at this point.
No.
They've been going.
It's not going to happen. Not with Drew there. I just don't believe that the Heat have put it together entirely for enough to the point where they can stop the Bucks this year.
If Jimmy Butler's healthy, and it was weird that he did sit a meaningful game against Milwaukee over the weekend. If Jimmy Butler,
it was an eye poke. It was eye poke. He couldn't see.
No. He came back from the eye poke and then sat out with a back injury.
Well, I think it was an eye poke still.
I got that alert from DK Live. It said back. So,
all right.
I'm firing on Miami plus 225 for the series. I think the Heat are the second best team in the Eastern Conference.
Nope. That's not happening.
So I will take Miami as the series winner.
Nah. Series, it's total games played here for me. I do not think that they have a chance. Over 5.5 minus 148 is a little bit better for me than sitting here going with the series line of minus 295. I like the total games played much better in the series. Over 5.5. This is going to be definitely a competitive series. So I think it makes a lot of sense there. If you like the Bucks and basically sitting here expecting the Heat to be competitive, I think this series line at 6, basically, if you get 6 games, sets up a little bit nicer. And then if you want to look at it from a spread perspective, maybe from the Bucks side, if they win in 6, that's basically setting up plus 1.5. So or minus 1.5 at minus 1.5 and minus 143. So It's minus 143, minus 148 if you like the Bucks. I like the Bucks. I can't pay the juice there, minus 295. So it just makes more sense to me to go for the total games played.
I mean, I agree with the over 5.5 games, but I fell into that one last year. But I don't think it's going to be that bad this year. I will take the over 5.5 games with you, but I will also take Miami plus 225.
All right. We're going to get it on the sheet. Miami Heat.
It's on the sheet.
It's on the sheet. All right. It's on the sheet. Let's get that party started. We're getting a sheet coming for you people after the show. Make sure to check out Julian Edlow. If you miss anything, we will be putting out our content as well so that you know the bets to play, because this series are going to be going on throughout the entire time. So make sure to follow both of us on Twitter so you can get all the plays that you need. But let's move on to another series winner setup here. Blazers, Nuggets. Nuggets at minus 120. You told me earlier when we were chatting, this line opened at a pick 'em, right?
Yep, same as Knicks Hawks. Both series. This is how you know we're gonna have a good postseason. Both series open minus 110 each way.
Yep. And it looks like the Nuggets have taken some money, now putting them as semi favorite. Minus 120 and minus 105 doesn't make me feel like, oh wow, these are huge favorites. But I like the Nuggets side. I think Jokic will be the MVP, and I think that he's definitely going to be able to carry this team past the Blazers. But it comes down to Damian Lillard. That guy is a monster, and I don't think the Nuggets have anybody stop him unless they put Aaron Gordon out there and say, hey, you're not going to play anything but defense right now. And I think there's a possibility. Honestly, if he torches them for 40 or 50 in a game, their strategy could just change. Aaron Gordon, go and sick Damian Lillard for the entire remainder of the series.
Yeah, Gordon on Lillard would, affect him, I'm sure. I'll take Portland minus 105 for the series here. I like the Blazers. I think they're the hotter team right now. They have turned it up a notch, kind of like they did in the bubble. And then in the bubble, they ran into the Lakers, who nobody was beating. So yeah, I think that Portland has some bodies to throw at Jokic, particularly in Nurkic. I think that, where would Denver be in that playoff series? They lost to the Jazz in 7 last year. Where would they have been in that series without Murray, who carried them? Jokic was great, but Murray was the guy.
Catalyst.
I'm not going against Lillard here. I really like Portland in this series.
Well then, that's another one that's different. I like the Nuggets.
I'll be betting, bigger on the Knicks, I would say. The Knicks will be a bigger play. Heat at plus 225. A little bit of caution there, a little smaller. But Portland minus 105 will be a play of some sort for me.
So we have a question coming in from the chat. Do you think Nurkic will be able to make life difficult for Jokic? And honestly, defensively, I don't see him being able to make life difficult on Jokic. It's going to be on the offensive end. I think that's where he really, really has to show up, is the offensive end, to make it difficult for Jokic. Tire him out, work him in the post, maybe get him just foul trouble. I think that's the only way to really make life difficult. But on the defensive end, I don't think, yes, he has the size and the length to stop him, but I don't believe that he has enough of a defensive ability to contain Jokic for what he can do. Because Jokic, the thing that makes him really elite is that he grabs the rebounds and brings it up as their main point guard. Ever since Jamal Murray has been going down, you've seen Jokic just bring it up as the main point. Then he facilitates off of a curl or off the elbow. He doesn't always have to be in the post, and he can knock down a three. So I don't think that your Nurkic will be able to defend him as well, but it'll be coming down to the offensive end. If Nurkic can cause him to get into some foul trouble, make him work on the defensive end, then that can make a little bit of a life difficulty. But outside of that, I think even if they bring in Cantor, that just sets it up to make it even worse. So I think Jokic has the advantage there in the bigs.
Jokic will have a good series. And he averaged in 3 games against Portland this season. He averaged 29 points, 5.7 rebounds, 4 assists. So he was good. Let me see. He shot 52% from the field. Got to the free throw line almost 5 times a game. You would want to maybe see that more. Jokic is going to be good. I'm not saying that he won't be in this series, but I just think Portland has more right now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I can't really argue with that because they have the best guards in the series, and guard play in the playoffs is a little bit more kind of expected or more important than it is like, yes, Jokic is a pretty much now a generational big, the way he passes, scores, rebounds, everything. But the way that Dame and CJ can play, it does scare me. So it sets up where this is not a great series for me. I feel Denver's going to win, but I'm not going into with as much confidence because of Dame and how well he can play. And Lillard always has another level in the playoffs, so that's difficult to go against. So is there anything you can do with these total games played or series correct score for Portland and Denver?
I don't think you need to, and this is part of how I play things, I guess, safer. Like, why do we need to be greedy in a series that's a minus 105 or minus 120 series? Like, you're not going to bet over 5.5 games and lay minus 240.
Yep.
You don't want to have to bank on it going to a game 7 and bet over 6.5. That doesn't feel right. Yep. You have, even though it's a little bit of Nuggets money, you have essentially a pick 'em. If you like Denver, bet minus 120. If you like Portland, bet minus 105. I don't want to put myself into a situation rooting for like whatever Portland minus 1.5 games for plus money. I just give me the Blazers and I'm good with it. Let's go.
All right. Well, then let's move to this next series with the Mavericks and Clippers, because you have to do something here. I'm expecting the Clippers to win. You're expecting the Clippers to win. How do you attack this series then with the Clippers favored minus 400?
Right. So series priced like the Bucks and like the Clippers particularly that are so much higher, you got to do something else. Unless you like the dog. Like I like Miami, so I'm going to just bet the dog, take the plus 225. I'm not taking Dallas here. We saw this last year in the bubble. Luka hit a big game winner for one game. This went to 6 games. The Clippers got it done.
Yep.
I think they'll get it done in 4 or 5 in 5 or 6 games this time around. So I just don't see this one getting to a game 7, which means if you take the Clippers minus 1.5 games, forget the games here. If you go to the series spreads, Clippers minus 1.5 games, minus 165. That is just Clippers to get it done in 4, 5, or 6. I think is an extremely likely outcome. And even though you got to lay the juice at minus 165, I think there's a great chance the Clippers get this done by game 6.
That's good. I like it. And that's basically all you're hoping for here is that they don't win in a gentleman's sweep, basically minus 2.5 and you get it done in basically 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, you could, if you like the gentleman's sweep, you can take the minus 2.5 for plus money. I think it's worth keeping the door open just in case.
Yep, fair enough. Those are the 4 series that we have right now.
Sabonis, by the way, just got tagged as questionable for Tuesday.
Ooh, wow, that is interesting. I expect him to play through it.
I do too, but I'm going to bet some Hornets right now.
All right, let's go. Let's go to the game line.
If you're watching, I would bet the Hornets right now. And if you want, you can, you'll be able to hedge out.
Yep. So what do you take? What do you think about this? Plus 130 or plus 3.5?
Either. You're going to get value. It's going to move. We might see it. We might literally see it move right now.
Okay. Let's keep an eye on it then.
I would be shocked if this doesn't move a point within the next 2-3 minutes. Yeah, that's interesting. It feels like Sabonis is obviously going to play.
Yeah.
And it feels like Brogdon is pretty obviously not going to play. And it feels like we knew all this. LeVert should play. He was having migraines, so he should be fine. I don't think this affects the game this much, but this is just one of those examples where, this is a sports betting market.
Yep.
This is a market. The market is about to move, so I'm going to take a little bit of value while I can. If I want to get out of it, I'll get out of it.
Yep. So now we had an opportunity here to grab something. Plus 130 or plus 1. whichever you're feeling. I'm leaning towards
or
this
split
way.
your bet and take both. Like again, this is an investment, and I might get out of it. Lock in a couple bucks profit. Who knows?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
you did cut my transition off, so that's all good because we like the news here on the show. I was not expecting a 5:30 injury report to drop, so
we haven't gotten anything. We haven't gotten news in the regular season with like 12 games for weeks, and now we're doing a game. Now we're doing a night with no games, and we get news dropped. Levert is in, by the way, not listed on the injury report. Did you say that?
Yes, due to his migraine issue, he is not listed on the injury report.
Interesting. All right. Well, that was cool.
Yeah. Got something out of the 5:30. I hope you guys had the DraftKings Sportsbook open. If not, always be prepared. You know what this is. This show is all about having the Sportsbook open, grabbing live lines due to the 5:30 injury report. But we were talking about the Clippers and Dallas series before this news, and something I have to note. For that Clippers and Dallas game 1, we're offering a Hammer the Over promotion right now. All you have to do is go to the DraftKings Sportsbook, head on over, make your pick right there. It's already set up where you have to just go ahead and click it and make your bet. And it's set up just right there for you. And every 1,500 people that make their bets, the line gets moved down a point. So far, this opened at 200, and now it's already down to 171. So people are getting in. Hammer the over. Tell your friends. Get this over down. I'm expecting it to go over 171, and I'm sure by the time this series kicks off, we're definitely going to have the over come down a lot more than that.
This is another free money bet.
Yep.
Can't lose this one.
Cannot lose. minus 10,000 on the line. So that's really funny to see too, since they have to price it as something, right?
Yep.
Free money bet. We like the free money bets, but also other free money bets. Bet $25 in the NBA championship winner and get a free $5 bet for every round they win. So basically, go take your bets and put $25 on the Nets. Go put it on the Lakers and enjoy the ride.
If you bet it on the Lakers, you get it for every play-in game they win. The answer to that question is no, but it would be a nice added bonus.
Right?
Put it on the Nets.
Put it on the Nets. That's what I'm feeling it too. It's sad to say Lakers in that 7th spot. I'm afraid one ankle tweak and the series might be able to go down, but the Nets have it this year to be able to take it in there. I believe they have enough, and with Harden back and showing that he didn't have any rust and he was able to drop whatever he wanted to do in that game, I think the Nets just have a little bit too much good depth and the star power to take it over the top. But
not going to argue with you there.
Yep. But also want to make sure that there are new users offers that you guys need to make sure to pay attention to. Bet $5, get $200 if your team wins. So pick whichever team you want to win. Bet $5 on them, get $200 if they win. And then also 3-leg parlays, 33% boost to use for the playoffs. There are completely bunch of promos going on for the playoffs, but also there are prediction pools. So prediction pools, there's paid and there's free. Let's jump into the free ones really quick. The free ones that are available right now on the DraftKings Sportsbook for the pools are these Charlotte and Indiana and Boston versus Washington. I'm going to jump into the Charlotte, Indiana one to show you guys what it looks like. Basically, it's really, really, really simple. Which team will cover the spread, total points. You're already looking at that for the slate. And then who's going to reach 30 points, who will have more points, rebounds from points and assists from the group, and then who will finish with more points, rebounds, and assists, and then which team will record more threes. You want to go through this really quick, Julian?
Let's run through one.
All right, let's do Hornets. I like plus 3.5. We have to go for that one, considering we just got the Sabonis news.
I'm with you.
All right. Over or under? What are you looking at? You're the guy with all the trends on these overs and unders. What's the trends telling you for this matchup?
The trends are telling me that nobody has been playing many games lately. Everybody's in and out of the lineup, and it doesn't matter coming into this one. Man, I don't see much of an edge. I would lean under.
All right.
Just because things this is a true, game 7 for both teams. I would say things tighten up a little bit. I would put more, more impact on the like situation than the numbers for this game.
Yep. So then moving on to which team will reach 30 points first. Another trend here. Which team is a better first quarter team?
The Hornets are. Let me make sure. I believe the Hornets have been the better first quarter team, but again, we're going with Hornets plus 3.5 has value here because that's a spread. Here we're giving away some value by going with the underdog to reach the same number. So the Hornets would be plus money to do this. So we're being a little
contrarian, a little bit
contrarian, but that you need to do those things. Wow, the Pacers, they're like exactly the same. And both have been awful lately. The Pacers went 38, 31, and 3 against the first quarter spread this season. The Hornets went 39, 32, and 1 against the first quarter spread this season. Both of them are basically 3 and 7 against the first quarter spread in their last 10. If we're taking the Hornets for the game, we might as well take the Hornets here, but that is a tough decision.
Yep. So just moving on to this next one, I don't even see a chance where
this is an easy one. We know
it.
Is.
Like if Sabonis plays and also if Brogdon sits, like Sabonis and LeVert have to
Sabonis has to play, of course, then you easily go the other way, but still.
Yep. I just don't see a way that it makes sense for Ball and Bridges to get this here.
I'm not going to try and make the argument.
All right. Then who do you like for this points, rebounds, and assists? Because the man with the rebounds will be Sabonis, and the most assists. Likely here. I think LeVert has a chance.
The assists lately.
Yeah, true. But the points will be on Scary Terry.
So this is Sabonis for me, and then if he sits, which he's not, you just easily pivot to LeVert.
Okay, that's good. And then who will record more 3-pointers? So this is another one from your trends. Which team has been making more 3-pointers throughout the season per game?
Let's find out. I would, off the top of my head, I would lean to Charlotte here. They just,
there's more guard-heavy team, whereas the Pacers are more working on their interior more or less.
Yeah, Charlotte ranks 10th in the NBA in 3-pointers made per game. And let's see, where are you, Indy? Indy's 18th. So we have an edge by about 1.3 3-pointers per game on the Hornets. So that's where we got to go.
Sounds good. So we made some of these picks. It's how simple it is. You just got to look up some quick stats online. Julian, are you going to come out with the trends article for the playoffs?
It's a great question. Probably not, because the trends don't carry as much weight. Like it's these recent games that are just completely different. So I don't think that would have much value. But we will have best bets all week for these play-in games, and I will have a series best bets article. But you guys just got it right here. You got the info.
Yep, exactly. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We still have some time left, so if you have any questions for me or Julian, go ahead and drop it in the chat. We will make sure to get to it. But basically, looking at this Boston-Washington one is basically the same thing. You pick the spread, pick the total, which team will score 30 points first, then debate on the points and assist. Then you're looking at, I find it's kind of crazy to me that Westbrook and Beal would be in this points and assist one. Like, let's not go through this whole one, but where's the play to make that's contrarian in this setup here? Because Westbrook kind of takes it away by himself, doesn't he?
Tatum could go for 50 points, and that skews it a little bit. So could Beal or Westbrook. Westbrook and Beal averages 30, Westbrook averages a triple-double. That's got to be where you go there. Where you can be contrarian is, I told you, I think somebody comes back in this game. So let's just put it this way, because I'm not going to try and pick this game. Whoever you pick for the game, pick the other team to get to 30 first.
Okay.
I think that's a very realistic possibility that somebody is up 30-18 in this game, and the other team and the team that has 18 wins. I think people are expecting points in this one. I think going under, and we've seen the number come down. It's 232.5 now on DK Sportsbook because sharp money came on the under. We get the 234.5 on this because it's where the line was set when this came out. So I would play the under there. I think those are some ways to be different.
Nice. Good call. So that's another way to look at these pools as well. Since they have to lock, go ahead and look at what the closing line will be before submitting your pool questions. But outside of that, it's free money. Free 5K pool. All you have to do is score better than other people or get to the top place where everybody else is scoring. And they're going to be going throughout the entirety of the playoffs. So there will be free pools for almost every single game for the entire playoffs. I don't have it on mine, but there's also a paid one. So if you want to make picks against the spread, there is a paid one as well for the entirety of the playoffs. So I think those are a really good way. If you're trying to build your bankroll on the DraftKings Sportsbook, this is a really free, simple, easy way to build your bankroll. Hey, it might be $1 here, $5 there, but one of these days, you get first place on one of these pools throughout the entire playoffs and you're playing it and continuously going at it, find your groove for it. It's free money that's basically getting pumped into your account. So just like Hammer the Over, make sure you hammer these pools contests because they will be there for the entirety of the playoffs.
Free money's good money.
Free money is good money. Before we jump off, though, we haven't had a chance to talk much about for Wednesday's games. It's the Western Conference. Spurs, Grizzlies, Warriors, Lakers. Where are you leaning? How do you get started with that? I'm leaning towards the Grizzlies and Lakers. Can you make a parlay out of it? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I like the home teams too. I'm not gonna argue with you there. Memphis has experience in these play-in games. Lost to Portland last year. Essentially lost kind of a play-in game on Sunday to Golden State, going for that 8-9 game. Which Washington, I'll say credit to Washington for coming back and winning that game over Charlotte.
Yeah,
that gave them some good, experience, and Boston doesn't have that. But sticking to this game, I just think Memphis has more to play for. Almost like the Spurs they don't quite have the star power anymore. This feels like a game for a young Memphis team to kind of make a statement. And then the Lakers one, I just think the Lakers are healthy. If the Lakers are healthy, this is their game. And I think their path is better if they get the 7, play a 2-seed Phoenix, avoid maybe the Clippers until the Western Conference Final.
Yep.
I'll lay the 4.5 with the Lakers for sure. Memphis, we'll see, but I'm probably going to bet a little bit on them -4. Lakers -4.5. I think you want to get. I think it's going to move.
What do you think about this parlay that I brought up? +140 for Memphis and Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think it's going to hit. I don't want to lead. You need 2 results instead of 1. I would probably just bet both spreads, but I don't hate it for +140, and I think it does hit, in my opinion. The game we're going to get on Friday night, the loser of Lakers Warriors against the winner of Spurs Grizzlies. So what I'm going to assume is a Warriors Grizzlies rematch from Sunday. But whoever it is, I'm betting the loser of the Lakers Warriors game against the winner of the Grizzlies Spurs game on Friday night. That will be a bet.
Yep, 100%. And you know what? Honestly, if it ends up being the Warriors, I'm looking to bet the over on whatever they set the line for the points prop on Curry or the threes, whichever one sets up here nicer. I feel like Curry's going to drop 50 if they end up losing to the Lakers. That's just my take on it, though.
I'm not going to argue with that one either.
I just don't see a chance here where the scoring champ goes down to the Grizzlies. It's going to take a lot for that to happen.
We also need to see that situation present itself, but either way, whoever loses the Lakers Warriors game is a bet for me.
Yep. I'm with you on that one. Is there anything else that you're looking at for the playoffs, NBA finals bets, something team futures? We already know what's going on with the awards. So maybe something to look at here. Game props, player props. Are you feeling any of these to touch on?
I still think the best bet in the futures market is the Nets to win the Eastern Conference at plus 120. I don't think they're going to have that tough of a time in this Eastern Conference, to be honest. And I think we're fine. I think since we haven't seen that much of, this team together, I think we're getting a good price. So I think the Nets win it all, but who knows what the Lakers will be looking like at that point. I think we get that matchup, which you can bet at like plus 525 or something if you want to sprinkle on that. And we'll see where it goes from there. But yeah, Nets to win the East is my favorite non-series future. Like, more than one series down the line future.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. It's sad to say that I feel the Nets are going to win it all this year as well, but the Lakers got one for Kobe, so it's all good to me.
They did.
But outside of that, anything else before we jump off? We didn't get too many questions. We had Hawk over here saying the Lakers will lose on purpose to avoid the Suns. Lakers are not losing on purpose to avoid the Suns. We're not worried.
The Lakers aren't
Suns.
Avoiding anybody.
No.
Everybody else is avoiding the Lakers.
Yeah.
Jazz and Suns are praying for this to go one way or another.
Yeah. Nobody's avoiding each other. They're avoiding the Lakers. So I feel that the Lakers have a run in them. I think Drummond drops the 2020 against the Warriors. That's something where they don't have any interior help, and that can be used as a kind of galvanizing force for Drummond. He's been playing a lot better lately, and I think that's what the Lakers have in them. But outside of that, anything else you have before we jump off? We covered a lot today. Seriously.
Covered a lot. Yeah, that's it, man. A lot of Nets, a lot of Lakers, a lot of play-in bets, a lot of series bets. No need to give anything else. That was a million bets.
Yes. Knicks. Remember, let's go over really quick. It's Knicks. Oh, the series line is down for the Knicks. It's been taken down.
It'll be back.
Is there any news that might have changed that?
No, it did this earlier for the Lakers Warriors game, and then it came back. Maybe a slight price adjustment.
Alrighty. Keep your eye on that. It was minus 124 before it was taken down.
Yeah.
I think the Bucks handled the Heat, even though Julian thinks they are a good underdog bet. But outside of that, we'll see how these series play out. It's going to be really exciting NBA playoffs. Make sure to follow me. Make sure to follow Julian. Put the alerts on because we're coming with the heat for the NBA playoffs. It's basically the most important time of the year. So it's time to really get it.
Unbelievable. This is going to be an unbelievable postseason.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. But what you guys are looking forward to coming up for the 6 o'clock slate, Ravens at Giants, Rossi and Kenny on the Heat. But outside of that, it's been fun. It's been a great season. I am really, really excited to finally be done with all the fake injuries and all the noise that was going on. Everybody's playing. Everybody's going for it. Let's get the party started. Thanks for hanging out. I'll be back on Wednesday with Matt. Tomorrow, Steve will be on with Garion to talk some baseball. Nobody cares about baseball anyways, but we're here to talk hoops. Back on Wednesday.
Really promoting that show.
I'm kidding. Steve and Garion are beasts on baseball. I think they're amazing, but it's the most important time of the year for basketball.
True that.
All righty. Thanks for hanging out with me, Julian. Appreciate it. Thanks to everybody for hanging out. Producers, everybody. Good luck. Have fun. Peace out.
Welcome in, Dream Streamers. It is your DraftKings Madden Simulated Football Dream Stream for Monday, May 17th. Where has this year gone? 6 p.m. happy hour. Jason, Rossi, Kenny, Ducey. Kenny, what's up, dude?
Nothing much. Just tinkering with my lineup before we get locked here. Very excited. Yeah, it should be a good sim.
I like it. Yeah, we got Giants. We got Ravens. Let's see if Kenny will be the guy.
Didn't get it in because you asked me that question. I was too busy focusing.
My fault. Yeah, my fault.
No, it's all your fault, of course. But no, I was also fading Lamar. So let's just get that straight. Yeah, of course.
I didn't fade him. I capped.
Yeah. Well, also just have to fade. You have to fade Saquon Barkley in this spot, of course.
Really?
To me, he's definitely the most overpriced and an overrated option in the Sims. I just feel like he very rarely gets you that that Derrick Henry, Ezekiel Elliott 40-50 DK fantasy point game.
Sure.
Rarely happens for me.
Yeah, the return on investment not always there with him. He has been on a little bit of a heater. He's been averaging upwards of 20 points in his last 6. So I did put him in my lineup. I also put Lamar, didn't captain either one. Captain Sterling Shepard, went with your guy. And specifically, Kenny, I rostered this man because every time we do a Baltimore sim together, I hear
Willie Snead, right?
Willie Snead.
For Snead, baby. I had him in there as well.
I swear every time. I swear he's not even involved in the sim, and you somehow say that because he somehow catches a touchdown for I don't know, Arizona. It doesn't even make sense. Then bottom of the lineup went Tate and Justin Tucker. So
love that.
Appreciate the 131 of you that entered ours. Good luck to all those in the pay for a contest, the free, the 250, get some K Shola going in the freebie as well. Again, he is at Kenny Ducey on Twitter. I'm at Jason B. Rossi. Hope everyone's having a fantastic Monday, good kickoff to the week, and let's put some money in your pocket. Have some fun with some Madden Sims. Obi-Wan says, I don't read a ton of him, but this one's just funny. He says, "What's up? What's good, Ducey? Rossi called you a coward yesterday. Let's
start it off with this.
Let's see if he'll do it to your face. I'll tell you right now, you're a coward, but I don't know why. I don't remember why I called you a coward."
Obi-Wan, fill me in. What happened?
Yeah, what did I say? I did 3 straight sims yesterday. I said a lot of things. So remind me if I'm trying to think of what I would have said that called you a coward. Oh, no, I can't think. Can't remember. Very important in my life, obviously. But yeah, Obi-Wan, don't be shy to spread the knowledge or make it up and make it fun. Doesn't matter to me. As we get this game underway, we have a great, fantastic crew. Smash that thumbs up on your way in. Michael is our producer. Andrew, our technical director. Jim and Joe and Ops. Shout out to our great crew. There's Saquon on the 1st and 10. I'm going to start off with while Obi-Wan digs deep into the morsels of his brain. Shout out to everybody on YouTube, by the way. Did want to ask you this, and this is, I find, because we know your thoughts on, Josh Allen. It's been well documented. But you did understand the jump he took, regardless if you liked him or not. There's 2 quarterbacks, one being in this sim, and Daniel Jones, yuck, what a throw that was. Going to go into his third.
I don't have him.
Going into his 3rd year. A guy like, obviously there's the Drew Locks. We got now Kyler Murray. Is there someone, do you think that a guy like Daniel Jones can make that jump now that they've surrounded him with talent, kind of like the way that Buffalo did by getting Stephon Diggs? You got Galladay there.
That's not really great talent if you think about it.
Really?
Yeah, that's not, I don't think that that's make or break talent to me. I think that you have Kenny Galladay, a guy that, will probably stay on the field for 7 games this year. And then after that, it's what else? I feel like the rest of that receiving core is incredibly underwhelming to me.
You don't like what they got?
Stephon Diggs was a bona fide top 15 wide receiver. That's completely different than bringing in Kenny Galladay to me.
I don't think Galladay has the top end. I understand the injury aside, and I know that's hard to do. And as Saquon is just ripping the heart out of this defense in the opening drive. Galladay healthy, even using, let's say 8, well, we'll go split the season. So yeah, around 8 games now, 9, whatever. If he's healthy, you don't think he is a top, where does he rank to you there? If just top 10, top 50?
Kenny Galladay?
Yeah.
He's not, though. He's never healthy.
But when he is, one of the best dynamic.
He's not, though. That's the point.
Been healthy, even last year, he had games where he was out there.
Right, but that's like an oxymoron. It's like when Giancarlo Stanton's healthy. It's like, yeah, but you're only getting half a season.
He's spoken like a true Yankee fan there.
Obi-Wan says you were using, I'm going to switch the subject. He said you were using me as a punchline.
What? Now I think he's making it up. I don't think I was doing that. Like I would
No,
remember.
because Frank White says Rossi can't remember dissing Ducey because he does it all the time.
Yeah, but I think he's making a joke because then he says can't play. Like I think he's making a joke. Trust me, if I had something, I would tell you. I would care less. But I don't think. I think this is more. I'm sure I said something. I can't remember. What's up, Free Piercy? Yeah, Rossi, you did. Well, what was it? I don't remember. What the hell did I say? How bad could it have been?
93 Babrock says, Kenny, who do you think has better receivers, the Giants or the Jets?
Ooh.
Well, the Giants, again, it's hard for me to say who I would want because on paper, like, sure, Kenny Golladay is better than, a fumble from Danny Fums.
There he goes, but fortunately, big man backing him up. Gonna look like we're gonna get a field goal attempt here, though.
I mean, Kenny Golladay, to me, I'd rather have him than any of the Jets receivers. And then after that, though, Sterling Shepard, to me, has been a big disappointment. You know, you can talk about the potential. I love Darius Slayton. I think he has a lot of potential, but he has yet to put it together. You know what? To me, it has everything to do with how the quarterback plays. And like, I think that if you put if you like, say, let's picture Aaron Rodgers, right? Aaron Rodgers were the quarterback for the Giants, and he had these receivers. Like, would they be better than the Jets receivers? And to me, I feel like the answer to that is probably yes. Mm-hmm. But I don't think it's very. I think it's very close because I think anything you can say about Kadarius Toney, you know, you could
like him.
Make the same types of statements about Elijah Moore. I mean, we just don't know how these guys are going to look.
I think Elijah Moore is more of a possession, like actually, don't take this offensive to Tony fans or Tony, but Tony's more of like a weapon. And I think Elijah Moore is more of like a great possession, catching traffic, like could be a legit.
Moore's a slot receiver, and he's going to make his money with his speed and playmaking ability with his feet. I think that's the reverse. I think that Tony's probably more of a possession guy, but I also feel like I would compare Elijah Moore more closely to Darius Slayton. And I would compare Tony more closely to Denzel Mims, as there's a huge run for Lamar Jackson.
I like these players.
Anyway, you look at I don't know. I think that they're very comparable. It's hard for me to say. I'd probably give the edge to the Giants, but again, I also don't know how to rate Kenny Golladay because I just don't know if he's going to stay on the field.
Yeah.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Elijah Moore is better than Tony. I mean, again, I just don't think we know yet who's better than who. But again, I would say that Darius Slayton's potential has been very misused with Daniel Jones. He's missed him on a lot of deep balls, and I think that he could be a really good receiver. Darius Slayton, I would want him on my team. But Sterling Shepard, I think you know who he is at this point. He's kind of
third guy.
Disappointing. And I think that the Jets have a lot more potential on their team. We also didn't talk about Corey Davis at all, but I would take a healthy Golladay over Corey Davis for sure.
Yeah. I think Kenny Golladay, when healthy, is a top, like, legit weapon. Like you don't really see it.
I mean, so is Corey Davis. Look what he did last year with Tennessee.
No, that was his first, like, good year, though. Let's be real. Like, I think if him and Zach Wilson have something, he could be good, but he has been underachieving since the day he got drafted. Had a nice year last year. Total respect to that.
I mean, he was great last year.
No argument about last year. Contract year. I don't get it. It just seems to work though that way. Players get there.
It wasn't a very pass-friendly offense that he dominated in as well, which I think is definitely worth noting. He also caught 71% of his targets, which was great. I love to see that. Great possession
fumble.
Receiver.
Gonna go the other way. Giants pick it up. Lamar was trying to.
Peppers picking it up.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to hop over a defensive lineman. Got racked in the air, and so. Here we go. Ball going the other way, Giants. Yeah, just trying to hop over. That animation didn't help him out, so Lamar coughs it up. Here come the Giants back on the attack. So far, a lot of fumbles in this one. I'm going to hit the field goal, by the way, and just so people know, he has owned it so much, like 21.4. Love the kickers.
I'm not sure what Mike Bauer's getting at here with he said the Giants are more dangerous, people think. And then he said, the QB is an issue and then trash the receivers. I didn't trash the receivers at all. I said that if you're thinking about Lamar, if you said Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback here, I definitely want the Giants receivers more. So I did say that. I also said that I love when I have to repeat things because people don't listen to what I say.
You know what?
And that people like to jump and get mad before they actually process what I said. I also said Darius Slayton's potential has been wasted right so far by Daniel Jones because he can't connect with them on deep balls. And I said I would love to have Darius Slayton on my team. And I think that I also said that the Giants have the edge. So what did I say that was so outrageous, so erroneous that Mike Bauer felt the need to comment that I trashed the wide receivers? The only receiver that I trashed was Sterling Shepard. That's the only receiver that I trashed. And I also said that there's very valid injury concerns with Kenny Golladay. I said two true statements. I was very objective about everyone else. I did not trash Tony at all. I said that we don't know his potential and whether or not he'll fulfill it. We also didn't. I mean, look at a guy like Darius Slayton. He had a bunch of potential. He has not fulfilled it yet, and it is not his fault because he has Daniel Jones throwing the ball. Same thing with Tony. We'll have to see what happens. And same thing with Denzel Mims and Elijah Moore. I think that all four of those guys have plenty of potential and are two very comparable groups. And it will come down to which quarterback is able to get them in the best position. And Brian C says, welcome to sports broadcasting at Kenny Ducey. Nobody listens. Mike Bauer also said, can we play it back to when you said Golladay doesn't make this crew good? I said Golladay doesn't make them good because I don't know how many games he's going to play. That's it. We have to judge him based on who he is, and he's a guy that's always injured. So no, I don't think that he just magically makes this a better receiving core if he plays 7 games. Of course not.
Yeah, I think the presence on the field obviously is going to be the most important. I see Daniel Jones taking that Josh Allen step personally. I just, from what I've seen, the coaching staff.
Who else has taken the Josh Allen step?
Like the third-year quarterback jump?
Yeah. Who else in the last 15 years? Who else has done what Josh Allen did? A guy that was awful on deep balls and just over one offseason corrected it. Who's done that?
I'm trying to offhand without doing the research. I can't think of
No
anyone.
one. That's because no one's done it. So just because one guy did it, and Josh Allen has way more talent with his arm and his feet than Daniel Jones does. Daniel Jones is giant Josh Allen in the sense that he runs and tries to throw a deep ball, but his arm strength is not there to the level of Josh Allen's. He has good arm strength, but It's not. Josh Allen has a rocket arm, and he also does not have the running ability. Josh Allen's a bigger guy. He is. I think
Daniel Jones
has like Mitch Trubisky to me, and I think that people probably thought that Mitch Trubisky was going to take the leap that Josh Allen took. So if it didn't work for him, in a very similar situation, mind you, with the Bears and the Giants, I mean, I think that the Bears put a decent team around Mitch Trubisky, and he just never took that leap. I think that Mitch Trubisky and Daniel Jones are very similar quarterbacks. They both came from very similar schools with Duke and UNC. Right, they both have they have similar play styles, similar talent, but Mitch Trubisky didn't make the leap. So, I don't understand where the comparisons to Josh Allen step in. For sure, I don't get it.
Well, I'll tell you why. I think the receiving core, I understand the health of a guy like Kenny Golladay, I think supplying your offense with more dynamic weapons. Tony, that is a weapon. A Golladay that could be, when healthy, I understand, could be half a season, could be a full season, just as much potentially, or even if it's 3/4 of a season. Now with that 17th game, I think we're going to see a lot of extra players playing this year, even in some of these key positions. I think, if you go back, Daniel Jones did have some good numbers down the field last year. I don't know his exact numbers. I just remember that was one of his actual high points. Maybe not the power of Josh Allen's arm, but that's where I see it. And I think a coaching staff like the Buffalo Bills that will put him in a position to succeed. He can get it done with his legs. We've seen him move.
What coaching staff?
The New York Giants coaching staff.
Who's on the coaching staff that's going to put him in a great position?
I think Joe Judge, knowing the sound way of in the past with the Patriots, and we don't have to make.
But didn't happen last year.
I understand. That's what I'm talking about this year.
My whole question with this whole thing is what's different. What are the signs here that we can see him pointing upward, Daniel Jones? What are the concrete signs here that
Ready?
like at least with Josh Allen, he was missing guys by, a long while, but we knew that he had the arm strength and the potential. Like this is the same. And I'm not even talking about Daniel Jones. I'm talking about the same thing we talk about with all these other young quarterbacks. So what about Tua? Is another good example.
No, Tua's
where is the physical talent there with Tua that shows you like, wow, if he could just like refine his throws, get a little more accurate, he's going to be great. Like where are those with Daniel Jones? Like, okay, he can get outside the pocket. Like so can Mitch Trubisky, so can Sam Darnold, so can Jameis Winston. Like what's the difference here? Right? Why are we setting him above the rest of these quarterbacks that are projects? I don't know. I mean, I think that there's plenty of talent there with the Giants, but there was talent last year as well. We had Evan Ingram and we had Darius Slayton on the Giants, and Daniel Jones was not able to capitalize on having those two guys. So why is it going to be any different this year with a guy that's going to play half a season and a rookie that, once upon a time, Sterling Shepard was supposed to be the answer for the Giants at wide receiver, and Odell Beckham as well. And I mean, I don't understand what's going to be different here with Tony and with Daniel Jones this year. That's it. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't see it. I don't think there's any, it's just speculation. It's just guessing. It's just grasping at straws.
I'll get to my answer in a minute. But first, Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free. Like me and Kenny, we play in these contests. We have a lot of fun. So you got to get in there. Simply scan the QR code that you see on your screen right here. Most menus you've gone to, if you've gone outside of your house, you have to scan QR codes. Let's do it again. Pull out the phone, take the picture, app out, scan it, or you could easily go to dkng.co/friend, and you can send the link to your friends, and when they make a deposit, you both play for free. And I don't know about Kenny, I don't know about Michael, I don't know about Jim and Joe and Andrew. I love the word free. It's maybe my favorite word.
I do too.
I like anything that's free. So you can get in on it, dkng.co/friend. As we get here to the second quarter, we're talking a little bit about the Daniel Jones jump. And you asked one thing that I cannot answer because no one could, even if we had this conversation a year ago about Josh Allen. Concrete evidence. There's no such thing. Just like
you could say it though, Josh Allen was a really talented runner, and he was that was the one. I always said that about Josh Allen coming in. I was really bearish on Josh Allen. I was completely wrong, and I thought that he was going to be bad. But I said Josh Allen's just a big running back that happens to play quarterback. He always was a great runner, and you always knew he had that Ryan Mallett, Joe Flacco arm, right? He had that huge arm, and if he just ever figured out how to throw accurately, then he'd be great. But we had 2 seasons of him missing guys left and right. But Daniel Jones, there's nothing about any of his talent, right, that screams elite. Not decision making, not ball security, not his deep ball, like not his arm strength, not his running. He definitely could be like Derek Carr, right? And to Mike Bauer's point or question, he said Jones needs work, but already you'd take him over Bridgewater, Newton, Goff any day, wouldn't you? Of course I would, Mike. Of course I would. I'm not unreasonable. I'm not clouded by bias. I would absolutely take Daniel Jones over those guys. I'd take Daniel Jones over Derek Carr because Derek Carr doesn't have any potential. He doesn't have anywhere left to go but down. Daniel Jones can get better. My thing is Josh Allen turned himself into an MVP candidate last year, and that's where I'm trying to temper expectations. Frankly, I'm the only one thinking about Daniel Jones right now, Rossi. I'm the only one who cares about Daniel Jones because these are unfair expectations to say Daniel Jones is going to turn into an MVP candidate because we saw another third-year quarterback do it last year. Like, let's pump the brakes. He could be better. This could be a good team. Absolutely, it could.
It could be. I thought Shepard had a chance of making a house call.
That's why I stopped talking. If you guys ever want to know what makes me stop talking, it's a big play. I'm not going to ramble through it, but that's where I'm at. Okay, I don't see anything here that we're just grasping at straws. We're just saying, oh, this is a talking point. Maybe he could. Sure, he could, but I think his ceiling is far, far lower than Josh Allen's ceiling was, and I think everyone knows that. So, I think that his ceiling is just like Mitch Trubisky's was a few years ago. And we'll have to see what happens. I think these receivers could elevate him to new heights, but I mean, look at, and again, this is maybe another different topic, but look at a guy like Baker Mayfield. Put a bunch of weapons around him. Did he get great last year? No, guy barely threw for 200 yards a game. I mean, that was an offense that they just said, we're just going to run the football. And Baker Mayfield completed about 50% of his passes to Odell Beckham. So it didn't help him. It didn't bring him to MVP conversation.
Yeah, but okay, but now you're that. Oh wow, Saquon, what a juke! Takes it all the way to the house. I'm gonna make these 2 points for you if you can settle in for a moment, because big part of that game is I was actually waiting for it, but I think let me give credit where credit's due because someone else mentioned it. Oh, where was it? I'm trying to remember who. DeMac Lyon says, and I agree with this, is what I was going to say. He says, Rossi, last year Daniel Jones lost Barkley right away, severely limiting the run game. Not that he had a great start, but losing a dynamic playmaker will hurt a young QB's development. Now, to respond to that is, yes, that's another guy that is coming back into this offense. So what you said about Baker, and just to tie that in, first of all, this conversation was Josh Allen. I wasn't saying he's going to be Josh Allen. I was just saying, like, who is going to take that next step? That is a talking point. That's what we do here at times. Sure. They are in the sim. But I don't disagree with necessarily a lot of things you say, but I don't think you're giving enough credit to what will be around a guy like Daniel Jones. And to say, like, talking about injuries, then you bring up Odell Beckham, who also missed half of the season last year. So I understand Baker. They weren't in the I don't look at the first half of last year.
It's not about last season, my man. It's about the whole time that Odell Beckham's been in Cleveland. He's been bad, and I don't know if it's one of two things, and that's a good conversation we can have as well going into this season. It's either Odell Beckham's really not good, or Baker Mayfield's not good. It's one or the other.
Or could it be that offense philosophy of that offense has changed every year with Baker?
The entire time, this is spanning multiple coaches. The entire time that Odell Beckham's been in Cleveland, he has only caught about half the targets thrown his way. And it's 2 seasons now, and it's 2 different regimes. But the fact remains that this guy, when he was with the Giants, right, his rookie season, he caught 70% of his targets. He was at 60% or higher every year with the Giants. And then he goes to Cleveland, and now he's not as viable an option. And maybe, again, it has to be either he's taken a little bit of a step back, or Baker Mayfield is not the right quarterback for him, or maybe not that great. But it is one or the other. It's not like some fluke, because it's been 2 seasons now. It's been 23 games together that it just hasn't really worked out for them. And again, I know that he missed half the season, but we still have 1.5 seasons to look at. And before he went out last year to injury, he was not very good. So that's it for me. I mean, I just don't know what the answer there is. But aside from those big games he had in the Meadowlands, right? Yep. It's just been kind of, this guy, the standard's so high for this guy. He went to 3 straight Pro Bowls. He was one of the top 5 receivers in the league. And now he's just kind of, kind of an afterthought really in the NFL. I mean, he was a guy that was fadeable every single week in DFS. And a guy that just is no longer everyone knows he's talented, but what's going on there? I don't know.
Yeah. Just to answer Miami Misfits question, he asked, and this is, I guess, where I said something about you. Here it comes. Ready? It all went to this. I think I said that my cat took a doozy. And I don't think that was necessarily a shot at you, but if you want to take it that way, sure. I could fire it well. But anyways, he says it always happens around the 3 p.m., 6 p.m. timeline. Yeah, my cat oddly, and Michael knows this as we team up most of the 6 o'clock sims. Yeah, he didn't. Today's a weird day. I don't know if he's a little off schedule. Maybe I didn't feed him enough or fed him too much. He's just chilling. Yes, what's up, dude? You don't want to take a little bathroom? I appreciate it so it doesn't stink when I do this when I'm one and done here. But it's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. What do you got, guy?
And also the Saquon thing is fair. Although again, I don't know how much stock to put into a running back come into a good offense, because I mean, what you want to talk about Josh Allen, right? If you want to talk about the Josh Allen step, Josh Allen didn't have an exceptionally great running game last year when he broke out. I mean, I don't think that's running back is a very devalued position these days for a reason. I don't think that Saquon Barkley coming back is going to, help out greatly, but we'll see. I mean, he didn't help Daniel Jones in year 1, but that's year 1. Last year he could have helped him a little bit more, kept defenses honest, but I actually haven't even looked at the time in the pocket stats, but I mean, I'd be willing to see how good that line was. Let's see.
Well, I think at the end of the day, they're just surrounding this guy with talent. And I think you have a Giants team, especially in the division, that, it might not even take much to look as impressive, and just using the comp as Josh Allen, just because it was a third-year thing, getting a weapon. And yes, Stephon Diggs, well-established receiver. Kenny Golladay is off injured, but when plays, maybe one of the more dynamic guys out there. They're signing guys. I just look at that and say, if I'm looking at this Giants team, especially if we were to look at the schedule, like, I see a lot more productive offense play, I would assume, to come out of this than what we saw, especially to go to your point, last year. But again, new coaching regimes, I think you're going to just see more. I think he's going to be a much better quarterback, and I have a little more faith in that, whether you want to compare him to whoever. It doesn't matter. I think that's going to be better overall. I think the Giants offense should be a lot better, and I think it's due to all those signings and due to, a guy like Joe Judge now being there, having another full off season. These guys are now finally in camp and with each other for the first time as well. So I think it could not just be Daniel Jones. That could be affecting a lot of, like you mentioned, guys like Tua, Baker. I think last year, you have to remember, and I get you can come up with all the eye tests and certain stats, but Tua came into the league injured, had that weird situation where he was brought in and taken out like a starter in the MLB. But I think it's. I think
that has everything. I mean, I just don't think that he is that good. I just think that that's what we'll learn. And to the same point, at least Daniel Jones, there's tangible things there. You were comparing him and some of the people in the chat, I guess, to Josh Allen.
Let me explain. Hold on, before you go off again. I asked a question. It was a question. I didn't compare him. I said, do you think he could make that jump?
Kind of a comparison, but whatever.
No, it's not. It's a question.
It is. You're mentioning him in the same sentence. You're saying, you're thinking.
I mentioned you and my cat in the same sentence. I don't compare you to a cat as we get a touchdown. And who is it?
There he is.
Wait, no, it isn't. Who is this? More? There it is. Caw-caw, caw-caw. I'm a vulture. Caw-caw, caw-caw. They're swarming here.
Not Elijah. You really are the vulture king. How do you do this?
Dude, at this point, it's just crazy. That makes no sense. I thought it was Snead. I saw the hair. I got the big grin on my face. Got all excited. Thought Kenny's on the sim. We're going to get a Snead, probably 2-touchdown game. Not so much. Our guy, Andrew, was rocking the first place there. He's in second now.
Chris Moore, 0.71% owned.
Woo! Isn't he their fifth receiver? Let me look here. Chris Moore, 0.7. That's ridiculous. Who the hell is that? Bodie McBoatface. That's the best one I've heard. That's the best thing anyone's written all day. Who the hell is that? Wow.
Anyway, I think that by mentioning them in the same sentence, it's a comparison. If it's not, whatever. We have Fantasy Hawk comparing him to Daniel or to Josh Allen. My point there is Josh Allen had elite intangibles, right? He had great running skills, unbelievable arm strength. You thought that maybe he could be molded into a good quarterback, right? And the good coaching and good receivers did that. And, you look at guys around the league and you say, well, do we have that anywhere? And I think that Jalen Hurts is a guy that has that. He could take a big step in the next couple of years. But Tua, what talent does Tua have that is unlike any other quarterback in the NFL? And that's my point. And he also was a first-round pick. And
he's top 5 pick. He's a 5th overall pick.
And does he have unbelievable arm strength? He's not a dual threat quarterback. He's not a guy who runs. So you have to look at you have to look at, okay, does he have pinpoint accuracy like Baker Mayfield did? Does he have arm strength like Baker Mayfield did? Or with Josh Allen, same thing. I don't see any sort of talent that he has. Except for the fact that he won a lot of games in college and played for Nick Saban, and that's it. And I think that someone in the chat said he was a good college quarterback, not a good NFL quarterback. I think Slap said that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with him. But I would rather have Daniel Jones than him in a heartbeat. Not that I think that Daniel Jones is going to be an all-pro quarterback, but at least he has a higher ceiling there than Tua. I don't know what Tua does that's so special on the field. To be honest, he kind of reminds you of Tim Tebow in a way, just a Tim Tebow that doesn't run. But
that's we'll see. You're lefty biased. You don't want to see lefties succeed.
I also think that it's funny. I asked this question on Twitter a few months ago. I was talking about Tua, and someone said the only thing that I heard was just look at I think it was the Cardinals game. Just look at the Cardinals game. People were just pointing to one game where he was great. And I mean, I guess like you want to just talk about one game. That's like what people seem to be pointing to. It's like there was just this, I think it was the Cardinals game, just one game he played good. And I mean, you could say the same thing about Sam Darnold. I know it takes one to know one. And I was doing the same thing I was like, oh, look at the Bills game with Darnold. Look at the throws that he's made. Look at the Cowboys game. Like you got these like little moments in time, but I just feel like Tua lacks a lot of talent. And I think that the Dolphins were kind of foolish to trade that third pick. I think that they should have drafted another quarterback because you've seen it happen before. Like the Cardinals moved on from Josh Rosen in what, a year? And it worked out for them.
Good point. By the way, if you're just joining us, it's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi here in the second quarter, 38 seconds and counting. It was a touchdown by Saquon Barkley at a Gano field goal. And then we had a Chris Moore touchdown. That's right, Chris Moore, the wide receiver 5 coming out. And there is a short touchdown pass from Lamar Jackson. So we see 20 seconds here. Giants got one timeout. Probably line up for a timeout. Maybe one more pass. Probably not. They're not going to want to get Hoyered here. So probably take the field goal attempt into the half. There it is, 10 seconds. And we see we got Mamba Vision over here. I'm checking out our Twitch fam. Miami, how we doing? Tim the Man, Slushy Walk. I liked it earlier when he said Tua, what's his talent? He says he's left-handed. That's his best talent. Goosey throwing shade at the lefties.
I mean,
they're having hard enough.
We'll see.
Time.
I mean, great coaching can do a lot of things, but sometimes, you know, even if you have Kyle Shanahan, you can't make Jimmy Garoppolo look good.
In moments, in spurts. That kick is good by Gano. That's his second field goal. You can hashtag, maybe not stack them kickers, but we got kickers nonetheless. Second one. Must be you stink, dude. How about that? You stink.
Tua stinks. Tua stinks.
Tua stinks. Everybody, it's his rookie year. Let's think up. If we're giving everybody else to give it, let's wait and see. Let's let them have a full off season. Give them some time to heal up, come in uninjured. But I will say that I don't know. It's going to be I think that Tua thing is going to be very fascinating, especially because Herbert was taken after him. And not that, again, it's going to see what that offense looks like, you know, now with a defensive-minded coach coming in. I'm very fascinated, but I think that's a tough look right now for Miami, right? Like Herbert wins rookie of the year, plays really impressive. We're going to go to the half here again, 13-7. Giants in the lead in the virtual Meadowlands. And you would think when people think New York, must be in Ducey's backyard, but probably like a 48-minute ride if you were to drive.
Pretty far.
No traffic. Crossing state lines. Been there plenty.
I think I could probably get there in about like 25 minutes.
Oh, speedy driver, that Ducey. But yeah, that's kind of where we were just talking. Like, I think that's the legacy of Tua at this point. But I'll give you some quick numbers, and then we're gonna hand it over in a moment. But just really quickly, Daniel Jones got 116, 42 for Lamar Jackson. Hasn't thrown the ball much, but does have the touchdown. So right now, it's time for the value pick preview presented by Dark Horse Wines. Like that. Adam Kaufman and Steve Buchanan discuss who is the best player to captain in tonight's Yankees-Rangers matchup.
Hey there, welcome to the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines, meticulously crafted portfolio of wines that outperform their price tag. He is Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. We're here from DraftKings and Bukes taking a look at tonight's baseball showdown between the Yankees and the Rangers. Now, what we need from you, obviously, is a dark horse pick, really a dark horse captain pick, because that choice is going to get people 1.5 times its points, and ideally someone who's priced at, let's say, $7,500 or below. Who do you like?
Yeah, so this is one of those unique picks where obviously you're not going to take someone at the captain spot you usually would. Nobody wants to take anybody from the Rangers against Garrett Cole. But if you are going to take one, because you have a very limited pool in this one, Adolis Garcia has caught my eye here. He's been one of the best hitters on that team against righties so far this season. Comes into this game, 379 WOBA, 246 isolated power, and a 147 WRC plus. Some pretty good numbers against righties. So it's not going to feel great great to get somebody in that dark horse captain spot against Garrett Cole, but if you at least want some upside and somebody hitting in the heart of that Rangers lineup, Garcia is going to be your guy for tonight.
Nonstop upside talking to you, my friend. That is, of course, the Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines. Thank you very much. Enjoy the game.
Always good to see Koff finding his way into the Sims. We just don't get enough Koff in our day, I don't think, to Kenny.
Who's that?
So him and Bukes again. That's your Value Pick Preview presented by Dark Horse Wines. All right, so we're going to get to the third quarter here. Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi. Follow along this man at Kenny Ducey. I'm at Jason D. Rossi because I wasn't lucky enough. Kenny, what's your middle initial?
P.
Kenny P. Ducey. You were lucky to get in there. Not enough. I wonder, was there like, were you writing like right when Twitter started, or was it just one of those things that just was there when you rolled into town?
I was in right when Twitter started.
Got it. Smart man. Smart man. Here we go.
Right when it started.
Freaking Nature says Steve Buchanan is the Messiah. Love that, freak. Smash that thumbs up button. Hope you guys are all doing well. Having a great Monday. Talking all sorts of sports and throwing the pigskin around. We're talking a little Danny Dimes. Haven't really even talked about the Ravens. Kind of feel like the Ravens are one of those teams, Kenny, that earlier I think it was Brian C. asking, like, are both of these teams division winners next year? And you can speculate all you want, but I just think, doesn't Baltimore just seem like a team that's like just consistently good, but like, I don't know what their expectation is for next year, or well, everyone's expectation Super Bowl. Like, I don't know what you think of them right now, but I kind of feel like they're just kind of there. Like, nothing exciting has happened for that organization. Like, they usually sign some ridiculous veteran defensive guy, and they like I thought J.J. Watt, like that type of signing usually kind of always happens in Baltimore, but nothing super exciting. Sammy Watkins, obviously draft was good, solid, I guess, but anything that excites you about the Ravens?
I mean, Sammy Watkins excites me a lot. Generally speaking, hold on, Ice Cream Man's here.
Oh, go out there. If you had to pick some from the ice cream truck right now, what would it be? That's fine.
Probably a Choco Taco. I can't go wrong with that.
Choco Taco? Right, yeah, we have an infiltration here.
What's going on here?
Yeah, we got an infiltration of the sim.
Yeah, Choco Taco. I really like Sammy Watkins, so I think that he is definitely a good option for them. I think that they needed a guy like that. I think it's a very low cost, low risk, high reward signing.
Yep.
And I think that it's going to be great.
I'm going to go back to your Choco Taco take. We can talk Sammy Watkins. It's one of those things, don't love it, but every time I have a Choco Taco, I go, I think I should eat more of these. I feel like it's a good, nice little creamy treat, a creamy delight for you. Good call. Do you have like a park near you? Is that why the ice cream truck was like playing the music as it was driving by, or is it just trying to get all the?
I think it's just driving down the street. Yeah.
Like it. Yeah, Andrew, our technical director, does say falls apart too easily. Disappoints me every time. I guess I've never. You know what's weird? This is totally can criticize me, DK Simfam, if you haven't already enough. Jump in on this one. I've eaten it with a fork and knife.
Really?
Spoon. Might have been a spoon.
That's like the Seinfeld episode when. You're eating Snickers with a fork and knife. You can't eat a Choco Taco with a fork and knife. Come on now.
Someone brought it. I think it was like my father brought it over when my nieces and nephews were here, and they had a few, and I put it down. I was like, I can't touch. Like trying to pick it up, it was a mess. So I was like, I'm just gonna spoon it. And I had like a knife that I cut in half, and then I was spooning it, not a fork, but nonetheless. I love the kids. Much love. Well, yeah. Sorry, we had a little infiltration here at the sim there a moment ago because I went upstairs to get water during our Dark Horse break, and guess what? Water wasn't poured anymore, so I think I was just giving a delivery. Strawberry shortcake eclair things forever, says Andrew. That is true. Those are good. I'm not a big strawberry ice cream fan, even though I think it's more like it.
I do love the little like the toasted what am I looking for here?
What do we got?
You know how they have like the little toasted maybe it is the chocolate eclair. Like that's like the little you have like the ice cream pop. with the toasties on the outside. That is.
Oh no, you're talking about the crunch. Oh, the one that you bite in, like it's like an ice cream cone.
No. I think what I'm talking about is the chocolate eclair.
Okay, might be.
I didn't realize that was the name of it. Yeah.
I have no idea. I just eat everything.
Wow. Yeah. Go ahead and read that. I was so excited.
Pop-Tart ice cream. Don't steal my idea. That is, dude. I know people say to put the Pop-Tart in the freezer as we're at the 1 yard line here. Lamar, run it in, dude. That's what everybody wants. Keeps it. Nope, he's going to lose 4 yards. Yeah, a lot of people have said that to me. I'm not a huge Pop-Tart guy, but that does sound good. Throw it in the freezer. I've also heard another Pop-Tart hack is I don't know if you're a s'mores guy, Kenny. If you're not, you're un-American. But
by the way, I like this comment from Brother Phil.
What do you got?
Because yes, there's a reason why Moore would be on the field while Andrews isn't. It's called a formation. Some of them have 3 tight ends, 2 backs, and 1 wide receiver. Some have 2 backs and 5 wide receivers with no tight ends. Some have a fullback.
I will say this right now.
I've seen explaining from Brother Phil.
I love Brother Phil. He knows it. Whenever me and Freeze Pops do our Mount Rushmores, he comes in with good numbers, comes at us with stuff. I like it. I like everybody. Don't get me wrong, but I like that. Like, it is that way, guys. That is very true. Unfortunately, forget about getting Andrews a touchdown. Forget about anybody scoring. Stalled out at the 1. Lost yards twice as Lamar in the offense, so we'll get another field goal. Toasted almond, says James Dale. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. Almond eclair, says Sean. So maybe, I don't know. They're trying to help you. It. But I will just tell you this Pop-Tart hack as we get the field goal from Justin Tucker, helping my lineup ever so slightly. CJ's in second place currently. Our guy, technical director, Andrew, rocking that number 1 spot. It's a long way down, though. But I will say, if you get the s'mores Pop-Tart, and then you make a s'mores, that's your graham cracker, I guess you could call it, like, base. People have said you put chocolate and then the s'more and the marshmallow here. That's a little bomb hack I've heard of. Might have to try this summer. See what else we got here. Chocolate eclair has the hard chocolate shell with the nuts or something. Nuts on the outside with 2 types of ice creams inside, says Boston Joe. So yeah, I think that is what Kenny's explaining. Yes, that is true, Michael. We do have, Watkins was that kind of overdrafted by the Bills, went to the Rams, KC, and then, yes, Baltimore was trying desperately to get a receiver, asking everybody if they wanted to come to their party, and nobody wanted to, and then Sammy just showed up alone. Let's see what else we got here. Anybody else? Oh, Ryan Pride, I like this. Rossi and Ducey, what are your guys' favorite ice creams? It's either mint chocolate chip or chocolate chip cookie dough. Those are just my go-tos if I really had to pick. What about you, Deuce?
It's a tough one. I think anything with caramel in it.
Good call.
And then also chocolate chip cookie dough. I'll be with you there.
We'll share a cone one day. Destiny says it's all about Ben & Jerry's cookie dough. You know what? Ben & Jerry's a little too expensive for my taste. Destiny, I like your style though.
I like Hawk, one of the people that always likes to call me out on my New York sports takes, talking about how I'm pretty good, just not. And it's true. I do definitely try every time to fit in something about the Raiders when Congo Cab's on here. I like to talk about them, and we also, just. It happens that I talk about the Jets because that's what people bring up in the chat normally. So,
yeah, we'll talk about anything you guys want. Like you ask ice cream, we'll talk that. There's Daniel Jones taking the sack again. It's 13-10. The Kickers more field goals than touchdowns. Touchdowns again by I want to call him Chris Moore because that is his name. He was in the. Go ahead.
I think that the Jets are going 10-7, and you can't call that a preposterous take until they lose 8 games. Until they lose 8 games, can't say that it's preposterous. You can't do it.
I back Kenny up on that for one reason only. Last year I said the Patriots are making the playoffs when they were miserably trending the wrong way. I said
until they didn't make it, you had a chance.
2 weeks left in the season. I still said, hey, they're gonna make it.
And it's the same thing. If you want to talk about hey, the Chiefs are going to win 5 games.
until they win 6.
You're right until you're not. So you're right until they win 6.
Like James Dale says, bold prediction: Saints beat Tampa, NFC title game if Winston is the starter. Hey, listen, right now I will say
we're romanticizing Jameis Winston because like we want him to be good, but he was never
he got LASIK. Dude, you didn't hear he got LASIK. I love when people bring that up. Like, are we serious? Jameis Winston got LASIK, so now he's going to be a good quarterback. Like, he wasn't a horrible quarterback to start.
It's right. It's like if you get LASIK, Rossi, you could be a quarterback now.
Or I could read the chat without squinting my eyes. That might actually be accurate. Still, by the way, Michael, our extraordinary producer, still haven't gotten those glasses. I know. He's going to yell at me later. I'm going to leave so fast after this so he doesn't belittle me and make me cry after. Big believer in Winston, says Gregory. Hey, you should be. Ooh, Destiny says, what's your guy's favorite horror movie kill? Well, that's very specific. I like a lot of them.
Understand what that means.
Like, which, I don't think we should talk about it, but like which, I guess, death scene in a horror movie is our favorite. I think that's what she's trying to say. Destiny, I'm gonna just at you.
I don't really watch horror movies, so I don't know.
I'm a big horror movie fan, so I can.
George Lindenbaum says he thinks the Jets will be 7-10. I just think I've said it a million times, but it's more about the schedule and less about the Jets where they are right now. And that's what it is. Okay. That's it. That's why I said they're going to be 10-7, because they get to play the Broncos. They get to play the Jaguars and the Bengals. And I mean, these are all teams to me that are on equal footing. And that's what it is. If you wanted to tell me, hey, the Jets got to play, the NFC East and also the NFC West, I'd be like, no way in hell they're winning 10 games, but it's just the way that the schedule works out for them. I think the NFC South's going to have a down year. Falcons are going to be very beatable. Going to beat the Falcons.
No
London, defense.
Right? That's in London, I think, right?
Even more of a reason, right? That's first of all, it's London, as we know, is a complete just,
wild card.
Exactly. That's it's an even game. It'll even the score, the conditions there, just in general travel. And then also you have a bad defense. The Falcons just play no defense. So they can lose it to anybody, the Falcons. They showed that last year. The Falcons can lose to anybody in the league.
The Falcons found ways to lose games that would make people like not believe it. And that's not just the Super Bowl we all know, but it's honestly the truth. So yeah, it's going to be a wild. And I think again, like right now is the time we talked about romanticizing about it. Like now's the time, whatever your favorite team is, they're playoff bound right now. Like there's very few teams I think we can literally say nope out. And I think there's maybe a handful, even if you don't like the Jets, said person watching us, which we appreciate. Smash a thumbs up. Thank you for being here. Don't forget to subscribe. Make sure that you, make sure you tell me, like, this is the time, and we can get into who I think those teams are. But first, make sure you refer your friends to DraftKings to play for free the best 4-letter word that starts with the letter F in Madden contest. Simply scan the QR code that is on your screen, or you can visit dkng.co/friend. Just friend, not friends, /friend. Scan the code there, or dkng.co/friend. Why that address? Don't ask me. I didn't create it. But you can send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play, again, that 4-letter word starting with F, the best one, free. So you can check that all out again. dkng.co/friend. We get back into it. But Kenny, who do you think those teams are? I was actually thinking about this. I was pondering this the other day. Who are the teams you think we can just eliminate right now? Like, I don't want to say 0 chance, but less than 20% chance of making the playoffs today. Like Texas.
Well, again, I really think that let's look at the NFL. Let me just get a list of teams here. But I definitely feel like to what PGZ said.
Yeah. What did he say?
He was like, well, how do you know that the Falcons Falcons D is going to be as bad as last year? I think that very easily. because it's the same defense. They didn't do anything to improve it. They did nothing to improve the defense. They took a tight end 3rd overall, folks. A tight end. They didn't take a pass rusher. They didn't trade down and focus on their secondary. They took a tight end. They don't care about the defense. They don't at all.
Do you really blame them, though, in that position? Who are you going to take? That you had to
What do you mean are you going to take? Trade the pick. 4th overall, they took the tight end. Trade the pick to the Bears were trying to trade in to get Justin Fields. Like, trade the pick, man. You could get so much for that pick. And even if you don't have a quarterback-hungry team that wants it, you could still trade it to a team like who wants to move up a couple spots to make sure they get the linemen they want. You might not be able to get top dollar for the 4th pick, but you're going to get more than a decent haul for the 4th pick. I mean, just trade it, man. I think that's ridiculous that you take a tight end when your defense is in shambles. The offense for the Atlanta Falcons needs absolutely no help. That is a good offense. If anything, they could use another lineman. They could
the offensive line,
right? So take Sewell. Don't take a tight end. Like, that just makes no sense. The guy could end up being Tony Gonzalez. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make it a good pick. It's like Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley could be Barry Sanders. Who cares? The Giants still haven't gotten the playoffs since they took him. So anyway, the Falcons to me are a team that is hell-bent on winning right now. They have an old quarterback. Matt Ryan, they got a couple years left of him probably. They're going for broke before they have to completely overhaul that whole team, right? And I think that's pretty obvious. Julio Jones getting up there in age as well. They have Ridley engaged. Those guys are good. They got a good offense, and they want to capitalize on that. So to me, the best way to do that would have been, hey, we had the worst defense or one of the worst 3 defenses in football last year. Let's add some guys in free agency and in the draft. And they didn't do that at all. They have a bad defense. So to me, the Atlanta Falcons, as good as that offense is, I feel like they are teetering on the brink of me saying they're not going to make it. But I do think that in terms of, you want to talk about teams that aren't going to make the playoffs, I think the Texans.
Texans I have.
Right, Texans are an easy one.
Yep.
What are you going to say?
Well, I was going to say Mike Bauer threw some out here. I just want to communicate with the fam here. He put Houston, Minnesota, Jets, Atlanta, San Francisco, Arizona, Las Vegas, Detroit, Cincinnati, Philly. Now he just says all miss the playoffs. I
don't disagree with that list a whole lot, but I think it's unfair.
I think it's a little off. Like, I don't think Minnesota's in that position.
That's what I was going to say. I think that Minnesota could definitely make it. Arizona as well.
San Francisco too.
That is not an auto miss. I
think Detroit.
I would say Houston, Las Vegas for sure, Detroit, Philly because they're in a rebuild, Cincinnati, Jacksonville is an easy one as well. They just started that rebuild. They're a few years away. Again, talk saying Pitts is the best player in the draft, not named Trevor Lawrence. Who cares, dude? Like, Saquon Barkley was probably the best player in that draft. Did that do anything for the Giants' playoff hopes? First of all, by the way, the Giants were in a much different position because there are plenty of teams out there that are in the position to take best player available, right? There are so many teams out there, and the best player available teams, sure, go take Pitts, best player available at number 4. I totally agree with Hawk that he was the best player available, but that's not what the Falcons are in a position to do. It's not like the Falcons are the Chiefs or the Bucks, and it's like, well, let's just take the best player on the board because we're pretty fine. That defense was so bad, dude. Like, how do you not take defense in the draft in the first round? Or at least, like I said, trade down, take Vera Tucker, take Sewell. Like, what are you doing taking a tight end? It just makes no sense, man. So anyway, I'm tired of talking about this because I think that it was an asinine decision and one that, the guy could put up, 1,000-yard season every single year, and it literally does not matter because that team has an embarrassment of wealth in the receiving department. They do not need Kyle Pitts. Anyway, I disagree. I agree with you, Rossi, that this list is kind of ridiculous, but I will say, like, Houston, the Jets, even though I do think they're going to make the playoffs, but I'm going to say that's kind of ridiculous.
No, but I think, hold on, before you even answer, though, but I'm thinking, like, right now, like, legit less than 20%. I think you nailed it. Jacksonville, Detroit, Cincinnati. I'm not even putting Philadelphia there because of the division. I'm just not ready to put them in that, like, there's no shot.
They've lost a lot, though. And
I understand.
I'm a big Eagles guy. I said the Eagles are going to make the playoffs all year last year. I was like, it's coming. The run's coming.
You're like me with Detroit.
Huh?
Like me with Detroit last year.
Right. I kept saying, I was like, oh, Wentz is going to do it again. We always count out the Eagles. They always do it. But I think that too much of that team is gone now. But anyway, look, I mean, sure. I'm willing to concede that. I think that, yes, we can count out the Texans. We can count out the Jaguars, the Jets, the Bengals, the Panthers for sure. I think the Panthers will stink again. I still think that the Chargers definitely missed the playoffs. They have a quarterback. That's great. What else do they have? I think the Broncos and the Raiders definitely. And then I think to me that after that it gets interesting. I really am not willing to write off the Lions quite yet.
Really?
I think that I mean, I don't know, like Jared Goff could be good there.
Even if I guess you got to keep the door open only because we don't know what's going to happen in Green Bay either. That division could be wide open. That could be like the NFC East of last year. If let's just say Rodgers.
Actually, no, I forgot how many people they lost. They lost Marvin Jones and Kenny Galladay. The
entire offense. They had Hawkinson. They got Terrell Williams.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Lions are out. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Outside of that, it gets kind of tricky. Like, I think the football team is definitely in the conversation for the playoffs. I think the Vikings are in the conversation as well, like you said. The Bears, as long as they get Justin Fields on the field quick. I really think the Cardinals, I don't know why you'd write the Cardinals off. That doesn't make any sense, especially the Niners too. The Niners could be right there. But I think that he was just trying to make a hot take.
No, I think he was saying those are teams that won't make the playoffs. That's not necessarily what we were saying. I was saying, like, right now it's May 17th. Like, who can we all kind of believe is just probably not going to happen? I think it's like 4. I think it's Houston, Jacksonville. It's funny, they're both in the same division.
Detroit.
Yeah, Detroit. And then, maybe Atlanta.
For sure. Bengals and Panthers, definitely.
I'm not ready to put the Panthers there. You never know. Come on, you got to have faith in your own.
Yes, you do. Look at that. Look at what happened with that team last year.
By the way, can I come over for week 1?
No, I'm going to be in I'm going to be in North Carolina.
You going to the game? Oh, I'm coming. I'm flying.
I'm going week 1. I'm going to do my hit on. I'm going to do my hit on the Sweat that morning. Then I'm going to go to the game.
Are you going to be at the stadium for the hit?
No, but.
I want you tailgating, doing the hit, wearing your split jersey, your half Wilson, half Carolina, Sam Darnold jersey. Oh, it's gonna be magical. I can only imagine your emotion going into a game like that. Don't even want to know about it too early.
It's gonna be something. I mean, I also did plan on going, but we'll have to see if I might be needed for other things that week, but because it is week 1, but. Yeah, no, Jared, I am writing off the Lions. I am writing off the Lions.
Yeah, I'm saying. Listen, and Gregory says Lions will have a winning record. Mark it down. I'll mark it down, dude. But hey, if you
Lions having a winning record is more ridiculous than the Jets having a winning record, and that was I was told the most ridiculous thing ever. But
nobody can score from the goal line today. We gotta get Chris Moore. Another stuff. Less than 2 minutes. Giants in a position to at least kick a game-leading field goal, but.
Here's what I'm saying, okay? Because we're talking about how bad the Texans are going to be, how bad the Jaguars are going to be, the Falcons, the Bengals. These are all teams, not to mention again, as the Jets play. They are going to play all those teams, and those teams are bad. And when you're playing,
barrels it in.
You might be a bad team yourself, but if the competition level is just as bad, you got a chance.
Yeah, Barkley, very quickly, second score of the game. So having a day, Saquon, right now helping out CJ, our leader in our contest. I thought I'd be doing decent, but I thought Sterling Shepard was my captain. He's not really done much, but Saquon with 27 might be I know you were kind of poo-pooing him earlier, but I think he could be your guy for your Kenny Ducey, delectable player of the game, but we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, listen, I will say this. I will never poop on somebody that is telling me their take on May 17th about their team. As a Patriots fan, I have 11-4. 11-6. If I could put the numbers correct now. That's where I
also think that and this is I guess Glash didn't really give it to me, but the AFC East just as well as I do. And that everybody, I think that almost all the time, aside from the dominant Patriots teams, I feel like you could basically lock in every single team splitting with every team. I think the Dolphins split with the Bills. They split with the Patriots. I think and I think the Jets split with all those teams as well. Like, to me, it's just everybody in the it's the same thing that you could look at with the Kansas City Chiefs splitting, like, almost losing to the Chargers, or they did lose to the Chargers, right? I think they lost to the Raiders. Like, those are weird losses, but that's just divisional stuff, man. Like, that happens every year. Weird divisional stuff happens like that. And, like, as a Jets fan watching in the AFCs for so many years, I think you could say the same thing for the Patriots. Like,
yeah,
every team beats every team in that division, and it's unlike, or it's much like every other division in football. So to me, like, that's why I also feel like in weird divisions like that, where there's not some sort of like one team owns the rest of the teams, you do always have a chance at the playoffs. Like, look what happened with the NFC East last year. They all just beat each other, and then, they were all kind of pretty, similar towards the end.
And don't forget, every year there's so much turnover in the playoffs. There's at least 6 new playoff teams every single year, especially with the extension. That number's probably only going to go up. Extra week this year, that plays into this whole thing. So I think, like I said, if you're a Jets fan, you're a Bengals fan, I don't care who you like. You should be saying, or like Congo Cab, like right now, pound that Raiders bandwagon, like pound it all, because I believe right now you should feel that way. Thank you, Michael, letting us know, as everyone heard my little notification because I muted. Lamar Jackson just hit the bonus, and there's your guy, Andrews, for everybody that was screaming for him earlier. So they're trying to if they can get into the end zone here, they'll tie this game. They're at the 35 with still 3 timeouts, 50 seconds to play here in the fourth quarter. Andrews, please, says Noah Moon. Well, Noah Moon, your prayers have been answered, at least in the small way. Let's see what we get here. 38 seconds and counting. Lamar takes the shotgun snap, has a man. It's caught. Andrews again over the middle, getting down to the 30-yard line. Thought he might have a little closer to the 30-29. Must be, says Rossi does Sims inside Dez's litter box. Dude, no way. I'm not doing anything in there. My cat did not, by the way, just for everyone. He's now sleeping right next to me over
here. Your cat, Dez?
Yeah, his name's Desmond. And
I thought your cat was just named Fat Cat, because that's like what everyone says.
How dare they? They don't know him. They should be spelling with a PH as Lamar takes another shotgun snap's going to scramble to his left. Going to run, has the little sideline to protect him, gets out of bounds. Nope, maybe not. They called the timeout. Interesting. Yeah, my cat, no, he's chilling. Did not take his nightly duty, we'll just say. Gregory says Lamar blows. I don't know what that means because he's doing pretty good here. Hit the bonus. Bonuses all around, so see what can happen in this drive, and then we'll get Kenny's picks, and we'll get the heck out of here unless we get some bonus football here. 25 seconds. Here's Lamar. Oh, he's going to take the sack. That's going to hurt. They only have 1 timeout remaining, and they're going to take it. So here we go.
Oh, boy.
Is Barkley going to be your guy? I feel like he's your guy.
Yeah, I think Saquon Barkley to me is going to be the guy, unfortunately. 2 rushing touchdowns. Almost hit the bonus. He was 3 yards away from the bonus. He gets my pick for sure.
Okay, we can get your babysitter Billy in a moment. I'm just trying to think. Might be our guy Snead, even though he's not highly owned, but we just have expectations. Lamar Jackson in the shotgun here. No timeouts. Oh, my. I thought they were going to run the ball for a second. Lamar looking towards the end zone. Has a receiver. Gets out of bounds at the 2-yard line. Boykin, 22 yards, so 13 seconds remain. We saw Chris Moore, who that could also be. Could have been your player, but
yeah,
nobody had him. Literally nobody. So we'll see here at the 2-yard line. This game, very interesting. Cannot afford to be stopped in bounds. Has 4 shots to throw it to the end zone. Who do you guys need? Is it another Chris Moore touchdown? 4 receivers out. Here's in the shotgun. It looks like it's Dobbins to his left. Takes the shotgun snap. Quick throw. Caught outside of the end zone, but gets in the end zone. It is
Maxix.
Oh, wow. This is insane. What a quick drive that was, too. 10 seconds remain, and we're going to get bonus football. Don't go anywhere.
My goodness. What do we do now, Rossi?
I mean, keep the sim alive, baby. Cancel all your 7 p.m. Eastern plans. Thank you, Tater Hater. That's all I'm going to say. Somebody's got to. Somebody needs to know. Unless they go for 2. Let's go wild. Let's see 2.
Oh, Tater Hater's in here. What's going on, Tater Hater?
Tater Rob. OT, people says.
Still don't understand why he hates taters so much, but
listen, when you're scarred by taters from a young age, it happens. So that's it. Ties it up. It is 2020. It's 2021 is a year. 2020 kind of sucked. But here we are. In 10 seconds ago, we never know. Still 2 timeouts. Maybe Danny Dimes throws one deep. We have a shot.
We do. 10 seconds.
Yeah. It must be, says, my cat, which came into our house and won't leave. We call him Alvin Catmara. I don't know if that's true, but
good point here by Michael, by the way. Still have a good chance at seeing the bonus now for Saquon Barkley since the game has been extended, at least momentarily.
It's a good call. Good call. Looking for anything that can get some more points, equals more cash. We have the return, so 8 seconds, 7 seconds left in the game. I'm guessing they're going to take a knee. No, they might get the bonus right here. Maybe take a little house call.
Give it to Saquon.
Yeah.
We got the bonus for now.
Did. Yeah, for now. Good point. They call a timeout. What are we doing? Taking the timeout. I stupidly rostered gold. This is Tater. Says Golden Tater for the first time ever. Biggest regret of my life. Doesn't have to do with marriage. Ooh, but I also have Golden Tater in mine as well.
Hey,
so, Danny Dimes, here he comes in the shotgun. Saquon to his right. Got 4 wide. Gonna try to take a shot. Definitely doesn't have the arm strength in Madden 21. I can tell you that. Oh, he takes the sack. Calais Campbell eats him up with that long, drawn arm. Is throwing motion, but here we go. Going straight to overtime. You know it. It's Kenny Ducey, Jason Rossi, producer Michael, Andrew, our technical director, Jim, and Joe and Ops. Great crew we have here. See who gets the ball here. You know the rules. First team whoever gets it first, if they score a touchdown, ball game. If not, the other team will get an opportunity if they kick a field goal to tie it up, and then we go into sudden death.
Yeah. Let's see what ends up happening here.
Midwest Heather says, I have a taste for lasagna. Dig it. And Mustbe says that's 100% true about his cat, Alvin Catmara. All right, cool. My cat's a street cat as well. A friend of ours found it. Of course, the chat starts talking about dinner. Guys, don't talk about dinner. That's what I'd be doing right now.
Not yet.
Grilling, but we got some extra football. So Giants going to take it here. We'll see who do you need. Obviously, we have currently in the bonus Lamar on the rushing side for the Baltimore Ravens. We have Saquon currently having the bonus. As Daniel Jones will line up in the shotgun as Saquon to his left. 3 receivers at the top of the screen. Goes that way. It is caught. Breaks 1 tackle, but gang tackled past that. Daniel Jones all fired up. He's at 205. I don't know why he's so excited, but congrats on completing a pass, my man. Ball caught right underneath. Nice move. Is Slayton on the grab. Tim the Man says more Shep and Ingram, not Slayton. Well, not a good start for you. Blitz there, goes out to the sideline. That is caught by Barkley. Goes out of bounds, 41-yard line here on their own. Turnover, baby, please. Let's go, says Vida. Let's see who he has. Midwest Heather says, hi, fam. Here's Daniel Jones, takes another shotgun snap. Noah Moon looking for Ingram. He throws it deep.
Throw.
There's a man there. It's caught.
Oh!
He's still trying to break it. There is Evan Ingram. Noah, it wasn't the touchdown, but gets him to the 14-yard line. Just goes up and, nice throw by Daniel Jones between 2 defenders and giving Ingram a chance. That catch in traffic, which is so huge in Madden 21. Goes up, catch, holds on to it. Looked like a man amongst boys there.
That was mighty impressive, that throw. Shutting me up about this deep ball. And Saquon.
Oh, Saquon breaks another one.
Oh, getting out of bounds.
Still don't think he was tackled. He's still breaking tackles over and taking a sip of Gatorade.
Jeez.
Smash Landon says, I need Tate to literally do anything. Yeah, same here, man. Smash is close. You're in striking distance at least, Smash. He in 13th. Here we go. But there's been a lot of stalling in the red zone in this game, as you see the 4 field goals total. Also 4 touchdowns, and that's why Daniel Jones takes the safety blitz coming in. Takes a sack.
Dang, man.
So
Noah needs you to put Evan Ingram in the end zone. I don't know if you can do that, can you?
I'm going to pick him up. I'm going to pick him up on my Zoom chat. You guys can't see it. I'm picking him up right now. I should place him in the end zone. All right, let's see. So now they set it from the 18-yard line. Daniel Jones takes a snap. It's another blitz. It's picked up. Jones goes out to Barkley, catches it, gets the yardage back and a little bit more down to the 12-yard line. So we have a 4th and 8. That felt quick. That was a failed attempt, so now we get a field goal and a little more football here, unless they go crazy and try to go for it. It's been wild, some of the play calls, so we hold on to your butts when there's a field goal attempt. He's Gano for his 3rd field goal, 29 yards out.
So extends the game. Michael pointing out again that Ingram into the bonus now, and here's a chance for Baltimore to get back in the game now.
So now 3 bonuses. Lamar rushing, Saquon rushing, Ingram receiving. Must be says hashtag stack them kickers. You know it, dude. Would have been a good day to do it. I thought about it earlier, but I put, for some reason, Golden Tate in my lineup, and I'm in 104th and suffering. So we'll see here what Baltimore can do. They need a field goal to keep the game going. A touchdown wins it. They don't score at all, and it is a victory for the New York Giants. Emerson's forehead so sick of kickers. Oh, don't like that. Don't like that hate in my timeline. Here's Lamar now sets up in the shotgun. 3 receivers to the bottom of the screen. Takes the snap. He's looking. He has a man open. It's caught. Plenty of room to run here. Breaks a tackle. Gets close to the first down. Does get the first down. The credit. First down catch there.
Rossi, is that a Clash of Champions chair in your background?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I have a lot of wrestling chairs. All my chairs are wrestling chairs down here.
What's the one next to it? Is that from an actual event?
Yeah, well, Clash of Champions I went to, that was in 17. I got a SummerSlam 06 when me and babysitter Billy sat first row. You can see us at the end of the, I think it was Chavo Guerrero Rey Mysterio opener. And the chair I'm sitting on is another Clash of Champions. Night of Champions in 2012. Yeah, I used to go ringside for all the Boston events.
Very cool.
Oh, yeah. That's your big prize for spending a lot of money, a chair. And then I also know people at WWE will send me some, which I appreciate. Don't know if they're still there, though. I haven't gotten a response on emails in a while. Hope they are.
Yeah, I know someone there. I always hit up for tickets in the New York area.
So it's about. And it looks like things are going to be back to touring soon. Is there some news of July? I'm sure our guy Andrew might know a thing or two. Get them leaks. There's a catch on the sideline, not going far there. So 3rd and 8, big play here. Thank you. Won't repeat that, but yeah, it looks like the rumors are July that WWE will be touring. AEW is going to be doing a little traveling in August. No. Ashley, I love you. Here's Lamar, 3rd and 8, needs a play. It gets stopped.
Oh.
Tackle.
And now it comes down to 1. How much you wanna wager that the Ravens get the first down?
I was gonna say I don't want to say anything ridiculous. I'll just say I would wager a cheeseburger.
It feels like automatic in Madden when a team has a 4th and long and they need it, they get it almost every time. Right?
Yeah, it feels that way. Shotgun snap. Does Rossi eat dinner, or do we continue on? Lamar.
Oh, it's dinner time, Rossi. It's dinner time.
Oh, he fumbles the ball. It is dinner time. Oh, man, what a way to go down. Lamar.
Oh.
What has happened? He almost got sacked, then unfortunately breaks it, gets away, fumbles the ball. Is it going to be a clean fumble? It is. Giants are going to win this one in wild fashion.
Oh, my goodness. I told you. It's like 100% that they get the first down.
They did and they don't.
Wow, they get the first down and they fumble it away. Unbelievable.
That's it. So who will be your babysitter Bill? You gave your stamp of approval to Saquon after telling everybody he stinks, but who do you think here? Who's going to be your babysitter Billy award, Mr. Ducey?
My Ducey's didn't
Deuce of the game
perform winner is Golden Tate.
Yeah.
46.2% owned, 1 catch for 9 yards in a sim filled with big performances. He did not bring it. So yeah, I'm gonna say that he was the not my kid award recipient. Also, I'm changing.
Go for it.
Changing my
Lucy delectable
Kenny's, my crazy Kenny's player of the game award. It is Mark Andrews because he's 34.1% owned. He is if you know anything about Mark Andrews in these sims, you know that he's not very reliable. And he came through with 18.8 fantasy points. He's in the leading lineup in the $250 free contest, and he was only 34.1% owned. He was not popular, but he was a very, very big play. So shout out to Mark Andrews Nation. Shout out to Mark Andrews, player of the game.
Nation. Yeah, and I also want to give a shout out earlier, DeMac Line. We were going all over the place. It's a pleasure to be with you again today, Kenny. It's always fun with you. I love the energy. Love what you bring here. People, you're decisive. People love you. People hate you, but everyone loves you because that's the thing. When you say things and you're confident in it, you're gonna rile them all up. But we love you, Sim fam, as well. Appreciate everybody being a part of this whole situation. But DeMac Line said he got LASIK a while ago. He highly suggested. I'm scared to get glasses, bro. You think I'm going to get LASIK? Come on. But I do appreciate the advice. Maybe one day. But appreciate everybody. Hope you have a fantastic time. Hopefully you won some cash here. Hopefully if not, 2 more sims to go. Next one will kick off in a little over 45 minutes from now. But coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Julian Edlow is joined by NBC Sports Edge contributor Drew Dinsick to in the pair dive into NBA playoffs, which I'm super excited about. I know Kenny's excited about the playoffs. Knicks are in. Celtics are playing in. You got Warriors, Lakers playing. That's going to be fun, which is all starting Tuesday from the sportsbook perspective. They discuss how to approach the playing games, which we talked about, futures, and more. Thank you guys for joining us. Be well.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome into a special Monday edition of the Unreasonable Odds podcast. I am Julian Edlow. If you are watching on YouTube, you notice a guest that we've had before on the Unreasonable Odds program during the NFL postseason. Now we are going to preview the NBA postseason. Drew Dinsick is here. You can find him on Twitter at WhaleCapper. You can find his work for NBC Sports Edge. Drew, how we doing, man?
We're doing incredibly well. This is a very exciting NBA playoffs on the horizon. I cannot wait to get into these games, get into these series. Here we are at the end of May. Usually we're talking, getting ready for the, conference finals. And we're just now tipping off the playoffs. So it's long overdue. I've been waiting for this for months, and we have an awesome field this year.
It really is interesting because a lot of years people get into the NBA playoffs in the second round or the conference finals. And, so many years, both conferences were just kind of boring, and we were getting to the Cavs versus Warriors, LeBron versus the Warriors every year, and everybody knew it was going to happen. And everybody generally knew, outside of the 3-1 comeback year, that Golden State was just too loaded and LeBron would do his best, but ultimately wouldn't get there. And that's generally how it played out. This year, we have some fantastic first-round matchups on tap. We have a whole play-in tournament week to talk about, whereas we just got the one game between Portland and Memphis last year. And we have just some overall terrific first-round series that are tough to predict. And I think round by round, things are just going to get better and better. So let's start with, what is new in the NBA. We have the inaugural Eastern Conference play-in round on Tuesday, both games. Things start off in the early window with 10-seed Charlotte at 9-seed Indy. And if you're a casual fan that hasn't quite followed around, if you're in the 9-10 game, you have to win 2 games to get in. If you're in the 7-8 game, you have 2 chances essentially to win 1 game to get in. So this Indy Charlotte winner is going to have to win another game to get in, but this is a game 7. This is a do or die. Loser will be out. Hornets, we're recording this on Monday afternoon. The Hornets sit as 3.5-point road dogs, plus 128 on the money line. I know that you have a take on this game. I'm much more up in the air, I would say, on both these Eastern Conference games. Why don't you let us know who you are on and why?
Yeah, we'll start with the why, because I think it's important.
All right, I like this. Kind of going in reverse order.
The Charlotte Hornets come into this game relatively healthy. In fact, they are pretty much at full strength. And, this is a team that has, consistently overachieved their expectations this entire season. Meanwhile, the Indiana Pacers come into this game limping, particularly where it matters most, which is the ball handler, shot creator positioning. I am looking currently at questionable tags on a lot of these players: Malcolm Brogdon, Aaron Holiday, Jeremy Lamb, Karis LeVert, Edmund Sumner. That is almost all of your smalls. Okay. And of those guys, I only expect Karis LeVert to go. I think Holiday, Brogdon, Lamb, and Sumner are long shots, and saying that they're even 50-50 is a stretch in my mind. So this is going to be a very lean crew for Indiana coming into this game. It's going to be Sabonis and really no one else in terms of who can create offense for this team. And the Hornets have played reasonable team defense. I thought they played a very scrappy game against the Wizards yesterday, come up just short. Terry Rozier, whose contract looked like a total disaster when he first signed, has kind of surprisingly, is realizing the promise that they saw when they signed him. Has played great. PJ Washington is playing well. Miles Bridges will be back, having missed a couple of games with the COVID absence. So this is a full strength Hornets team that should be a pick 'em by my numbers. And the fact that you're getting plus 135 is surprising. I think the Hornets win outright ultimately, just based on the overall health of their team. And you have a well-coached Hornets team that's overachieved all season, that really needs to realize, really needs to be rewarded in some way, versus an Indiana team who's quit on their coach, limping into this playoffs, and even if they were to go through, would be a 5-6 point dog in the next play-in against the Wizards or the Celtics. So I think the Pacers capitulate here. I think the Hornets play their way into the next play-in game, and I'll take plus 135 on the money line.
I can't argue with much that you said there. You laid out a very good argument. That's your job. You did well. Here's where, here's, I guess, the other things that are concerning me. Yeah, like if Brogdon plays, which you think he's not, I think that changes this game a lot. And maybe that just means it's appropriately priced. Like if you have this as a pick, maybe if Brogdon plays 3.5 is the appropriate number. That's just a spot that I'm somewhat worried about. I am worried about Charlotte's, I guess, size up front, defending Sabonis, who's been terrific lately. He's been putting up the numbers with a little bit, depressed lineup around him has kind of been boosting him, particularly Brogdon. He had like 1 million assists the other night in a game where I bet his points, rebounds, assists. And I was like, he had like 14 assists at halftime. I was like, where is this coming from? And who is hitting the shots with all the Pacers that are out if Sabonis has 14 assists at halftime? The only other thing, like you mentioned how Indy is limping in. They are 6-1 against the spread in their last 7. Charlotte, and I'm just finding this out now, I didn't actually know this. Charlotte has lost 5 in a row. They've kind of been playing in big games, like the Washington game was kind of a play-in game to put yourself in position to only have to win 1 game instead of 2, and lost it. They had the big game against the Knicks earlier where they went down big, came all the way back to fourth overtime, and then lost relatively big by 9 points in overtime. Long story short, I just can't talk myself into either of these teams, but that's why they're in the 9-10 play-in game. They're inconsistent teams that got a little dinged up during the season, and here they are. So, and this is kind of my take for the Celtics-Wizards game as well. This could be a game to get in live on whoever goes down early, because both teams have shown the ability to start slow and come back. And I think that we're going to see even more in the other East game that we can talk about in a second. I want to wait to bet this game to first see who is in and who is out for Indy, and see what kind of number we're looking at. So a pretty cold take on my side. Let's wait and see. I just can't talk myself into either of these teams, but you have laid out the argument for the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, and I mean Brogdon in would be a big deal. I'm just looking at, they were questionable tagging him the entire month of May. He didn't play a game. I think that his injury is worse than they're letting on, and I would be surprised if he does go, that he's effective, that he's going to have his legs under him. I would worry about that. What kind of minutes you're going to get from him, because when he's out there, he's running. He's doing a lot of heavy duty, work. So it's not. This is not like a go to hard to the wall, slam away. This is the play of the week, month, year, whatever. But I just have very little gap between these two teams. And if you're going to give me plus 135 on one side with the healthier team and playing for more, I think I'm going to take that.
That is fair. Okay, let's move to the Wizards and Celtics game. My Boston Celtics, as you can see behind me.
Where did it all go wrong, man?
Do I like this team? Not very much. They're not very likable. I like Jaylen Brown a lot. I feel bad that he, had to have surgery on the wrist. But the rest of this squad does not particularly do it for me right now. Even with Jason Tatum coming up with these 60-point, 53-point career highs, that's great. But I still feel like he was playing much better right when the NBA shut down for COVID prior to the bubble. He just looked like he was doing more on both ends, more locked in. And now it's just a little bit of a flashier, softer, type of player. The Wizards, the Celtics obviously were, just kind of trickling down the standings all season. They're blaming some injuries and lineup issues and whatnot, but everybody has that going on. Washington looked like the Russell Westbrook experiment was not going to work at all. They were just going to be done, not even make this play-in tournament, and then they win, 16 of their last 22 and come in absolutely on fire. A slight 1.5 point dog right now? Yeah, 1.5 point dog, but they're minus 103 on the money line, minus 118 to Boston, essentially a pick 'em. This game, here's one thing that I've noticed with both of these teams, though, that I'm going to say. I feel like we will have a bet on this game. I can't tell you who it's going to be on, but it's going to be a live bet on whoever goes down 15 points early in this game, because I feel like someone is going to. Both of these teams start slow out of the gates and then make these monster comebacks. And whether they win or lose, it's like the Celtics are coming from down 20, 25 points. And then they'll either win by 1 or lose by 3 or 4, but they get there. The Wizards, same thing, even in big games. We saw it in that Charlotte game on Sunday. Get down huge against Charlotte. Cut it back to 5. Go down like 15 or 16 again, and then just put the pedal to the gas and win that game. So my only take on this game is they're inconsistent teams. You mentioned, I think it was, I don't even remember. It was before we went on when we were talking, or was it even on this podcast? You mentioned that the winner might not even want to win this game because you get lined up to get the Nets. Very true. Whoever wins this game will get slaughtered by the Nets. But I don't know if you could play around in the play-in round if you want to get in. You don't want to give yourself a game 7 in the next game. So long story short, I'm convinced somebody's going down 15 to 20 points in this game. I will take the live line. I don't care which side it is, and that'll be that for me.
Cool. Yeah, that's totally fair way to put it. And you're right. Both of these teams are slow starters. There's some motivational question marks for sure in terms of do you want the 7 seed? Do you want to go play the Nets? And I would even say that there are still some injury question marks for me regarding Bradley Beal. He came back for that Charlotte Hornets game, but he didn't look himself. And I guess the real way I want to handicap this is, because you're right, there could be a comeback either way. Boston does not quit. They never quit. They play to the final whistle, even if it is looking dead. But I worry that with the fact that they would have to quick turn around, play another game, if this is out of reach in the fourth quarter, if this is a 10-point game either way, the team that's behind likely packs it in and saves some of their bolts for the next game. Also, if this is a close game in the fourth quarter, if this is a 2-3 point game, the chances that this becomes a grind, the clock, like every possession has ultimate meaning and weight and seriousness, and the pace just slows to a crawl. I think that's a very real possibility as well. And so putting all of those puzzle pieces together, I'm looking for an under here. And I'm getting a big number. 233 is still around right now. 232.5 here at DraftKings. I would say fair price for a total here is 228. So I'm still firing and swinging away on this under. And even if there's like a 60-point first quarter or a 65-point first quarter,
yeah,
I'm still not sweating it, because the second half is really where I'm expecting this one to slow down to a grind.
And this could be one where, you see a little bit of an edge on the total. You take it for, maybe you take it a little bit smaller with the idea of getting in live on the total, because the first half, a little bit of a track meet. And then we realize, okay, we got to tighten up on defense. We got to get some better looks, and it slows down in the second half. So, but no matter if you want to look at a side, a total, everything about this game screams to me, let's see what happens in the first quarter, second quarter, and we will an opportunity will present itself. I'm convinced of that. Now watch, it's going to be like tied at 17 after the first quarter.
Crazy at all. I don't think that's crazy at all. Like the likelihood that this is like a 10-ish point game at halftime, Celtics down, backs against the wall, people are like miserable about it, and then they come out and claw their way back into it in the third quarter is completely rational. These are streaky teams. They both rely pretty heavily on the 3-point shot. We know that that's a high variance proposition, but when it's working, it's working. And when it's not, it's not. And I like that look. I guess the only thing I'll add is if you're really getting involved live, if you're making a lot of live total plays, and you're looking for live unders in particular, a game like this that's lined 1.5 points, 1 point, overtime is a real possibility. And so if you're firing away on live unders, if you can get a fourth quarter isolated instead of a live under, you can protect yourself a little bit from that potential of overtime.
Well said. Good point to bring up, for sure.
Learned that the hard way.
We've all learned that one. Last point on this game in particular, because I've heard the argument from both sides, like, oh, the reason that, I like Boston in this game is because if Washington's down 10 in the fourth quarter, they can just start to smell that home game on Thursday. They'll pack it in.
Yeah.
It's the same argument the other way.
Yeah,
like,
right.
If the Celtics are down 10 in the fourth quarter, don't have to travel. Let's stay home. We already know it's the Pacers or the Hornets coming out of that one. We know who's coming here on Thursday night. We're fine. And both of these teams, like you said, they need their backs against the wall to, give their best. Both of them know that they have that. Like, neither team's back is against the wall. I think it just makes this game so much more interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it matters, but it also doesn't quite matter as much as the Hornets-Pacers game, for example.
It's true.
So what does it all mean? I don't know. Probably a live play for me, but it's going to be an interesting game. Okay, let's go to Wednesday's Western Conference games. Early game is going to be Spurs at Grizzlies. Memphis is laying 4 right now on DK Sportsbook, -177 on the money line. I do lean Grizzlies in this game. I have not done anything yet. The Spurs are always, scary in the postseason or whatever you want to call this. The last 2 times these teams played, and there's obviously injury and resting issues throughout the regular season, but Memphis beat up on San Antonio these last 2 games, and the previous one was back in December, so a long time back. Memphis has a lot of experience in these games, although they've lost their first 2 play-in games, and I'm calling Sunday's game against the Warriors a play-in type of game. It was the same as that Charlotte-Washington game, essentially. So yeah, not a ton behind it. I just think Memphis is more talented. Memphis might be a little hungrier in this game. It's not a strong take. Like you said, it's not the play of the week, play of the month, but I do like Memphis in this game.
Yeah, I'm there too. I can't get involved laying 4. I'm going to probably pass this one, but I do think this is Memphis or nothing. San Antonio's just been putrid down the stretch.
Yeah.
They had one impressive win against Milwaukee. Otherwise, they were 1-10 since late April. None of their performances in the month of May were anything to write home about outside of that one Milwaukee game. And they had a couple of absolute stinkers, including their first game against the Suns, where the Suns beat them 140-103. Now I know they rested a lot of players there, but that was just not very competitive. And I don't really know what they're playing for ultimately. Like, okay, great. Like, you got to win. Good job. Now you get to be an 8-point dog to the Lakers or the Warriors.
Right.
It's a tough spot to find motivation for the Spurs. And I think you can, there's not enough kind of wily veterans. Pop's fastball is not as fast as it once was. There's a lot of good reasons to steer clear of the Spurs here. But 4 points is a lot to lay in a very narrow margin between these two teams. I think completely neutral, my power numbers would say Grizzlies should be about a 3-point favorite. So math-wise, there's a little edge on the Spurs, I guess. I'm not going to take it though.
Fair enough. It doesn't necessarily jump out to me. Like, if this were a, one of 12 games on a Wednesday night, I would not be like, oh, look, Memphis is -4 at home against the Spurs.
Right. Exactly.
I put a little stock also in, like the Warriors stomped them in that game on Sunday, and they came back. I think that was 17 going into the fourth quarter. Memphis led in that fourth quarter before Steph Curry did Steph Curry things again. And that was encouraging. I just think Memphis is gonna. It's weird to say this. I just think Memphis is gonna care a little bit more in this game, especially having lost a couple of these types of games over the last couple of seasons, and matching up well with San Antonio. So yeah, it's a lean for me. We'll see if we get there. The last of the play-in games, and now I'm like searching for news, because for me, Lakers Warriors just got yanked off the board on DraftKings Sportsbook.
Oh, really? They might just be fixing the icons, right?
I think something's just getting fixed. I hope, unless there's something crazy going on that we don't know about.
Let me
that
take
you
a
will
look
know
here.
by the time you listen to this, but I don't think there is. So the Lakers opened up big 6.5, 7-point favorites in this game. The Golden State money has been coming in. It's down to 4.5. Lakers -195 on the money line. I like the Lakers at the shorter number, I think. And again, 4.5 is a lot for these type of games. You're going up against a team with championship pedigree, and we're getting Curry versus LeBron in the play-in round. This was the NBA Finals 4 years in a row, and we're getting it in the play-in round. So talk about a big-time, prime-time play-in round matchup. Yeah. I was encouraged. We haven't seen much of LeBron recently at all. I'm encouraged by what I have seen from him and Anthony Davis, and making it work with Andre Drummond, and having Schroeder out there, and having KCP out there, and now having the bench firepower of Kuzma and Morris, etc. I have a bunch of Lakers to win the West tickets at a lot of scattered various prices. The play-in game was not initially part of the handicap. But here we are. We got to roll with the punches. I'm going to take the Lakers in this game. I don't need to do it big because I'm heavily invested in them winning the West, but there's no way the Lakers don't get in. And I think it's going to be in the 7th seed going against the Phoenix Suns. But any take to this game? It looks like you're pro Lakers as well.
Yeah. I'm with you in spirit and in investment in the Lakers to get it done this year. So I think I want them to go through the Suns, not the Jazz, although it's really kind of a coin flip there. I guess I'd rather have the 7th seed and avoid the Clippers until the Western Conference Finals. I think that's probably the best possible path for the Lakers. And I think the Lakers ultimately get the win here because as great as Steph Curry has been, as solid as this second half of the season has been for the Warriors, they still lack depth big time. And if you can in any way disrupt Curry's ability to dictate offense, then you're going to be able to put them into some tough spots, in terms of creating offense. And the Lakers, one of the best team defenses across the NBA when LeBron and Anthony Davis are on the floor. I would expect that is the distinguishing factor here. And the Lakers get a medium win. 4.5 is fair. 5.5 is fair. Any number bigger than that, and I would probably get a little bit aggressive and take some Warriors. But I think that they've settled on a fair price here. I think the total is still a tick too high, though. I would have made this about a 218 game. I got involved early at under 222. It's down at 220 right now. I think it still continues to tick down just a bit. But I think team defense wins this one ultimately for the Lakers, and I think they get the 7th seed and match up well against the Suns.
All right, so this leads into a couple more questions. Number one, this opened big, and obviously the Warriors took some money. If someone is interested in this game, do you bet it at this 4.5? Is that as low as we're going to see it, and then maybe it goes back up to 5.5? Or if you want the Lakers, are you waiting a little bit more?
I think it probably goes back up to 5.5. So if you want the Lakers, I think you need to do it now. Once we get a little confirmation that LeBron's moving well, that he's, his shoot around was good, he's 100% for for the Wednesday night game, I think this goes back up to 5.5. I think the little bit of Warriors money that you saw initially came in because the opening line was a little bit too high. Yep. And then the follow-up movement was because of the LeBron injury question mark. So I think now's the time to play the Lakers if you want them. But I think there's a little bit bigger edge currently on that under.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you on the 4.5. I think you just take that if you want the Lakers, and that's probably going to be the best number that we see. So as it pertains to the futures market, obviously, because in this playing around, we weren't expecting to be talking about a title contender, and we are. So what do you think? Just give me some different circumstances for the Lakers. Like, what do you think this means for the Lakers? If they win this game like we think, and they have that Suns series, like what number would you need to bet that series? I like them a lot against Phoenix.
Yeah.
And like you said, you also give somebody else a chance for the Clippers to choke again, and you miss them if they get bounced before the Western Conference Final. I do think it's the better path. I would be interested in betting the Lakers series line if the price is right. What does this all mean for the Lakers from
plan of attack here? Bet the Suns game 1, and then roll those winnings right into an adjusted series price for the Lakers, because you're not going to get a very favorable series price on the Lakers. It's going to be they're going to ask you to lay minus 150, 125 ish. But the Suns can win that first game, having had more rest, having a little bit more to prove. We saw what the Lakers did last year in the playoffs, basically conceding every game 1 just to kind of get a feel for what the other team wanted to do, and then making their adjustments and rolling them out in game 2. I could see them use that exact blueprint at the onset of this series. I mean, they know this is a best of 7, and you can't win 4 games in one night. So I think the Lakers probably punt on game 1, given how much, just given how much they'll have had to played to get to that point, and the iniquity and rest, I think favors the Suns in game 1. So I think if you have eyes for the Lakers getting past the Suns in this series, I think the right angle of attack is to come in after game 1, maybe even after game 2, depending on if there are a couple of wrinkles that, like if the Suns look amazing in game 1, they could carry that into a game 2 win, at which point it comes back to LA and the Lakers find the right adjustments. But I would definitely say early in the series leans Phoenix, late in the series leans Lakers.
And that's a good point about last year, how the Lakers really just took game 1s to figure things out, and it worked out fine for them. So LeBron has no problem with his back against the wall, which is another reason to like the Lakers on Wednesday night. So I'm with you there. I will say a 125, 150 at the beginning of the series, you can interest me in the Lakers probably out of the gates, just in case they carry some momentum. It goes the other way. Like I agree with your analysis, but what if it does go the other way and they carry some momentum from, a big win over Steph Curry and company? We know the knock on Chris Paul in the playoffs. It turns into a game 1 win, and then we see it go up to minus 200, 225, whatever. So I would, if that was available, like a minus 125, I would probably put a little bit there. And then if they lost game 1, like you said, kind of leave a little bit more ammo in there to get back in there. for the other side of this play, for the other side of all of these play-in games, is there any combination of, the Wizards lose and they're hosting the Hornets on Thursday night? We get Memphis at Golden State again in the West play-in game. Like, is there any combination that you kind of have circled? Like, if we get this matchup on Thursday or Friday, this is a spot that I want to get in on.
That's that's the key one or at least the thinking downstream. If the Lakers lose and play the Grizzlies, that is like max bet Lakers. Okay. They own the Grizzlies. If it's the Warriors Grizzlies, I would kind of expect a similar game to what we saw Sunday. But like you mentioned, that game was closer than the final score would indicate. And yeah, if the Grizzlies, I don't think the powers that be would like the Grizzlies in the 8th seed over the Warriors from a ratings perspective.
Let's say that even the Spurs win, like this is the spot I have circled. Whoever loses the Lakers Warriors game is winning the next game, regardless of who they play. Like, even if it's something where you don't want to lay the number and it's like a -200 money line type of scenario, like, I think that I can be talked into just betting the 200 money line, not even to mess around if there's a backdoor or whatever. But they're winning that game.
Yeah, and I mean the Lakers match up so brilliantly against the Grizzlies. That's not a competitive game if that's what it is. Warriors Grizzlies will be competitive, but I agree. I think ultimately the Warriors would win. But if you're asking, I think, what did yesterday close at? Warriors like 5-point favorites. I can't remember.
The Warriors closed, I think, as 3.5.
3.5. Okay.
Over Memphis.
So you probably would see 5-ish.
Yeah,
maybe 6.
And I think that's what it opened.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
opened 5 and closed 3.5.
Opened 5, clean. Yeah. So I think ultimately, you'd be asked to lay 5, 5.5, maybe 6 for the Warriors on Thursday, and I wouldn't do that. I would look for a live opportunity, look for a live spot, or just pass entirely.
That works. I'll definitely look for a live opportunity, but I don't know if I'll be able to pass on the loser of the Lakers Warriors game in the next game. So I might have to find some kind of parlay piece that's going to help me bring it down. I need to find a way to not have to deal with points and just bet on the winner of that game, because my most confident take, I guess, in the entire play-in round is that the Warriors Lakers loser is winning the next game. Put it that way.
I think that's a fair assumption.
All right, there we go. Okay, so let's go. I guess let's talk about the 4 series that we do know about before we get out of here, and then we can, if you do have any takes on a potential matchup we may see, we can get there, like a Lakers Suns type of situation. Series prices are up on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Series correct score prices are up on the DraftKings Sportsbook. Total games played in the series is up on DraftKings Sportsbook. Game spreads is up on the DraftKings Sportsbook. For example, Knicks -2.5 games against the Hawks in the first round, +350. So it is essentially a series spread. Let's start with the Hawks at Knicks. This one opened to -110. Pick them both ways. Knicks have been taking some money, -124. I will take, this is going to be a bet for me. I will take the Knicks in the series, even though it's moved a little bit. They played very well against the Hawks this season. Julius Randle played particularly well against the Hawks this season. Both new teams to the postseason. It's not like one of these teams wound up drawing the Heat, which I think a lot of people would be, very strong on the Heat. These are kind of teams in the same shoes. I like the Knicks, though.
I'm with you. I think they're correctly the favorite. The line moved to where I would make fair price. I would have had this a -125, +125 series. So now I think series price is fair. I wouldn't see an advantage to betting this one way or the other. I like the Knicks at -2 in game 1. I like the home court advantage that they're going to have in the Garden with the increased fans. Yep. They've played well in the Garden, and just in general, like, they do seem to feed off the home court advantage is real for them in New York. So I think the Knicks will win the first couple of games in New York. I think the Hawks can return serve in Atlanta. I think this is a long series. If you made me take any swings at some of the series exotics that you have I'm probably looking for over 6.5 games here. This could potentially be a 7-game series. Of all the ones on the that we know now, I think this has the highest likelihood of going to game 7. The margin between these two teams is small. Yeah, it's small. The margin between these two teams is small. Actually, no, I'll probably do like an Asian handicap on this and take, half a stake on over 5.5, half a stake on over 6.5. I think this is a 6 or 7 game series. Ultimately, I think the Knicks are the better team. I think they move on, but I don't think it's going to be easy. And I think my approach is just going to be whack the home team every game.
Yeah, it's tough to disagree with you on that. I guess I didn't even think about it that far into the future, but this could be a home team wins every game type of series. I was just thinking Knicks game 1 and Knicks series, and I hadn't really thought about it much beyond then. I do have some interest at the Knicks series, even at the minus 124. That's still fine with me. It's not that big of a deal over the minus 110. Obviously, you start to lose the edge a little bit somewhere in a 4-5 series. I just do think the matchup is good for the Knicks, and that's why they beat them every time this season. They easily could have lost one. Trae Young got hurt in a game, and the Knicks came back and won it in overtime. So the season series, if we're being fair, could very easily be 2-1. But Knicks for me game 1 here, Knicks for me series line here. The other Eastern Conference series, Heat at Bucks. I don't know why the Heat seemed to tank for the 6th seed when they could have had the Knicks or Hawks in the 4-5. Sure. Here we are. What did they do last year? They stepped up and beat I had Heat plus 400 in that series against the Bucks last year. Take care of it in 5. We were talking before we went on air, so you can do the total games played props, obviously. I had last year Heat Bucks over 5.5 games. I thought I was a genius. I was like, the Heat will definitely be good enough in this series to get it to 6. They were so good that they won it in 5, and I lost that bet. Thankfully, I had the Heat plus 400, so I was profitable on the series, but I gave some back that I felt like I shouldn't have been giving back. The Heat were plus 275 on Monday morning on DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm now seeing plus 225. Still like it. Still playing Heat series line here. And maybe the Heat plus 6 in game 1.
Yeah, I think that's the better angle of attack. The Bucks really haven't shown us that they learned any lessons from that series last year. Budenholzer really still sticking with his guns in a couple of ways that is frustrating if you're a Bucks fan. I'm not sure how they match up any better against the Heat than they did in the bubble last year. This is going to be a competitive series ultimately. I'm gonna tread a little lightly. I'm not going to get involved on the with the Heat series price here because I need to see. I just need to see how healthy Jimmy Butler is. A couple of these guys that are super important for the Heat are quietly dealing with some pretty serious injuries. And I'd like to see them, at least show a little bit of fitness before I get too aggressive here back in the Heat. But I agree with your underlying sentiment. This is going to be a lot more competitive than the market makes it currently. There are a couple of things that the Heat do well, like shoot the 3, like play transition defense, that are like the key important things you need to do if you want to have a chance to beat the Bucks. And if they're getting a friendly whistle, if they're having a good 3-point shooting night, then they're going to beat the Bucks in a lot of these games.
All right, my last question on this series. Do I do it to myself again and take over 5.5 games at minus 148?
I think it's a play.
It feels like it. I was
it's a
convinced
play.
last year. I was absolutely convinced last year that it was going to be a fantastic bet.
Yeah. I think it's a play. I think this is probably a 4-2 series either way.
Right. I might, like we just said, did the Bucks learn anything in their loss to the Heat last season? I might not have learned my lesson from my own mistake last season, and I might take this same exact bet for this series.
I'm not stopping you.
All right, Western Conference. Another one that opened to minus 110, pick them both ways. Portland and Denver. It's now Denver minus 120 for the series, Portland minus 105. I know that we are on the same page here. Portland's rolling right now. I don't want to mess with Damian Lillard in big games. They have size in Nurkic and Kanter to throw at Jokic. Denver's obviously down their guy that was massive in the playoffs last year in Jamal Murray. This one just feels like Portland to me.
Yeah, same. I'm definitely taking Portland to win the series, and I'm definitely going to get involved with some of these alt spreads, like Portland -1.5 is +190, Portland -2.5 is +520. I'll put a little bit on both of those. I think Portland wins this 4-2, 4-1.
Okay, I like that. So does that mean you like Portland game 1 as well?
Yeah.
I'm with you there. I think I'm going to go Portland game 1 and Portland 4. The series pretty similar to what I'm doing with the Knicks.
Yep.
Clippers Mavericks, another rematch from last year in the bubble. The Clippers got that one done. What I remember most about this series is just needing the Clippers to win the game that Doncic hit that step back 3 at the buzzer. That killed me. That was one of my worst losses of the bubble. Clippers -400, Mavericks +300. This is one that obviously you would get involved more on a correct score or a game spread if you liked the Clippers. Does Dallas have a shot in the series?
I don't think so. They're going to need an enormous leap from Luka Doncic, and he has looked a little gassed this year, if I have to say so. Like, I think, I think he's still another year away from really being able to carry a team against a legit, deep, superstar laden roster like the Clippers have. This is a fun rivalry. It was a fascinating series last year. It was cool to see Doncic get a couple of playoff wins. He's probably going to be a little bit more reliable this year over the course of the series than he was. He was kind of had some ups and downs in that series last year. That's what you would expect with your first ever playoff shot. But I think this Clippers team is scary good when they are on, when they are all cylinders. And 6.5 is a fair number for game 1. Probably should be a little higher. I don't know that I can really talk myself into the Mavs as a dog. There are a couple of things that I really am annoyed by that Rick Carlisle continues to not put pressure on teams by pushing, off of rebounds, off of turnovers. They are very much insistent on half court offense, and against a Clippers team that can set up team defense and absolutely make you work for your baskets. That's going to be a tough way to make hay. Last year's series between these two teams, I think, was more competitive than this one's going to be. And it was because Doc Rivers and the Clippers had the mindset of we're just gonna hit Doncic. He comes in the lane, put him on his ass. Like, they were very, very physical and aggressive with Doncic, and that worked to a degree. I think this Clippers team, if they're just playing their game instead of kind of trying to be something they're not, which is like a physical bully team, I think they're going to find it easier getting past these guys this year. There's going to be a lot of overs in this series, and I think Clippers are going to roll.
Yeah, this is. I agree with you. This is one where I don't know if I'm going to have any kind of bet for the series. Maybe you can interest me. It's juicy, but like Clippers -1.5 games, so you still get that. If it's whether it's 5 or 6 is -165. It's a good way to more than cut the series price in half. And the only thing you can't have is it go to a game 7. That feels pretty safe if you want to get involved at -165. Other than that, nothing really jumping out to me in this series. I think it'll be a Clippers, win. We'll see how many games it takes. I'd be shocked if the Mavericks won. Before we get out of here.
It's hard to imagine there's anything you'd rather be doing right now. A little primetime sim action on a Monday night. Nothing I can think of, which is why we are here. He's Tom Carroll. I'm Adam Kaufman. Thrilled to be with you. And this is this is weird. This is weird for me, TC, because I'm parachuting in. This is my first and only sim of the day. These one-firsts, some of our members of our staff, they call them the fraud shift. And it feels that way. Feels like I'm just popping in, saying hello. By the time I get comfortable, it's time to go.
Yeah, the solo spot on the calendar when you get it, it's like, oh, okay, all right. I can have actually a little bit of an evening to myself here. You kind of you work around it. So if it's the late one, maybe you grab some dinner out with the lady. If it's the 8 o'clock sim, maybe you plan, a movie night on the other end. You got a little flexibility in your evening here.
Well, I mean, listen, if they want me to hang out and watch the second half of the Bruins game and not do a sim, that's when I'm going to. No, in fairness, I didn't make myself available for Madden After Dark. So it was this one. Could have worked a little earlier in the day. It was Mondays are a little wonky with school and things like that. So here we are. Let's, lineups have locked, obviously. I don't entirely know what to expect from this primetime sim, Cincinnati at Virtual Washington. I'll be perfectly frank with you. I don't have high hopes for a whole lot of offense today. I don't. That being said, I didn't roster the defenses. What's your lineup look like?
Oh, interesting, because I captained Washington DST.
Wow.
Yeah, I've never captained a defense, and I always say, I like Washington DST. Next time I have them, I'm going to roster them, blah, blah, blah. And I've done so recently, but you know what? I'm going all the way here. We're putting them in the captain spot. We're going to see what happens.
I like that.
And I got Burrow, McKissick, McLaurin, Ross, Sprinkle. So I had a whole bunch of money to get all the dudes I want, because these are two teams that are so all over the place that I want the dudes that I want. I want no punt plays from either squad.
Well, I'm really interested to see what comes of your lineup, especially Washington in the captain spot. We naturally, as one would expect from a showdown, have some overlap. I made the perhaps regrettable decision of fading both quarterbacks. Now, I don't really care about Haskins, but Burrow, obviously, as we know, can perform in these things. I said, no QBs, not today, folks. Here's what I decided to do. AJ Green is my captain, along with about 6% of people having him in that slot in our smaller 150-person free roll. About 33% owned, so effectively a third of lineups. J.D. McKissick, very popular today. I am among the many to roster him, along with you. 87% owned. He is captained at about 23%. John Ross, 60%. He's part of my lineup, 14% in the captain spot. Also have Sprinkle, like you, who is popular as well. He's about 57% owned, 13% in the captain spot. I have Steve Sims, because I find it hard to do a sim with a guy named Sims and not roster him. And I have Tyler Boyd, who is in about a third of lineups as well. So that's the lineup construction. Minute gone by, scoreless opening quarter, virtual DC. We'll see what comes of it.
Ryan Pride asking, Coffin TC, do you prefer Dunkin' or Starbucks? Come on.
I mean,
look who you're talking to.
New Englanders, baby. Of course it's Dunkin'. Come on. Now, if Starbucks wants to sponsor the Dream Stream, however, I can become a fan real quick. I'll
sell my soul to anything.
I can be bought, guys.
Yeah. You're talking to two radio guys.
Yeah.
Just put the copy in front of us and make sure the check clears.
Yeah. I mean, how much? How frequently?
You need me to eat dog food once a day? All right. How many posts?
Now, do you actually need me to do it, or do you just need me to say that I do it? Is that unethical? Oh, no, that's just how radio works? Okay. All right. I'm just curious.
No, Cuff. I only do reads for things I use.
So you want me to say that I stop at Cumberland Farms for a coffee on my way to work every day? Okay. So don't advertise I've never had a sip of coffee in my life. Every day I stop there. Okay. All right. Just making sure.
I actually was working on a radio show. One of my first jobs in radio was interning on a show at EEI, and one of the hosts wouldn't stop talking the whole show about how he got Dunkin' every morning. And Cumberland Farms was a principal sponsor of the whole station about the coffee push at all times. And it was one of the first shows I did. The Cumberland Farms executive called the the control room and was like, "Stop saying Dunkin' Donuts." It was hilarious.
Second and 7 on the way from the 32. A few minutes gone by here in the opening quarter. Burrows spins out, runs near side, stays in bounds, juked, considered going out, moved back to the right, and it's at the end of all that effort, just a 4-yard pickup. 3rd and 3 on the way.
Nice little juke move there by
It
Burrow.
was.
Did not fumble. Congrats to him.
Congrats on not fumbling. With Tom Carroll, I'm Adam Kaufman. We got producer Michael, Drew, our technical director, Joe and Jim in ops. Awesome to have all of you here with us. We greatly appreciate it, as you always know.
Great squad.
AD Poker. I want to call out AD Poker. Good to see you in the chat, my friend. AD Poker is, I want a little backstory, AD Poker, because a member of the hashtag Team Always Here for so long, like a member of the original group when these things launched in March of 2020, when obviously there were no sports happening in the world, and the Dream Stream was born. These Madden simulations starting out 3 times a day, several days a week, to obviously the 42/7 that I always like to talk about, 7 days a week, 6 sims a day. AD Poker was around, one of our loyal ones. You know, we had, pardon me, I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. We had Lindenbaum and the mayor, Greg Coffin, and Meager, and so many others, so many of you that Fantasy Hawk that are in there right now. I don't want anyone to feel excluded. You know, we know who you are. Robbie Noble, obviously. But there was a period of time. AD Poker vanished, gone for, I mean, not like every once in a while he'd pop in, like for months we didn't see AD Poker. Like, I mean, like kind of wondered, like, what happened? Is he okay? Is he safe?
Yeah.
Did something tragic happen? Where has AD Poker been? And obviously, more than a little while ago, this is not a new thing. It's just kind of, it's on my mind right now. He's come back. He's been back, and he has been, you know, loyal as ever, despite everything happening, despite baseball being back, and NBA playoffs coming, and NHL playoffs, you know, underway, and PGA and NASCAR and UFC, and obviously, you know, NFL conversation aplenty.
College baseball.
You know, I mean, you could find it all. AD Poker, he vanished. He came back. He's here. I want to know. Where'd you go? What brought you back? Tom's Microwave says he was in jail.
Maybe he's been here the whole time. And he just hasn't said anything.
Could be.
Maybe he was in a self-imposed mute, you know? Sometimes people do that, like monks up in the mountain, to become one with the world. They just sit there and they go, oh. Maybe that's what he was doing.
2nd and 10 from the 25. We are halfway through the first, after a field goal for Cincinnati to make it 3-0, by the way, and we got a penalty. So, Carlos Dunlap, behave yourself. Roughing against the passer.
Hey now.
Dion says, what's up, Cough, Tommy Freeze Pops? He was in quarantine. That's like the only excuse that doesn't work.
That's a great point.
Well, that's like the one thing you can't use for why you can't listen.
It's like, no. That's why we're all here.
Right. That's how this thing started, is we were all, in a sense, quarantined.
Yeah.
So that doesn't work. Can't do it. He says, man on the spot. Tried it like MJ, retired, realized this was my home the whole time.
Love that. Well, if you're like MJ, there's a chance you're going to retire again.
Yeah, home's where the heart is. Come on back. Good to see the Bruins up 2-1 in Washington, game 2.
Yeah, hockey
says,
is
I mean, work,
so stressful.
you know, work, etc. Don't know. My heart was always here, boys.
Love that.
Love it. Sims.
That's your boy.
First down pickup.
Do you think that the Bengals could make the playoffs this year?
No, I don't.
I feel the same way. AFC North is really, really difficult from my view. I think the Browns are going to be great. I think that Baltimore is going to at least be as good as they were last year, which is playoff caliber. And Pittsburgh, they might regress, but they're still around a 500 team, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if Cincy takes a step forward, that probably brings them to about 7-8 wins. That's a big leap. So I don't see them being there quite yet. With that said,
so much of it also obviously depends on the health of Burrow.
Of course, and even still, I don't think that vaults them into that conversation just yet.
Neither do I.
With
But
that said,
being a mediocre team versus a bad team.
Right. So I actually have come around on the Jamar Chase draft pick more so than I was.
You were not in favor draft night.
I didn't like it draft night in the few days after, but having talked to some dudes here on the Dream Stream and done some reading, I do think that him and Burrow could be special together. I think that he's going to be a really sneaky play for Rookie of the Year this upcoming year because he's going to be wide receiver 1. All the targets are going to go his way. Whereas a lot of these other receivers aren't going to be the number 1 option right away. So Burrow immediately is going to be able to connect with the guy that he already has a connection with. I kind of like it. And the guy's got swagger. He clearly has skill. He has the tools. So let's make it happen.
McLaurin with the 23-yard grab, 1st and 10 from the 13, 90 seconds left opening quarter. Haskins completes right side and short pickup right there. Well, picks up 8. I guess I should be fair. Out to the 5-yard line. So after the McKissick grab, his first for 8. We'll see what they can do here. Probably a rush for a first, but we'll see. So, you would ask me if they're a playoff team, and I said no. What do you think of this from Sean Preston, who says the Bengals will contend in 3 to 4 more years? Not this year, but 3 to 4 more years. We have a nice, easy touchdown throw to none other than Jeremy Sprinkle. Sprinkle touchdown.
Gets me every time. Koff, you have a lawn. Do you use the up and down sprinkler, or do you use the as you just demonstrated? When I say up and down, it's kind of like the big, the one that's like overarching, it's like slow.
Yeah. Like the
that you jump through,
Yeah, like the one you put out for your kids to play in.
Yeah,
exactly. 29 touchdown for Sprinkle. No, we lucked out because the house that we moved into a couple years back, I don't know that I ever would have done this myself as much as I wanted one. I just don't know that I would have ponied up to do it. The house that we moved into a couple years ago has an irrigation system. So I am hands off. I'm just setting that timer and let's go. Let's take care of that. Look at you.
You're like a farmer out here with an irrigation system.
So to your point, it is it is definitely not the over the top there.
Wow. Okay. I like that. So to the point of will they contend in 3 to 4 years? Yeah, I think that that's fair. I guess it depends on what you mean by contending. Contending for a Super Bowl.
Isn't there only one way to take contend?
Contend for a playoff spot, contend for an AFC championship, contend for an AFC North title.
So I guess when I hear contend, I automatically vault to Super Bowl, but maybe that's not what Sean meant.
Right.
Sean,
exactly.
You can clarify in the chat.
So if it's contend for a Super Bowl, I'm probably not there yet. Although, if Burrow takes a big step forward, then possibly. I think the AFC's weaker than the NFC, so there's more of an opening.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they could be contending for division titles in the near future, right? Because Pittsburgh's gonna, in theory, regress. Like we're all thinking they're gonna regress. Big Ben isn't who he used to be. They're gonna have to figure out their situation at quarterback. Baltimore, they took a step back this past year. They're still good, but who knows what they look like in the next few years. So I could see them contending for an AFC North title at some point in the near future, no doubt.
Just to go back to our man AD Poker, who said he was driving, said, totally missed my window, LOL, but just parked and cough. Always appreciated the shout outs and the interaction with all the originals back in the day. Sims during COVID was legitimately good time. Still is, baby. Still is. It's why you're here. It's why you keep on coming back.
We still here.
Break. 7-3. We still here. We're not going anywhere. We're not, maybe we are a bit more limited in our sims from time to time. You don't necessarily see me doing 3 or 4 sims in a day anymore, but still here basically every day. I mean, essentially every single day. Love it. And this guy right here, I mean, he has more than picked up the load. TC here, Tom Carroll, Freeze Pops. He really is doing like 4 in a day every once in a while.
Just carrying the team on my back.
Animal. 28 for McLaurin, who's the leading receiver right now. 1 for 19 for Boyd. Want to tell you folks, speaking of Madden Sims and, just having a time, tell your friends, tell the people, let them know you can be rewarded as well. Here's the deal. Refer your friends to DraftKings and play free in Madden contests, okay? That's what they want to do. Simply scan the QR code that is on your screen right now. Visit dkng.co, that's dkng.co/friend. Send that link to your friends. When they deposit, you both play free. Why the heck wouldn't you?
Hey, if it's free for me, then I'm in. Wait, I got the phrase wrong. Let's go back. Well, hey, if it's free, it's for me. That's
there it is. Yeah. Rewind.
Yeah, they'll fix that in post. Post.
What, this is live?
All right. Well, we'll just roll with it.
I could get people in trouble. They might start to shout out guys named Mike in the draft. Speaking of which, how was the Brendan Glasheen re-entry to Simland today? Did he come in basically like his face was superimposed on Vince McMahon walking into the arena? Like, was he a real big shot after the WNBA debut?
He should be.
Or was it the same old Glash? You guys in the chat are gonna have to tell me because I wasn't here for it.
I watched about 30 seconds of his game the other day.
You did your friend duty, is what you're saying.
Exactly. I felt I have done my friend duty. Hopefully I catch more in the future. He sounded super professional, which I'm unused to. But, here we are. And the man's doing his thing. I expected nothing less.
So I was on a sim and I was on the 8, so I didn't have the chance prior to the sim starting to tune in. And then obviously the game was over by the time the sim ended. So I didn't have a chance to hear any of it live. But what I did do, because I cared, is I went to the Connecticut Sun Twitter account, whatever that is off the top of my head, I don't remember. But I went to the Connecticut Sun Twitter account because they were really good about posting little 8 and 12-second clips of highlights from the game. I was really hoping, and maybe they did after the fact and it just wasn't up when I looked last night, but I was hoping there'd be like a 2-minute montage of game highlights that I could, tell me the whole game story, I didn't get to experience that, but I did get in some clips. And to your point, I mean, it wasn't any different than I expected. He's a good play-by-play guy. When I probably heard him do hoops the most. I think if I were to guess, it might be his favorite, but I might be wrong about that. I guess he would have to weigh in on that. But it was good. It was fun. Listen,
I expect nothing less, man.
On television at some point. Oh, we got a turnover. Washington DST, your captain, Foster, with the interception.
I love it. Yeah, man, he clicks on the professionalism switch, and he's ready to go.
You know what he does, though? And I don't think I really noticed it until I heard him obviously do a billion of these versus hearing him do real play-by-play again. He does have a broadcast voice.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah.
He absolutely has a broadcast voice. And for some reason in my head, I figured his voice is just fine. He doesn't need to flip on the broadcast voice. And I don't think he necessarily even does it purposefully. I think it's one of those things that like you're schooled, you're trained in such a way that it becomes second nature. You don't even notice it. You don't think about it. You just do it. And but after hearing him do so many of these and the voices and the imitations, the impressions, whatever, it stood out to me hearing him do some basketball play-by-play. I'm gonna have to text him about that. I'm gonna ask him what the deal is with the broadcast voice.
Yeah, he definitely had a little bit of that broadcaster.
Trying to impress Rebecca. Lobo actually wasn't with him last night.
Yeah, it wasn't Rebecca Lobo.
No.
No, it's definitely like, good evening, everyone. I'm Brendan Glasheen here with you for everyone. Connecticut Sun basketball.
Taurasi for 3. Got it.
It was cool to see him call Diana Taurasi.
Yeah, he was very excited.
That's pretty cool.
That.
Yeah. I mean, she is the GOAT women's basketball player, arguably. I mean, her, Cheryl Miller, there's a few others that you can throw in the mix, but I mean, Diana Taurasi, she's Mount Rushmore at the very least, women's basketball.
What do we have in the chat? I'm behind. Pete says, Ducey was on a good one on the earlier sim. Well, you have to tell me what he was ranting and raving about. I always like to hear about those exploits. Let's see. Mike, you can't collect all those DVDs if you're manually watering the lawn like a commoner. Aren't you right about that, Mike? You got to use the irrigation. Hawk Corleone. Kaufman, how much is your palatial estate worth? Hawk, I will be dead honest with you. It is worth literally, no exaggeration, literally millions of pennies. Millions of pennies my home is worth.
Wow. Didn't expect that.
Yep, it's true. I mean, how many? I'd have to do the math, but it's a lot.
I have a humongous jar of coins next to me, Koff. You think it's worth as many coins as there is in the jar next to me?
I think it might be worth a few more than in the coin jar next to you. Although,
one caveat,
I mean,
though,
how does one put a price on the wooden nickel?
Okay, I guess there's 2 caveats here. There's multiple wooden nickels. There's also at least $32 worth of gold dollars in this jar.
Okay.
Because my future mother-in-law likes to give them out in little plastic Easter eggs on Easter.
Nice.
And so I've been at their house for 2 straight Easters. She has given those. She has given us a plastic Easter egg of 8 gold dollars on 2 consecutive Easters, both me and Morgan. So doing a little math, carry the one, $32 worth of gold dollars in this jar. Does that math add up?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it checks out. Of course.
Okay.
Field goal, by the way, for Washington. It's 10-3, 3 minutes to go here opening half. Just continue catching up in the chat, by the way. Drew says, hit up a vending machine, have yourself a day.
Yeah, just go to town.
Kareem says of Glash earlier, Glash was dry. He was zapped of all his powers. He was probably just tired. I mean, that's a drive. Bruce says, burned out with these voices, TL to the rescue. Bruce, here is the best way that I can put this without overtly being rude is really that's a you problem. Because I mean, think about it. Like, how could you not be burnt out with our voices by now?
Yeah, true. I'm burnt out with my voice.
I am for sure. Like, if you're here all the time, of course you're going to get tired of hearing the same old voices talking about the same old stuff or different twists on the same old stuff. What you need to do if you want to, sort of make it feel fresh again is like you got to wean off the dream stream a little bit, and then
you got to do what AD Poker did.
Yeah, you got a little disappearing act, and like the heart grows fonder, right? And then you come on back, you realize love again, or
you go to the mountains in Tibet and you live with the monks for a few months.
Or instead of 6 a day, team always here, do 3 a day.
Oh.
I mean, because Tara Lynn coming to the rescue, that's a help, but that's just one voice. You're still stuck with the rest of us.
I will say though, I have not tuned into a Tara Lynn 3-man booth yet, but I have seen clips on her Instagram.
Sure,
seems like a fun time. I'm gonna need to hop into one of those booths at one of these points.
Well, I mean, you've kind of been part of it. She's hopped on, when when we'd work
True.
on Friday. And
Friends
maybe wouldn't
Fridays.
have the entire sim, but she'd hop on.
Very true.
But yeah, it's good. In fact, coming up this weekend, she is. It's gonna. We're ripping the Band-Aid off. Producer Drew has said enough of the 3-person booth. Tara Lynn is ready to command the second chair solo.
The training wheels are coming off.
Training wheels are coming off. Yeah, she's gonna have, just looking ahead. If you want to program your calendar or whatever, let's see. Coming up on Sunday. I mean, there's no way this won't go well. She is with Rossi for 2 sims, 2 and 4 on Sunday.
Love that. I know my sister's going to be in town, but I think I'm going to make her sit down and watch 4 hours of DraftKings Sims.
Love that.
Some breaks in between, obviously.
Yeah.
Meager66 saying, lol, try listening to Cough and Tommy's podcast too, Between Sims. There you go. That'll help break it up. You'll hear a little Morton Anderson. You'll hear Cough's variety of guests talking about the C's. Because we all love talking about mediocre basketball teams, right?
I mean, perfectly mediocre. 500 record.
Exactly.
Couldn't be more mediocre. I do think I'm at the point where I've decided I want them to lose in the play-in tournament just to get a better lottery pick.
I've been there, brother. I've been wanting this season to end for like the last few weeks here. Like, just end it, guys. It's over. Pack it in. I can't take it anymore. Tatum versus Beal, though, that's kind of a cool little storyline.
Yeah.
St. Louis connection.
Brothers from other mothers, those two. Very, the best of friends.
Totally. Beal used to pick Tatum up from school. They're boys. How about Steph Curry, man?
Yeah,
How cool is that story?
He's pretty good. Leading scorer, MVP conversation. It's funny how, I mean, there is just such a passionate debate about whether Jokic should get, it's like people aren't even, before it was like Embiid's in the conversation, obviously Steph and Giannis for a period and some others, but it's like we've spent not, the royal we, not specifically us or me or whatever, like we've spent the whole year just arguing for or against Jokic more than for any other guy. I mean, even LeBron in his comments yesterday, he danced around that without just coming out and addressing it, but said,
I think that
he believes the guy, but he feels like there's this bias toward Jokic winning it. Even going so far as saying, like, what would that team be if it didn't have Steph? And it's true. I mean, like, Denver wouldn't be what it was, but it would still be a playoff team maybe without Jokic. But, like, the Warriors would be the worst team in the NBA without Steph this year.
Yeah. I think that LeBron, there is some merit to that comment, but there's also definitely always a part of him that's narrative building. He's like, look, I beat the guy who should have won MVP in the play-in game. He's building his narrative towards why this is going to be his most impressive championship. I was a 7 seed. I beat the guy that should have been the MVP. I just am everything LeBron says. I'm always worried about what's being calculated in his brain.
Mm-hmm.
What are we building here, LeBron? Which documentary are you working on about this playoff run?
Yeah, it's not. He doesn't say anything without thinking about it. There are very few things that come out of LeBron's mouth or actions related to him that are not reactionary or calculated, to your point.
Totally.
Absolutely true. Keep on hitting that like button, by the way. And also, of course, tell your friends, get on in here. We got north of 300 people watching. Let's build that total. 10-3 through 2. We'll look at the stats quickly here. McKissick, 26 on the ground, your leading rusher. That's not good. We will look at the receiving numbers as well. There aren't going to be any huge totals there either. 3 for 33 for Sims, 2 for 28 for McLaurin. To quickly, stats aren't fully updated yet, but to quickly look at where things are right now, you're probably doing okay given your Washington captain pick. Right?
Yeah, I am in 12th.
I'm in 70th. You're in 12th?
I'm 12th.
Nice. Yeah, I'm speaking of mediocre. I am right in the middle out of our 150 for the prime time, the Cough for One Monday free roll that we have here. So excellent. What we're going to do, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to have Drew, our technical director, see if he can investigate whether or not the stink button was pushed before this sim and see if we can do something about that. We are also going to tell you about our fine program that comes your way, 11 a.m. Eastern, Monday through Friday, weekdays, folks. Again, 11 a.m. Eastern. It's called The Sweat. You might see me on it. You might see Emerson on it. You might see Jesse on it. You will definitely see all of our great analysts, whether that's Moose, Reed, Kenny, Bukes, Garion, Felix, so many others, people I didn't even name, giving you their expertise. Well, not yet, but maybe Lamarca for sure. Just a great collection of people talking about all sorts of things that are going on either that week, that night, or even looking ahead. And in the spirit of looking ahead, how about football talk? It's never too early. It's never too late for that. It always makes sense. And earlier today on The Sweat, Kenny and Jeff, what a tandem they are. They went over-under on the win total for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the defending champs. How will they do in 2021? Take it away, boys.
All right, Kenny, how about the Tampa Bay Bucks here, defending Super Bowl champions? 11.5 is the projected win total right now in the DK Sportsbook. Over or under?
You know, I'm going to take the under here. This is a team that we're romanticizing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because they won the Super Bowl, and no one's remembering, right, the struggles that this team had last year. Now, yes, it was a new team coming together. There's a lot of excuses there that you can make for the team that are very valid. But when you look at this team, I mean, perhaps they're just not really going to give it full throttle, full effort until the home stretch. And you also look at that home stretch, they got to play Atlanta twice, Detroit and Minnesota to really rescue their record and their season. They only went 12-8 against the spread. This was just not a team that dominated other teams all season long. And that's despite the fact that the defense that won them that Super Bowl last year was really great all season long. So the offense was really the question. Again, they did bring back everybody, but I'm still wondering if this offense, without any real improvements, will be able to capitalize on a good defense and improve from last year. They're going to have to make a big step forward to win a ton of games. And again, I'm not sure that they really get into that groove. I think that they might win 11 games. I think 11.5 is a little too high for me. I'm just really worried about, Tom Brady coming out flat in some of these games like he did last year.
That's a good point. Jeff, you want over or under 11.5 for the Bucks?
Yeah, I'll take the over here. I think Kenny's just taking the under because they have the Jets on the schedule. But if you look at Tampa, weaker division, no Drew Brees now, 2 games against Carolina. I like it. I mean, I really do. Again, this is a team who's got a pretty good opening set here with the Cowboys and the Falcons coming up in the first couple games. And realistically, again, you just add everything in. It's a very deep team. They've got a weaker, non-division winning schedule. I just think there's too many winnable games here for Tampa. And I do think that, the cohesiveness that we saw at the end of the year probably carries over. So give me the over here.
All right. Thank you very much, Moose and Kenny. Yeah, you thought you were done with Kenny for the day. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It's good to hear from those guys. It's 10-3 here through 2 quarters. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Mike, our producer, Drew, our technical director, Jim, Joe, and Game Ops. Awesome. Thank you all for hanging out here with us. Obviously, we appreciate it. Now, a lot of people after you had brought up, some NBA stuff. There's a lot of people in the chat talking about real life MVP, fantasy MVP, which is a totally different conversation. Russ is squarely in the fantasy MVP conversation, but he's certainly not MVP of the league in real life. So that's, and Steph, would be, Jokic would be among others for sure. I'm not sure, to be perfectly honest, what the top 5 look like in NBA DFS this year. Maybe we could effort to look that up. I'd be curious as well, but obviously some of those guys.
I was actually going to ask you that when I saw that on YouTube, that comment. Josh Allen was the DraftKings NFL MVP this past year, correct?
Correct, yeah.
So I have to imagine that Russell Westbrook in the NBA is sort of in that same mold, right? He's not going to win league MVP just like Josh Allen. Definitely wasn't going to win.
Josh Allen was in the conversation for.
Yeah, but Russell will get some. Russell will get some conversation around him. He's not going to get votes, but the fact that he's done what he's done in the triple double game,
but
he's going to be vaulted into that convo.
Fair or unfair? and I would lean toward unfair, but fair or unfair, it's going to be viewed as old hat. Like, he's done that 3 times now, maybe 4 times. Like, it's unbelievable. Like,
it's super impressive.
Like, we are never going to see anything like Russell Westbrook again. I'm convinced of it. I mean, it's unreal what he is doing on a singular basis. But the problem is, even though assists are very much a get your teammates involved statistic, people look at it as, volume stats and chasing numbers, and like the difference between he and a Josh Allen, aside from it being a resurgent year and bursting onto the scene and everything like that, it was a good team. It was a team that people looked at as a Super Bowl contender for much of the year and even entering the playoffs, whereas obviously Washington is sitting here very realistically on the cusp of getting eliminated in the play-in tournament. So
you don't think Russell Westbrook
500.
So you don't think Russell Westbrook is going to win fantasy MVP? Because that was the point I was trying to make.
No. I'm saying like he could, but I'm saying like real life performance where I see them as different. Josh Allen and Russell Westbrook is like real life performance is just so different because one had a good team and the other didn't. Which is why I don't think Westbrook will be in the real life MVP conversation. That's not to say he won't get maybe a couple votes, but I don't think he will be anywhere near contending for the award. Like, he's not going to finish top 5.
But I don't think Josh Allen was either. I mean, it was Rodgers and Mahomes. I mean, those were the guys.
I'd honestly, I just don't remember. I'd have to look back at what the voting looked like for NFL MVP at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I have no idea. Jordan Lindenbaum, by the way, asking if I'm going to do an NBA contest for the play-in, and you bet your bottom dollar I'm going to. So not to worry. NBA DFS will most definitely return for our tourneys come the postseason and play-in tournament, not just the postseason. Absolutely. Looking forward to that. Starts up tomorrow. I don't know, just to continue with this for a moment, as Jared Kilgore says, cough, one eye on the bees, one eye on the kids, one eye on the sim. You must have an eye in the back of your head, like any good parent does. I wonder how the NBA feels about Golden State and the Lakers playing in a play-in game. Especially when they were the 7-8 seeds. So under the old format, obviously, they're both in. They're both playing full series. Now, it's entirely possible this will shake out with both those teams still getting out of the play-in tournament and being in the postseason. Like for one night, this is a great situation for the NBA. Having those two teams battling in a one-game play into the playoffs. But if this thing goes sideways, as I'm putting it, and maybe that's not accurate, but if this thing goes sideways and whichever team obviously loses that 7-8 seed matchup and then loses the second game as well against the winner of the 9-10 for a chance at that other play-in spot to get into the postseason, is the NBA going to look at that from a marketing, from a rating standpoint as a lost opportunity and crap, like we've lost Steph or we've lost, our defending champ and the Lakers in that market, LeBron, Davis, however it plays out? Or are, they conversely going to say, well, this is great. This worked exactly as we wanted it to. The play-in tournament was a success. You had a good team eliminated that obviously dealt with injuries and things like that over the course of the year and just, weren't good enough to finish in the top 6 to guarantee themselves a spot. And now we're going to get ourselves a look at, Memphis and some young talent there as opposed to the true stars, the superstars of the league. How do you think the league looks at it?
So I think that the league will try to frame it as, oh, look at this amazing matchup we had for the first time we've ever done this. It's LeBron, it's Steph. See what this can do. These guys that are fringe playoff teams, that have stars. Look, now they're going to get a chance to be on the big stage and yada, yada, yada. Like, that's how they're going to have to frame it for this to seem like a win. But I agree with you. Well, I don't know if you were saying this as your opinion, but the point you brought up of we're going to lose LeBron or Steph right away, and that stinks. The playoffs is so much better when both of those guys are involved, Not having the Warriors in the postseason last year was weird. I hated it. I love watching Steph Curry play basketball deep into June. And I don't think the Warriors are capable of making a playoff run that deep, but I do think that they could hold, they could keep a series tight in the first round at the very least, right? I mean, Steph Curry can win you ball games. He's that good. So I think it's sort of a, oh, dang, like this stinks because we're going to lose. And then LeBron, too. I mean, as much as I dump on the guy, he's incredible. I mean, the guy, his story is remarkable. Everything he does every year is historic. So it's too bad, honestly, that they're playing. Regardless, it's going to be an epic game.
Hawk says both the Warriors and the Lakers, in theory, can be in the playoffs, though, Koff. Yeah, that's what I said. That's the first thing I said. But obviously, it may not go that way. Kevin says if Steph or LeBron miss the playoffs, it's kind of a disaster. I wonder, obviously, how the league views this, and if you're going to have, any people like talking about the league's been accused of influencing things in the past. Like, are those narratives going to start? AD Poker says, I think they're just salvaging the fact that two bottom seeds actually have a strong narrative between them. That could be. It could be. I mean, like, personally, with tons of bias, obviously I hope the Lakers go out in 2 games and they're done. And that's just me, the Celtics fan, talking. But for the league, if I'm the league, if I'm, thinking about marketing and branding and ratings and all of that, like, man, I am petrified that the Lakers aren't going to escape this play-in tournament. Now, that being said, you're going to have LeBron and AD out there. I just don't think it's possible. I don't see a situation where that team does get. Now, they may lose to the Warriors, but are they not going to win the next game? Like, of course they are. I just don't see LeBron not willing his team out of the play-in tournament.
You don't think Greg Popovich can coach them up, take down the Lakers one game?
With what?
Hey, pop magic, baby. He's one of the GOATs for a reason.
Yeah, Tim Duncan's a Hall of Famer now. He's not. He's on the coaching staff.
Hey, Tim Duncan's hair could win you a playoff game. Have you seen that thing?
I don't get it.
How? Yeah, like
how does that happen?
Where did that come from?
And he's had it for years. Like, it's not something he's just rocking right now.
Right?
How does that look after having, like no hair, not bald,
right?
But like,
buzz cut.
Like the buzz cut short, like as short as it could possibly be, basically his entire career. How does that happen in retirement?
Think about how much cooler Tim Duncan would have been if he had this hair while he was an MVP
cooler.
caliber player. Yeah.
Oh.
Hot Corleone saying, "Yeah, right, freeze pops." I kidding. I think the Lakers would be fine against them. I don't think LeBron would let that happen. With that said, I'll give it like a 2% chance.
AD Poker says he's embracing his island roots. Yeah, he might be on to something.
Love it.
1st and goal from the 2.
I wish he had done it sooner.
Mixon can't get there. Still 10-3. What did I tell you going into the sim? Didn't feel good about it. Did not feel good about it. There's something I had teased for you during our sweat break there that I want to get into with you, but we'll wait until after we have a touchdown here, but I can't stop thinking about it. There we go. Score for Mixon. Gets in that time. Kareem says, let's stop with the hair. I hate Koff hair takes. I love the hair, Kareem. I'm not criticizing the hair. I'm wondering how that happens now versus his entire time in the NBA, and he's still in the league. He's on the Spurs coaching staff.
Right.
I'm just wondering, like, how that look happens now. At where in his mindset does he say, you know what, now's the time?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, this is the time that I am ready to rock this look.
Good for him for having the confidence at age 40, whatever,
right,
to start rocking that though. Like, I respect the hell out of it. KG's still rocking the bald look. He's been rocking the bald look since like the 90s.
Right.
Like you don't see KG trying a new hairdo in his mid 40s because he's probably afraid of where his hairline is going to start.
We got a 10-all game here. Seconds away from the third quarter break. We'll review some stats and then get into this thing here. Congo Cab says, no question the Wizards are beating the Celtics. Probably. Congo Cab. I mean, you get a one-game play-in contest where it's Beal, who was the second leading scorer in the league, to, Steph. He's not 100% by any stretch, but still, we know what he's capable of. And obviously, Russ out there doing Russ things. Celtics did, if I'm not mistaken, take 2 out of 3 against the Wizards this year. I don't know that either team was fully staffed for any of those meetings.
Flip a coin on that game.
I haven't dug into those details, but I mean, I'm going into that thing tomorrow night expecting Washington to win.
I think in a one-game playoff, like, anything could happen.
Anything
Tatum could go absolutely off.
Yeah,
they don't have a truly great defensive matchup for Tatum. And I'm not saying that the Celtics can shut down both Beal and Westbrook if both decide to go off. I know Beal's semi-injured right now, but
save for Jaylen Brown, the Celtics are as healthy as they've been all year. Everyone is expected to play. Robert Williams is probable, but everyone
that's
else,
a big one, right?
Yeah, it's a huge one, but everyone else is expected to play currently. Now, not having Jaylen Brown, I'm not dismissing that. That is a big deal.
Yeah.
That's the difference between them going on a run in the playoffs versus, getting knocked out in the play-in tournament.
Yep.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I saw, and I'll let you get into the stats here. I'll tease it for the other side. I saw one of the dumbest first take little headlines earlier today, and I'm going to share it with you.
There was probably some competition for that, I bet. 33 in the air for both Boyd and Sims as your leading receivers. A touchdown for Sprinkle, just 2 catches for 6. That's what we got going on.
So it said, should the Celtics fire Brad Stevens if they lose out? No.
Danny Ainge, by the way, on that topic, and people don't want to spend time on this. We'll do it very quickly. Danny Ainge was interviewed by the Boston Globe earlier today and said, matter-of-factly, he will be back. Brad Stevens will be back. Jason
He's
Tatum
not the problem, guys.
Brown will be back. They're like, if you're looking for some sort of wholesale Celtics changes this offseason, ain't coming. Danny Ainge seems because, he's thrown curveballs before. He seems perfectly content to run it back and just hope the team, unlike this year, is actually healthy next season.
I could see him getting rid of a lot of pieces, but Brad Stevens, Tatum, and Brown are not going to be the guys that he gets rid of. Unless he has to get rid of one of those two to make a big deal, like to bring in, freaking Zion Williamson, right? But which isn't happening. That was just a random name to throw out there. But yeah, no, those two and Brad Stevens, not the problem.
Yeah, short of the ability to trade Kemba Walker and that contract, they're pretty stuck. They're because I don't think Marcus Smart's going anywhere either. He's really their best asset in terms of guys that they'd realistically trade, because again, Tatum, Brown not going anywhere. Walker is basically unmovable based on that contract. It really, at that point in time, becomes Smart, and they love him. And Evan Fournier is a guy that they'd like to at least consider re-upping after, using a good chunk of that Charlotte Gordon Hayward team.
I'm okay with that now. There was a point in time in which I wouldn't have been. I think he's kind of found his way, and I like his game.
Kareem, I see it. I feel it. Drew says Celts top 7 players have played 0 minutes together this season. 0. Yeah, it's that he wouldn't. People would be upset. A lot of people would be upset, frustrated by it. But Danny Ainge would not be wrong in saying, "Look, I mean, we never had an opportunity this year. We were never out there together. Hopefully next year's better. We'll see." Here's what I wanted to get into you with. So there's a friend of mine sent me a listing for this house. This is what happens just to give you a peek into your future. 10 or so years down the line. You just spend a lot more time looking at real estate, even if you're not thinking of moving, you just look at real estate. You just want to see, like, what your stuff could be worth, or
what the market's looking like.
What the market's looking like. Yeah, whatever it is. Well, I'm not interested in selling, but let's say I was. What could I get?
Yeah.
So he sends me this listing for a house. It's $1 million house. Okay. It's $1 million home. But the specifics, at least that are listed on this website, I can't wrap my head around. So it's just a shade under 2,700 square feet.
Okay.
For $1 million home, mind you, just a shade under 2,700 square feet. 4-bedroom, fine. 7 baths. How are there 7 bathrooms in a house that is 2,700 square feet?
So does every bedroom have a bathroom?
I don't even understand. Is there a bathroom in the garage that counts?
How many bedrooms are there?
4 bedrooms.
So you have to imagine each of those has a bathroom.
Sure. And then,
so that's 4.
Is there one off the kitchen? Maybe the laundry room has
probably
a toilet,
right.
That's a bathroom. You got
downstairs if there's a basement
bathroom.
Yeah.
But my goodness gracious! And then he says to me, and I didn't pull up all the facts. He says to me, it has a 6-car garage with a car lift.
Wow, this is a strange house.
Did a mechanic live there?
Is there a lot of property around the house? Like, is it like a smaller house with a huge yard? Like, what's going on?
I don't know. We had touchdown from McLaurin first of the day. I told him I got to look up more details on this house. But
Give it a drive-by.
7 bathrooms and a 6-car garage with a lift.
The lift is ridiculous. The 6-car garage is ridiculous.
Is this person a car collector? Like, is this Jay Leno's house?
Hey, Jay Leno is from Mass.
Hawk says probably half bathrooms, Kaufman. Yeah, I'm not assuming they all have showers or tubs. My point is, like, 7 even 7 half baths, which they're not all half baths. Like, who needs 7 toilets?
No, that's
in a
insane.
house that is 2,700 square feet.
Yeah,
there's one like every 6.
That's like mansion level.
It's like driving on 84 looking for an exit.
There's way too many toilets.
I'm saying, it's nuts. Oh wow, I can't believe they called him short. All right, 1st and goal. See if you can get in this time. No! McKissick stopped at the 1.
McKissick might stink.
He might today.
He might. You know what though? When you have 7 toilets in the one brief moment in time, maybe 2, that you needed 7 toilets, you're happy you have them.
I guess so. Oh my goodness gracious! McKissick is 0 for 3.
I told you he might stink. He might stink here, guys.
Oh, we have breaking news from Adam Schefter. And it's quarterback news.
Uh-oh.
And it involves the Patriots.
Oh, no.
And it's a signing.
Who?
Brian Hoyer's coming back on a 1-year deal. The Patriots have 4 quarterbacks on their roster. Why?
Is Stidham's going to be gone? It's my guess. Wow.
McKissick couldn't
had
get
to
it
bring
done,
in someone else.
Fortunately, there was another option, and it's Barber with the vulture score.
He deserves that. McKissick deserved that.
Well,
brutal showing by him.
We don't see a lot of Peyton Barber in Simland here. But you know what, McKissick? You gave him no choice.
Yeah, that's what that tells me, Koff, is that they don't like Stidham. Right? They drafted a quarterback in the 1st round. They re-signed Cam Newton on the team-friendly deal. What's the point of bringing back Hoyer? They clearly don't like Stid.
It's the first thing that occurred to me, too. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Hoyer is Cam Newton insurance if Mac Jones isn't ready yet and Cam gets hurt.
I mean, you don't need 4 quarterbacks on your roster.
No, definitely not. Unless you have a rookie Tom Brady that you for some reason carry 4 quarterbacks for because you really liked what you saw from that rookie in camp. Because he was the 4th quarterback.
So good for Jim McBride at the Globe. Apparently he posted this 25 minutes ago, but Schefter just posted it. So, notifications. That's why I'm
credit Jim McBride.
Jim McBride had it first. It'd be nice if anyone gave him credit. Jim McBride had it first. Patriots are re-signing quarterback Brian Hoyer. He had been with New England 2009 to 11, 17 to 18, and 20. Now gets a 4th go-round. Joins Cam Newton, Mac Jones, Jarrett Stidham on the roster.
He stinks.
I don't understand that at all. I really don't.
Oh, well. Oh, what a catch.
Woo! Some in the chat did not like the way that I sold that as news.
Is news. Is it worthy of reading on the sim? Questionable.
Yes, of course it's worth reading on the sim. Is it worth spending the next 4 minutes dissecting it? Probably not. But don't.
When you said quarterback at first, I was like Aaron Rodgers, but then I was like, wait, why did my phone not buzz?
Right. Where's my
I have the notification set up for that.
Where's my notification?
Yeah, what are my push notifications not working here?
Yeah, where's my notification? All right. So
Cody Doucette saying Prescott for MVP. What do you think? Dak got a shot this year?
For MVP? Nope.
I think if he comes out and the Cowboys win are
we presuming that he's going to look the way he looked in the first 4 games last year off the injury?
I would say
by the way the Cowboys are going to be any good, because just to point out, if Dak had done what he did last year over the course of a full season, but the Cowboys did what they did with him, meaning the offense was elite, the defense was trash, and they weren't going to win anything, and they weren't a playoff team, they weren't even a 500 team, he still wouldn't have been MVP.
I think if he was not injured and he continued playing that way, they would have won the NFC East. But I don't think that he would have won MVP, because I still think they probably would have been like a 8, 9, 10 win team, which isn't going to win you MVP. But I think if Cody saying Prescott for MVP, I have to imagine he thinks that Dak's coming back healthy. He's going to look like the dude that we saw before he got hurt, setting all those Cowboy records, and that they shored up their defense enough in the draft and through free agency to really contend.
Mike Bizzle, with a comment on the Patriots situation, says they probably question Cam's leadership and mentor skills for the youngsters. Honestly, Bizzle, I think it's less that and more no one short of Tom Brady knows the Patriot system better than Brian Hoyer. So if you're looking for a guy to teach Mac Jones in particular the system, I mean, Cam obviously isn't even fully versed in the system, and Stidham is not the future. We know that. So if you're looking for a guy to come in who is, not concerned about his playing future and is there to mentor, to teach, to basically be an extension of the coaching staff on the sidelines, who is not a coach in title, to teach Mac Jones, who is presumably your future, the offense, who better than Brian Hoyer? So I wouldn't be surprised if that's the mindset. I don't think it's as much a shot at Cam as a feather in Hoyer's cap.
Totally. And I'll call it a pencil in his ear instead of a feather in his cap.
Little Matt Patricia reference there for you?
Well, maybe that, but more so I don't want to give Brian Hoyer credit for, having just been around for a while. He just stinks. I'm still mad about how things ended in that Kansas City game. Dude, what are you doing? You've been in the league for so long. What a touchdown grab there, by the way.
Woo!
John Ross.
John Ross. First of the day, baby.
Ken Sandifer saying Saquon Barkley MVP. It's really hard for running backs to win MVP. You got to have an Adrian Peterson-like season back in, 2012? I think he rushed for 2,000 yards and was unstoppable. And really, Peyton Manning probably should have won MVP that year. but everyone kind of was down on Peyton because he had, just came into that ready-made system in Denver. It's really hard for a running back to win MVP these days. Derrick Henry didn't even get any votes last year.
It's true.
I looked it up, by the way. Josh Allen was second in MVP voting, only 4 votes. Mahomes only ended with 2. I was surprised by that. Rodgers obviously ran away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised by that too. Philip shouting out Josh Allen as MVP.
It's possible, man. He got 4 votes last year. If Rodgers gets traded to a team that isn't very good, like what if he goes to Vegas and they go like 500? Let's say then it's between Allen and Mahomes. And look, Allen got more votes than him last year. It's possible.
How you doing in the contest, by the way?
The last I checked, I was in the 20s, but that Ross touchdown, I feel like might have helped me, although I'm sure Ross was captained by quite a few people. Okay, so I'm in 24th.
Okay.
So I went down 1.
Believe it or not, Ross is not even in the leading lineup in our smaller free roll currently.
That's surprising. Sims
50th for me. Fox likes footballs in front by about 2 points.
Do we think Washington can avoid overtime here and get the dub?
No. But we'll see. All timeouts available.
Be smart here, Dwayne.
Haskins, the new Steeler. That's completed. Maybe you want to start thinking about, okay, there we go. Timeout. Timeout. WFT, the Washington football team.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to say WTF at some point here.
You just did?
Like multiple times on a broadcast. Yeah, but that was on purpose.
And that's why you will never be the voice of the Connecticut Sun.
That's right. Probably more reasons than just that, but yeah. I don't have WNBA talent. I'm Dreamstream.
Rebecca, who do you have in your lineup for this one?
Hey, Rebecca, you want to see me microwave a peep?
Rebecca, handle the call for a sec. I got to put away the groceries. Mike Reese, ESPN, as Globe Jim McBride first reported. The Patriots are set to re-sign veteran Brian Hoyer. Source confirms Hoyer adds a 4th layer to the QB room along with Cam Newton, Mac Jones, and Jarrett Stidham. Backup QB insurance as starting competition will unfold ahead of him.
Hey, thank you, Mike Reese, for giving Jim McBride the credit he deserves.
Yes. I mean, he literally lapped everybody by 20 minutes. But is he going to get the attention that Schefter and Rappaport?
You know what? I think that's okay, though, Koff. Like, I mean, he's breaking the signing of a 4th-string quarterback in New England. We're going to be okay. Why did Washington not win that game just then? You were in field goal range, guys. You couldn't figure that one out?
Sad.
We're really going to overtime here? What are we doing? Oy vey.
To overtime we go.
This is ridiculous.
Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, Joe, Jim, and Omps, producer Mike, Drew, our technical director, all hanging out with you. Good to be with you.
Well, let's see what we do here in OT here, boys.
So remember, here's how it works. Touchdown by Cincinnati wins the game. Field goal gives Washington an opportunity to tie, or of course, go ahead and win. If we remain tied up, be it 17-all or 20-all after each team has had one possession, sudden death. No ties here in Simland. None of that. Gross.
Get out of here.
We'll play on all night long if we have to.
All night long, all night. All night long, all night. I don't want us to do that, but if we
I
have
got
to,
other things
we
I'd
will.
like to do.
Yeah, I have another sim to call.
Yeah, I'd like to sit and listen to Madden After Dark.
With my man Moose.
Moose! I'd like to check out the third period of the Bruins and Caps.
Yeah,
I'd like
that'd
to
be
do.
nice.
The ball's picked up by Ross. Short completion. Burrow not even at 200 passing yet. He's getting there. 3rd and 9 from the 26 coming.
I'd like a Washington DST pick 6 to end it.
Burrow. Ugh, gross. I mean, good for you. Kerrigan gets his second sack, but
I'll take
we're
it.
Looking at a punt.
Jay Duncan, are you staying up for the Blues game tonight? I assume you are. You got that Blues logo as your icon. Game 1 of their playoff series getting
Frank
underway.
White, Koff, it's my birthday too. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, man. You know what I love about Simland? Somebody's birthday every day.
Hey, that's what's great about this world. And even if it isn't, we can pretend it is.
Have you reached that point in your life on Facebook where, you know, every day it's like 5 people's birthday, obviously, depending on how many people, you know, you're friends with on Facebook.
Right.
And but it's not just that, where you'll get the notification like it's so and so and 7 other people's birthdays today.
Right.
And you'll say to yourself, well, am I about to pick and choose whose wall I'm going to write on to say happy birthday?
I got to be honest.
Or am I just going to fade them all?
I rarely write happy birthday on people's walls on Facebook anymore. I'm not as active on Facebook as I was a long time ago. It's just like sort of become less of a thing for me. But there is the occasional, I'll always look at that notification to see whose birthday it is. And I go, oh yeah, it's so-and-so. I haven't thought about that guy in a while. Go creep on their wall for a little bit. Yeah. I won't write anything, but it gives me an opportunity to see who I'm friends with still. And there was a time.
At that point, maybe Drew says, I bet more people get deleted as friends on their birthday than any.
I was just going to say, Drew, when I was using Facebook more actively, 10 years ago or so, I would use birthdays as a way to cleanse my friends list. And see if I'm not gonna write happy birthday on your wall, I'm gonna unfriend you. There was a time where I did that.
I would have at
You'd
best
have no friends.
I'd at best a third of the friends that I have. if that were my breaking point.
Yeah, I thought it was a good strategy.
If I'm not willing to wish you a happy birthday on Facebook, I don't even need to be friends with you here. I'm going to start to do that and see how 1 year from now, we'll do the full calendar year of birthdays. 1 year from now, how many people I'm still friends with after today.
It's a smart if you really want to cleanse your list, it's a smart strategy.
I love that.
But then I just stopped doing it and then stopped looking at Facebook as much, so I didn't think to do it. But maybe I'll get back into it.
Nick says it's my wife and I's 4-year anniversary today. Nick,
wow,
what are you doing here with us?
You must have the best wife in the world.
Maybe you're both here. Happy anniversary to you both. Juan, thank you for the birthday wishes. Remember, if anyone's new, it's not actually my birthday. It's just something that happens here in Simlane. Noah asking, please, Koff, sprinkler TD now. Well, there's McLaurin into the bonus, 7 for 119. Maybe he can get one. Also, I can't let this comment go. Destiny had written, I was watching the sim on my TV YouTube, but I had to get on my phone to enter the chat and say to you two, never sing again. Destiny, you can hop in the chat on TV too. You don't need your phone for that. Oh, TL's in the chat.
Yeah,
Sup, freaks?
Yo.
Carolyn, stay tuned for postgame where I do my impression of you on Instagram.
Oh, yes. I want to see that.
I will break it out just for postgame.
Will there be a post game soon? That is the question. Is Washington going to score on this drive?
You know what? At a certain point, you just say, screw it. Let's have 5 overtimes.
No, we're not at that point yet.
You're not there yet?
No. We're still in the first OT. I have hope. We are not there yet, folks.
It's like
we are in field goal
Red Sox Dodgers World Series game that went 18 innings.
That was one of the worst days of my life.
In the 13th inning, I'm sitting there in the stands, 13th inning, or the auxiliary press box, and I said, I hope this game never ends. Go forever. I'm having the time of my life.
So that was the day I moved in to my apartment in St. Louis. I had gone out in Cleveland the night before, drank way too many Diet Cokes, was not feeling great, had finished the whole move. Me and my dad did everything that day. Drove, did all the moving in, blah, blah, blah. We're like, all right, we got the World Series game on tonight. This is going to be great. And then it just lasted forever. It was awful. It was just the worst. We wanted to go to bed so badly.
Destiny says, hey, well, at least me entering the chat on my phone is like another like and view. Win-win. Amen.
Hey, speaking of Facebook, why don't you guys go like my Facebook page? Look for @TommyFreezePops on Facebook. Go check it out. Post some content there. If you're Facebook users, go on there. Check it out. Trying to build that up a little bit.
Does Great Dane Nation have a Facebook page?
No, not yet.
Do you post Great Dane Nation content on your Facebook page?
I do. So if you're a Facebook person, you want Great Dane Nation content, boom, follow Tommy Freezepops.
That's what I like.
Check it out.
Check it out. Everybody check it out. What do we got? To the 5. Haskins up to 231 passing.
I really should post Dream Stream content on there.
Good.
I never think to. I always post it on Twitter, but
you do.
I forget about the old Facebook. I forget about the book.
400 people watching, by the way. Let's 275 maybe on the old like meter. Can we get there? Hit that like, hit the subscribe button. Much appreciated. twitch.tv/DraftKings. We see you. Give us a follow. Appreciate you.
Get in there.
All right, let's see if Washington can end this thing. Really no excuse not to. First and goal from the 5. Final minute of the extra session. Haskins overthrown.
Do not screw this up for us, Dwayne.
There's just no, short of turning it over, there's no way.
That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about.
Where's Peyton Barber?
You give the ball to Peyton Barber.
He's the only guy that knows how to deliver. Haskins, Dwayne, completed right side, and 1 yard pickup and a timeout. Litzow says, my girlfriend said it's me or the Sims. I picked the Sims, so now I need a girlfriend.
Hey, you don't need a girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm not even going to tell you chose wrong, because if she made you make that choice, she's
not for you.
You were going to have much tougher conversations in life. That's a blessing, sir. All right, Dwayne, just run. You had room.
Run, Dwayne.
Touchdown, Sims. The Sim ends with Sims.
That was good. I like that.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Told you had to roster that guy. That might be enough to, if I'm not already, to get me past you.
Really? You made a meteoric rise then, huh?
Well, I don't know. You don't have Sims.
No, but I'm in 28th.
All right. Well, we'll see. We'll find out as stats are, updated. Manual scoring takes a few moments, as we know. But going with what you've got to go off of right now, we'll look obviously at the stats in just a moment. Who do you like for the Krusty Koff player of the game in this one?
I'm looking at Sims here, owned in only 24% of lineups.
How many points did he have? Let's see.
He caught 2 tuds, I believe.
That's true.
It's got 15.8 as it looks right now.
Yeah, but that's with the 1 tud.
Yeah, so I mean that
right?
feels
that
wooden.
was his second, correct?
Yeah, that feels wooden nickely to me.
I think that's pretty wooden nickely.
I'm saying. And I'm going to give it to McKissick, babysitter Billy. Brutal game. 20 carries, 52 yards. What are we doing?
Yeah, he gets it for the for that one possession alone. Doesn't matter if he just excelled the rest of the game. That one possession.
Awful.
Ugh, gross. Just disgusting.
Those are the awards.
Meager says officially 150 out of 150 in the SimFam free roll.
Been there, brother.
Oh, Meager. Tough break. Yeah, we'll see how the scoring goes, the two of us, once everything is fully up to date, obviously. Be patient, folks, as always. We appreciate it. Be done in no time for you. Our ops crew is diligently crushing it, as always. Looks like all the receivers, save for McLaurin, were in the neighborhood of, 50-some yards or less, or fewer. So kind of a weird game in that way. But coming up, you've got one more sim to complete your Dream Stream day. And, of course, that will be this guy coming on back with Moose, Jeff Ulrich, for Bills Chiefs. You can get into that Josh Allen MVP conversation if you'd like, or the who's got the stronger cannon between Allen or Patrick Mahomes. I will return to Simland for a couple tomorrow on my kid's 3rd birthday, so don't say that I'm not with you, by the way. I'll be with you for the Madden Matinee at 2 with Zach Thompson and Kenny Ducey and I, prime time, 8 o'clock Eastern, Cardinals and Saints. Tom not working again until Wednesday after Madden After Dark tonight, so you will have to miss him tomorrow. You have no choice. But excellent. You guys are great. Just looking at you in the chat. Excellent, fun stuff. So thanks again to producer Mike, to Drew, our technical director, to Joe, Jim, both in Game Ops, and all of you in the DK Sim fam for watching along and being part of the conversation, really driving the conversation, as you always do. Hit the like on your way out if you're leaving, but we implore you to stay, because coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, you will have my guy, Pat Mayo of the Pat Mayo Experience, Jeff Feinberg with him, his good buddy. They will preview the course, run through all the odds when making their 2021 PGA Championship picks. Guys will give their fantasy golf picks, provide their one-and-done strategy for the event from Kiowa Island, and you got the one and only Tim Andercust. Andercust! He will drop in to reveal who is Andercursed at the 2021 PGA Championship. Excellent. Tommy, pleasure, pal.
Off. See, I got to go watch Smokey.
All right. Have fun, guys.
Mayo Experience.
Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience, presented by DraftKings 2021 PGA Championship picks, bets, one and done. If you want to get into a draw for upwards of like $800, $850 at different incremental levels, there's a $200 giveaway thanks to one of the viewers of the show who cashed himself $50,000 a few weeks back. He is added to the pot, so shout out Landon. Thank you for giving back to the community of Pat Mayo Experience listeners. So we have a few $33 giveaways, a few $20 giveaways, some $10 giveaways. So there's a lot of stuff to be giving away right now. Easy ways to do that. You subscribe to the newsletter, you're in the draw. You retweet anything you see on Twitter or share on Facebook, you're in the draw. But the big one to do is, and I put this in the description of the video and pod, is leave a 5-star review on Apple Podcasts for the Pat Mayo Experience, something generic that you enjoy about the show, or go in depth, whatever you want to do. I don't want you to take too much time to do it, and leave your Twitter handle or email address so I can contact you on that site if you end up winning. That is worth 10 entries into a draw if you do it. So everyone who's previously done it is already in the draw, but if you want to put yourself back at the top of the list, I recommend that you go do it again. All right? And I'm going to be pounding off with extra info, some giveaways that are exclusive to the newsletter, so I highly recommend that you hit up the newsletter. The DraftKings Pick Show with Ben Raza, already out. The Research Show, already out. Those are both on Mayo Media Network and the Pat Mayo Experience audio feed. If you're watching the video version, sub to the channel, smash the like, and give me your favorite long shot play at Kiowa Island, the ocean course, this week for the PGA Championship. Additionally, there are 6,667 spots in the Pat Mayo Experience DraftKings Listeners League. There's already 35 or 40% full, $15 to play, 3 max entry. There is $100,000 of guaranteed rake-free money in that prize pool. flat payouts. It is the best tournament on DraftKings. You get the link in the description, so you better get your spot now, reserve it, do whatever you have to do, all 3 entries, because you're going to miss out if you wait until Wednesday to go do that. Plus, the biggest thing that you should probably know about if you're concerned about betting or playing DraftKings or whatever it might be is that fantasynational.com/mayo gets you 20% off. And if you get the monthly membership today, it brings you from the PGA Championship this week all the way through the US Open. So you get major to major at 20% off on the discounted already monthly. So I highly recommend you go to fantasynational.com/mayo and go get yourself the Fantasy National membership right now. Okay? Jeff Feinberg is on the line with me. I don't know if you touted KH Lee or not, but I saw you cash a gigantic KH Lee ticket. I want to give a special shout out to Jeff Ulrich, who was on the show last week on the DraftKings show, who gave me the hard sell of why I should be betting KH Lee. I was like, no, I'm going to bet Doug Gim because I'm a genius instead. But congratulations, a 200-1 winner for both you and Mr. Ulrich. That is very nice. I saw a lot of people out there had it as well.
Yeah, I didn't tout it. I shared it with a few close personal people when it sort of looked like it was actually going to happen. And full credit to Jeff Ulrich, because I was trying to figure out where it came from. Like someone really smart, Pat, who knows way more about this stuff than me, I think broke into one of my betting accounts and put a little nibble on KH Lee at 200-1. Wow.
So
I don't even know how to think about that part of the board.
Yeah.
Like when we get into the show and get to that part of the board, I'm literally at like naming names. Like, I don't know, but there are people you trust that hit winners, and I seem to find them at those numbers. And if you give someone that maybe I've got like a piece of FOMO about, or just a vibe, I don't know. So there it is. Lucky enough to have, I don't know, man. I don't know. Whatever had me look at my phone and do that, bless the Lord.
Now you got a lot of money to waste this week.
Oh, I'm gonna. And here's the thing. It was perfect because I said this before. For the most part, like any event, Pat, I'll like just take my loss, move on, just try to get the next week. Unless unless you catch the book, like really sleeping, or in like a world that doesn't exist anymore in the current climate where I live, where like the wife is going to take the kids out or be gone somewhere all weekend. Like, no, I might like degen a tournament. But major championships, Pat, I'll like go down swinging or die trying. Like, I mean it. I will. And thank God for Hideki saving my bacon, throwing haymakers on the way down at Augusta a couple months ago. But I would expect this week to be no different for me. Love this stuff. It's like a fetish. These majors. And
go ahead.
Maybe I could do this when we have Tim join us. But like, I need to do an entire mea culpa, which I feel like I've alluded to over the past couple of years, but I really need a full throttle, like, apologize. I used to just really be annoyed by this tournament. Like, what a snob I was. Maybe I still am, some would still say, Pat. It was the fourth major. I was like, no kid has ever grown up trying to hit a putt to win a Wanamaker. Maybe Justin Thomas, because his dad was a PGA professional. So, like, I get that. The trophy is, like, obnoxiously large. The final major, sort of like in the Players, it tried to, like, remind you it was important, which always bothered me about it. But I don't know, man. Like, there's been a pocket of years, maybe since I really started getting into the game, appreciating the game, how beautiful the game is. The courses these championships go to year in, year out end up probably being like my favorite major layout. You look at the upcoming tracks, you look at the tracks that they, you know, what they require out of their golfers to win the championship. And I have fallen in love. Maybe it was as simple as that Ric Flair promo at Quail a few years ago when they went to Charlotte, but I have fallen in love with this championship. Hitting a winner in Morikawa last year didn't hurt.
No, hitting winners is always nice. That's usually how I gravitate towards what my favorite tournaments are. It's like, oh, I've hit like 3 winners here the past 5 years, which can only really be said for like 2 courses, and I think those are all my wins at that point. Essentially, if Morikawa wins, I'll win, and if it's at Harbour Town, I'm going to end up winning, it seems, every second year. So I guess we should find out who we shouldn't be betting, right? Like, isn't that step one of, because you look at the odds are pretty generous this week, especially I saw that right before we came on air, DraftKings Sportsbook updated their odds and they basically pushed everyone, even Rory ended up being pushed down the board. I was like, all right, I can around with a few of these. So now I got to really kind of narrow it down. And the first step I think we need to do that is figure out who's not going to win. And realistically, there's only one way to find out which golfer isn't going to win. And I think he might be standing by. I'm not sure, but we'll get to him very quickly because his name is Tim Andergust.
Tim Andergust.
That's not my name.
So the most important thing that we do on these major championship shows is bring you in so we can talk to you and figure out who you are betting this week, and maybe even try to find out who you think is not going to win this week at the PGA Championship. So who are the custy three? Who are the cursed three?
Well, I dispute that. As a big game hunter, I tend to hit these more often than I don't. But
okay, hold on. Let's rewind for a second. When was the last time you picked someone to win a major and they won a major?
You picked Rory at the Players, and that's like, what else did you do?
That's not a major. I picked Hideki to win the Players last year, and he did. I picked Rory years ago, and he did.
So what you're saying is that you've never actually picked anyone to win a major?
No, that's not true. I picked Phil to win the Masters the year that was before the Family Masters.
What, in 2008?
And I think it was.
Okay.
I hit a bunch of second and third places the last couple of years in major championships.
Yeah, which does good.
Well, it does in the one and done. I mean, I had a top 4 finish.
Tim, you're on a betting show. Second place doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, but for me, second place is really good.
And so it makes you feel good about losing.
You literally called yourself a big game hunter, and the first event you referenced was a tournament that was suspended after the first round last year.
If you don't think I'm going to take it as a win, you're very mistaken.
But you also claim that you hit these more often than not, and you've yet to prove an example of you hitting one.
I tend to hit them more often than not. But let's move on to the pick. So as I saw you put on Twitter, I had a dream on Saturday night about the PGA Championship, which is very strange that I had that, but I did. And I dreamt that Bryson DeChambeau won the championship. So I take that as a sign that I should pick him, because I wasn't planning on picking him, but I feel like I'm obliged to. So I've already used Bryson in one and done, so he won't be my one and done, but he's my pick to win the championship.
Now,
you know what I mean? There's not much that needs to be said about him. This course is nearly 8,000 yards long. This is a PGA Championship where length is going to be critical, more than usual, perhaps. So it's a really big advantage for him to have that length off the tee here, and I suspect he'll put it to very good use. So I think he's a very easy pick. And again, I had a vision, so I'm taking it. He's my first pick.
You had a dream. I guess the only question that I and the people probably need to know is, was it a wet dream?
Oh, God. No, of course not.
Are you sure about that?
I was at a PGA Championship. I don't know where it was, but I was there, and I was standing behind the 18th green, and Bryson hit an approach shot that went off the physical flag, like the fabric part of the flag, and dropped right to 2 inches to the hole, and then he walked up and putted it in. And then he threw his hat into the crowd like Mr. Palmer used to do. And he won so I just remember him winning. And I was like, woke up and went, well, this has got to be a sign. So let's go with it.
All right. So that is your first overall pick, is Bryson. Bryson coming in right now at 15-1 on the betting board at DraftKings Sportsbook. Who's number 2?
Number 2 is Colin Morikawa, who won this event last season. People would say, well, why are you taking the guy who won it last time? Well, if you look in the last several years, Harrington won back-to-back PGA championships.
Tim, you just said the last several years. That was 2005 and 2006. It's almost 20 years ago.
I believe it was 2007, 2008.
So more than a decade ago. So more than a decade is a few years for you.
Won back-to-back U.S. Opens in 17 and 18. You saw Spieth win back-to-back majors in 2015. So this idea that picking somebody who's already won, anyway, I don't take that that narrative into play. I think he's got a really good opportunity. He's playing good golf. I don't know what his odds are. He should be about 30 or 35 to 1, I'm thinking. But I think he's a pretty good bet here. So I'm going to play him. And he's my one and done as well.
All right. So he is 30 to 1 at DraftKings Sportsbook. But you just went on about how you need to have the length because you're going to have to navigate 8,000 yards. It doesn't worry you that he's not a big hitter?
He does not have the length, but he's a marvelous iron hitter.
That's true.
And I mean, if you don't have length, you need to make it up in some way with something exceptional. And he has exceptional ball striking ability. So I think that makes up for the fact.
You're also playing the opposite side of the coin. Like if it plays a different way, you might have the best player in the field.
Quite possibly. And
I mean, I'm not betting Morikawa, and I don't mean to like hyperbole actually call him the best player in the field, but
I know what you mean.
If it just ends up playing, because I don't know. There is debate as to how it would play. I obviously still lean to distance, but I heard Pat dial it'll like Ralph Wiggum when you picked him.
It wasn't great.
Well, and my third pick, because I always make three, is Mark Leishman. Not only is Leishman a good player in majors, he's been playing well recently.
Yeah, he is.
And I just think that if he were to break through in a major championship, I wouldn't be shocked at all if on the ocean, in sort of weird circumstances, as a marvelous player, he broke through. So I'm taking him as well. What is he? 60, 50?
I've seen it between 60. Maybe you could find an 80. I'm potentially interested in Leishman. I mean, I guess it's something me and Pat will debate further later on. I think his number is fair. He's kind of it feels like this is a moment he could be ready for on a course that does suit him.
I mean, I liked all three of these guys, and now I don't know what to do, Jeff. Like, I just cross. Like, this is what I want to do. I wanted to get Tim on so we could cross guys off the list. I don't like this at all.
I mean, there's certainly all three guys that survive multiple cuts as I am trying to figure out who I'm going to bet on. So
I wonder what these guys pay.
I'm also at the same time a little relieved because there's other people that I might have hated more to see him pick.
Well, I have no doubt that you guys will have a to miss the cut parlay.
Oh yeah, this one will be juicy too. Bryson, Morikawa, and Leishman, they'll probably pay like 100 to 1.
I can see it.
So who has no shot at winning? That's usually where you really come through in the clutch for us.
At the top of the board, I think both Schauffele and Cantlay have absolutely no chance to win this.
Cantlay is in a different place of the board since you last looked at a golf betting board. I promise you.
Maybe he is. I mean, he shouldn't be any more than like 40 to 1.
That's where he is. Yeah,
he's
in fact, he should be lower than that because he's not going to win. So, I mean,
okay, were you just about to say that he doesn't win or that he's not going to win?
I just said he's not going to win.
Okay,
an event like just not going to happen. So why bet it? So I'm out on those guys. I mean, I guess it's nothing to be fancy about to say you're out on Brooks Koepka, but I'm just completely out on him. I don't think he's healthy enough. I just don't know that there's any value in betting. I mean, I guess you could get to a number where there would be value on Brooks.
What would be the number? What would be the number for you that would be value on Brooks?
75 to 1.
All right, he might get there by the end of the week. He's at 50 to 1 right now.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard pressed for a book to hang a number like that because anyway, maybe they will. I mean, what do I know? Zalatoris too. Get rid of him. He had a great appearance at the Masters, and I was very excited for him to do well. Yeah, I think I would be surprised if he's teeing it up on Saturday. Put it that way.
So, Jeff, there's a bet for us right there. Will Zalatoris to win the PGA Championship? Easy.
Now,
easy done.
What are the odds? What are the rules here? Top 65 in ties and everyone within 10? What are the rules for the cut on this?
No, it's actually a bit different. It's 156 players. It's top 70 in ties actually get through. It's the only tournament left that's top 70 in ties. So when you consider that there's 20 PGA pros who probably all aren't going to make the cut, and like John Daly, the real deal Sean McKeel, Beam Bema, Rich Beam, they're all playing this week. They're not going to make the cut. So maybe 2 of those like 25 guys make the cut. Then you have a bunch of like international players from the Australian Asian Tour, the Korean Tour, that likely also don't have a chance. And it's really like 130 people in top 70 and ties. So I think you're going to see a lot more people make the cut than you would be used to here. Of course, a few of the big names are going to miss. It always happens, but it's going to be a lot less likely than it normally would be in all of the other majors, it seems.
Is there a secondary cut because 70 people have made the cut?
No.
No? Okay.
How mad are you going to be when the conditions are like really bad on Sunday and they have to go out in threesomes?
It would be very annoying. But like, if you remember the year that Jimmy Walker won this thing, that was a complete and utter travesty. Where they played 2 rounds on the Sunday and they played in groups. They didn't even switch up the groups from round 3 to round 4. They played lift, clean, and place. So the PGA of America here at Glory's last shot in May don't have any trouble with demeaning their tournament, even though this is a better tournament than the Masters. I still don't like the way the PGA of America does stuff. Sometimes.
They played in threesomes in 2012 when it was here when Rory won because everything got pushed back into Sunday that year as well.
And they let Rory, and they basically gave Rory the championship at Valhalla.
That was on TV recently.
It did feel badly in Valhalla too. So the PGA of America has a history of this.
That was Fowler was in the group with Phil.
Yes, he was.
And apparently, as it was told, Fowler gave the okay, and Phil was pissed.
I bet he was.
Phil was. Oh, what a guy! And now that Tim's here, I think it's important that we mention there's not much Phil can learn from Ricky Fowler. But he learned to just take an exemption without a care in the world. And that's a good thing. I say that in a good thing too. Phil earned it. There's no way this U.S. Open then next month should go off without him. And happy he came to his senses. And Ricky Fowler taught Phil, you can take a no guilt major exemption, my friend.
I think that's a fair point, Jeff. Also, I think it's because it's at a home course for him and Torrey. If this were next year at the country club, I don't think he'd have accepted it.
So now there's provisions on what you think Phil would have done to accept a U.S. Open exemption. Come on, give me your shit.
Yeah, well, really, he's just getting back the extra U.S. Open. He should have had a qualifier for.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot that you also count that as a win for you because you picked Phil.
I don't think it's a win, but I do think he would have won it. They basically played at the course that they played this week, the U.S. Open at. It was essentially the same course, same conditions.
Well, it's funny you mentioned Aaron Hills because I did my giant write-up that's up on DraftKings Playbook right now, and I've talked about this a few times during the week, that if the win doesn't come this week at the Ocean Course, it's going to play like Aaron Hills.
I agree. The winning score is going to be like 16 or 15 under.
But they seem to say the slightest win makes a real big difference here. And you don't know when it's going to...
No, it's the Ocean.
When it's going to come, and it'll come in spurts. I don't know. I like to make my bets, and normally for the Open Championship, I can wait a little, but I've gotten some good numbers, and I've pretty much bet them, and I got to now play the luck of the draw. It's just where I am.
I'm also not seeing any like exotics for this tournament, like exotic bets the way you get for the Masters.
Yeah, because we're recording this at like 9:00 on a Monday morning.
But if there's a no hole in one, the no hole in one comes in. It's an ocean course. It's windy. It's harder to hit the greens on par threes that are windswept. I don't see an ace on the cards for this year's PGA Championship.
A hole in one is minus 138 to happen. There is also no at even money, Tim.
I think you should take that bet. Take the even money. I mean, it's likelier not to happen than to happen. Again, say this all the time.
The odds would say, when was the last time this bet actually cashed for you? You get it wrong every major.
Hold on. Let's do this again. I mean, Tim, you and your friends, like when you are out there playing golf with your friends and all those rounds, none of you have ever hit a hole in one. Therefore, these PGA pros over 4 days, not happening, right?
It's unlikely. Not saying it's impossible. It's not the safest of safe things, but it isn't likely. Most tournaments on tour do not have an ace. It does happen.
How confident are you that what you just said is a real fact?
I think it is a real fact because
Tim, are you telling us facts or are you telling us your feelings? Are you living your truth? I guess is the big question.
My experience of most of these tournaments is mediated through Twitter and the responses that people send me every time there's a hole in one, pretty much. at any tournament. I don't
So
like
you get that tweet like
here's my hot take. I don't like hole-in-ones. I don't like them. I think it's sort of like cheating the course by getting a freebie when you hit it. I don't like it. I don't like them. I would far prefer seeing someone go up there and tap in a little birdie for 2 under. I just never ever liked a hole-in-one, and it's got nothing to do with me never having one. It's got nothing to do with me being close but never getting one. This is not my private grievance that I'm bearing here. It's just a fact that I don't like them. It seems like a cheat code when you get a hole-in-one, so I always cheer against them happening.
a skill cheat code. What's wrong with you?
But it's luck. In the end, it is luck.
I'll give you this. Like what you just said is insane. It's insane. Like, so that also applies if I hole out from the fairway for eagle, right?
That is far more impressive. That is not off a perfect lie on a peg. That is a shot that it's a far more difficult shot.
Okay, I'll give you that.
It's 1,000 times more impressive.
The only thing I will say to your ridiculous take is I believe a pure eagle is nicer than like a hole-in-one. Like three beautiful shots, even like an 18-foot like perfect putt to me involves like more skill than a hole-in-one. But to your take is insane. It's insane.
Right. The thing is, I'm right. I'm just right about this.
I think that people should go on Twitter to @TimAnderson87 to let him know whether he's right or wrong about this. Maybe, Tim, you'll have a lot of supporters. Probably not.
You like, as Faraday always says, like when a bunker shot like grazes the hole and is an inch away, could have gone in for the same price. Like I don't understand. Like everyone acknowledges, yeah, the ball like could be. There's a bit of luck. There's a level of luck.
Yeah, there's a little luck. Yeah, just a little luck. Yeah, okay.
In it dropping in the hole, but you executed the perfect shot, and you gave yourself the opportunity to have that one in 1,000, whatever.
You want an eagle? Do what Morikawa did at Harding Park. Get a perfect tee shot on a par 4, and then make a great putt.
There's lots of ways to make a to make a double circle.
I find some to be far more satisfying and legit than others.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. That's not what you said. Because I agree with that point. Some are more satisfying than others to the eye.
And I don't like them.
Okay.
I don't like them. I don't cheer for them.
Before we let you out of here, do you have any final thoughts about the PGA
they're playing the
Championship?
highlight?
Pardon me?
Do you have any final thoughts about this before we cut you loose?
I have to say that I'm very excited for this tournament.
Really?
I think in May on the coast, this should present much more interestingly than it did in August, the last time it was played. The conditions should be more in play. And so we should have a fun weekend of golf.
And Tim, I apologize to you just before you came on. A mea culpa. Somewhere along the road here, my friend, I have fallen in love with this championship, whether the oversized trophy or that 4th spot, or no kid ever practiced that they were hitting the winning putt for this thing compared to the other majors. But the course selection and the championship committee, I think they've hit home runs year after year after year.
Yeah, I basically agree. I mean, I can nitpick. I thought what they did at Baltusrol, for example, was disgraceful. But more or less, I agree with you.
All right. We're going to be breaking down the entire tournament, the entire odds boards in about a second. But before that, we need to say goodbye to Tim Undergust.
Tim Undergust.
And yes, that is his name. Let's jump into the course. The Ocean Course, Kiowa Island. It is the longest PGA Championship and major course in history, 7,848 yards. They're going to change the tees around each day, so it might not play that long each of the rounds. It's a par 72. Obviously, Colin Morikawa is the defending champion of the PGA Championship, but Rory McIlroy was the winner the last time it was contested at this course in 2012. He won by 8 strokes over a bunch of short-hitting Euros, so that's kind of interesting to see. It only played 7,500.5 yards that year, although guys didn't hit it quite as long back then. Like, your shorter hitters were super short, and even your longer hitters, I mean, Tiger was still up there in terms of driving distance, along with Rory at the time. Rory is still up there. He's gotten longer off the tee over that time frame. So the players that I'm looking for, I think it goes into one of 2 buckets, and it's really hard to assess the weather, Jeff, when looking at it, because I looked at it last night and it looked like it was going to be super gusty throughout the entire weekend. I tuned back in this morning. It looks like there's absolutely no wind. So I feel like this is going to change every 4 hours. All I can tell you, and Tim was kind of right, I live on the Atlantic Ocean. I played a ton of golf on the Atlantic Ocean. There is no rhyme or reason of what direction the wind's going to come from, when it's going to start picking up. It just randomly appears. And that is a huge variable at this tournament, because initially I had liked Bryson too, but I think Bryson needs to know what he's dealing with going in. Then he can calibrate to it. Like, adjusting on the fly for him is not something he's really done all that well.
You're right. You're right. It's like a coach, like off a bye week where like the situation is as it's going to be presented. There are limited variables into weather and how the conditions. I think that's a really good point. Everything, everything becomes such a bigger deal to him that other guys, just to name a name like a Dustin, might not even be calibrating out there.
Yeah, just
good or bad.
Dustin Johnson might not be awake enough to even notice that it's just blowing so badly. He's like, all right, I'm
gonna hit my shot. Yeah, it's a hard spot here, Pat. There are kind of a couple angles. You see that predicted yardage, and you do sort of see the people debating. There's no way it'll play to that. I guess they do a good job. I like how this tournament is done. How I mentioned with Tim, they'll set it up daily differently. Will they really play it to those tips? Even if they take it in a bit, it's still incredibly long. But if you watched or you follow or you look at that 2012 leaderboard from Kiowa, and it was on Golf Channel last week, and I know a lot of people were watching it, and you see what David Lynn, like for him to be second place in a field like that, and you see a lot of guys that might not have been the longest hitters of the golf ball really have strong performances on that leaderboard. It makes you not want to put red ink through a consortium of guys you might label as like tough or feisty Europeans. So
it's that type of player though, and this is almost, there's two things that I find that are almost impossible to quantify this week when looking at stats. It's either you watch it and you have a good feel for this player, or you don't. Like, there's a lot of elevated greens here, so you're going to see a lot of players. If the wind picks up, they're going to be like, let's say Jason Day, for example. Jason Day is such a high ball hitter. He's going to really have the wind come at him. The higher he hits the ball, it's going to affect his shot more. Bryson, very much the same way. But then you have the Matthew Fitzpatricks of the world who are really good with their long irons, especially on like links style courses. And I would call this a somewhat links style course. Yeah. It's not a true links, but it's about as close as you're going to find outside of like Trinity Forest. But it's also on the coast, so you have the weather that goes along with it. But like if he tries to run up his shots from 225 out, he still needs to get them up the hill. So I just think around the green is going to be huge this week.
Well, that's very important. And how do I put this? You look at the stats, Pat, and you even see Rory last time. Yeah, he won by those, what was it, 8-6 at the 2-point conversion or no conversion?
With the 2-pointer. They decided not to kick the XP.
He led the field in scrambling, as well as being like top 5 in every single driving ball striking category.
Well, this is almost exactly what I wrote about. Is I don't think that you can look at Rory and his performance at this course and take anything away from it. It was best player in the world plays great, he wins. Like if Dustin goes out and plays to his 99th percentile outcome, he's going to win by 10 strokes this week. If JT does it, he's going to do the same. If Rahm does it, it's the same. There's like 6 guys. Like if they
Rory brought his ceiling to a major champion. When one of these super elites brings their ceiling to a major championship, and they do what they do very well, and then the things that can escape them, like chipping and putting, end up being like number 1 in the field and scrambling. That's the result we get. But you're going, it's like, I want to rely on how do you put this? Even though you have to look at the greens and reg numbers though. Like even in leading the field in greens and regulation, you're still going to miss a lot of greens here, Pat. Like even if you're top 5 in the field. So you could look at this guy who's ball striking the shit out of it, and we're sitting there Friday doing a cut sweat, and oh my God, he has not been able to save himself ever. And he's just gone despite the ball striking.
We are doing a cut sweat show this week on Friday. You're good with that? I didn't run that by you, but we're good for that, right?
Yeah, no, buddy. That's like ingrained. You would have to tell me we weren't doing it for me to think there would be a change.
I'll have to work on my setup here to figure out how I'm actually going to watch this. But so
same.
I'll
We'll
put it in the
figure it out.
newsletter. I'll tweet it out that it'll probably be like 4:00 p.m. Eastern time on Friday. That's what I'm guessing. That when the live Cut Sweat show is going to be. That's only going to be on
But
YouTube.
Pat-
So subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Yeah.
I would also say you were absolutely right. This does have a lot of links tendencies. I think a lot of the guys that were on that leaderboard, like last time, had wins on a links course.
This course is just a bunch of guys who play well at the Heritage. That's what it was last time.
Do you know also everyone this could outside of a couple, there's so many guys. I was listening to the Bamford Golf podcast. So many guys on last time's leaderboard have a top 5 at Quail Hollow and the Honda Classic.
I mean, that would make sense because that kind of takes the best of both worlds where you have that daunting length of Quail Hollow, but then you also have those weird conditions and wind and the difficulty. But the biggest thing, too, is when I went back, because I watched that final round over the weekend when it was on, I recorded it, went through it, is that, remember when we saw Sink keep putting from off the green at the Heritage and it worked out fine? You can do that here, just like you can at the Players, too. So you also have that weird Pete Dye element of this course.
Yeah, and then when you look at, Pete Dye stats, it's so hard though, because I don't know, I want to quantify like the PGA West to something here. Like this is almost like a really different Pete Dye course, although it has a lot of the Pete Dye elements, right?
Yeah, I don't think the PGA West would be the one. I think Whistling Straits is obviously the one that you.
No, I mean, because you could just blindly look at Pete Dye stats. Like,
Sure.
How does this guy play on Pete Dye courses? And that brings up a lot of Heritage and PGA West and a lot of courses that I feel like don't really give me anything for this place.
Well,
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, I don't know about Heritage though, because when you think about Heritage, yeah, it's like 1,000 yards shorter, but it's also a coastal course that's played in the same region and when you go back and look at that leaderboard, oh, there's Poulter, oh, there's Graham McDowell. Like those are guys that play well at the Heritage. But maybe it's 10 years, later, and that's not going to be a thing anymore.
I don't know. I'm pretty hyped. I doubt I'll have a winner, but I'm pretty hyped as for this event on this course.
up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back to the Dream Stream. My name is Jeff Ulrich, and we've got one more rip-roaring Madden stream to bring it here on this Monday night. I think it's Monday.
Yeah, it's
Sounds
Monday.
about right to me. Is it Monday, Tom? Just confirm
Yeah.
that. Okay.
It's Monday Night Football, baby. Let's go.
This day, my Mondays feel like they're about 5 days long, so it could be any day in my mind. But lineups have locked. We got the Bills. We got the Chiefs, Kansas City Chiefs. And, we got some pretty big fantasy performers. Josh Allen, Tyreek Hill's in the house, Travis Kelce. I have a co-host today, which, like I was telling Tom, it's already an improvement over the last time I was on the stream. So I'm very excited. Tommy S. Freeze Pops here. Who'd you put in your captain spot for your lineup, man?
I got Steph Diggs in there for $12,600. I had him for my last Bills sim. He did okay, not to the level that I wanted him to do. So I'm giving him another shot. We'll see how this goes. I got both quarterbacks with Allen and Mahomes. So I spent a fair amount of money on my top three dudes here. I got Robinson in there. I always get him in when I have the Chiefs because he's a low-price guy and he always performs. I got Lee Smith in there. I think he's good value at $6,200, 8.4 a sim. So I had, a couple $1,000 remaining. Got Harrison Butker in there. Buttkicker.com.
Yeah, I have the one who knocks, Dawson Knox, in my lineup today. So we went YOLO with a tight end 2 or whatever he is. I got Josh Allen in there and Mahomes, and then I put Kelce in the captain spot, faded Tyreek, which really never works out well. So I don't know why I did it, but
yeah, I have neither in my lineup, so we'll see how this goes.
Wow.
And I don't have CEH, so
who did
the
you
more I'm
pay
looking
up
at
for?
this is horrible. I have Diggs in the captain spot with Allen and Mahomes.
All right, we'll see how that works out for Tom. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like his chances.
No, neither do I, honestly. I should have at least gotten Kelce in there. That's bad. It's bad.
Luckily, it's just a free roll. And,
that's
we're
the
just
beauty,
playing
baby.
for Stanley Nichols and Shoebucks here. So, but there are people playing for paid contests here. Hope you guys having a good day. Hope you're making some green. Gonna make some green starting next week on Thursday with the PGA Championship, folks. Make sure you tune in for the golf show tomorrow. It's after the 2 p.m. sim. Reed Fowler and I coming on around 1 p.m. That's wrong. Around 3 p.m. Eastern. And should be after the 2 p.m. Eastern sim. God, this Eastern Standard Time, Tom, just kills me every time.
What are you on, Mountain?
After the 2 p.m. Eastern sim, get the green golf show. Me and Reed Fowler around 3 p.m. Eastern. There, I said it. Don't confuse me again.
Do it again one more time.
No. Moose, when is BG on tomorrow? What is BG, dude?
Brendan Glasheen. That's Kyle's guy. He loves Glash.
Kyle, I don't know when Glasheen is on. I enjoy working with Glasheen, but I'm definitely not his handler.
Yeah, I don't have his schedule memorized, unfortunately, Kyle. But just know, you tune in tomorrow at some point, Glash will be here.
Probably. That's a good bet right there. That you tune in.
I will be off tomorrow night. I'll be back on Wednesday for a couple sims at night, and then I'll be off until early next week because my sister's coming in town. So, when the visitors come in town, I try to scale back my dream stream work so I can show them around town, have a good time, maybe have a few Diet Cokes,
Wow, the sister.
Yeah.
This is Freeze Pops or
no, that's not how that works.
No, that's I was going to say that doesn't sound right. I don't know. I can't.
Sister of Freeze Pops.
Your sister is here. I'm sure you guys will get up to trouble.
Yeah, we're going to show her around town, hit the barbecue spots. She's going to head out to the future in-laws' house, meet the family dog. Her and Boomer will bond. It's going to be a great time.
Excellent, my friend. Good for you. You deserve a long rest. Been carrying this operation for
my
the past
back
month
is
or
killing
so.
me.
Guys like Glasheen, I got a WNBA job now. I got to take some time off. Here's Allen back to pass and over the middle. Boom.
Never forget where you came from, Glash.
Brandon Glasheen made his WNBA debut, though. I think it was last night, actually. It was
Yeah?
Yeah, it was last night. Ugh.
Last night was Sunday, Jeff. Remember, it's Monday.
I told you, man. Mondays feel like 5 days long to me. So. Wasn't kidding. Thanks, Rob Rand. Yep, had a big winner last week in PGA. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Love that. Biggest win of the year for you?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I hit Sam Burns at 70 to 1 3 weeks ago, but this one was a little bit bigger. Definitely bigger odds.
Oh, Josh Allen with the stutter. Oh my God.
No.
That's devastating.
No.
That's awful.
Oh my God, I'm sure the DK Sim fan won't be tilted at all about this.
Oh,
You've
I
got
mean, look,
to be kidding me.
He was in my lineup. That's unreal.
Wow, loses control of the football as he's going over the goal line.
Oh, Josh, what are you doing, bro? 2 hands on the ball.
Just look away. Oh my God. Oh man.
Oh man, that's brutal.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting pretty excited to read the chat comments after this one. Yeah, that sucks, dude.
That stinks so hard.
That was yeah.
I'm upset. I'm upset.
Nobody will be mad. Everyone will be understanding. It's all good.
I thought he was in.
That's like the second time I've seen that in like the last 3 weeks. Like a guy fumbling on the goal line. Actually, I feel like I've seen that a lot. One of those
Definitely
things
happened in a game I've done within the last 48 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know who I was with or what team, but I know that's happened because I remember this feeling.
I've definitely seen a quarterback do that before, but I'm pretty sure I saw a running back do that the other day too. So
maybe we were together.
Chiefs ball, no matter how hard we complain.
Well, hopefully they only throw it to Robinson here because I don't have anyone else in my line.
No, it's Tyreek, the guy we both faded. So
yeah, no, this cannot be starting any worse for me. Although Steph Diggs did get a fair amount of work on that first drive.
We're going to finish last and second last, so it's okay.
That's never happened for me before.
Got to build up the chat. So what are you going to get up to when your sister's around then? You going to go for dinner? Is it the restaurant's open where you are?
Well, so yeah, we're back in business here in St. Louis. Everyone's vaccinated. We're all having a good time, free to party, do your thing. She gets in late Friday night. We're going to just hang around. We're going to order some St. Louis style pizza that night because she hasn't tried that yet. I am not the biggest fan of St. Louis style pizza. It's something I've come to more accept than love, I'll say. So she'll give that a try. She does like pizza. I think she'll enjoy it. So chill Friday night. Saturday, I am renting a golf cart. I've talked about this in the past. My neighborhood here in St. Louis. Oh, that's a nice play there by Mahomes, finding, I believe, a man that's not in either one of our lineups, Tyreek Hill, with the score.
We're done. But that was a nice play. Just a bullet over the middle. Tyreek going up to get. That's 299 players basically on the pitch and toss there.
That's beautiful right there. Wide open too.
Laser beam from the 40-yard line.
Beautiful ball. So yeah, we're going to do the golf cart thing around our neighborhood here in St. Louis. Pop around to a few taverns, hit the farmers market, have a good time. Then we're gonna head out to Morgan's family's place for a cookout. Like I said, we're gonna hang out with the dog out there. Boomer's always excited to meet new members of the fam.
Right, is Boomer like the Chihuahua? Like
yes, yeah, he's the Chihuahua mix.
Oh
yes.
yeah, he's got in the big ears, right? Oh yeah,
yeah, big old ears. Yeah, he's a good.
Morgan
he's
showed me the
hang.
picture last time. Now it's all
That's right.
back.
Yep. So we'll get Boomer in the mix there. Then we'll head back to Soulard, hit the taverns again that evening. Sunday we got some brunch plans. We'll go. We're gonna head into St. Charles, which is a nice historic area in St. Louis. Walk around over there, kind of a chiller Sunday. Monday, gonna hit the St. Louis Zoo, which is one of the best zoos in the country.
Nice.
And,
I love a good zoo.
Yeah, then we'll get some nice Italian food that night at this place called Charlie Gito's, one of the best Italian restaurants around. And then she's back to Boston on Tuesday. So a quick little trip, but it'll be fun.
Yeah, man. Always good. Good you can go and do stuff now too, right? So.
Oh, it's so nice. So nice. We're getting close, people. We're so close. Bruins tying it up, third period.
Oh, excellent.
3-3.
As I was telling Tom, I may have partaken in a small bet there. A couple people asking in the chat, Tom, what is St. Louis pizza? I am also asking because I don't know.
St. Louis pizza.
St. Louis style pizza.
Yeah, so it's a really, really thin crust. It's more akin to a cracker than a pizza crust, I'd say. It's very thin. It's very crispy, and your regular pizza sauce on there, and then they use a cheese that's really only eaten in St. Louis called Provel cheese, which is a mix of a bunch of different cheeses. So that's your St. Louis style pizza, and then obviously you can get toppings, etc. But it's the two things that make it St. Louis style is the extremely thin cracker crust and the Provel cheese.
I'm a big fan of thin crust pizza, so
sounds
right up my alley.
I think you'd be into it. It's the Provel cheese that takes getting used to, honestly.
Well,
it's getting both of those unique sensations at once, where it's sort of like, whoa, what is this thing?
That I mean, there you go. It's like the one thing I always say this. I always learn one thing on these DK sims every time I'm on. There's
St. Louis style pizza.
I did not know there was such a thing. Now I know.
Neither did I until I moved here, because it's not like it's not like barbecue in St. Louis where everyone knows, oh, St. Louis has great barbecue, right? Like St. Louis style ribs is a thing around the country.
Right.
Well, St. Louis style pizza is not the same way that like Chicago style pizza is, deep dish around the country. It's just not like a thing outside of this region. It's because it's so weird. It's just weird. You guys got to try it at some point in your life, and you'll understand what I'm saying.
It's more unique. It hasn't been like popularized there, so.
Yeah. Well, it's really popular here. There's a place called Emo's, spelled
right. No, like
IMO.
outside of St. Louis. Sorry. Yeah.
Really outside of Greater St. Louis. Like I wouldn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, Missourians or St. Louisans that are in the chat here. Really outside of St. Louis, like not even in Missouri is St. Louis style pizza all that popular. I mean, it's really just like St. Louis and Greater St. Louis where it's a thing.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
I did not know that existed. That's cool.
Chine Walker saying it sounds like Tombstone. No, it's really not. It's not like Tombstone. It's telling you, if you haven't been here, you've never had it. It's not really. It doesn't really exist anywhere else.
I'm intrigued. Not gonna lie. If Emerson was here, his mouth would be watering.
Damon Ariel asking about Blueberry Hill. We might hit Blueberry Hill. It's a good spot. That's actually where Chuck Berry got his start. That used to be the place where he'd play every night. Blueberry Hill over in the Loop here in St. Louis. Cool area in town.
You're making St. Louis. You're doing quite a sell job on St. Louis here. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey man, if you're marrying a St. Louisan, you got to know all the cool St. Louis stuff.
Absolutely.
And honestly, when I was being courted to come here for the job, these were all the things that they kind of sold me on and took me on the tour. So like I still kind of have all that tour knowledge.
Chuck Berry lived here. How bad could it be?
There's a Chuck Berry statue right outside of Blueberry Hill.
Nice. All right, we got Mahomes shotgun. They're back with the ball. They're in their own side, but they're not going to be there for very long because they're just completely destroying the secondary with Tyreek Hill. Mahomes, I believe he's already over 100 pass yards in this queue.
Pete Prado saying Chicago pizza is more like lasagna.
Yeah, that's true.
It's more like lasagna than regular pizza, but I feel like when people say that, it's a little bit of a stretch. Like lasagna doesn't really have hard crust anywhere, whereas Chicago pizza, like there's the crust element is underrated. There's a hard crust involved.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's definitely unique. Like I wouldn't. It's like lasagna style pizza, I guess.
It looks like lasagna.
Yeah, but you're right. It doesn't taste like lasagna. You can make it to taste like lasagna, I guess.
Kareem saying St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge Chicago deep dish pizza guy. I mean,
yeah, I think it's good, but I prefer New York style, normal East Coast style pizza. Kareem says St. Louis versus Kansas City. Go. I've been to Kansas City once. Morgan and I went there for Labor Day a few years ago. Had a great weekend there. She lived there for a few years. Great place. Stayed on the plaza. Fun city. But I've lived here much longer. Obviously, one weekend sample size of KC, really liked it, but I got to ride for the loop. Come on.
I don't really get the whole New York pizza thing either, Fantasy Hawk. So we'll talk about that in the second Q, because the best pizza I've ever had was from Italy, which is basically where it was invented, which makes sense.
That makes sense.
Anyways, we are done the first Q. 7-0 Kansas City. The Chiefs, like I said, I mean, the Bills moved the ball. They just fumbled it at the goal line. So, but Patrick Mahomes over 100 yards. Tyreek Hill is legitimately almost at the bonus. 5
Yeah,
catches,
we are
100 yards.
really stupid.
I even told myself this is stupid. Like, why are you fading it as I was making the lineup? I'm like, you're an idiot, basically. But I still did it.
Same. I have Lee Smith in my lineup, by the way. He's got 1 catch for 5 yards. So why do they even pay me to do this?
We got a this is like we're encouraging the chat. See, you guys are all better than us. Anyways, that was the first Q. Went along pretty quick. A lot of offense, a lot of yards, that's for sure. Just like
Before we get into the second quarter here, Jeff, I just want to remind Madden fans, refer your friends to DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. Simply scan the QR code that's on the screen right now, or visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends, and when they deposit, you both play for free. So pop your phone up, scan that QR code. It's super easy, and you're playing for free, baby. It's free. What's better than free?
Nothing.
I don't think anything.
You explained that very well, Tom. Good job.
Thanks, Jeff.
And we're into the second quarter. A smooth transition. Nothing is better than free. I love free stuff.
I love free stuff. Even if it's not good, I'll take it if it's free. In this case, it is good.
You know what's free right now? Tyreek Hill, because it's just spouting off fantasy points for free every time.
He's such a beast.
We go here. Ridiculous.
Is Tyreek Hill like the most underrated superstar level receiver in the NFL right now? Like, I feel like he never gets thrown in the best receiver in the league conversations. It's always Devontae Adams and Julio Jones and Michael Thomas. Like, Tyreek Hill is right there.
Absolutely, man. There's nobody who stretches the field better and just like can do, you can work him on any kind of play. I would rather have him than all those guys. I mean, I think he makes his quarterback, well, it's really close between him and Devontae Adams, but I would take Tyreek.
It's special what we're seeing right now in Kansas City. I mean, Hill, Kelsey, and Mahomes are 3 dominant all-time great talents, all there at the same time. We don't see this often.
No,
I don't think that we're fully appreciating what we have right now in Kansas City. It's just like, oh, Mahomes, he's amazing, but like Kelsey's one of the best tight ends of all time. Hill is a legitimate all-time great talent, and Mahomes could end up being the greatest quarterback of all time. It's crazy special. And Andy Reid's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, M. Roach brings up Kelsey. 80 Poker says, how can he be underrated? Well, he's underrated because, like Tom said, like he just, when you talk about the best receiver in the league, it seems like he just doesn't get brought up for some reason. When you talk about fantasy, it's like, Tyreek's awesome. But it's like, best receivers. Oh no, like we got to talk. Oh, that's a pick. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Shocking. I don't see Mahomes.
That was legit shocking. Rossi and I were talking about this the other day. Like, which receivers would you draft high in your fantasy drafts? Like, who's going to be the first mix of receivers you pick before you get back into like your second level of running backs? I don't even think we brought up Tyreek Hill, and it was just a complete oversight. Like, I'm just realizing now. We brought up Steph Diggs before we brought up Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
I think we brought up Calvin Ridley. Like, what are we thinking? Tyreek Hill it could be a fringe top 10 pick in fantasy if you really are in the right PPR league.
The thing about Hill last year, his targets went up. Like, he's getting targeted like peak Antonio Brown last year. So,
right.
Like, I think he might be in for the next couple of years. Just insane stuff from Tyreek Hill if he stays healthy. So he'd be my number 1 receiver. I like Steph Diggs. Devontae Adams got the Aaron Rodgers thing going on still. Now, if Aaron Rodgers comes back, I mean, I can definitely understand taking Devontae Adams over Tyreek Hill, but I would, it's
even still, it's a real conversation to have with yourself.
Yeah, it's between those two for me, and I think it's extremely close, and I think you can make a very good case for Hill.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Pete's right too. Like everyone talks about the Chiefs, they talk about Mahomes, or they talk about Kelsey. So I think that's just part of the reason why it gets a little bit underrated. But
yeah, no doubt. It definitely shouldn't be that way. Even Justin Jefferson gets talked about more than Tyreek Hill. It's crazy.
Okay, Alan. Oh, there we go.
What a move!
Put the spin cycle on, Steph Diggs.
He heard the Hill love. He said, "Hey, what about me?"
No, absolutely. Steph Diggs, top 5 receiver. Just because I wouldn't take him. It's like maybe 2 guys. It's probably about it for Steph Diggs. I'd probably take him over. Michael Thomas is very good, but I'd take Steph Diggs. Considering
especially now with the quarterback situation so unclear in New Orleans, we all think it's going to be Jameis week 1, but how long does he keep that job? If they switch to Taysom, I mean, are they going to even throw the ball? Who knows? It's up in the air, and he's a great talent. It's just you have to consider who's throwing the ball in fantasy.
All right, here we go. Going to tie it up. Hold on to the ball, Josh.
So I'm being prompted by Sean Preston on YouTube to ask you how to hit the like button.
Oh, man. You guys know how to do it. Just twirl that little thingy down. We're at 280. Good job today, guys. Appreciate it.
Good number.
Good number. Solid number. Let's get over 3 for the day. Good numbers showing up here on a Monday night.
Love that. Oh, DeAndre Hopkins, Jordan Lindenbaum brings up too. That's another guy that we kept talking about too. We just completely. And the thing is, we didn't bring up Tyreek Hill. No one in the chat corrected us either. That's how you know that this man is overlooked, yet we all know how good he is.
Exactly. It's just, it's like easy to forget a little bit because, like we said, we talk about the Chiefs.
And it's not like he's like he's not like out in the media talking a lot too. Like he's sort of a shy dude when it comes to that stuff. He's not in a million commercials. He's had his off-field problems, so I understand why he's not, marketed in the way like a Juju Smith-Schuster is.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's a good point. But the dude
is talented at football, man.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. He's not in the limelight as much, and that's self-imposed. I mean, obviously he's had
probably
his personal issues. There's no doubt. I mean, not going to pretend like they don't exist, but that is part of the thing, right? People either have a negative opinion about him, so they don't want to talk about him, or they just forget about it. He's easier to forget because he's not in the extra stuff, like you said. Like he's not out there on social media like Juju doing, stealing people's bikes or whatever. whatever that guy does.
I know.
Gonna get in.
Tud.
Yes.
Didn't fumble that time.
Zach Moss. It is.
All right.
The rookie.
That's a vulture.
It's a bit of a vulture, isn't it? I saw some people in the chat throwing out Zach Moss's name.
Good for them.
I can't see him being very highly owned, though.
No.
The Bills D was only 8.5% owned.
Bills D took a real step back this past season. And I was really wondering why.
They did.
They returned a lot of guys too. I don't know why that happened.
You guys want to hear the hottest take I've heard for NFL in a while?
Uh-oh. Let me get the oven mitts on.
Kenny Ducey, said that the Bills were going to start 1-6.
He hates Josh Allen more than anyone I know hates any player. Why? What was his argument?
They had a tough schedule, and their defense, they didn't do anything to improve it, which is actually a lie. They drafted defense in the first round, but I think they signed.
Don't let facts get in the way of a good argument.
Yeah. Their defense had holes. They don't have the greatest pass rush. Linebacker core is okay. He's the dude. He missed a bunch of the year. He really didn't play that good last year. Anyways, their linebacker core can be a little thin. So it's not the worst defense in the league or anything. Like, we're not talking about the Raiders, but he's right. You know, it's the weaker part of their team, but still, I don't think it's going to be so bad that they're going to. And then he started talking. Then he just went into nonsense land where he's like, "Oh, their offense is going to regress," you know, and it's like, okay, you know,
why?
No, yeah, why exactly? Why? That's what I felt like.
Right.
Saying.
Ridiculous.
So, that was like the hot take of the morning for me. UC's got the Bills opening 1-6. Look out!
What does he have the Jets opening at? 7-0.
Probably 7-0. Probably 8-0 in the first 7 games.
Bills defense
4.1% owned. Sorry.
They have one of the, for my money, one of the most underrated players of his career since he's been in the league is Jerry Hughes. That guy is a terror for Patriot fans. Always in the backfield, was making Brady's life a nightmare. Obviously, they beat the Bills a lot, but I want that guy to retire or go play somewhere else at some point. Like, Jerry Hughes is an absolute monster. Totally underrated player in the NFL.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, they don't have like an elite up front that gets like a ton of sacks, but they still solid players like Hughes.
Pesky.
Right? So, yeah.
Sometimes a pesky D-line is all you need. You don't need them racking up sacks.
Yep, it's true. Just got to get enough. Just do enough sometimes. They got good secondary, too. That is crazy. Tyreek Hill's just making an absolute – he's just mopping the floor with me and Tom basically tonight.
Yeah.
Say, oh, you didn't roster me? Here's what you missed, pal.
It's getting offensive at this point.
I'm offended. It's like when you break up with someone and then you see them and they look really good and they just strut by you, you know. This is terrible. Anyways, Tyreek Hill, seriously, he's got about 150 yards right now. That was an insane play by Mahomes across the body. Too bad he didn't go for a touchdown, quite frankly. We've got X factors lit on Hill and Mahomes here. Don't be shocked if he goes back to him. Nope, going to go over the middle.
Oh, he threw a pick!
You gotta be kidding me.
Wow. Mahomes is not having a good day in the red zone.
So we've had 3 turnovers in the end zone, basically, with the Allen fumble as well, and 2 picks by Mahomes. Micah Hyde there on the pick, who does have good Madden ratings, but still. What the heck is going on here, man?
Wow.
Bill's secondary does have good Madden ratings, and I'll throw that out. You know, that's the strength of their defense, but wow, man. Wowzers.
Chef Duke saying the Jets are going to finish 4-13. Probably. I'd say they're more likely to finish 4-13 than they are 500.
Yeah, I got the under on the Jets.
Feel like that. I think we've talked about this, but I feel like 6 is the right number for them.
Yep. I think that's.
They feel like a 6-win team.
I could see worse, to be honest. I would take worse than 6 before I took better than 6.
That's fair.
46 seconds for the Bills. They're going to take a sack because that's what they do. Yeah, Mitch threw out that Ryan Kerrigan signed with the Eagles today. I really like that signing by them. They already had
Ryan Kerrigan, another super underrated player since coming into the league.
Yep. Kind of got lost in the mix there in Washington with the coaching staff, bringing in Chase Hill
Chase Young.
Chase Young, sorry.
Yeah. You got Tyreek Hill on the brain.
I don't know what I got on the brain now.
Peace of Mind saying Steve Largent was a slowpoke, but a great route runner and had good hands. My favorite chugger. You were probably a Largent fan back in the day, no?
Oh, Largent? No, that's even before me. If I'm gonna be dead honest, didn't really see much Largent, but he was that type of player, route runner. Back when more Juan says, "Watch your mouth about the Raiders, Moose." Watch your mouth.
The Raiders. No, their defense is awful. Come on, you know that one.
I do appreciate the people in the chat who stand up though for the Raiders.
There's a good representation of Raiders fans in the chat.
There is. Every Raiders fan is like very loyal to the team too.
I will say this, when it comes to the Raiders, obviously they moved to Vegas. The people of Oakland scorned, but the Raiders are sort of a national brand more than I think people realize. Like, it doesn't feel like there was as much vitriol with the Raiders moving to Vegas as there was with other relocations over the last few years across sports.
Yeah.
Like people were sort of just okay with that.
Yeah, and the writing's been on the wall there for a while too.
Yeah, and the Raiders are nomadic too. Like they were in LA for 10 years, and they won a Super Bowl there and left and went back to Oakland.
Like the Oakland and LA Raiders fans are probably just like, well, I'd almost rather travel to a game for Vegas than have a crappy stadium where we are now. Like I almost feel like that was the take.
Yeah,
they're almost like
LA Raider fans definitely would rather go to Vegas than the black hole.
And it was all, you know what? That's the other thing about Raiders fans that I really enjoyed. They are loyal, man. Like they legitimately were like, I'm happy for my team because they're going to a better place. You know, it was like that vibe. It wasn't like bitter.
I mean, it's gonna help them in free agency, right? Like guys are gonna want to live in Vegas. At some point, there's gonna be a market correction, and dudes are gonna start signing in Vegas.
We've already had 2 top-end quarterbacks put Vegas on their short list. You know, Russ Wilson and Aaron Rodgers.
And Tom Brady had real conversations with them too during his free agency.
Good point. You're killing it tonight, Tom. Anyways, seriously, a good point though about Vegas being more of a hotshot destination. Tyreek Hill, 7 catches, 155 yards, and a tutty. That is pure domination, folks. That was a ridiculous half by Hill.
Should I just do it right now? Should I give it to him?
Yeah, you pretty much.
There you go.
Just get it over with.
There you go. Congratulations, Tyreek.
I mean, I don't know. Like Steph Diggs could catch like 3 touchdowns in the second half, I guess, but maybe Josh Allen runs for like 200 yards. That's pretty much what we need to see at this point. I feel safe saying that won't happen.
That might be the earliest wooden nickel ever given out.
I'm trying to think. Like the only other game I've seen. Well, I shouldn't say the only one. The last dominant half performance I saw like that was when Lamar Jackson ran for like 320 yards or something. It was Rossi and I. And it was just, I think he only had like 20 yards rushing in the first quarter, and then he had like over 100 in the second quarter. We were like,
that's
wow,
insane.
And he just never stopped running.
Joe Johnston saying, Tom, do you remember This Week in Football? Is that a show? Sounds like a generic football show title on your local radio station.
I don't remember that at all.
Let's do a quick Google search. This Week in Football. Show started in 1951. This one says ran from 67 to 75 with Tom Brookshire, Charlie Jones, Harry Callis, Albert Meltzer. It's a 1-hour highlight show produced by NFL Films. Got to tell you, was not alive for any of that. Don't really know who any of those people are.
I think, isn't Jones still on the NFL Network? I think he is.
I got nothing for you on that end.
They might just bring him into Rant or something. I don't know.
I mean, how are any of those people alive? I'm not even trying to be mean.
No, I know.
The show ran from 51 to 67.
I'm curious as well.
The chat should do some homework on that one.
Joe says yes, early 70s.
No, it was over before the 70s, according to Google.
Oh, really? Okay.
It said 51 to 67.
Damn, that is old.
So long ago.
Text my dad, see if he remembers.
Gonna dust off the old Encyclopedia Britannica. Oh, looks like the Bruins just won an OT.
Yes!
I do not know how they scored. I just see the celebration. I was busy looking up football shows from the 50s and 60s. Looks like it might have been McAvoy or Grizzlick. Here we go. I know that like one person in the world probably cares about this that's listening, but
no, we all care. I care.
That person is me.
Mitch says Bruins got some help with the officiating. Terrace says it was Marchand.
It looks like it was Brad Marchand. Okay, yeah, he was at the bottom of this big clump celebrating, so it was tough to see.
Love it. Love to see it.
He is a small man. For those that don't know.
Those two teams are ridiculously close, though. Very similar style.
And I hate the Caps, man. I hate them so much. they have our number in the postseason, and they have Chara, which just hurts. It hurts watching him play for Washington.
Yeah, no, for sure.
For some reason, it feels different to me than Brady on Tampa. Like, I can root for Brady, but Chara, for some reason, felt more personal. And I don't blame him. Like, he wanted to be back in Boston.
Yeah, what was the story with that? They just didn't have room for him, right?
Yeah, it didn't make sense financially.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but he's not making, like, anything in Washington. So there is, a school of thought out there as we have a touchdown
This is getting absurd at this point.
Tyreek Hill.
Wide open over the middle.
There he was just mowing the lawn over our dreams just then.
At this point, folks, we're on history watch here. It's is that his third or second touchdown? Second.
I believe it's his second.
It has to be a second because the Chiefs only have 14 points. Glad you're on the ball today, Jeff. Anyways, he does have nearly 200 yards now. So, dude, this is, like I said, we're on history watch at this point. It's ridiculous. You got Tyreek Hill in your lineup. Well, really, if you got him in your captain spot, you're looking down on us all, friends. Laughing, giggling. Everyone's dumb except you. Tyreek Hill, what was he owned in the old captain? Let me see here. I'm going to scroll back up. Had to be. He's always popular. Where is he? Tyreek Hill, 19.8% owned, 61.6% owned in the free roll. So 20% of lineups basically had him in the captain. Yeah, a lot of regrets. You can join the club with me and Tom. The Tyreek Hill Fade Club anonymous meeting will be held.
Yeah, I'm in 90th, so
at Tom's apartment.
That makes sense.
Microwave.
Yeah, we'll all microwave our heads together and discuss. Wow, all right. Love an overtime winner, baby.
Here's a question. I threw this out when I was doing solo, waiting for Lamarca to wake up from his nap in the last sim. Are you a fan of the movie Rounders?
Rounders. Is that the one with Vince Vaughn and they go to Vegas?
No, it's the poker movie with Matt Damon.
Oh, no.
This conversation isn't starting out how I wanted it to.
Okay, I got to be honest. I've never seen it, but now that you mention it, it's one of those movies that people always throw out there with Matt Damon. I've never seen it.
Okay, well, we'll turn this conversation around. You should see Rounders. I think you'd like it, first of all. You know what? And I'm not going to lie. And this isn't a criticism. I think you're the first person I've ever talked to who hasn't seen the movie Rounders. That isn't a female.
Hey, look, I'm willing to admit where there's holes in my cinematic resume, and that is one of them. Like it's one of those movies that's been on the list, and it's just never come off the list.
That's okay though. I was going to ask you, because the chat threw this out when I was doing the solo sim for a bit, who they thought would play who would be a good actor to cast in a younger version of the character Worm, who's a character from Rounders, for today, if they were going to make a prequel for today. But I can't really get that from you because
that's tough because I don't know who that is.
But that's okay. Like I said, I also may be dating myself too as an older person because maybe just it's my generation that everyone's seen it, and maybe just
let's
you
see
young
what
guys
what year is Rounders.
It's not a new movie, like it's an old one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, it's in what, early 2000s, late 90s. What are we looking
Might
at?
be
Here?
late
98.
90s,
Yeah, 98. That's right on the border of a movie that would have kind of been the not having seen it level, you know. Like I've seen the classics that came out in the 90s, but maybe Rounders just isn't at that level where
you'll like
my parents would have rented it for me on VHS from the library.
Regardless, you sit down, you'll have a great night watching that film. I guarantee you'll like. You come back and be like, I really enjoyed that, Jeff.
That's got to be streaming somewhere, right?
You're my new best man at the wedding. It's kind of a hard one to find for streaming sometimes, but yeah.
I'm willing to pay $4 for a good movie streaming. Like if I have to go buy it on Amazon or Apple, won't rent it.
It's one you won't regret buying. Like you'll just be like, yeah, haven't I seen this yet?
$4 for a good movie? That's good for me.
Yep, exactly. I don't mind doing that because we never do that anymore either. Like we just
Never. The other night, after I finished up my sim, I think it was Saturday night, Morgan and I watched 40-Year-Old Virgin and Knocked Up back to back. We paid $4 for each of them on Apple TV. Had a great night. Just a little Judd Apatow night here at the old abode.
40-Year-Old Virgin is
great movie.
It's just so funny.
It's just the best.
They got a bunch of guys at the top of their game in that movie. That is
the cast is insane.
We can't even talk about Rudd jokes there either.
No, not Dreamstream friendly, but Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill has a small role. Kevin Hart has a small role. I mean, it's
Kevin Hart's scene might be the best scene in that whole movie.
It's great. It's so good.
On the house. Oh man, yeah. On my last day of working for DraftKings, we can talk about that movie on the Dream Stream. Which will probably be never. DraftKings for life, baby. Here for life. Just like Homer in the nuclear plant. Jason Robbins is my Mr. Burns. As Singletary tackled in the backfield. Why are they running? It's a good question, Twitch fam.
You think The Simpsons will ever end?
Are they still making new episodes?
I believe so.
I guess not. I thought they ended. I honestly did.
I think they're still making television.
We have to Google this. Wait. No, it ended May 17th, 2020.
Was the last episode. So why wasn't that a bigger deal? I have to imagine there's got to be a new...
Do you want to know why it wasn't... Actually, do you want to know why it wasn't a bigger deal? Because, honestly, The Simpsons, like, cultural relativity, like, ended about 15 years ago. Like, it had an amazing about 15-year run. It was the thing everyone watched. And then it just became, like, that show that was awesome that is still, like, going for some reason.
But even still, like, when shows like that end, even after they're done being, like, as important as they were... it still is a big deal. Like there's like all these, there's always like the think pieces written about it. And, you know, why did the Simpsons stop being as relevant and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, The Ringer will do a week on the Simpsons, you know, a bunch of, you know, like I just feel like that didn't happen. I have to imagine that a new season of the Simpsons must be debuting around football season in 2021.
Oh, wait a sec.
Right?
It hasn't ended.
Yeah. You're crazy.
Oh yeah, no. Why did Google lied to me? Like legitimately lied to me. Okay, what's going on? Chat, the Simpsons. Okay, thank you. Sorry guys, Simpsons isn't over.
What are we doing here?
This just tells you how like.
I'm gonna have to Bart Simpson Homer choke you right now.
Yeah, totally, dude. I mean, I deserve it. It's not over. Anyways, this just shows you how little, like, sorry, it's just a damn Kaufman confirming, other people confirming. It's still going. You're right. I mean, it will be a big, I think the last episode will be a huge deal. Anyways, guys, let me get to this promo really quickly. Again, just remind you guys, there's a refer a friend thing going on DraftKings. It's a DraftKings to play free in Madden contests. What you got to do is we're going to wait for the promo code to come up. Wait for the promo code to come up. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's
Get your phone ready. Ah!
You're going to scan the QR code on the screen, or you can visit dkng.co/friend. Send the link to your friends. When they deposit, you both play free. It's really simple. It's a good promo. Like Tom said, the best things in life are free, and this is free. So take a look. There you go. You got QR code, or you can visit the website.
I want to see where I am in this contest.
I mean, I don't even want to look. I'm so far.
I'm in 90th still.
How many people are in it? 91?
130.
130. I'll check in a sec.
Which is pretty good actually for a Madden After Dark here on a Monday.
Yeah, no, it is. We're getting, I mean, I'm in 124th. Wow. Exciting. Almost in last. Need a couple Josh Allen fumbles here. More Tyreek Hill to knock me all the way to last. Singletary. But you were right about The Simpsons. It will be a big event when the final episode runs. It's just nobody watches it anymore, that I know. Anyways.
Yeah.
Do you know anyone that watches The Simpsons?
I know people that watch Simpsons reruns.
Yeah, I watch Simpsons reruns of the first 15 years, but not any. I haven't watched like a Simpson episode of like year 20 ever.
I know in college I had buddies that would watch The Simpsons every Sunday. They'd lock into that like Fox cartoon block every Sunday night. They'd crush some Simpsons, Family Guy, American Dad, and Bob's Burgers. Just 2 hours of cartoon comedy to the brain. And I was like, dude, this every Sunday we're gonna do this, really?
Sorry, guys. I know. Just giving false info as per usual here. Simpsons still live, apparently. I thought it.
Jeff trying to kill the Simpsons on the Dream Stream here.
I don't watch cable TV anymore either. Like, I'm all streaming. Oh, my God. They got more Tyreek Hill actions. It's ridiculous. I only watch streaming. Like, I watch Netflix, Amazon Prime, HBO. That's it. So, I'm the wrong
I
dude.
believe the Simpsons are on Disney Plus.
They are, but are the new episodes on Disney Plus? Like, I only watch the old ones on Disney Plus.
See, it's interesting. Disney Plus is like a very family-friendly app, right? Like, they're the most family-friendly streamer.
Yep.
Simpsons not a fit for that at all.
Not really.
The early seasons?
Early seasons are the best, though, man. You Only Move Twice. One of the greatest episodes. Hank Scorpio. Who else? Grimy, Frank Grimes, Homer's Enemy, classic episode. Itchy and Scratchy Land. So many good Simpsons episodes, man.
We had someone make the comment that Family Guy completely copied The Simpsons, and then going on to say that Family Guy may have destroyed The Simpsons. I'd be curious to hear the full thought-out argument on that, but kind of makes sense, right? Like Family Guy kind of takes it to that even next level of craziness. So maybe that's what people want.
I mean, Family Guy definitely...
It's over the top. Simpsons way more subtle.
Yeah, it's... Family Guy is like obviously built on the same concept, but over the top, just crazy. And I liked a lot of the
I love Family Guy.
Family Guy's another one that's kind of probably stayed its run. Like I really liked that show for 4 or 5 years. Like I've seen a lot of Family Guy episodes too. I think it's hilarious, but it's kind of like overstayed its run too. Like do we really need like?
So is Family Guy making new episodes now? Or do we need to look this up now?
I'm not going to comment because I have no.
Here we
idea.
go. Let's see.
I obviously already got in trouble once, so won't do it again.
Yeah, it's still running. Still running, people. Family Guy coming in hot.
I was going to say, I think they are, but I'd probably be more prone to watch Family Guy these days than Simpsons. Oh, a little catch. Oh, my God, Tyreek. This is seriously ridiculous.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but The Simpsons attempted to get like very family friendly over the last decade or so, and it kind of destroyed the show a little bit. No?
You could be correct on that take. I'm not actually sure because I have not watched much of The Simpsons, like I said, over the last decade, if any, but I kind of feel like you might be right in that take.
Love that.
Energy says on Twitch says Halloween Simpsons episode's still the best. Yeah, I could see that. Halloween episodes being good.
Ooh, Bad Boys of Pop. I like this take. Family Guy's basically the love child of The Simpsons and South Park.
Yeah, it's about right.
South Park is just amazing. The way that they're able to stay so relevant and put like a new show out every week like that is crazy. And it be really funny every time.
Yeah, South Park is one of those shows I don't watch often, but like every time I watch it, I'm like,
it's so
this is
good.
hilarious and I should watch it more. Wow. Not Tyreek Hill. I was getting so used to saying his name. Travis Kelce finally shows up It feels like what his second catch of the game here.
Travis, good to see ya.
Yeah. Wow, did I ever choose wrong?
South Park was a show that I DVR'd in high school and like tried to watch every week, but I just kind of, it didn't work out for me the way I thought it would. But I wish I had stuck with it because it's just amazing. I love South Park.
I like it. You can just tune in, and it's like you don't.
Yeah, you don't need to watch every.
No, totally. Week. Yeah, that's kind of why I like it too. So.
And that's why I like cartoon comedies in general like that.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like you can just pop in and watch an episode of Family Guy. Anytime.
It's good. It's good. Like mine. If you're like, oh, there's nothing to watch right now. Find like TBS or FX where either The Simpsons or Family Guy's running just reruns. And you could throw that on and you could laugh for an hour. You know.
Exactly. It's
or
good.
Comedy Central for South Park.
I know before the streams got super popular, that's pretty much what I'd do. Tyreek Hill 11.